The favorable conditions and excellent environment will make ordinary people gather here spontaneously. Whether it is for themselves or for their descendants, they are willing to work tirelessly to come. Then he fought for his whole life to build an ideal city-state. Those city lords also set an example for those who came after them in this regard. Even if it is for yourself, you should develop the city-state well, so that you can truly attract more residents to settle in your city-state. Then spontaneously build a city-state, so that the entire city-state will tacky on a new look. This is a positive cycle and a basis for getting better and better. Qi Lu is quite happy to see this. Because no matter where they are, the creators of culture and the producers offer sources are still the largest number of thousands of living things, rather than the supreme and powerful one. So what Qi Lu did was, for example, guiding the powerful people in Tianji domain to make changes. Because of those countless weak creatures, they are where hope exists and where future development lies. If there is no hope and no future, then all that is left is a world of constant decay. It is not that easy to usher in a new life. But fortunately, now, the beginning of change has been ushered in, and the rest will fall into place. As long as the courageous competition continues to be held, the giant golden body of the devil continues to be built. Then these binders, as vested interests, will continue to develop the welfare system in the city-state. The act of robbing people will never end, everyone is a competitor. When comparing bad to bad is absolutely unfeasible, comparing good to good is the most correct choice. Otherwise, let alone robbing people from other city-states. It is a good thing that the residents of your own city-state will not be swept away by those competitors. It's great. These city-states that have undergone changes will become the breeding ground for emerging cultures, and then change the customs of surrounding city-states, thereby driving changes in the entire Tianji domain. The beginning of anything is always the hardest. But as long as there is a start, the spark that is ignited will one day become a prairie fire. Listening to the news that was constantly being spread day by day, Qi Lu felt very happy. After all, his plan is one step closer to success. Building those high towers or the giant golden body of the devil is not Qi Lu's ultimate goal. These things are not enough to completely change the atmosphere of Tianji domain, at least not to allow them to vent their excess energy. Physical practitioners exercise their bodies and temper their qi and blood before they become irritable. So it looks like there is a sense of strong folk customs. Just like a berserker, at first glance, he can't possibly have a gentle temperament. It was precisely this that made Qi Lu think that it was time to find a place where they could temper their violent tempers. Reality is too manic, so why not throw them into the virtual world? As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, Qi Lu immediately called him an expert. As expected of me. No matter what time, I am always concerned about the business of the store and always thinking about attracting customers for the store. Sure enough, I am really a very good store manager. But now is not the time to brag. Qi Lu understands that under normal circumstances, rashly launching a virtual duel platform may not be so easy to accept. After all, these guys have climbed many towers, and their thoughts may not be focused on this aspect. And unlike the Shinji domain, who likes to fight in groups, the cultivators here in the Tianji domain are good at fighting alone. Typically organized and undisciplined. If you throw it into the virtual duel platform, I'm afraid you won't be able to understand it for a while. But it doesn't matter. After being abused a few times, you will know how to play. Hatred makes people progress. Speaking of which, if Qi Lu hadn't had other things to do when he first committed Tianji domain, he wouldn't have thought of moving out the virtual duel platform now. This thing has been proven by successful experience in the divine realm. For this group of energetic and fighting-loving cultivators from Tianji domain, the attraction is certainly not small. However, the successful experience of Shinji domain also shows that ordinary people, who are also the audience of the virtual duel platform, cannot Baynard. Because the virtual duel platform is different from those high-end products. This thing is all about small profits but quick turnover. One is selling virtual duel crystals, and the other is collecting signal fees. Although the unit price of the signal fee is low, this thing is a consumable. If you really want to calculate it, it is much more valuable than those fixed-price products, and the more you use it, the more expensive it becomes. Therefore, facing the largest customer group, that is, ordinary people, Qi Lei was unwilling to give up and had to fight for it. The products used by cultivators cannot be used by ordinary people, and there is nothing that can be done about it. However, there is no threshold for using the virtual duel platform, if you still give up this largest customer group. That doesn't make sense. And they don't really think that I built those towers for free for those city-states. Qi Lei said silently in his heart. Just kidding, how could store manager Qi, who never loses money and never suffers losses, do such a good deed? Although those towers were indeed built for free. However, for Qi Lei, this is also part of the layout. Whether it is the Frost Body Forging Tower, the Flame Trial Tower, or the Thunder Tribulation Tower, it actually has another function while allowing those challengers to climb the tower. That is to exist as a signal tower. In this way, Qi Lei will not need to continue to lay another set of signal towers. You know, the virtual duel platform requires signal equipment. Otherwise, the Tianji domain is so large that there is no way to throw all the players into one server. When he was in the Shinji domain, Qi Lei had been busy building signaling equipment for a long time. Well, those self-service shops built in major divine kingdoms mainly serve ASA connecting signal. Offline physical stores, combined with online virtual stores, are the inevitable trend in business development. So after such a long period of preparation, Qi Lei felt that now was finally the right time. Let's start the pilot project from those city-states that have already built giant golden statues of demon gods. This business model has been successful once in the Shinji realm. I wonder how it will develop in the Tianji realm. It's such a pity that high towers shouldn't be popular in the divine realm. Qi Lei thought while planning the next plan in his mind. After all, those gods, as well as the Lord God, really have no interest in climbing towers, and they don't need to train their bodies. Why abandon the battle space hut and hang out in these towers? After working so hard for so long, I still haven't gained much. Let's make an announcement first. If you sincerely worship the giant golden body of the devil for 100 days, you will receive a virtual duel crystal given by the statue of the devil. This is a method for obtaining virtual duel crystals specially adjusted by Qi Lei for ordinary people. Because based on the common currency exchange rate. The Shinji realm uses faith stones, while the Tianji realm uses blood crystals. The price of the virtual duel crystal is 1,000 faith stones, which translates into about 1,500 blood crystals. For ordinary people, it is definitely a high price. Under normal circumstances, they would not be willing to spend so many blood crystals to buy a virtual duel crystal. And even in the divine realm, what Qi Lei initially built was a virtual duel platform, a crystal ball placed in the store. It's not a virtual duel crystal. It was done taking into account the purchasing level of ordinary people. So when we arrived at Tianji domain, if we wanted to better promote the virtual duel platform, we naturally had to make some small changes. Qi Lei doesn't rely on this thing for a living anyway. The free virtual duel crystals will soon be paid back from the signal fee. There is absolutely no loss. If you worship sincerely for 100 days, you can get a virtual duel crystal. What is the virtual duel crystal you are talking about? I don't know either. I also saw it from the announcement issued by Master Qi. It turned out to be an announcement from Master Qi. Then this virtual duel crystal must not be some junk. Do you even need to say this? When did Master Qi's things become tattered? If you slander Master Qi like this again, don't blame us for being rude. That's right. The residents, whose quality of life has obviously been greatly improved after settling in the new city-state, are currently discussing the news they saw on the bulletin board early this morning. The virtual dual crystal was something they had never seen before, so naturally they didn't know what it was used for. But they know that their current life, in a sense, can be regarded as a gift from Master Qi. At least, Master Qi has a driving role that cannot be ignored. Therefore, no one is allowed to slander Master Qi. However, after solving the problem of slandering Hall Master Qi, they are still curious, what is this virtual dual crystal? Then some residents went to find those practitioners who had nothing to do and planned to ask them. Look at these well-informed guys, do they know what this virtual dual crystal is? This is also due to the new regulations promulgated by the city lord. In the city-state, no one is allowed to oppress the weak without reason, and no one is allowed to use force without reason. Those who violate the order, once verified, will be compensated at the least, and their cultivation will be revoked at the most serious. In the most serious case, they will be killed directly. Judging from the folk customs in the Tianji region, only such heavy rituals can deter those rebellious practitioners. So among these city-states that have made changes, although there is still a generation gap between ordinary people and practitioners, they are already trying to get along well with each other. Just like now, ordinary residents can find practitioners to ask about things they don't understand. Are you talking about the virtual dual crystal mentioned in the announcement? Actually, I don't know. According to my understanding of Qi Museum owner, this thing should be some kind of new product. The effect is definitely not small. The cultivators who were asked also had their say and answered truthfully. Regarding the matter of Master Qi, if you don't know, you just don't know, there is nothing to pretend about. If you say, I understand everything at this time, I'm afraid you will be beaten. The Riddler should get out of the emerging city-state. New products. The residents nodded, and then looked at the giant golden body of the devil in the city. The products sold by Master Qi and the products available for redemption in the Points Mall are all good things. Thinking about it this way, this virtual dual crystal won't be that weak. As long as you worship the giant golden body of the devil for 100 days, you can get it. Master Qi is indeed unparalleled in his benevolence and righteousness, and is selfless. Dedicate yourself to the welfare of everyone. With this thought in mind, everyone turned their heads and came to the feet of the giant golden body of the demon god, worshipping sincerely. Even if a blood sacrifice is made, the effect of giving back the power of kind blood can only happen once a day. But there is no limit to the number of sincere worships. These ordinary people worshipped and respected Master Qi very much, and now they have received such great benefits. The belief in Master Qi in his heart naturally deepened. The worship at this moment is even more sincere. Maybe it's also for the virtual duel with crystals, but the faith in my heart will definitely not be less. The 100 days of sincere worship do not start counting when the announcement is issued. But the calculation started after the giant golden body of the demon was built. The number of days spent worshipping before will also be counted. So Qi Lu calculated the time by himself. If it was from the first day when the giant demon god's golden body was built in the city-state, and a lot of worshippers came there in one day, then he would probably be able to get the virtual dual crystal in the next few days. By then, they will know how to play. In order to allow ordinary people to enter the virtual duel platform and enjoy the game, Qi Lu happily organized a promotion. In the first 2 months, the signal fee was reduced to 2 blood crystals per day. In other words, 2 blood crystals for 24 hours. After the promotion period has passed, it will return to the standard level of 12 blood crystals per hour. This kind of preferential treatment is like breaking a bone, and it is a comminuted fracture. After all, it is not easy to take out 1,000 blood crystals in one go to buoy a virtual dual crystal. But it is not expensive to take out 2 blood crystals at once to experience the gaming experience of the virtual duel platform. And these 24 hours only count the online time. If this price is thrown into the divine realm, those customers will not be able to be grateful directly. Such a huge discount is simply unprecedented. By the way, Qi Li's calculation was actually correct. Moreover, facing the giant golden body of the devil, there are quite a lot of people who come to pay homage to it every day. After all, it is a good treasure that can improve its strength almost for free. Isn't it just a matter of rushing to worship it every day? How much time is wasted? We must go. In these more than 3 months, worshipping the giant golden body of the devil has basically become a daily must-do task for the residents of these 24 city-states. Just like after getting up every day, you have to eat. Now, after they get up, if they don't rush to worship the giant golden statue of the devil, it will be a boring day. It felt like ants were crawling all over my body, and I always felt like something was missing. So, a few days later, the virtual dual crystals, just as Qi Lu expected, began to be officially distributed. And the quantity distributed this time is particularly large. Because for ordinary people, just by worshipping the giant golden body of the devil, they can strengthen their body, prolong their life, gain the power of Qi and blood, and temper their body. This is definitely something they don't want to miss for a day. Therefore, on this day, the vast majority of worshippers received the virtual dual crystal, given by the demon statue. The remaining small part is only a few days away. Hey, is this the so-called virtual dual crystal? It looks quite beautiful. What's the use? Well, I seem to have felt this crystal. It sent me operating tips and instructions. After losing blood, you can register an account, enter the virtual duel platform, and play games. Game? What game? I thought it was a decoration, it looks so beautiful. It seems that we need to prepare blood crystal stones. At least, just invest 2 of them. 2 pills doesn't seem to be much, let's try? Try it. Of course I have to try it. A large group of worshippers, most of whom were ordinary people, started an excited discussion after receiving the virtual dual crystal. This is a gift given to them by Master Qi, it must be a good treasure. Now that Master Qi has told them how to use it, they might as well give it a try. Anyway, Master Qi will definitely not harm himself. With this idea in mind, these devout worshippers began to drip blood on the virtual dual crystal to register an account. Originally, registering an exclusive account requires investing a ray of spiritual power and a touch of law power. But considering that there is no power of law in the Tianji domain, Qi Li modified the settings of the virtual dual crystal here and changed it to a blood-dropping method. In this way, when you register an account and verify your login, you are verifying your energy, blood, and soul. And another point is that when these ordinary people register, they still have secondary accounts. To have an exclusive account, you must at least be a cultivator of the immortal bone realm. The way to register an account is also bloody. Anyway, the main reason why Qi Lu asked them to register accounts was to lock their identities and obtain all players' information. Let the system record it so that it can be retrieved at any time when needed in the future. As for the problem that secondary accounts cannot open dual rooms, there is none to worry. Because the giant golden demon body attracts not only ordinary people, but also for many cultivators, this kind of power that is almost equivalent to free energy and blood is also a good thing that cannot be missed. So this time, among those who have obtained the virtual dual crystal, there are also many practitioners who can have exclusive accounts. Whether it's out of curiosity, trust in Master Qi, or some other reason. It may also be that during the time of worship, the act of shedding blood has been done too much. Practice makes perfect. After getting the virtual dual crystal and knowing that only 1 drop of blood was needed to register an account, almost all the worshippers subconsciously put their fingers close to the wound and squeezed out a drop of blood. Then he put in the blood crystal stone that he had prepared long ago under the reminder of the instructions for use. Then, they found that their consciousness came to another space. That's the game space where the virtual showdown platform resides. This. It's amazing that you can open up another space. As expected of Master Qi, it's unimaginable that such a thing can be done so easily. The space that can drag our consciousness into it is incredible. What does this create room mean? Join the camp you want to go to, fight against other camps, and win the final victory? Is this the game that Master Qi mentioned? It's a bit interesting. Just looking at this gameplay really makes me want to try it. Then let's give it a try. It's just that this camp can only have 10 at most, it's a little too few. That's right, I'm still thinking of beating 10 of them. Wait until the place is full before opening. I think there can be up to 1,000 people together. No problem. After a brief period of exclamation, these worshippers put aside their shock and began to experience the game as a player. In order to allow these newcomers to the virtual duel platform to get started as quickly as possible, Qi Lu explained clearly in the game description what the functions of this virtual duel platform are. How is the game played? However, there are currently only 24 pilot city-states. Therefore, Qi Lu has only opened the initial classic mode for the time being, and all subsequent modes must be blocked first. When there are more players in Tianji domain in the future, it will be opened one after another. Because the number of players is not enough. For example, the reinforcement mode requires a sufficient number of idle players, which involves the number of secondary accounts. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing if no one responded when calling for reinforcements? Although in the past in the Tianji domain, there were indeed situations where no one responded in the reinforcement mode, but it was rare after all. Because a guy whose popularity is so low may not be suitable for this game. Not to mention the subsequent campaign strategy mode. His style of painting is completely different from these muscular, simple-minded guys. If it were opened from the beginning, it is estimated that not many players would be willing to choose this mode to start the game. Let them practice more in classic mode. As for the final boss mode, you can consider it. However, the final boss's combat power and fighting methods need to be registered. You know, the most attractive part of the boss mode for players is the process of defeating the boss, everyone making plans together, and finally, the sense of accomplishment of defeating the boss. Therefore, when a boss is successfully defeated and the strategy for defeating it is announced, then we have to start making new bosses to maintain the players' enthusiasm. This is not a difficult problem for Qi Lu. For store manager Qi, who has a wonderful imagination and has been thinking wildly for a long time, designing a new boss template is as simple as eating and drinking. Anyway, all Qi Lu has to do is come up with ideas. The system is not the one that finally completes the boss design. This is probably the face of the evil party, eh? Fortunately, the system is indeed a good customer service provider and can meet almost all needs. This made Qi Lu feel very happy. Then when this group of players tried to create a room and play the game for the first time, Qi Lu opened his own account and got in. By the way, Qi Lu used a new account in Tianji domain this time. Because although Tianji domain and Xinji domain are in the same virtual duel platform, the servers of both sides are not together. Therefore, players from these two worlds cannot play together. It's a pity. Otherwise, how could Qi Lu say that there are not enough players now and other modes will not be opened for the time being? As for the boss mode, it is still being adjusted and will be updated in a few days. While staying in the room before the duel started, Qi Lu asked again in his mind. System, if we want to merge the virtual duel platforms of Xinji domain and Tianji domain together, it should be no problem, right? This matter is related to Qi Li's future plans. So you have to ask first. System, don't worry, host, this system can still do such small things. That's fine if you can do it. When the number of players in Tianji domain is large enough, let the two servers be merged together. Only in this way will the duel in the virtual duel platform be exciting enough. After Qi Lu got the affirmative answer, he couldn't help but nodded, and then perfected the plan in his mind. There seems to be irreconcilable hatred between Tianji realm and Xinji realm. But really speaking, it is the practitioners who have this idea. For ordinary people, they may stay in the city-state where they were born for the rest of their lives, unable to take a single step out. Survival is their greatest wish, so how could they participate in such hatred? Because there is absolutely no conflict of interest between the two parties. The real conflicts of interest are among those cultivators, because if they want to become stronger, they need massive resources. As the resources in the Tianji realm become increasingly scarce, it is natural to go to the Xinji realm to plunder them. In this way, contradictions arise. But then again, this level of conflict seems to have nothing to do with the practitioners at the bottom. And this is really true. Because if you think about it carefully, among the combat power of the Tianji domain to invade the Xinji domain, the demon god is the most basic unit. Practitioners below the realm of the devil don't seem to be interested in this matter. It's like being in an infinite battlefield. The eternal divine realm, which is composed entirely of gods and main gods, isn't yet alive and well. If the conflict between Tianji realm and Xinji realm could not be let go, the eternal god realm would probably be gone long ago. So peaceful coexistence is not impossible. On the contrary, for the vast majority of weak people, they actually prefer Tongjoi peace rather than war. Because in any war, in the end, it is not the weak who suffer. And those who benefit are those who are strong. So Qi Li's position this time was that of the largest number of weak creatures. It is not the top strong man who stands at the top and regards human life as nothing. Moreover, there are actually not many strong people who have the same idea as Qi Lu. At least, what the Overlord, the Dragon Saint King, and the Ice Spirit Saint King want to do is to change, not destroy. After all, destruction is too simple. However, creation is extremely difficult. However, if we want Tianji realm and Xinji realm to one day be able to coexist peacefully, the most important thing is to change their concepts. As ordinary people, our biggest wish is to live well. As a cultivator, your biggest wish is to become stronger. Only the demon god seemed restless. This creates the most fundamental contradiction. Because it was those demon gods who invaded the divine realm and started the war between the Tianji realm and the divine realm. Therefore, the culprit must not be let go, but why should innocent creatures be involved? Based on this, Qi Li's idea is to handle these two types of roles separately. For the creatures who are tired of fighting, satisfy their wishes so that they can live for their own ideals and fight for their goals instead of being blinded by false hatred. As for those who start the war just for their own selfish desires, they will be killed without mercy. After all, as a businessman and a store manager, what Qi Lu wants is a peaceful environment, rather than a war-torn world. If Qi Lu really chooses to be indiscriminate, he will kill all the creatures in Tianji domain. So what's the difference between him and those guys who want to destroy the world? The biggest difference between the order camp and the evil camp is that the order camp is rational and has a bottom line. They will know right from wrong and evil, instead of starting to kill innocent people indiscriminately regardless of everything. If you do that, wouldn't you be a big devil? So, didn't you realize that Qi Lu had actually started to seek transformation a long time ago? Many of the products in the store have transformed from various weapons, armors, and other gadgets into consumer products. Elixir, medicine, food. In particular, the virtual duel platform allows the war in reality to be transferred to the virtual world. These can be regarded as Qi Li's efforts, trying to keep the peace. So this time, Qi Lu also plans to let the virtual duel platform take on such a responsibility. Even Qi Lu didn't quite believe that such a thing would really happen. The conflict between Tianji realm and Shinji realm has been going on for so many years, even now it has begun to become blurred due to time. But if we meet, we still have to fight. So let them solve it in the virtual duel platform. At least, ordinary people who just want to live well should not be forced to sacrifice their lives because of these things. When all the hatred stirred up by the conflicts provoked by the demon were wiped out on the virtual duel platform, Qi Li's goal has been achieved. What needs to be targeted are only those culprits who started the war. Just like in the infinite battlefield, the eternal divine realm is only targeting the immortal alliance, and not all forces. This is not to say that eternal God realm does not have this strength, just that it should not do this. After all, at that time, Qi Lu was there, Yu Shi'er was there, and the Ice Spirit Saint King was there, as long as the eternal God realm was willing. By spending so much time, sooner or later, we can eliminate all other forces one by one. However, Qi Lu did not choose to do this. The Ice Spirit Saint King also tacitly agreed not to mention this matter, but turned his attention to the final enemy, the immortal demon. It's just that the final result was indeed unexpected and not Qi Li's original intention. Who would have thought that the immortal demon would choose to self-destruct in the end? That's why the infinite battlefield was destroyed. Otherwise, although those guys cannot leave the infinite battlefield, they can at least survive. How can it be like this now? It's completely over. But really speaking, if something like this happened, it was actually not a big problem. At least I am truly free and completely out of the sea of suffering. Therefore, Qi Li's idea is actually very simple. Whoever caused the trouble will bear the consequences. Instead of dragging everyone down. Just like it is now, you can actually know it if you stay in Tianji domain for a long time. There is not much difference in everyone's ideas, and it does not mean that we have to fight to solve the problem. Perhaps the practitioners of Tianji realm do prefer to speak with their fists, but they are not unable to reason. At least now everyone likes to use tower climbing competitions to resolve conflicts. Especially after the first go-up competition ended, this trend became even more popular. Because those challengers can be said to be racing against time to train themselves in order to obtain the qualifications of a binder. Change naturally begins from here. The duel begins. Hey, are we all here yet? Qi Lu, who was thinking about the problem, suddenly heard this prompt. He suddenly woke up and remembered that he was now in the room of the virtual duel platform. Did 1,000 players gather together so quickly? It seems that everyone is quite enthusiastic about this new game. Presumably, in these city-states with giant golden bodies of demon gods, the living conditions of the residents are getting better and better. Naturally, I have more free time. The high towers in the city-state are not places that these ordinary people can challenge, so the sudden appearance of the virtual duel platform is currently the best way of entertainment. Although this is my first contact, it doesn't matter much. You will become familiar with it after playing it twice. Qi Lu especially came to play with these newbies with his new account, just to help them familiarize themselves with the game content. Let them understand how real-time strategy games are played. Huh? Am I dazzled? I actually saw Master Qi. Is Master Qi also in this duel? What did you say? You just said that Master Qi is here? Is it true? Is Master Qi in the same camp as us? It doesn't look like it. There are 10 camps in our duel arena. Yeah, I don't know what to do next. The rules say that only one camp can win in the end, so what should we do? You just said you saw Master Qi, and I still want to paddle with Master Qi. Nonsense, don't I want to? There's nothing we can do about it. Several players who appeared in similar positions quickly gathered together after entering the duel field. Then we discussed some of the things we saw when we came in. It seems that they really don't understand this game and how it should proceed. After all, games are something they have never been exposed to in the difficult first half of their lives. It's really a new group of novices who can't be newer. Qi Lu, who was also not far away, naturally noticed these guys. In the classic mode of the virtual duel platform, the combat power of all players is at the same level. Conspiracy, and collaboration are the most interesting aspects of the classic mode. Therefore, the leader of Qi Hall, who has been fighting in the duel arena for many years without losing a single defeat, cannot let go of this good opportunity. Although we are not players of the same camp, there is still no problem in forming a temporary alliance. Since no one has a clue, let's form an alliance for the time being. It's better to take care of each other. Listening to the discussion among these newbies, Qi Lu quickly stepped forward and put forward his own suggestions. Let me, the ever-victorious store manager, teach them the real rules of the game. It turns out to be Master Qi. I didn't expect that Master Qi would be willing to form an alliance with us. We heard you right, this is really great. Master Qi is willing to form an alliance with us. This is a great thing. Of course we are willing. When several new players heard this, they nodded immediately. Although they had already seen the rules of the game before entering the duel. But a novice is still a novice after all, and you can't become an expert just by looking at the rules. It would be the best thing if I could have a thigh to hug me at this moment. Especially when this thigh is the thickest thigh of Master Qi, it is even more impossible to miss. Now it was Master Qi who took the initiative to bring it up. Wouldn't it be stupid for him and others not to agree? Okay, since you are willing to believe me, let's first find a way to gather teammates from your own camp. It's not easy for the 10 camps to decide the winner. Qi Lu nodded, and then began to assign tasks. When it comes to conspiracy, it's deception. Qi Lu, who used to be addicted to the virtual duel platform and educate new and old players, is now a real master. Isn't it just a simple combination of vertical and horizontal, driving away tigers and devouring wolves? That's not just sprinkling water. The novice players in front of me may have been sold, and they are still helping count the money. In fact, the most common start in the classic mode is to form alliances with each other, instead of fighting when they meet. Because under the condition of balanced combat power, a 1 versus 9 situation is impossible. So at the beginning, you must choose the right camp to form an alliance, and then start to consume the combat power of the enemy camp alliance. Until the number of players in certain camps dropped sharply. The alliance between the camps will be broken. Factions that have suffered too many losses will start to worry about their own future, and then start to contact other camps. The camp whose overall strength is well preserved will begin to look for opportunities. In one fell swoop, he directly eliminated those camps whose combat power had bottomed out, thus reducing one enemy for himself. Then the process is repeated until the final battle. It sounds like it's not difficult at all. But this thing actually feels similar to playing chess. The rules of most board games actually sound quite simple, but when it comes to actual operation, everyone who has played chess knows what it feels like to be beaten to death by a master. Among them, Go is the one with the most obvious contrast. The rules are simple enough to be explained in a few sentences, but playing chess is extremely unpredictable. The same is true on the duel field. What kind of trouble can a group of novices cause in Qi Li's hands? After forming an alliance, first drive them back, work as spies in the irrespective camps, and then slowly make plans. This round was originally a teaching round, so Qi Lu certainly couldn't end the duel so quickly. Various strategies are emerging one after another, just to open the eyes off these newcomers. Beating these guys will make their scalp numb. How is this going? Why were the movements of our camp discovered again? Damn it! Where did Master Qi's people come from? Captain, we can't run away. We are already surrounded by the people of Master Qi. No way, why are there so many of them? Those seem to be allies. They seem to have formed an alliance very early on. What, can we still form alliances in this? Sir, if our intelligence is correct, we should be the only ones in the duel field who have not formed an alliance. Ah? What did you say? In that case, let's fight to the death. Even if we are eliminated first, we can't make things easier for the other party. Brothers, follow me, and fight out. Following Qi Lebu's spy, after getting all kinds of information, it was like playing a game with open cards. The first ones to deal with are those camps that are alone. Among the virtual duel platforms, the most taboo thing in the classic mode is to be a lone wolf. Only at the last moment, when there are only a few people left in each camp, can a lone wolf make a comeback. Otherwise, they will definitely be crushed by the large army. According to Qi Li's arrangement, taking allies to encircle and suppress those lone wolves would actually consume the allies' combat power. Only by learning to preserve and hide your strength can you achieve the final victory. Of course, there is no loss at all, and it is not easy to handle. This depends on the ability to dispatch troops. As long as the battlefield is divided and the war starts at the same time, one's own camp's troops can be hidden on each battlefield. Just give a simple example. For example, open 2 battlefields at the same time, and then divide your own camp's troops into 2. The Allies' forces were all dispatched to one of the battlefields. At first glance, it seems that the strength of our own camp is much smaller. In this way, he would have an excuse to save troops. Although it requires fighting on multiple fronts, there is no problem at all. This is a unique skill that Qi Lu has practiced. Operate across the board, never make a mistake. After tricking his allies into lameness, the lone wolf also ate them. When fighting with other alliances in the future, Qi Lu will be able to gain the main say with the powerful force of his own camp. At this time it is no longer a combination of vertical and horizontal alliances, but a distant and close attack. Until the end, wait for the right moment. Qi Lu can say that sentence again. Sorry, although we are allies, there can only be one winner. So, I'm really sorry. But please, go die. Ah, what a sensational villain statement. Anyway, every time Qi Lu said these words, he felt that his middle school soul was burning. But obviously, for those new players, the teaching effect is still very good. At least it taught them how to speak when they were about to win, so that they could better hold the cup. Master Qi. Is this what a winner says? It's really domineering. He's obviously apologizing, but he's still murderous. This feels great too. Although I didn't win this duel, I am still very satisfied with the guidance from Master Qi. Yes, I am too, satisfied. Let me teach you, although I'm sorry, please go to hell. Does it smell like that anymore? Yes. The smell is too strong, I can't stand it. Ha 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 ha. When this duel ended, most of the players had a good experience and still had unfinished business. After all, it was the teaching bureau that Master Qi personally took charge of, not the food abuse bureau, so the experience was naturally satisfying. Only Qi Lu worked hard and racked his brains for this group of novice players. There is no way, teaching is really different from being abusing food. In order for these guys to have a full game experience, they have to make various moves and reversals. Let them see the gap clearly, and be surprised, and be amazed, shocked, and satisfied. He felt that his death under such a scheme was a worthy death. So after this round of duel ended, those players spoke in the room one after another, asking Hall Master Qi to play another round. Then, they saw the prompt in the room chat box. Master Qi exits the room. Master Qi enters the room. Master Qi, I am mentally and physically exhausted. I can't afford to offend you. Goodbye. Master Qi exited the room again. Ah, this. Many players looked at each other and finally had to accept the reality. Indeed, the teaching game where masters mix among the novices can give the novices a full experience. But for experts, the feeling of acting is really uncomfortable. So Master Qi slipped away carefully. But it doesn't matter much. With this teaching game, it is the origin of expert players. Many players finally figured out that this is how the virtual duel platform, the classic mode, works. Compared to other duel arenas, it was a chaotic scene of melee from all directions. Their battle was so exquisite that it looked like an epic scene in a movie. After all, for a group of physiques with muscles in their brains, plotting and scheming really doesn't fit the style. And these ordinary people have probably never been exposed to combat before. How could he possibly cope with such a situation? Otherwise, how can I say that I am a novice? Without Master Qi's personal teaching, they wouldn't know how long they would have to fight each other. It can be seen that the importance of mental enlightenment is still very high. Phew, it finally looks like something. It seems that my efforts have not been in vain, that's fine. Qi Lu, who was running away, waited until the teaching bureau's duel records were spread, and then went to other duel venues to have fun. Seeing those players using their strategies stiffly, they seemed very immature. But at least it's a good start. In this way, after the servers of Tianji domain and Xinji domain are merged, they should not be beaten. There is no way, in the Xinji realm, those players on the virtual duel platform were also educated by Qi Lu in this way. Therefore, their current strategic development is much stronger than that of Tianji domain. And these are all achieved step by step. Since everyone is the same, there is nothing to say. Who made Tianji territory start slowly? They have to suffer the hardships that others have endured all over again. It's interesting. This virtual duel platform is really interesting. This is a completely different feeling from the past, when I single-handedly turned the tide. It's so interesting to rely on your teammates and work together to help your team win. Yeah, it's really interesting. But why is Master Qi always one step ahead of us in his ideas? I really didn't expect that Master Qi, who is so powerful, is also so proficient in strategy. It seems we have to keep working hard. Many practitioners who came into contact with the virtual duel platform for the first time were very interested after trying it. Think of this as more than just a game, but a real combat simulation, a new way of fighting. Therefore, in every duel, we try our best and rack our brains. Try to improve the ranking of your own camp as much as possible. Even if it's just to advance one place. After all, the desire to win or lose is still very real to these practitioners. And through these duels, these guys who used to only speak with their fists have become much better mentally. Because those conspiracies and tricks have been used a lot, and they have experienced a lot of intrigues. Even if they don't know how to use them, they should be taught a lesson. At least you will learn to be vigilant next time you face something like this. Instead of still looking stupid. By the way, Qi Lu also discovered another interesting thing. That is, the opening of the virtual duel platform seems to have an important role in easing the relationship between practitioners and ordinary people. The reason is actually very simple. It is because in the virtual duel platform, the gap in strength is balanced by the rules of the classic mode. The difference between exclusive accounts and secondary accounts is not different in terms of gameplay. The only difference is physical strength and whether you can create a room. Therefore, in the duel arena, many practitioners have formed deep friendships with ordinary people in their camp. As I said just now, for these practitioners who are coming into contact with the virtual duel platform for the first time, this kind of duel is like a simulation based on a real battle as a template. In their eyes, it is still very important. Because these practitioners know very well that the strategies that can be used in a duel can also be used on a real battlefield. And it is different from the small fights of fighting alone. The tactics used in such large-scale battles are obviously more widely used. Thinking of this, these fighting enthusiasts immediately realized that their previous situation was still too small. Why should we focus on individual bravery when we can fight in groups? In fact, if you think about it carefully, you can understand it. The core content of most strategies is to use more to attack fewer and adopt group fighting tactics. If the current situation is not enough to support group fighting tactics, then find a way to create such conditions. Because attacking with more and less is the way to consume the least amount of troops. Even if more manpower and material resources are used, the sacrifices are visible to the naked eye. Or to put it another way, if you are poor, you will have tactics interspersed, and if you are rich, you will bloom everywhere. In the final analysis, whether it is high-end combat power or low-end combat power, it is always best to lose less. The classic mode of the virtual duel platform taught these practitioners such a simple truth. How to effectively use limited troops to bring maximum damage to the enemy. By the way, save your own troops to the greatest extent. A teaching round really brought countless surprises to these novice players, allowing them to discover new things every moment. Then, I admired Master Qi even more. The fighting power is tyrannical and the tactics are unparalleled. It is simply unprecedented and unprecedented. Moreover, with the passage of time, the relationship between the cultivators and ordinary people in these 24 city-states has become more harmonious, and almost all of them have begun to call themselves brothers. After all, after coming out of the duel arena, everyone can be regarded as comrades in arms. Having fought side by side together, the relationship will naturally get better. Although the estrangement caused by the gap in strength in the past is unlikely to be completely eliminated in a short period of time. However, as long as there is a good start, things will always get better gradually. I really didn't expect that such a thing would happen. But, let's face it, Qi Lu was actually quite surprised when he found out about this. Because this kind of thing never happened in the divine realm. It's not that the players in the divine realm don't pay attention to the duel in the virtual duel platform. At least their vanity is not lacking at all. But the reason for this difference is that the creatures in these two worlds have different customs. Those gods and main gods still care about the life and death of their believers. Although it is true that those who are weak are regarded as ants. But there is one thing that is completely different from the devil. Even those gods and main gods will never cause trouble for believers for no reason. As long as you believe in me, I will keep you safe. Therefore, the relationship between cultivators in the divine realm and ordinary people is actually not bad to begin with, so there is no need to change. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many ordinary people opening shops and doing business in the kingdom of God. You know, these shops serve not only ordinary people, but also cultivators. Even some down-to-earth gods occasionally ran over to take a look. It was not something that had never happened before. Therefore, it is a good thing that the atmosphere here in Tianji domain can change. In this way, the task of connecting major city-states should be no problem. However, the number of virtual dual crystals is not enough. We need to spread the news. After almost all the residents of these 24 city-states became familiar with the virtual duel platform, Qi Lu thought of this. Comparing the number of players in the 24 city-states with the number of players in the entire divine realm, the difference is huge. If you want to merge the servers of Tianji domain and Xinji domain, you cannot favor one over the other. At least the number of players should be about the same. Otherwise, Tianji domain would not be allowed to be hung up and beaten. Then don't be so abused that you dare not enter the duel arena again. That will be interesting. Therefore, the virtual duel crystal thing still needs to be promoted. Qi Lu does not expect to spread the virtual duel crystal to every corner of the major city-states in the Tianji territory in a short period of time. But at least, let's get our reputation out there. Moreover, there is another point, which is the virtual duel crystal, which is the basis of the virtual shopping platform. If it can really be popularized in Tianji domain, then a virtual shopping platform can be built later. In this way, the entire information network of the Sky God realm is under Qilu's control. This is something truly unprecedented and unprecedented. You know, before this, the information network that only covered the Shenji domain provided Qilu with countless conveniences. After all, you are playing a game with the map fog dispelled. Isn't it very comfortable? And now, the evolution has finally reached the next step. It just dispelled the fog on the map of the entire Sky Vault God realm. Although this task, at present, still has a long way to go, but it doesn't matter. With such a beginning, the subsequent development is just a matter of time, just wait slowly. It's just that Qilu feels that waiting all the time is not enough, and he should save time. Because procrastination is an incurable disease. That's why I thought I should give it a push. In this way, what happened in these 24 city-states spread as quickly as possible for some unknown reason. Starting from the surrounding city-states, it continued to spread to distant city-states. The cultivators who were unaware of it and the residents of various city-states began to discuss it after learning about the virtual dual crystal. Have you heard about the 24 city-states? Are you talking about the 24 city-states that received the giant golden body of the devil? That's right, those city-states. I heard that over there, as long as you sincerely worship the giant golden body of the devil for 100 days, you can get a virtual dual crystal. That's the treasure, given by Master Qi, through the giant golden body of the devil. It must be extremely powerful. That's not true. I heard that they can use the virtual dual crystal to enter a place called the virtual dual platform. It seems to be a battle simulation game? Yes, I heard that too. It is said that in the duel arena, real battles are simulated and changes on the battlefield are practiced. There is such a magical treasure. Is it really given away for free? Of course. Can Master Qi tell lies? And the people in those city-states basically got those virtual dual crystals. I'm so envious. I also want one that can simulate a real battle scene. I don't know if I can buy one from them. It would be great if I could buy one. In the end, the feeling of envy turned into curiosity about the virtual dual crystal and a desire for real combat simulation. After all, fighting is very dangerous. Even if the folk customs in Tianji territory are fierce and everyone has a bad temper, it is impossible not to risk their lives. So there is such a treasure that provides real combat simulation, and when you know that it can be obtained for free. You can imagine how everyone feels. One by one, first of all, they were envious of the residents of the 24 city-states. By the way, I also want to blame the challengers in my city-state for why they are so unsatisfied and unable to bring back the giant golden body of the demon god. Otherwise, this benefit will not belong to one's own city-state. In addition to envy and jealousy, everyone is also more interested in this virtual dual crystal. Especially those practitioners who want to get one to see what it looks like. Then go to the virtual dual platform to see it. See what the dual field looks like. As a result, these 24 emerging city-states became popular again. Otherwise, hunger marketing is a good method that will never be eliminated because it is really easy to use. Of course, the premise is that the quality of the product is indeed excellent. Therefore, the reputation of virtual dual crystal has become more and more popular. Qilu had carefully considered the fact that if he sincerely worshipped the giant golden body of the demon for 100 days, he would be able to obtain a virtual dual crystal, but in the end, he did not set a quantity limit. In other words, if you sincerely worship for 200 days, you can get 2 virtual dual crystals. So on and so forth. Until Qilu took the initiative to end this activity. So when the popularity of the virtual dual crystal became popular, the residents of these 24 city-states keenly felt that the opportunity to generate income for themselves was here. You must know that the number of city-states in the Tianji region is so large. However, there are only 24 city-states that can produce virtual dual crystals. Such a comparison shows how vast the market is, a supply-side market where supply exceeds demand. As long as the price is not too outrageous, sales will definitely be extremely hot. Anyway, the virtual dual crystal in his hand was for nothing, so wouldn't it be a good thing that it was pie in the sky? It just so happens that I have to pay the signal fee when I go to the virtual dual platform every day. Doesn't this restore blood? Then thinking of this, the residents who ran to worship the giant golden statue of the devil became even more pious. A virtual dual crystal, priced at 2,000 blood crystals, is not expensive. This is a treasure given by Master Qi. When they thought that they could get 2,000 blood crystals in just 100 days, the residents who had just had enough food and clothing became excited at that time. They were full of motivation and praised Master Qi one after another. This is probably about relying on the mountains to eat the mountains, and relying on the water to eat the water. Relying on the giant golden body of the devil, you can still get some benefits from the Master of Qi. Just don't be too happy. Qi didn't pay much attention to this matter. Because the virtual dual crystals sent out can quickly recover the cost. Anyway, the wool comes from the sheep, so it doesn't matter if they take this opportunity to make some extra money. In this way, it can also make them feel that they have earned money. That's not it. Qi Guanju, who never loses money, is almost losing money selling his pants. Okay, actually, I lied to you. But no matter what, when people in these city-states said that they had virtual dual crystals for sale, there was an endless stream of people coming to buy them. The market is really huge, so there is no need to worry about not being able to sell what you have in hand. And there are some people who specially come to these city-states to worship the giant golden statue of the devil. It can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. This situation really made the new city lords happy for a long time. Unexpectedly, there is such a good thing. The emergence of virtual dual crystal can actually help attract outsiders to settle here. Isn't this a happy experience for everyone? The residents of the city-state made a lot of extra money and praised the leader of Qi Guan for his unparalleled benevolence and righteousness. The increasing number of city-state residents also makes the city owner smile from ear to ear. Qi Lu, who gained the power of faith and promoted the virtual dual crystal, completed his mission perfectly. And people from other city-states also got their wish and bought the virtual dual crystal they wanted. Then he happily indulged in the duel. No one was unhappy. Wouldn't everyone be happy? This is the approach of high emotional intelligence. This Qi Lu, he always comes up with such weird things. Frozen Holy City, in the City Lord's Palace. In the hands of the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King, naturally, the virtual dual crystals that have suddenly become popular in recent times are in their hands. Although the current virtual dual crystals are in extremely short supply, it can be said that one crystal is hard to find. But with their ability, it is not difficult to get it. After all, there is a giant golden body of the devil in the frozen holy city. Even though Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King don't go to worship every day, there are countless people who are rushing to please them. After all, the frozen holy city is the most famous among the 24 merging city-states. The reason may have something to do with mainland Qinchi. Among the other 23 city-states, those who had obtained the qualification to build the giant golden body of the demon god received support from the people after returning to their own city-states and followed public opinion. He successfully obtained the managerial power of the city-state and then called himself the city lord. Of course, one or two of them were originally managers, but they just changed their title to city lord. However, among them, the frozen holy city seemed so out of place. The overlord is still the city lord, the people have no objections, and Nalanqingqi doesn't care about this matter. At least it proved that the overlord's strength was definitely much stronger than they imagined. However, it may also be because the people attracted by the frozen holy city are basically cultivators and are not involved in these things at all. And another thing is that the frozen holy city doesn't seem to be in any hurry to recruit residents to settle here. What it was like before is what it is now. This kind of attitude is the key to becoming famous. In short, after getting the virtual duel crystal, Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King were very curious and went to the virtual duel platform to experience it. Then I was surprised, thinking that Qi Lu was really a wonderful idea. Is this a way to change those guys' usual mindset? Probably, it's not that easy. The Ice Spirit Saint King looked at the virtual duel crystal in his hand, touched his chin, and said thoughtfully. Indeed, when teammates in your own camp become stupid, you will be much more angry than just fighting. Overlord nodded in agreement. It seemed that he had been tricked a lot. Or to put it another way, I would rather face a godly opponent than a useless teammate at home. If there was a pig teammate in your camp, you wouldn't even be able to tell whether he did those stupid things because he was really stupid, or because he was an undercover sent by the opposite team. To be honest, if it is not in the duel arena, teammate damage needs to be turned on separately. Moreover, if you are in the same camp, your evaluation will be deducted if you kill your teammates. Those pig teammates had been beaten to death long ago. I would rather have fewer troops than let these guys hold me back. However, now is not the time to discuss this issue. No, that's not what I'm talking about. The Ice Spirit Saint King was a little dumbfounded after hearing the Overlord's words. Those things you said, just get used to them slowly. As the account level of the virtual duel platform increases, the players that those masters will encounter in the future will basically be players of the same level as themselves, and the possibility of losing teammates is greatly reduced. As for those guys who never improve their account level, I can only say one thing. You are a rookie yourself, so don't look down on your second brother. Everyone is half-assed, what's there to say? Moreover, as the number of duels between players gradually increased, the account names of some masters emerged. Maybe they can form a team spontaneously without Qi Li's guidance, hone their tacit understanding, and challenge higher difficulties. Find a stronger opponent. Therefore, these problems will actually be solved with the passage of time. I'm referring to something else. At present, this classic model still takes the form of confrontation. Every player forms his own team. In the future, it is inevitable that he will form a team and exclude his opponent's team. The Ice Spirit Saint King continued. In this way, it is just changing from one form of contradiction to another. Changing the soup but not the medicine is treating the symptoms but not the root cause. However, if Qi Lu knew what Ice Spirit Saint King was thinking, he probably won't care. They have this kind of thinking just because the Ice Spirit Saint King doesn't know Qi Li's future plans. Classic mode is just to get these guys used to the duel environment. If you want to reconcile conflicts, the easiest way is to find a common enemy for everyone. This is the most common way to deflect conflicts. From the inside out. Really? I think Qi Lu will not fail to consider this. Hearing this, Overlord first nodded, then shook his head and said, let's wait and see. The future belongs to young people after all. What's more, Qi Lu is still the best one. That's right, I'd better go to the duel arena and have a look. The Ice Spirit Saint King also smiled. Count me in. The complete real-life combat simulation makes people feel like they have returned to the passionate and heroic days of galloping on the battlefield. For an overlord to have such a divine name, he is not an idle character. It was just that before, I had no choice but to stay in the frozen holy city. Now that I have the opportunity, it's good to be able to relieve my depressed emotions. Time passed slowly in peace again. With the news of the virtual duel against the crystal, it spread to the entire Tianji domain. Now, in every city-state, there are people trying to get this treasure specially gifted by Master Qi. Then after experiencing the charm of the virtual duel platform, I was deeply attracted. It has to be said that such a real duel field is an excellent training place, or a place for recreation, both for practitioners and ordinary people. After all, ordinary people want to become stronger, but they can't rely on their own cultivation or climbing towers. At most, he just goes to worship the giant golden body every day. Therefore, the activities in the virtual duel platform are more about entertainment and making friends. Players who are not very strong but have good minds and outstanding strategies are quite popular in the virtual duel platform. This is a kind of capital Useto make friends. The virtual duel platform weakens the barriers caused by all players' own strength conditions to an extreme. What this brings about is a change in concepts. It's not that one's own strength is not important, but that mind and strength are equally important. Therefore, under the leadership of the popular trend, virtual duel crystal has become the latest popular trend. This influence is quite huge. After all, there is the figure of Master Qi behind this, so it is impossible not to pay attention to it. Even those demon gods, after learning about this incident, went to get a virtual duel crystal to experience it. The final conclusion, of course, goes without saying. Even if they are not addicted, they are full of praise. There was no conflict between Master Qi and them, and there was no need to get them. What was good, so naturally he said so. Therefore, when the second go-forward competition began, the scene was quite spectacular. 1 year passed in the blink of an eye. This made Qi look quite emotional. Speaking of which, when your lifespan becomes difficult to measure in terms of time, life goes by really fast. When the second courageous competition ended, the number of city-states that had obtained the giant demon god's golden body finally became 48. This also means that the production of virtual duel crystals can be doubled. Yes, this must be done slowly, there is no need to rush. Only things that are obtained through hard work will be considered precious and cherished by them. Even though the essence of this virtual duel crystal was actually obtained through free prostitution, time is money. 100 days, isn't it valuable? That's certainly quite valuable. So from this aspect, virtual duel crystals are still quite precious. Since it is such a precious treasure, Chila made the first large-scale update the virtual duel platform the day after the second go-up competition ended. A new mode has been added, Boss Challenge Mode. This Boss Challenge Mode is actually derived from the previously updated Boss Mode in the Divine Realm. Only this time, there were a few modifications. You know, the previous Boss Mode was actually developed to simulate the Xenia fighting the Demon King. But later facts also proved that these players are really not needed to deal with the Demon Emperor. However, the Demon King is not alone. In the case of large-scale troop explosions, players can still be useful. But later, with the version changes, the boss mode also underwent a lot of updates. In the end it became the current boss challenge mode. A new way of playing has been formed. It is different from the confrontation mode of the classic mode and the connection mode of the reinforcement mode. It is also different from the farming and development of the campaign strategy mode, which involves stationing troops to attack, strategizing, and winning a decisive victory thousands of miles away. The only focus of the boss challenge mode is to defeat the final boss. It's just that before this, Chila didn't pay much attention to this boss challenge mode. As a result, the final boss in this mode was only the one based on the Demon Emperor. This is very bad. Because as a senior player, Chila knows one thing very well. It's the same boss, no matter how terrible the mechanism is, you can always find a way to defeat it. Unless it was a boss that was designed from the beginning and not intended for players to pass, then that's a different matter. But there may not be any players willing to fight such a boss. So Qi Lu will not make such a mistake. Except for the first version, which was used as a trial version, subsequent versions have greatly weakened the final boss in the boss challenge mode. Anyway, in the outside world, there is no need for these players to deal with the Demon King. Their level is really low. If you run over, you will get killed. So in the virtual duel platform, let's make them happy. At least after going through all kinds of hardships and suffering, finally defeating the final boss can still give these players a sense of accomplishment. That's enough. After all, in the boss challenge mode, what is needed is training, not attack. Then, Qi discovered something. This boss challenge mode seemed to be very suitable for Tianji domain. No matter how you think about it, it is quite reasonable to let those players regard the powerful final boss as a common enemy and transfer the conflicts they have accumulated in the competition. That's why Qi chose to directly update the boss challenge mode after the second head-to-head competition. And in this boss challenge mode, 3 new final bosses have been updated. The emphasis is naturally different. The original boss, which was based on the Demon Emperor, was based on Qi's superficial understanding at the time, so he focused on designing a large number of explosive troops to suppress challenging players. The boss's own combat power has been significantly weakened. It is a team battle type boss. But the 3 new final bosses are different, and Qi has thought about them carefully. Now that there are team battle type bosses, the next few bosses will naturally be different. Therefore, Qi has also added many new mechanisms. For example, a resourceful boss focuses on formation cracking and offensive positioning, and tests the team's cooperation. The more tacit understanding a team has, the easier it will be to challenge them if they have the same combat strength. Another example is a single powerful boss. Although during the battle, there were not many minions to help. But in the end, the boss's own combat power was greatly enhanced. If you want to win, it is a great test for the team's hard strength. There are not many requirements for the number of challengers and the degree of tacit understanding. Another example is the staged boss. This is interesting. Each stage is a scene, just like a puzzle game. It tests the challenger's wisdom. That is, the ability to observe the battlefield and capture information, as well as the command and coordination abilities demonstrated by the team leader. These are pretty important things. 4 types of bosses, focusing on 4 different aspects. So much so that once the boss challenge mode came out, many players were hooked and it caused a lot of discussion. So there are new modes in the virtual duel platform? It's the recently launched boss challenge mode, which is much more fun than the previous classic mode. Yes, I think you are right. However, the combat power of those bosses is too strong. Just kidding, if the final boss isn't strong, how can it be called a challenge? You guys really have no spirit of challenge. Excuse me, do you have any strategies? No, don't ask, everyone is discussing this matter. Do you have strong thighs? I want to paddle in a group. Padding is a waste. Now is the time for the boss challenge to open up wasteland. Do you still want to paddle? I agree with what the person above said, let's get out of here. Seconded. Players can always come up with all kinds of fantastic ideas. When discussing strategy, it is inevitable that there will be misunderstandings, and then it will turn into condemning the paddling dog. After all, this thing evolved from pig teammates, which is really intolerable to any experienced player. In the confrontation mode, you will be trapped. Now it's the boss challenge mode. Do you still want to trick people? We won't agree. If it is a confrontation mode, at least there are a lot of teammates in the camp, and the gap between the camp and the enemy camp is not big. If you have 1 or 2 pig teammates, you can still withstand it. After all, the difference between 100 people and 98 people isn't obvious. But in the boss challenge mode, a pig teammate may affect a group of people. Maybe one wrong step can lead to the complete failure of the entire strategy, ruining the good situation created before. You know, those guys who can be called the final boss have combat power values that far exceed those of the players. This is also the meaning of the boss challenge mode. The challengers in the team must work together to defeat the final boss and win. Otherwise, what kind of boss challenge mode would Qi create? How would it be different from those money-cheating pickle games? This is a real battlefield simulation, a place where you will quit the battle if you are not careful. At least it is impossible for Qi Lu to add a resurrection mechanism in this boss challenge mode. If the entire attack team is wiped out, prepare for a second attack. Otherwise, what is the meaning of the so-called real simulation? Moreover, it is precisely because of this that the various modes of the virtual duel platform fascinate many players. Because whether it is in the Tianji realm or the Shinji realm, the first attributes that the so-called players have are cultivators or ordinary people who want to become stronger in order to survive. After experiencing the virtual duel platform, what they want is not just entertainment. There is also real training that can make you stronger. Therefore, as long as the difficulty of the boss challenge mode is not so high that it cannot be broken, it will not be criticized by players. After all, in reality, there are many situations where there is nothing you can do. And when challenging the boss, at least you still have room to struggle and resist, and you won't be completely ineffective. But, making a difference and winning are completely different things. That's why paddling dogs are so hated by everyone. No one wants to see their efforts go to waste due to a small accident that is clearly controllable. So in this atmosphere, even in the virtual duel platform, there is a clear survival of the fittest. Basically, screening is carried out as the account level increases. All accounts, whether they are exclusive accounts or secondary accounts, are completely bound to the user, which fundamentally eliminates the possibility of leveling up and almost eliminates the practice of cheating. The constant changes in experience points also make the account level more accurate. From this aspect, the virtual duel platform has always been one of the most suitable places for selecting talents. Even if the talent and potential are not very good, the selected talents are definitely rich in combat experience. Being a commander or a combat participant are both good choices. As long as you don't become the person who turns the tide, you can basically do the job. This also brings the influence of the virtual duel platform to a higher level. To be honest, the Tianji territory is so vast that even if there is no enmity with the Shinji territory, there may not be peace between the various city-states. Maybe he won't show it in front of Master Qi, but there are many cases where he is beaten to death behind his back. There's no way, you really can't fight in the safe zone. But once you leave the safe zone and enter the wild, there are no such rules. The principle that only those with big fists have the right to speak is actually applicable everywhere. Qi Lu couldn't stop this, nor did he want to stop it. Healthy competition is something that should exist. The saying is born from sorrow and dies from happiness, but this is a truth that has been proven with countless blood. Therefore, it has suddenly become a trend for various city-states to use virtual duel platforms to select talents. Or to change the word, it has become an extremely useful method. For no other reason than for the accuracy of selecting talents. On the contrary, this has benefited a small number of talents, even geniuses, who have been buried for various reasons. After all, no matter how talented you are, no matter how strong your potentialis, without resources, everything is in vain. The journey of spiritual practice cannot be carried out by eating the wind and drinking the dew. If you want to temper your body, but don't have enough resources, you will probably be exhausted before you can achieve anything famous. In more serious cases, your energy and blood will be exhausted directly, and you will die on the spot. Don't think of practice as that simple. If it's really that simple, why are there so many ordinary people? Do you really think that the talents, potential, and qualifications of those geniuses are just decoration? If you want to become a strong person, you must have the necessary training resources. Otherwise, why would there be so many battles over the competition for heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Isn't it just so that I can continue on the path of spiritual practice? As for those cultivators who don't fight or grab, sorry, they have been naturally eliminated long ago. Unless he is a truly chosen person, a son of luck, the kind who can pick up treasures from heaven and earth just by standing at his door. That's a different story. Therefore, when the virtual duel platform provides an opportunity for these buried talents, they were naturally grateful to Hall Master Qi, who gave away the virtual duel crystal. Without this antecedent, there would be no consequences for them. For the city lords and managers of various city-states, they themselves are very happy to be able to discover these geniuses. Where you sit is the way you should think about the problem. When you are alone, you will naturally not like these so-called geniuses. Even after knowing their plight, they might even take pleasure in their misfortune. No way, that's just human nature. The rise of any genius is likely to seize the resources they can seize. In order to avoid this situation, practitioners will naturally reject any competitor. And this mentality applies to almost everywhere and in all scenarios. Eliminating competitors is an instinct that all creatures have. It's just that not many can do this. However, when the position is different and it reaches the level of city lord or manager, the idea is different. At this level, within one's own territory, one can be regarded as the allocator of resources. In this case, you should find ways to stabilize your position. Therefore, those buried geniuses are no longer their competitors at this moment, but a powerful force under their own command to fight to achieve their own goals. Of course, the premise is that these geniuses can be cultivated. However, only the parties involved themselves know what the situation is regarding these issues. Qi never cares about these things anyway. He only knew that what happened in the Xinji realm was repeated again in the Tianji realm. The virtual duel platform is really a top talent market, more useful than any headhunter in his memory. And there is no problem of fraud. This is really the greatest help for superiors, to select talents. Maybe I should ask them to charge an agency fee? This sentence is of course a joke. But it also reflects how many people's fate the virtual duel platform has changed. However, Qi feels that this kind of thing, specifically, should be a good thing, at least the benefits outweigh the harm. Healthy competition is one of the necessary conditions for progress. The advancement of the capable and the inferior of the mediocre is also one of the necessary conditions for any force to develop steadily and continue to advance. If you want to change the atmosphere of the entire Tianji domain, you must correct it from the foundation. So the current situation, in Qi opinion, is still very good. The boss challenge mode is also very popular, and the proportion of players choosing it can be said to be rising steadily. In a short period of time, it surpassed the previous classic mode and then remained at a high level. After all, the classic mode of competition is really not what these guys like. How could fighting against one's own people be more satisfying than fighting against those powerful bosses? Although after more than half a year of training and the influence of ruthless people from all walks of life, they also learned a lot of conspiracies and tricks. I learned various military tactics and also improved my vision and overall view a lot. However, thinking about problems with your brain is always a tiring thing. This is something that is not dependent on will for guys like them who have muscles in their brains. Rather than using their brains to save energy, they would rather fight in person. In this aspect, Tianji realm and Xinji realm can be regarded as completely different. At least in the divine realm, those players always like to compete for the position of the commander in the competition, regardless of whether they have the ability or not. They want to get the power in their hands first. After all, it is so cool and handsome to sit in the middle of the army, strategize, and win the battle thousands of miles away. As a god, a main god, or a god's reserve. How can you go into battle in person? Wouldn't that be too cheap? This led to the boss challenge mode, but no one cared about it. From here, it can be seen that the fighting styles of Xinji realm and Tianji realm are completely different. One is organized, disciplined, and good at team fighting. One is unorganized and undisciplined, but individually powerful. If there is a real fight, who will win the final victory? To be honest, Qi didn't know for sure and couldn't think of anything. But after some discussion, Qi felt that the best way was not to let them fight. Otherwise, all your efforts will be in vain. Let those former demons run to fight on their own under the poison of past thinking. Qi Lu believed that under his influence, the newly promoted demon gods would have different ideas. Because everyone just has a different path of cultivation. Is there anything we can't talk about properly? Although it is said that the Tao is different and they do not conspire with each other. But it is also said that the sea is open to all rivers, and tolerance discreet. Progress should be about removing the dross and extracting the essence, and choosing the right and beneficial things among 100 schools of thought contending. Instead of blindly opposing things that are different from yourself and criticizing them as heretics. This kind of disapproval is, ultimately, a kind of obsession. I believe that my choice will not be wrong. However, there are many ways to reach the same destination. Even if you are right, it does not mean that others are wrong. Cultivation is not like doing math problems. There are standard answers. Right is right and wrong is wrong. There are so many answers to this thing. Whether it is right or wrong depends entirely on your own ability. But if you make the right move, you will ride on the wind. If you take the wrong step, you will die miserably halfway. So after observing, for such a long time, Qi Lu was thinking about another thing. Wouldn't it be interesting if these two groups of players with completely different fighting styles collide? In reality, Qi Lu really doesn't want a war to happen. But in the virtual duel platform, they can compete and decide the winner. And as time goes by, the number of virtual duel crystals is increasing. After careful calculation, 48 city-states have giant golden bodies of demon gods. Calculated at the rate of producing one virtual duel crystal every 100 days, 3 semi-virtual duel crystals can be produced in 1 year, meeting the needs of the residents of 168 city-states. In addition to the 24 city-states last year, a year's worth of virtual duel crystals were produced. Based on this calculation, there are now almost 200 city-state residents, all of whom have virtual duel crystals. Of course, in terms of quantity, they are definitely about the same. However, these virtual duel crystals will never be completely distributed within the 200 city-states. In addition to the 48 city-states with giant golden bodies of demons, all residents will have virtual duel crystals. Other city-states are probably scattered. There is no way, the Tianji domain is so vast, and the number of city-stateses even greater. Even though this supply is already quite large, for all city-states, it can still barely quench their thirst, but cannot fully satisfy it. Not even preliminary satisfaction can be achieved. However, in Qi Li's opinion, this amount is enough. Enough for him to open a new mode. That is a mode that can be used in the competition on the virtual duel platform, the campaign strategy mode. If in the future, the Shinji realm and the Tianji realm are to be merged, there will be various modes on the virtual duel platform. Then the competitions held in the future will naturally treat the Shinji realm and Tianji realm equally. Anyway, Qi Lu took care of the competition, whether it was in the Shinji realm or the Tianji realm. The first virtual duel platform competition was held in Shinji realm. It's just that after that, due to various things, the second session didn't arrive. On the contrary, the courage competition in Tianji domain has been held twice so far. Therefore, Qi Lu plans to start preparing for the second virtual duel platform competition after the third courageous competition is held, and it will be held in the Shinji domain and Tianji domain at the same time. In this way, the two largest competition areas can be divided directly. After the participating teams from the Shinji domain and the Tianji domain hold separate competitions, and the final 16 teams are selected, the final showdown will take place, and the winner will be the final champion. He is also a well-deserved champion in the Heavenly Vault God realm. After all, only the Shinji realm and the Tianji realm combined can be regarded as the complete Tianqiong God realm. However, this matter cannot be said clearly, at least not until the hatred between these two worlds is resolved. However, it doesn't matter even if they guessed it, as long as Qi Lu doesn't say it himself, no one will take the initiative to bring it up. Because for ordinary people and ordinary practitioners, these things are not relevant to them at all. Basically, it's a battle between the Lord God and the demon God. If your cultivation level is low, you are not qualified to participate at all. Besides, there is also Master Qi endorsing it, so what could go wrong? In fact, most intelligent creatures are still willing to be pacifists when their survival is not threatened. Because only an orderly and stable environment can ensure the sustainable development of civilization. And for the weak, a turbulent life will only threaten their own lives. Only the strong can truly benefit from the flames of war. Especially the last battle between Tianji realm and Xinji realm happened tens of thousands of years ago. Apart from those demon gods who were lucky enough to survive, how many people can really remember this battle? Ordinary people don't know how many generations have passed in these 10,000 years, how can they still have such distant memories? Even some practitioners have heard of these things. But will they really take it to heart? Therefore, Qilu actually doesn't care much about this kind of thing, as long as he doesn't publicize it too much. Furthermore, the sacred mountains in the central region have now been completely sealed. There is no possibility for people from Xinji realm and Tianji realm to meet, so they can only meet on the virtual duel platform, and also in the duel arena. They might even be teammates fighting alongside each other. As time goes by, both parties will naturally understand each other's image and their views will change. After all, what you hear with your own ears is not as good as what you see with your own eyes. The power of rumors is terrible. Only after you have personal contact with it and truly understand it can you update your understanding. Otherwise, it is easy to spread rumors, but difficult to refute them. This thing cannot be done in a day or two. Qilu didn't think he could do this in a short time, so he was already prepared for a protracted war. While the boss challenge mode is booming, let's also launch the campaign strategy mode. Although Qilu also knows that players who are not willing to use their brains may not like this mode. But what can be done? Since it is a competition event, they can't help but dislike it. However, in the campaign strategy mode, there is a very important issue, which is the selection of non-player camps. When he was in the divine realm before, Qilu deliberately went to the lower planes and performed miracles to fool countless tribesmen of various races in order to act as an actor in exchange for points and exchange resources from the secret realm. That's why we got a lot of characters from the non-player camp. And now, this mode has also been opened in Tianji domain. As for characters from the non-player camp, after Qilu thought about it carefully, he felt that he could only choose from lower planes. Anyway, there is no shortage of intelligent beings in the lower planes, which is also a good thing for them. After all, having a place where you can obtain cultivation resources stably is a godsend. What else is there to say? In this way, all problems will be solved. The campaign strategy mode can also be launched immediately, allowing many players in Tianji domain to experience the charm of farming. Farming development and territory expansion are the essence of the battle. Qilu leaned on the sofa, opened his arms, and thought silently. At the same time, Virtual Duel Crystal also started to push a message. Campaign strategy mode? What's the new model? Why do I feel like it's not something I like when I hear this name? What a coincidence. I feel the same way. I probably won't like any battle or strategy. Hey, you guys are talking like this, aren't you afraid that Master Qi will take your virtual duel crystal back? How is it possible? How could Master Qi do such a thing? Okay, let's not say whether you like it or not. Come quickly and try it out with someone. It's just that, I challenge bosses every day, and my head is blown. Every one of those bosses is too strong. If I'm not careful, the whole army will be wiped out. I'm about to burst. One thing to say, indeed. I've also heard that it seems that many people are really upset because they challenged the boss. That's not true. I've seen several people break down mentally and then run back to classic mode in despair. They say it's better to challenge yourself than to challenge the boss. It's better to fight against the boss than against people. I think I've heard of it too. In fact, not only these players have heard about it, even Qi Lu has heard about these things. Although the bosses designed by Qi Lu are indeed not invincible, they are definitely the most difficult. Among the many players in the Tianji domain, there are very few who can form a strategy team, challenge the boss, and win. It can be said that there are very few, only a handful. As for other strategy teams, when challenging the boss, they faced group annihilation one after another. If the cooperation is not tacit enough, the team will be destroyed. If you make a slight mistake during the battle, the team will be destroyed. I moved a beat too slowly and was targeted by the boss. The team was wiped out. Insufficient hard power, obvious shortcomings in the strategy team, the team was destroyed. In short, there are too many conditions and methods that can cause group destruction, and they are still increasing. There are many people who suffer from mental imbalance and mental breakdown due to failure in the challenge. Even though the boss challenge mode is still popular, it doesn't mean that those players with a broken mentality don't need time to adjust. Qi Lu has even heard that there have been a sudden increase in psychological comfort shops in various city-states recently. It's probably the work of those players who have had a mental breakdown. So after the boss challenge mode became really popular for a period of time, the number of players in the classic mode is gradually picking up. It is also for this reason. The pain you suffered in the boss challenge mode needs to be vented in the classic mode. It doesn't matter even if the ranking is not high, at least in comparison, it is relaxing and enjoyable. If you lose too many times and your account level drops, you can still go Totho's novice areas to fry fish, not to mention how comfortable it will be. Anyway, Owner Qi doesn't care about fish frying. Moreover, if you fry more fish, your account level will naturally go up, and you won't have to fry fish all the time. When the time comes, when I feel comfortable, it's time to continue suffrage in front of those bosses. But now, there is another place to vent my frustrations. I believe the campaign strategy mode will satisfy them. There are still a lot of players who want to experience the new mode, even if it is a mode that they don't like very much just by looking at the name. But out of the trust of the owner of Chi Museum, they felt that they had to experience it personally before they could make a judgment. Then this experience got out of hand. You know, what is the biggest difference between the campaign strategy mode and the classic mode? It is a unique recruitment system. This is the biggest highlight of the campaign strategy mode. The grand scenes are far beyond what other modes can compare with. At least in the classic mode, the collision between camps is like a small fight in front of the grandeur of the campaign strategy mode. After all, the biggest scene in the classic mode is the melee of 1,000 players. In the campaign strategy mode, the biggest scene that can occur is a melee between men and horses led by 1,000 commanders. How could it be the same? The magnificence and majesty of that scene were more than 100 times greater. For players in the Tianji domain, such a scene is a rare occurrence in a lifetime. Not to mention that I have personally experienced it. Even if I heard about it in the past, I didn't hear much about it. Wouldn't you just be addicted to it on the spot? Although these guys with big muscles in their brains seem to like to fight alone, in fact, it should be because they have a lot of pride in their hearts that they are so enthusiastic. Let's not talk about petty fights. If you can't personally participate in such a huge battle, how can you say that you are so passionate? Although with their IQ, it is a bit difficult to be a coach who directs the battle. But it's okay to be a leading general who charges forward. The main thing is that this momentum must be experienced personally. What kind of campaign strategy mode is this? I like it. Yes, I take back what I said later. I also like this campaign strategy mode. It's great, I met so many like-minded partners all of a sudden. Hurry up and continue creating the room for another round. No problem, I'll stay with you till the end. It won't be long, just a few days. Those players who were a little resistant at first, because of the name, are now starting to enjoy it one by one. I have to say that the campaign strategy mode does have its charm. If we say that the focus of classic mode is cooperation with teammates, then what is needed in the campaign strategy mode is enough wisdom. Although there is a saying that goes, people who play tactics have dirty hearts. But then again, if you can't accept this level of intrigue, you'd better not hang out in the virtual duel platform, because you will definitely be abused every day. After all, there is a saying in the art of war, and soldiers are also crafty. It is also said that soldiers never tire of deceit. The wisdom of these ancestors makes it clear that honest people cannot lead troops in war. If you really don't have enough brains, then just go back and challenge the boss honestly. At least the boss won't lie to you. Because the combat power of those bosses is really strong, there is no need to toss your brain at all. If you can't beat it, you just can't beat it. Conspiracies and other plots are of little significance to the unparalleled boss. Therefore, the three modes of the virtual duel platform also divide players into three types: brain type, brute force type, and team type. How to distinguish? Naturally, everyone gets what he needs. This kind of thing has nothing to do with Qi Lu. He is responsible for going to the duel field to take a look if nothing happens. Then at an appropriate time, release the news. The virtual showdown platform competition is under preparation. What? Is this news true? Will there also be competitions on the virtual duel platform? Then do you know what kind of competition it is? Which mode are you comparing? When the news was released, it naturally caused an uproar. The previous courageous competition had a huge impact on the entire Tianji domain. Those giant golden bodies of demon gods seem to have become landmark buildings and city-states. If it has a giant golden body of the devil, it means that the overall strength of the city-state is strong enough. If not, then please keep trying. At present, the weather vane of Tianji domain seems to have changed. The 24 city-states that got the giant golden body of the demon god because of their bravery in the second competition seem to regard the previous 24 city-states as role models. In addition to the binder succeeding as the city lord, various welfare systems are also better than others. He also spared no effort in recruiting more residents into his city-state. In addition to sending a large number of cultivators there to protect those who choose to immigrate, they have also stepped up publicity efforts. It is foreseeable that in a few years, Tianji domain will begin a new lifestyle. The battle to grab people has begun to take shape. This change is unprecedented. In the past years, how could those strong people pay so much attention to weak people like them? Treating human life as trivial is not just talk. For those who have been watching for a long time, if there is no need to leave a legacy or consider future generations, those weak people, those mortals, are just a resource that can be used. It is also a renewable resource. Therefore, in the past years, the experiences and situations of the weak were really not good. Rather, it's extremely bad. It is precisely because of this that many people feel that it is unreal under such a huge contrast today. Not only ordinary people find it unreal, but even many practitioners find it incomprehensible. Why did the attitude towards the weak suddenly change so much? However, those who were bound to the giant golden body of the demon were not interested in explaining so much to those guys. Regardless of whether they understand it or not, it has no impact on the various welfare systems implemented in their own city-state. On the contrary, no matter how bad the attitude of other city-states towards the weak is, the more residents they can harvest here. Living in this life is all about contrast. It doesn't matter if my life is worse, as long as others are worse off, fam. Anyway, watching others make money is more uncomfortable than losing money yourself. Of course, these are all digressions. But from here, we can also see how much impact that giant golden body of the demon has brought to the Tianji realm. And the beginning of such a huge impact was the emergence of the courageous competition. If you think about it this way, you can naturally connect it to this virtual duel platform competition. If nothing else, this is another competition that affects the entire Tianji domain. Although the number of people who can participate, at present, there will not be as many as the courageous competition. But the influence it produces is absolutely indispensable. So the market for virtual duel crystals exploded again. Everyone who is interested in participating in the competition is trying to acquire a virtual duel crystal. As a result, the price of the virtual duel crystal, which was originally relatively stable, suddenly skyrocketed. In just a few days, it skyrocketed to tens of thousands of blood crystals per piece, and it has no intention of stabilizing. All of a sudden, many people made a fortune, and their funds suddenly became richer. You know, under the welfare systems of those 48 city-states, commerce is sprouting rapidly. The benefits brought by capital were quickly reflected in the order camp. As for the blood crystal as a common currency, the greatest stability lies in the fact that the property in the hands of the owner Qi only accepts blood crystal for payment. This is the key factor why hard currency never loses value. After all, the purpose of currency is to exchange various resources. Not to mention that blood crystals actually have practical value, which makes them even more irreplaceable. So when capital begins to sprout under the order system, ordinary people can finally have their own place. Even though this place is really not that big. But it's much better than before. Moreover, this virtual duel platform competition may be a way to change your destiny. You know, this time, the leader of Qi specially sent a message to announce the virtual duel platform competition. This is the biggest difference between the previous courageous competition. Ordinary people can also participate in the virtual duel platform competition. The threshold for participating in the competition is just a virtual duel crystal. Although the owner Qi has not yet announced the format of the competition, as well as the competition process and prizes. But these don't matter. The most important thing is to ensure that you are qualified to participate. How many people's destiny was changed by the previous courageous competition? That's something everyone can see. Therefore, in this competition, if I have a chance, I must not miss it. It's quite lively. I didn't expect that just a piece of gossip could cause such a big stir. After Qi Lu released the news about the virtual duel platform competition, he was paying attention to this aspect. The development of the situation now is similar to what I expected, so I can continue. Such as announcing the competition system and competition process. Then announce the competition time so that those who are interested in participating in the competition can prepare in advance now. I believe there will definitely be more people signing up for the competition than imagined. Something that can change your destiny through just one game. The temptation is so great that ordinary people cannot refuse it. Not to mention, even if you don't win or get a ranking, you can still gain a certain amount of fame. For ordinary people, it is already a prize. After all, reputation plays a big role in doing business. A qualified businessman should not refuse means to enhance his reputation, especially when such means are beneficial and harmless. As for the competition system, just use the previous competition system. After thinking for a while, Qi Lu made a decision. Although in the Shinji realm, when the first virtual duel platform competition was held, Qi Lu had thought about whether to convert it into a club format for future competitions. However, on the Tianji domain side, such conditions obviously do not exist. Therefore, at least when this virtual duel platform competition is held, this idea can only be given up. As for whether the competition format can be changed in the future, it will be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Anyway, Qi Lu felt that there would definitely be no hope in a short time. This club thing is not a piece of cake, so let's take it slow. Therefore, it was initially decided that the competition system would remain the same as before, with auditions as the first round of competition to select the participating teams for the official competition, and then the official competition. When registering, a team of 50 people must register collectively to be included in the list of participating teams. 64 teams were then selected from the auditions for the official competition. After that, it will still be divided into 8 divisions, with each competing against each other to determine the ranking in the form of points. Finally, the first place in each division will compete in the finals to determine the final champion. Of course, this champion is naturally only the champion of one world. If you want to win the overall championship of the entire Sky God realm, then there is still the second round of the competition. The top 16 participating teams from the Shinji realm and the top 16 participating teams from the Tianji realm will participate in the competition. After the 32 participating teams were broken up, they were randomly assigned to 4 duel fields. Ranking is also done in the form of points. Then in each duel, the top 2 are selected to participate in the final championship match. In the finals, 8 teams will also compete. The final champion is the overall champion of the Sky Vault God realm. This is the truly exciting competition. However, when Qilu released this news, he deliberately concealed the news about the second round of the competition. Let's wait until the champion of Tianji domain appears before making plans for this matter. Anyway, there will definitely be a comparison. It's just not sure what kind of statement it is. By the way, Qilu also told the winner's prize. Each of the 50 people in the championship team can have the binding authority to a giant golden body of the devil. It can be said that this prize is quite generous. After all, there are only 24 places available for each session of the courageous competition. As for the virtual duel platform competition, there are 50 in one breath, which is more than the 2 entire competitions of the courageous competition. Although only the winning team can get the prize. But isn't that what should be done? What objections can be made? And the most important thing is that the virtual duel platform competition ignores the strength of the contestants themselves. This is not like going straight to the big competition. If you are not strong enough, it is impossible to win any ranking. Therefore, countless ordinary people and weak people can express their gratitude to Master Qi from the bottom of their hearts. Thanks to Master Qi for giving them a chance to change their destiny. What does the binding authority of a giant demon god's golden body mean? It is no exaggeration to say that for everyone, including those powerful practitioners, it is an opportunity to change their destiny. If you don't reach the realm of the devil, you will be just an ant after all. And relying on the large amount of energy and blood power fed back by the giant golden body of the devil to break through the shackles and break through the realm of the devil is very easy, even if it cannot be said to be easy. At least it is hundreds of times easier than breaking through on your own. Such great benefits are an irresistible temptation for any cultivator. How could you not be excited? So, it is so precious to cultivators, let alone ordinary people. The binding authority of the giant demon god's golden body brings them even more. For example, making up for shortcomings in qualifications and lack of potential. There are so many benefits like this. Therefore, the virtual duel platform competition is a carnival destined to make the entire Tianji domain lively. Everything was within Qi Li's expectation. There is new news from Master Qi. The virtual duel platform competition has been determined. The basic competition format and the competition process have been finalized, and registration will begin soon. Yes, I heard that too. News about Master Qi always spreads the fastest. Especially this kind of news related to self-interest spread to various city-states in the shortest possible time. It caused a lot of people to cheer and a lot of people to sigh. Because they haven't gotten the virtual duel crystal yet. By the way, I heard that the registration method this time is based on teams. Indeed, a team of 50 people must sign up collectively to be included in the list of participating teams. And there is only one final champion, and it is no longer the top 3. What are you thinking? There are only 50 people in a team, and you still want the top 3? That is, the only one who can be remembered by everyone is the champion. So, you are very confident about winning the championship? No, I haven't even gotten the virtual dual crystal yet. You do have something. You still have to say this? I'm not complimenting you. Amid the discussion, those who have virtual dual crystals have begun gearing up to form their own teams. Then he took the first step and started to adjust in the duel field. After all, there is a world of difference in combat effectiveness between a team that works together tacitly and a team that has been thrown together haphazardly. Everyone went there with the idea of winning the championship, but they didn't dare to play around. Moreover, according to reliable information, this time the virtual duel platform competition will be divided into 2 groups for competition. One is the classic mode competition. The other one is the competition in the campaign strategy mode. I heard that they will compete separately to determine a champion team, and then all of them will have championship rewards. Now, wouldn't the chance of winning the championship be directly doubled? That must be grasped well. And this news was naturally released by Qi Lu. However, when registration officially begins, these guys will actually know. Because the 2 modes of competition can be registered separately. For the same team, you can only choose one. Moreover, besides this, Qi Lu also has other ideas. It is another competition held for the Boss Challenge mode, Boss Challenge Racing. However, at present, there are only a few strategy teams that can successfully defeat the boss. If a Boss Challenge race were held now, it is estimated that not many challengers would be able to participate. After all, if you can't beat him, how can you race? See who can hold on longer. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to go to the arena, and it would be embarrassing in front of the audiences of all the city-states? Without a strong heart, it is estimated that this feeling of shame can make people depressed to death. So Qi Lu postponed this idea. Then, System, help me contact the store in Shinji domain. It should be okay, right? Qi Lu asked in his mind. System, host, don't underestimate this system. How difficult is this kind of thing? Think about it, the system can directly communicate with stores and lower planes in the Sky Vault God realm, so why can't it communicate with shops in the same Sky Vault God realm? Qi Lu asked this question out of caution. What if the situation is special and it just doesn't work? Fortunately, no special circumstances occurred. Okay, then help me and contact them. The virtual duel platform competition son both sides must be held at the same time. Then we can plan the process of the championship. Qi Lu is not polite either. This is considered a matter of course for the system. It's not difficult. System, okay. Qi Lu? Is that you? Due to various reasons, Bu Yuyan, who temporarily managed the property of store manager Qi with the help of the dragon god and other main gods, couldn't help being startled when she heard the sudden voice in her head. Then came another wave of ecstasy. During the battle on the sacred mountain in the Central Territory, the news that Qi Lu was missing almost made Yuyan faint on the spot. Then, the dragon god and other gods persuaded him that Qi Lu must still be alive, so we must not let manager Qi's property go to waste. So with the feeling that she would wait until Qi Lu came back, Bu Yuyan made up her mind and took over the management of the store. In the past, store manager Qi personally appointed the clerk position, and in the later, he had the support of dragon god and others, but he did not hear any objections. After all, there are really few people who are qualified to oppose this decision. Moreover, customers have long been accustomed to the absence of store manager Qi in the store, so no one can do anything wrong. To this day, even though Qi Lu has been missing for several years, the shops in the divine realm are still in order. Among them, Bu Yuyan, who has always harbored hope, naturally contributed a lot. At this moment, how could he not be happy when he suddenly got the news about Qi Lu? Of course it is me. Qi Lu smiled and said, Yu Yan, no one else can contact you like this except me. This sentence is not just talk. The clerks confirmed by Qi Lu will be protected when they stay in the store. Otherwise, how could he trust Yu Yan to manage the store? It's not that I don't trust the dragon god and the others, but people make mistakes and horses stumble, so what if someone takes a desperate risk? Therefore, for many things, we still need to take precautions before they happen. But listening to Bu Yuyan's tone now, she should be doing fine. I haven't been back for so long. Nothing happened in the store. No, of course not. Everything is fine. I'm just waiting for you to come back. Bu Yuyan nodded vigorously, suppressing the excitement in her heart, and responded in her mind. Then, after a pause, he asked carefully, So, Qi Lu, when can you come back? Qi Lu was slightly startled when he heard this. Then he thought for a moment before replying, I'm not sure, but I think you'll probably be able to go back soon. In fact, if Qi Lu wants to return to the divine realm, it is not difficult. Hudson just walk from the divine mountain in the central region. It's okay to let the king leave a passage for him to come out. However, the mission in Tianji domain has not been completed yet. How could he just leave like this? It's not like I'm going to work, I have to take a family leave. If he really wanted to go to work, then Qi Lu should also be on a business trip now, and there was no reason to come back immediately. Well, I understand. I will always wait for you to come back. Bu Yuyan responded obediently, and then said it seriously. She didn't ask Qi Lu how he was doing now and how he was doing. Because Bu Yuyan knew that if Qi Lu could still take the initiative to contact her now, it meant that Qi Lu was safe now. There was no need for her to worry. And if Qi Lu is really in danger, Bu Yuyan is self-aware and understands that she can't help at all. So don't worry about it here. Good. Thanks a lot. Qi Lu responded and was silent for a long time before continuing. To be honest, although Qi Lu is a little emotionally slow, he is not a fool. How could he not hear the true feelings in it? It's just that sometimes it's hard to respond. If a promise is made, it is to be fulfilled. So Qi Lu never makes promises lightly. However, when facing Bu Yuyan, she did pay something, just like Yu Shi'er did before. It probably wouldn't be good for Qi Lu to refuse him outright, so he had no choice but to be vague. Fortunately, the impact is not big. After answering this sentence, Qi Lu immediately turned the topic to the main topic. He is now in Tianji domain, so naturally he cannot host the virtual duel platform competition in Shinji domain, so he must leave this matter to Bu Yuyan. 1. Because the only person I can find is Bu Yuyan. And the other one is also because Bu Yuyan has experience in this area. She is hosting the first virtual duel platform competition, so Qi Lu can rest assured that this matter will continue to be left to her. With Bu Yuyan's ability, she might even be able to make a fortune. Who made the business culture of Shinji realm develop so well? This matter will not work if we leave it to the Tianji domain. No one has the concept of advertising, and auctioning advertising spaces probably won't work either. But they can give it a try. Even if the auction doesn't fetch a good price, it can set a new direction for them. Tell them about the future of business and how it should go. How can we do business without advertising? No matter what kind of product it is, how can it attract customers if it isn't famous? Therefore, this auction should be regarded as giving them a sample and Satinga template. Otherwise, the commercial development of Tianji domain will go in circles, and we don't know how long it will take to get back on track. Virtual duel platform competition, the second one? After listening to Qi Li's words, Bu Yuyan thought for a moment, and then asked. Hosting this kind of competition is not a big deal for Bu Yuyan, and it can even be said that she is already familiar with it. However, if there is such a competition suddenly and no store manager is present, it will be difficult to convince the public. Your side is the second class, and mine is the first class. If it is held jointly, it can only be regarded as the first one. Qi Lu paused for a moment, and then continued, you should tell Dragon God when the time comes. There will definitely be no shortage of prizes for the champion. No, Qi Lu, that's not what I'm talking about. Bu Yuyan hesitated for a moment and then said it. How could the generous store manager, Qi, have less prizes? And it is naturally not difficult to ask the Dragon God to come over and help him stand up. But the problem now is not here. Then what are you talking about? Qi Lu was a little confused. When Bu Yuyan heard this, she couldn't help but sigh. She knew that Qi Lu might have forgotten. Qi Lu, didn't you announce the rules of the second virtual duel platform competition before and that you were going to switch to the competition zone system? Although due to some reasons, the second virtual duel platform competition has not yet arrived, the selection of the competition area has not been shelved. Now the contestants from the 4 major regions are still waiting. Bu Yuyan had to remind Qi Lu that these rules cannot be reneged on. Yes, really? Qi Lu scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. System, yes, host, this is indeed the case. This system remembers it. But at this time, the system had to come out to make up for it, which made Qi Lu's embarrassment even more profound. He actually forgot what he said. This shouldn't be the case. Okay, I know you have good memories, so stop talking. Qi Lu coughed hard to cover up his embarrassment, and then continued, in that case, Yu Yan, you will use the competition zone system to select 16 teams to participate in the final competition. The subsequent process will just need to be slightly modified. Others, there should be no problem. There is none left. Bu Yuyan shook her head and said that there was no problem on her side. Anyway, 16 teams will be selected in the end, and it doesn't really matter which method is used. It's just that we can't let Manager Qi's words change overnight. Therefore, the division system still needs to be used. That's fine. When you start holding a virtual duel competition, I will cooperate with you. Qi Lu nodded, this time the goal was achieved. As for the time issue, just coordinate it. The difference between distance and distance is only a few days. What's more, in the Xinji realm, the competition zone system used is more troublesome and naturally takes longer. Maybe it can coincide with the competition time in Tianji domain. With this conversation is over. After receiving the news about Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan hurriedly used her new authority to post an announcement on the virtual shopping platform. Notified that the second virtual duel competition is about to start. There was an uproar immediately. The second virtual duel competition? I've been waiting for so long, and I thought it would never be held again. I didn't expect that the second virtual duel competition would come just like this. I will accept the big gift package of law enlightenment without any hesitation. Are you kidding? You can win the championship if you want to? Even if the division system is used this time, you may not be able to win a division championship. However, store manager Qi has disappeared for such a long time. Suddenly, a virtual duel competition is about to be held. Is there something wrong? What could be wrong? A virtual duel competition was suddenly held. All I can say is that store manager Qi must be back. Otherwise, there is news about store manager Qi. Otherwise, do you think Sister Bu can hold a virtual duel competition privately? Even so, I don't know if you think about it with your meager IQ. If store manager Qi didn't say anything, how could this virtual duel competition be held? Then it seems that it is indeed stable. The team I worked so hard to build and went through so much training is finally able to make a splash. Are you still daydreaming? Countless customers in the major divine kingdoms in the divine realm were talking about it. They were all shocked by the sudden news and expressed their opinions. They never thought that anything would happen to the missing store manager. Maybe he went to retreat. You know, if a main god falls into an epiphany or has some enlightenment, it is common for him to disappear for decades. Once you have some understanding of the law, time becomes the least important thing. There is no time to practice. So Bu Yuyan suddenly made such an announcement, which immediately made these customers speculate. And this news naturally reached the ears of Dragon God and the others. The second virtual showdown competition? It seems that Qi Li's matter has been settled, and Yu Shi'er has probably been found. The Dragon God knew Qi Li's character better, and knew that when he had such a leisurely mind, it was definitely when he had nothing to do. Under normal circumstances, Qi Li would not do such a thing if he had other things to do. In this way, I don't know if Qi Li has found the Demon Emperor. That damn guy. As soon as he mentioned the Demon Emperor, the Dragon God's eyes became a little cold and stern. After all, he was a traitor of his own era, and it's really annoying that he hasn't been punished yet. If there is a chance, I still want to kill you with my own hands, Demon Emperor. I hope you can give me this opportunity. The Dragon God took a deep breath and then slowly closed his eyes. Okay, now we can also announce the time of the virtual duel competition. Just rank behind the courageous competition. After Qi Li cut off the contact, he touched his chin. Word spread quickly. It's not long now until the third courageous competition, and it will start soon. Then many customers heard that the start time of the much-anticipated virtual showdown competition was actually behind the head-to-head competition. Wouldn't that cost people their lives? This basically means that you can choose to participate in either of these two competitions. After all, after the courageous competition was held for 2 consecutive times, those challengers also understood the truth. Competitions are different from challenging yourself or practicing steadily. This thing wants to be trained continuously. Many times, a good mentality and stable performance are the most important things. Because your usual performance does not represent your performance in the game. If you perform abnormally at a critical moment, you will cry to death. That's why Master Qi arranged the 2 major events so close to each other, which is probably what he meant. If you want to compete bravely and win the ranking, you need to train every day and maintain your condition. And in the virtual duel competition, you need to get along with your teammates. If something goes wrong during the game, it will not only be you, but also so many teammates. Even if those teammates don't say anything about him, then he will feel guilty to death. So a trade-off must be made. Should you choose to go head-to-head in the big competition, or choose the virtual duel competition? In fact, these 2 major events have their own advantages and disadvantages. Going straight to the big competition is a personal struggle, and the top 3 will all get prizes, and there is no need to win the championship. The virtual showdown competition is a team domain, and you must win the championship to get what you want. However, the good thing is that each team in the virtual duel competition has 50 people. Maybe I can hug my thigh? To put it simply, it means going straight to the competition without any mistakes. As for the virtual duel competition, where the winner is determined by team performance, there is still a little room for error. That's great. You know, things like fault-tolerant space may seem useless, but at critical moments, they can be life-saving things. With one more chance to make mistakes, you might be able to get one step closer to the championship. It must be a game without any chance of making mistakes. This kind of opportunity can obviously make people feel more relaxed. However, while many customers are busy making choices, those who have become binders are not too anxious. For them, it is better to run their own city-state well than to participate in the competition. At least it's much more stable. However, the comfortable mood of those bound people completely disappeared under another piece of news announced by Hall Master Qi Sun. That is, the same person can be bound to multiple giant golden bodies of the devil, and the feedback power of energy and blood will be calculated together. Anyone who is not stupid can understand what this message means. Then it is obvious what the consequences will be. There may only be one person bound to a giant golden body of the devil. However, a binder cannot only bind a giant golden body of the devil. Therefore, don't think that if you become a binder first, if you take the first step, you will be able to take the lead in the future. If you don't work hard to maintain your advantage, you will most likely be surpassed by latecomers. As soon as the news about Master Qi was released, for most people, it was like Kia thunder from the ground. They were shocked and restless, but also very excited. On the one hand, there are their competitors, and there may be a few more temporarily. And the determination of other competitors must have increased a lot. The mentality that I was bound to win has turned into a mindset that I have to win. With this kind of unlimited power enhancement and unlimited auxiliary treasures, can anyone still find it too much? Master Qi will release this news at this time. He must have his intention. But whatever the intention was, it had little impact. Because this does not stop their desire for the giant golden body of the demon god, and even covet it. Those who don't have it want to have it, and those who already have it want to have more. Now, the game can really get lively. And the effect Qi Lu wants to see is actually this, so that they can pay more attention to these two competitions. Be more dedicated. Although the previous status was already taken seriously. But, it will be more interesting if you give some irresistible temptations at right time. As the influence of the events grows, more and more people will pay attention to these events. In this way, we can better help Tianji domain to make changes. After all, this kind of thing is not something that can be accomplished simply by being powerful. Having enough strength can only make your words more weighty, and make people not ignore them. However, if you want everyone to hear what you say, you must have real influence and real actions. What's more, Qi Lu doesn't want to change Tianji realm into a world where the strong are supreme and the weak are like nothing. In that case, what's the difference from before? No need to change at all. Therefore, in order to allow the weak to have a place, they can survive better. Qi Lu should set an example and act according to the rules, instead of using force to pressure others. At least for now, the effect is pretty good. There are role models in the past and benefits in the future. It is not impossible to change. With the continuous promotion of the two major events, Qi Lu also held several advertising auctions. The main purpose is to tell those guys who only think about doing business, but not publicity about the importance of advertising. However, the result does not look very optimistic. Probably to give face to the owner of the museum, we can't let this auction end without any problems. Therefore, at the end of the auction, all the advertising spaces were auctioned off. All participating merchants were quite concerned and knew that they should bid a price even if they did not need them. Otherwise, it would be too disrespectful to Master Qi. Based on this, it's better not to say anything about the final transaction price. Basically, the price is face value. Although the price given is definitely not low, it is all to take care of the face of the owner of Qi. Everyone thought in their hearts that they were grateful to Master Qi for his hard work and kindness. If there were no Master Qi, we would not be where we are today. So as long as Master Qi's face is restored, everyone will be happy. To take care of my face? Alright. Qi Lu understood this kind of thing just by looking at what the auction site looked like. After all, when he was in Shinji domain before, Qi Lu also held a qualification auction for advertising space. Although the host is Bu Yuyan. But the experience is there. So this time, Qi Lu could still see the unenthusiastic nature of the participating merchants at the auction at a glance. But so what, as long as they can come. Because as long as they know the benefits of advertising in such a grand event, these businesses will understand what real business is. The subsequent auction was probably packed with seats, and it was hard to get a ticket. Even after being inspired by this auction, various advertising methods will spring up like mushrooms after a rain, becoming an important means to improve the living environment of businessmen. Speaking of which, in the world of ordinary people, businessmen with rich assets are often at the top. However, in a world where strength is valued, so-called assets and resources all serve the strong. As long as your own strength is not strong enough, no matter how much you have, it will be false. That's why Qi Lu wanted to change this situation. Avoid taking things by force. Of course, the natural law of natural selection cannot be changed. What Qi Lu wants to stabilize is not a certain group or a certain group of creatures, but rules. Do things according to the rules rather than being reckless. Unfortunately, such an important task still has a long way to go. We can only wait and see. After the first auction was successfully held and concluded, the third Go Forward competition officially began. All city-states will start the competition at the same time. Just like previous competitions, the towers in each city-state will uniformly record the results of the contestants, and then announce them after all contestants have completed the competition. This is also the reason why Qi Lu will hold the Go Forward competition before the virtual showdown competition. Because it takes less time. All contestants can compete at the same time, and the results will be announced within a few days at most. The virtual duel competition is different. From the initial auditions to the subsequent group stages, knockout rounds, semi-finals, and championships. Then there will be the Heavenly Vault God Realm finals after the championship game, and it will be another round of major events. It takes dozens of times longer than the head-to-head competition. The level of grandness is naturally far beyond what can be compared with the courageous competition. When it was announced that the virtual duel competition was about to begin, countless teams signed up for the competition, rushing to the designated competition location in the notice issued by the host. That was a store specially built by Qi Lu in order to successfully hold the virtual duel competition. Inside are separated booths and exquisite crystal balls. Since it is such an important event, it is naturally impossible for these contestants to compete with each other holding a virtual duel crystal. That would be too shabby, and Hall Master Qi cannot afford to lose this person. So naturally they spent huge sums of money and wasted a lot of time to build these competition venues. Fortunately, Tianji Domain has not started the competition system yet, so things are a little less complicated and not that troublesome. If it is over there in the divine realm. Well, after thinking about it carefully, in the Shinji realm, there is no need to build additional competition venues. Among those divine kingdoms designated as competition areas, there are shops designated as competition venues, which just need to be decorated. But here in Tianji Domain, there is really no way. In the past, I was only thinking about building a tower, and I didn't think about other issues at the moment. Fortunately, the problem of competition venues is not difficult to solve, and how spectators watch the games is also very simple. Qi Lu has done this before. Just use those high towers as live broadcast screens, it's very simple. If you feel that the tower's live broadcast screen is too far away, you can directly use the virtual duel crystal to enter the virtual duel platform. There will also be a dedicated link to enter the live broadcast room. However, at this stage, people with virtual duel crystals are less powerful than the entire Tianji domain. Still only a minority. This also destined that in the first virtual duel competition held in Tianji domain, many masters who were buried would not be able to participate. Compared with the Shinji realm, it must be at a disadvantage. Of course Qi Lu also considered this matter. But it doesn't matter much. Victory and defeat are commonplace in military affairs. For the contestants in the Tianji domain, failure will only make them more courageous as they fight. Didn't you see that they have enough patience to keep trying even the boss that is almost impossible to defeat? Boss challenge mode is still very popular. Recently, there are more and more psychological counseling rooms and psychological rehabilitation centers. I don't know if it's because of the increasing number of psychological breakdowns among those who challenge the boss. Looking at it this way, there is no shortage of people who can spot business opportunities. He's a smart person after all. But in the past, they were overwhelmed by those strong men. Even if you have vision and brains, and can discover business opportunities, it is actually of no use. Because it can't be done at all. Even if you only operate in one city, you have to rely on strong people to survive, and the situation is quite difficult. Wherever it is like now, at least there are 48 city-states that encourage business. They also organize trade and exchange experiences with each other. This is the best start. That's why Qi Lu predicted that after this virtual duel competition is completed, the business circle of Tianji domain will usher in an explosion, and some big businessmen will appear one after another. Because now is the best opportunity and the best time. With Master Qi as an example and guiding them from the front, they will avoid many detours. Moreover, although Master Qi has not actually escorted them, the face is fair. The rules have been set, and there is a strong man who is willing to risk offending Master Qi to break such a rule that has little impact. To be honest, not much. We don't have to exploit the weak to survive. It's just taking things by force, which is easier. After all, robbing is definitely easier and more comfortable than working by yourself. Need I say more about this truth? But being tired is just a small thing, but offending Master Qi is a big deal. Fortunately, such a situation has not occurred yet, because the prestige of Master Qi is still there, so there is really no need. And with this idea in mind, the virtual duel competition also arrived as scheduled. Shao Qi, are you participating too? Seeing mainland Qinchi rushing to the competition venue, Qi Lu couldn't help but ask. The virtual showdown contest does not need to be divided into regions according to the location of the city-states like the courageous contest. The members of the team can be combined freely, as long as they are submitted when registering. Therefore, it is understandable that the participating teams have diverse members. But mainland Qinchi came all the way here, just to join in the fun? Of course, as soon as I heard about this competition, I came immediately. Mainland Qinchi gave Qi Lu a thumbs up. Then quickly, he shook his head again and said with some regret, "It's a pity that uncle and the others don't want to come. What fun is there in staying in the frozen holy city? It's so boring day after day." Listening to Mainland Qinchi's complaints, Qi Lu also felt a little bit dumbfounded. It's only right that Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King don't come, okay? If it were an honest battle, then Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King would indeed not be afraid of any enemy. However, in the virtual duel platform, in the duel arena, what is played is scheming and strategy. Personal bravery was weakened to the extreme. This is also one of the ways for the weak to survive. I guess Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King are also afraid that they will capsize in the gutter. After all, they are seniors who have lived for tens of thousands of years. They still want to save face and cannot throw it away casually. Besides, the championship reward is not important to them. Why waste this time? Even mainland Qinchi actually doesn't care about the giant golden body of the devil, it's just because it's boring. Brother Qi Lu, I'm actually here too. I was dragged over by Shao Qi. Yu Shi'er, who then walked into the store, heard mainland Qinchi's words, touched her nose, and said aloud. Qi Lu was immediately speechless. Well, you are all here to have fun, so have a good time. If mainland Qinchi doesn't care about the giant golden body of the demon god, then Yu Shi'er doesn't need it. Just kidding, can Qi Lu still give Yu Shi'er a hard time? So they really just came here to play. Okay, try your best to get a good ranking, otherwise you won't have enough time to play. In this case, Qi Lu wouldn't say anything more. Cultivation also requires a balance between work and rest. It would be a good thing if the team led by mainland Qinchi and Yu Shi'er can really win the championship. At least it proved that the people in his shop, Qi Guanzhu, were all geniuses. Because in such a major event, no one will let mainland Qingqi and Yuxi off because of their identities. They are bound to win the championship prize. So it can be regarded as an extraordinary training. Of course, we want to win the championship. Mainland Qingqi put down his lofty words very rudely, making Qi Lu couldn't help but sigh. The skill of planting a flag is really not simple. You know, it's okay if you don't say this kind of thing, but if you say it, it's basically poisonous milk, and you will most likely get yourself killed. Seeing this, Qi Lu could only wish them to go as far as possible. As for whether it's fun or not, that's another matter. After all, conspiracies and calculations are not strong points for mainland Qingqi and Yuxi. Compared with those guys with dirty hearts, they are still far behind. So in terms of ranking, reaching the top 8 counts as success. However, Qi Lu also knew that mainland Qingqi and the others didn't really care about ranking, and they were more likely to find something to do for themselves. Because thinking about how to play a team is the behavior of a weak person. A true master should challenge the boss alone. Even if it is impossible to win, you should still show your strong demeanor in his way. Of course, this sentence is actually just a joke. As a standard team mode, boss challenge mode. If one person really got through, it would be too disrespectful. Qi Lu would not let this happen. Anyway, judging from Qi Li's own standards, the combat power design of those bosses is not something that one person can pass. Therefore, even if Qi Li sighs at mainland Qingqi's heroic words, he must maintain an encouraging attitude. Shao Qi, I believe you can definitely do it. Qi Li followed with a thumbs-up gesture. Then, let mainland Qingqi and Yuxi enter the venue together. Today is the official start day of the virtual duel competition, but I just an audition. If you have not developed into a club model, or have experience in several competitions, auditions are the best choice. Because there are so many participating teams, their strengths and weaknesses are uneven. If you don't compete, it's really hard to tell the difference, so you can only rely on auditions. Anyway, if you want to participate in the virtual duel competition, the level of the accounts owned by the members of the participating teams is also required. There is no need to worry about being fished in troubled waters and allowing some novices to sneak into the competition, which will make everyone laugh. You know, a high enough account level will have already screened out the novices. The rest, even if they are not the top, are definitely among the masters. It's just that the level of this master can only be determined by looking at it. After all, in the duel arena, luck is also a part of strength. When the account levels of those players reach a certain level, their real strength is actually not far apart. What matters more is their mentality. Needless to say, there will be consequences once the mentality explodes into this kind of team competition. It's a small thing to trick just one person, but I'm just afraid of tricking the whole team. As for the auditions, those selected are naturally the best among the best. In this aspect, it is much better in the divine realm. Because Xingji realm has already held a virtual duel competition, and has one round of experience, and has previous participating teams as templates, the audition is much less difficult. Moreover, the prototype of the club has also been initially revealed, and an agreement has been reached with the previous participating teams. Maybe when there is the next virtual duel competition, this audition step can be saved. Anyway, the number of places to participate in the official competition is fixed, and the participating teams are just competing for these places. It would actually be a good thing if a club could take care of these things. At least it would streamline the schedule and save time. Because things like auditions are not necessarily necessary. It's just a choice made when there is no fixed participating team. Therefore, when there is a way to screen out the top players outside of the competition, there is no need for auditions. So looking back at Tianji domain, this matter still has a long way to go. There is no way, the club is originally a manifestation of the business model, and it is really difficult to survive in Tianji territory. This is all the result of Qi Li's deliberate guidance. If it is allowed to develop freely, we don't know how long it will take to develop. But these are all things for later. At this stage, the club is an allusion to Tianji domain. After all, the additions for the first virtual duel competition are not over yet. Qi Lu estimates that the fight will take about 10 days. There is nothing we can do about this, because there are only a few official competition venues. And there are so many teams participating in the additions that it would be impossible to finish them in less than 10 days. And this is only possible when we work hard day and night, and the competition rotates around the clock without stopping. If we only play half a day every day, it will probably take twice as long. Fortunately, the practitioner's physique does not have any impact if he does not rest for more than 10 days. As for the ordinary people participating in the competition, after worshipping the giant golden body of the devil for the past 2 years, they have strengthened their energy and blood, and they can still be energetic even if they don't sleep for several days. Furthermore, the additions use a single elimination system. As long as they lose one game, they will be eliminated, and all the teams left behind will be strong teams with winning streaks. And the members of those strong teams cannot be weak in terms of physical and mental strength. I don't have any worries about this. As for those weak teams, as long as they are eliminated, don't they have no worries about being unable to survive? So, time flies, and the audition process will not be described in detail. Because there really aren't many teams in Tianji domain that Qi Lu can care about. Except for one city, Luolong City, where Qi Lu stayed a little longer, the other city-states passed by in a hurry. Just leave a few towers, and that's it. Therefore, Qi Lu really doesn't care about the process and results of the virtual duel competition. After all, what Qi Lu needs is just the influence brought by the virtual duel competition and the order re-established in Tianji domain. These things are more useful if they are maintained by a giant golden body of the devil. Then the process of the game doesn't matter. The only one worthy of Qi Li's visit was the team led by mainland, Qinqi, and Wuxier. I have to say that these two little ladies are indeed very famous, and they have actually recruited many experts to the team. Although Qi Lu also knows that most of those masters are probably here for him. The name of Master Qi is really big in Tianji domain. If you can't get close to it from the front, you can only do it from the side. Therefore, even if mainland Qinqi's own strategy was not very good, Wuxier did not intend to do so, but in the audition, she was forced to enter the official competition by these top players. This shows true ability. Of course, the possibility of such a thing probably has something to do with mainland Qinqi not grabbing the command right. A layman commanding an expert is a taboo on the battlefield. If you don't see the situation clearly and give random orders, it's extremely easy to lead the team to destruction. Fortunately, mainland Qinqi has a clear positioning of himself, has strong self-awareness, and understands his own abilities. At least not in this regard. However, he managed to break into the top 64 and entered the official competition. Then comes the points knockout round of the division. If you can successfully reach the top, you will successfully enter the quarterfinals. That is the goal mentioned before. Reaching the top 8 is considered a success. As for the championship, Qi Lu is not optimistic. If the championship could be obtained so easily, there would be no point in holding a virtual duel competition. The other top 8 teams don't have any paddling guys. Everyone is here for the championship, and only mainland Qinqi and the others didn't care much about the giant golden body of the devil. After all, they follow the path of the Lord God, and there are indeed no hard requirements in terms of physical fitness. During these days, Qi Lu also took the time to glance at the virtual duel competition in the Xinji realm. The competition process was divided into different regions, and certain modifications were also made accordingly. However, the number of teams participating in the finals did not change much. Because the finals have always been a points-based competition involving 8 teams, there won't be any new gameplay. If it really turns into a duel between 2 teams, it will lose the classic mode and the biggest feature of the campaign strategy mode, that is, the calculations between the teams. Whether it is the classic mode or the campaign strategy mode, there is no one-on-one battle. It's a many-on-many melee. In addition to your own camp, other camps may be enemies or allies. It all depends on the player's own operations and decisions in the duel field, which is also the most interesting part. If it becomes one-on-one, then all the intrigues will lose their meaning. Because enemies and friends have been determined. Isn't it just a head-on confrontation? Therefore, the finals format of the virtual showdown competition will not be hanged. What can be changed is the previous event process. For these things, Qilu relied on his own memory at the beginning and explained a set of basic procedures. The remaining questions were handed over to Bu Yuyan. This is the situation now, so Qilu's current task is to silently observe the results of the game. The actual meaning is more like passing time. After all, it is not a task that can be completed in a short time if the Shinji realm and the Tianji realm are to accept each other. Qilu had already made sufficient preparations and had enough patience for this matter. Spending hundreds of years is just a piece of cake. To be honest, Qilu feels that even if it takes thousands or even 10,000 years, it is not impossible. The main problem is that a new batch of demon gods need to be cultivated to replace all the demon gods that have survived in the past. And in this matter, what Qilu can do is to help when the new demon gods challenge the older generation of demon gods. Otherwise, Qilu would waste so much time, build so many towers, and lay the foundation for those cultivators. If you want to change, you have to start from the lowest level. The same is true for various competitions nowadays. The finals of the Heavenly Vault God realm are designed to allow players from the Tianji realm and the Divine realm to make initial contact. Let them understand one thing, that is, the other party is not their enemy. In fact, everyone's positions are not opposite, they are all people struggling hard to survive. However, when talking about struggle hard, Qilu suddenly thought of another thing. Or rather, a rumor. That is, there is a balance between Tianji realm and Shinji realm. There are 2 sides of heaven and earth, one is declining and the other is growing. In this way, the overall power of the Sky Vault God realm remains unchanged. This matter is the most fundamental reason for the conflict between Tianji realm and Shinji realm. When the total amount of resources is constant, if the amount of resources occupied by oneself increases, the amount of resources occupied by others will naturally decrease. And if you want to become stronger, you need to consume resources that are essential. Moreover, it will also be a sky-high number. If this problem is not addressed, it may not have any impact on the weak. Because the resources that the weak need to consume are really not worth mentioning, naturally, there will be no possibility of any conflict. But for those strong people, this is the most fundamental contradiction. This point immediately made Qilu frown. Before that, Qilu would always ignore this matter naturally. But really speaking, this matter is something that cannot be ignored, but must be resolved. Because the thing that made Qilu truly feel the authenticity of this legend was actually the collapsed infinite battlefield. This was also something that suddenly occurred to Qilu when he was thinking about future plans during the virtual duel competition. I got in touch and thought deeply about it. There is a very simple example. Where do the natural and earthly treasures in the infinite battlefield come from? As far as Qilu knew, he was born from the gold diggers who were swallowed up by the infinite war field. And what this matter reflects is the simplest balance. Power doesn't disappear, it just shifts. From one way to another, continue to exist. The fallen gold diggers will be swallowed up by the infinite battlefield, and then turned into various kinds of natural and earthly treasures. Later gold diggers could rely on devouring these natural and earthly treasures to ignore the shackles of realm and break through themselves. This is again the simplest form of balance. When Qi Lu was in it before, he hadn't noticed it so clearly. But now when you look back and think about it carefully, you will find that this seems to be really the case. This is like a microcosm of the Sky Vault God realm. The relationship between Tianji realm and Shinji realm is like the relationship between gold diggers and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I can devour your corpse and turn it into nutrients for my own growth. And you can also swallow my fruit and turn it into your own power. There is indeed a balanced relationship between the two worlds to limit the excessive growth of a practitioner's power. Therefore, the immortal demon wants to destroy the divine realm to achieve his goal of becoming stronger. And that the missing demon king will plot against the immortal demon, I'm afraid the same is true. Only by getting rid of those strong ones, or enough weak ones, and leaving enough resources and positions, can you step into that unknown realm and become truly unparalleled. That's it, I finally understand, that's it. Only then did Qi Lu realize that the legend that he had never paid much attention to before was actually not a fabrication, but a fact. Just because for the entire Sky God realm, this balance is indeed illusory. After all, who can be sure? But at this moment, Qi Lu had a vague judgment. The specific reasons are actually reflected in this virtual duel competition. That is the strong players participating. It seems that there are more than expected. Then when he went back to investigate the reason, Qi Lu discovered something. In the past 2 years, it has indeed become much easier for cultivators in the Tianji domain to break through the realm. The strong ones even showed a blowout trend. At first, Qi Lu thought it was due to the treasures brought out from the infinite battlefield and the many towers. But at this moment, Qi Lu realized that it might not just be like this. The real reason probably stems from the destruction of the infinite battlefield. Countless treasures of heaven and earth disappeared, and a large number of top experts trapped in the infinite battlefield perished. That created the current scene. Because there are more free resources and more powerful positions. Although the infinite battlefield is a secret space, it still falls within the scope of the Sky Vault God realm, so the power in it will naturally be calculated into the balance of the Sky Vault God realm. Therefore, after the collapse of the infinite battlefield, the Heavenly Vault God realm will relax restrictions, making it much easier to break through the realm of cultivation. Until the power of the entire Sky God realm reaches the upper limit again and enters a state of balance, it will return to its previous appearance. In Qi Li's opinion, this situation is probably the reason why the legend appeared. Of course, this definitely does not refer to the collapse of the infinite battlefield. Rather, it is a situation where the balance is disturbed and then returned to equilibrium. However, even if this matter was confirmed, Qi Li still had doubts in his mind. Why is there such a restriction? And when did such restrictions begin to appear? Because from this perspective, there is no doubt that the Heavenly Vault God realm is just a larger infinite battlefield. Competition is also encouraged, and even these rules are inducing competition. It goes without saying how cruel the war in the infinite battlefield is. And in the even larger infinite battlefield of the Sky God realm, the pace has only slowed down a bit. So, what is the reason for this situation? Qi Li thought about this problem. If we want to completely change the Heavenly Vault Divine Realm and change the opposition between the Tianji realm and the Divine Ji realm, this is an unavoidable problem. Everyone wants to become stronger, and everyone wants to monopolize all resources. If we can only suppress or even eliminate competitors, then no one will give up. Because of the rules of the Sky Vault God realm, it is destined that it is impossible for everyone to make progress together. The strong will always be in the minority. Qi Lu, who figured out the key to the problem, felt even more headache. In fact, he also wondered why he suddenly thought of this question at this time. Thinking about it later, I understood, because only when such a grand event starts, many practitioners from Tianji domain will gather together, allowing Qi Lu to feel it intuitively. The speed at which these cultivators have become stronger in the past 2 years is so amazing. Don't doubt this kind of thing. Why can Qi Lu judge it? In fact, the reason is very simple. In the past, when Qi Lu traveled throughout the Tianji region to build towers in various city-states, he already had an idea of the general level of the cultivators in each region. With the memory of a Lord God, it is not difficult to write down these things in categories. It's just that I never had the motivation to run again, so Qi Lu didn't notice these changes for a long time. And before the virtual showdown competition, the contestants also competed in the tower climbing competition in their own city-states, instead of gathering in the same place. This is one of the reasons why those situations were not discovered. Until this time, the virtual duel competition was successfully held, and all participating teams gathered in the city-state where the competition venue was located. Only then did Qi Lu be able to compare the information collected in his mind and then make a judgment. Then, I thought of that legend. Moreover, Qi Lu had actually verified this kind of thing once when he was in the divine realm. When a main god dies, the gods and monks in the nearby kingdom of gods can indeed progress faster. At that time, Qi Lu thought it might just be a coincidence, but looking at it now, he is a little surprised. Maybe one sentence is indeed right. That is, if you don't reach a certain height and have enough power, then you will never see clearly what the world really looks like. If you don't experience it and confirm it for yourself, how can you believe it? Therefore, after Qi Lu has experienced so many things, looking at this legend again, the feeling is completely different. The enlarged version of the infinite battlefield is really scary. But in this case, the dispute between Tianji realm and Xinji realm, in Qi Lu's view, will begin to change. It becomes a conflict between the strong and the weak. And the struggle between the strong. The essence is the competition for resources and power vacancies. But this change, fundamentally speaking, still cannot solve the problem. To be honest, Qi Lu has never hated competition, nor has he hated fights arising from differences. Because a peaceful world will only gradually decay. Just like animals that have lost their natural enemies, they will destroy the ecological balance. The balance of the world is indeed necessary. But if you want to destroy the world just for yourself, that is not a problem that can be explained by the word struggle. It can only be said that the idea of a strong person who may be immortal and constantly become stronger will be infinitely magnified. Everything that blocks his path to becoming stronger will be regarded as a stumbling block and will be cleared away without mercy. For yourself, at any cost. Qi Lu would not comment on whether this idea is right or wrong. But if this kind of thing happened around him and threatened the world, Qi Lu would not ignore it. However, the problem now does not actually lie in this place. But why did the heavenly vault god realm turn into an enlarged version of the infinite battlefield? Qi Lu could vaguely feel that in the beginning, the heavenly vault god realm was definitely not what it is now. The biggest evidence is the existence of the Central Territory, Sacred Mountain. Don't think that Qi Lu has really been lazy in the shop for such a long time. That is impossible. And not only did he not be lazy, but he also went to explore the situation of the Sacred Mountain in the central region. Qi Li's original idea was to go near the Divine Mountain in the central region to see if there was a passage back to the Divine Realm. Otherwise, you have to enter the chessboard of heaven and earth and take one more trip. It's not that I'm embarrassed to bother the King of Humans, but Qi Lu doesn't know what the King of Humans will be like now. After all, there is only a trace of the human king left, and he may fall into a deep sleep at any time. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I couldn't wake up? So Qi Lu was just trying to find another way. However, after that investigation, Qi Lu regretfully discovered that there seemed to be no such thing in the central region's Sacred Mountain. However, during this process, Qi Lu unexpectedly discovered something unusual. One of the things that shocked Qi Lu the most was that the period when the central region Divine Mountain appeared was not as far away as he imagined, let alone an eternal existence. On the contrary, if the information detected by Qi Lu is good, the sacred mountain in the central region may appear after the infinite battlefield. Even though the sacred mountains in the central region have been dyed red by blood of the demon gods and main gods who died in the battle. Even on the sacred mountain in the central region, murderous intent soared into the sky, and the evil power condensed into substance and would not change for thousands of years. But it can't hide the ancient atmosphere. The longer something exists, the stronger its ancient flavor. Whether it is the sacred mountain in the central region, the infinite battlefield, or the demon gods and main gods of ancient times. There is always a breath that has been baptized by the long river of time and settled down, lingering. In the eyes of a strong man who has mastered the law of time, it looks particularly dazzling. This is something Qi Lu couldn't discover before he mastered the law of time, so he was shocked. It turns out that the sacred mountain in the middle region, which exists as the dividing line between the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm, did not exist from the beginning. But it appeared later? In this way, in fact, much earlier, the heavenly vault god realm was not what it is now. The reason for the current situation is very likely to be more terrifying than Qi Lu imagined. So, the spirit of time in the past also saw this problem, and that's why thinking of humans made that choice? Sealing the sacred mountain in the central region can isolate the dispute between the divine realm and the Tianji realm, and then change the form of the conflict. The weak will no longer hate the divine realm. As for the strong ones, let them handle it. It seems that the human king's thoughts are the same as mine before. He just wants to take all the dangers on himself and block out all the darkness, just to create a peaceful and prosperous world for those who come after him. It's a pity that this approach is still treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. However, it provides the best opportunity for my current plan. Qi Lu thought seriously in his heart, sometimes nodding, sometimes shaking his head. Perhaps the spirit of time has indeed discovered that the period when the sacred mountain in the central region appeared was not as far away as imagined. But there is another point, that is, the spirit of time may not know about the infinite battlefield. Looking at it this way, Ren Wang's idea may be simpler. And there is not so much calculation. But no matter from which angle you look at it, everything the human king does has a good starting point. Protection is far more difficult than destruction. It is precisely this that provides today's Qi Lu with an opportunity to change Tianji domain. As Qi Lu said just now, the sacred mountain in the Zhongyu territory was sealed, and the passage between the Tianji territory and the Xinji territory was cut off. The rules, like an infinite battlefield, forced the snatching of resources, which became a catalyst that intensified the relationship between the strong and the weak, making this contradiction so intense that it could not be reconciled. The strong will get rid of useless people for their own sake. In order to survive, the weak will not only strive to become stronger, but also hate the strong even more. Especially those demon gods. Underneath the deep fear, hidden is extreme hatred. This is also the biggest reason why what Qi Lu did in Tianji domain was so simple and quickly recognized. Because there has never been a demon god who would think so about guys like them who should be regarded as ants. As the saying goes, there is no harm if there is no comparison. When you have suffered enough, you have tasted enough pain. Suddenly, I get benefits that can only appear in fantasy, and I naturally cherish them. Otherwise, how could Master Qi's reputation be so good? This is not something that can be obtained by just killing. To be intimidating, it can be simple. But it is not an easy thing to be respected. It is for this reason that it becomes extremely easy for Qi Lu to do anything in Tianji domain. Therefore, it is not difficult to change the atmosphere of Tianji territory now. After that, by getting rid of those guys who want to destroy the world, the basic problem will probably be solved. And later on, if you want to cure both the symptoms and the root cause, what needs to be changed is probably the world of the Skyvault God realm. The purpose of the infinite battlefield is balance. In other words, it is checks and balances. Then the current Skyvault God realm is not much different. If this most fundamental problem is not solved, as time goes by, the problems that have been solved will also appear again in the future, and even more terrifying outbreaks will occur due to suppression. But this is something for the future. The meal must be eaten bite by bite, and the road must be walked step by step. Naturally, plans must be implemented one by one. Starting from changing the Tianji realm is what we should do now. It's really hard. Although I understand where the road ahead lies. But to be honest, Qi Lu still finds it quite difficult, and there is no guarantee whether he can complete it. After all, as the only higher plane that exists, the power of the heavenly vault God realm is unimaginable. It is simply unbelievable to want to change the heavenly vault God realm. There is a saying that it may be too hasty to speculate that it is a change in the sky God realm just based on the problem of the central divine mountain. But if you want to achieve your goal, you still need to work hard. Alas, I was still eliminated. On the other side, the virtual duel competition is still in progress. Qi Lu only thought about these issues when he was bored while watching the game. Now that the problem was figured out, mainland Qinqi's complaints were heard. As expected, the team led by mainland Qinqi, after the official competition started, in the division point elimination round, although it was strong, it unfortunately won the second place with a slight difference and was eliminated. Not making it into the top 8, we can only regret that we are in the top 16. Fortunately, although mainland Qinqi missed the Tianji Domain Virtual Showdown Championship, but he still qualified for the Tianqiong Divine Realm Championship, which can be regarded as one more opportunity. The difference is 10 points, which is only 1 point per head. Qi Lu looked at the score table, then at mainland Qinqi, and couldn't help laughing. The official competition is not a paddling venue like the auditions. If there are people paddling, it will not be easy to win. As for the team formed by mainland Qinqi, she was not the only one paddling. She also had to take Yushir with her. It's already amazing that the remaining team members can carry these two into the top 16. Moreover, even though we are in second place, we are only 1 point behind. Among mainland Qinqi and Yushir, if one of them is more up to date, they won't be so regretful. No wonder Qi Lu couldn't help laughing. Are you still laughing? Mainland Qinqi glared at Qi Lu angrily. In terms of account level on the virtual duel platform, mainland Qinqi can actually be considered one of the masters. But compared with those real masters of strategy and tactics, mainland Qinqi mostly just clings to the upper hand. Occasionally, I can get Qi Li's guidance to win unexpectedly and score big points. But in the blink of an eye, you can lose it. Therefore, it seems to be too early for mainland Qinqi to participate in a competition of this level. No, I'm not laughing. You know, I have received professional training. Generally speaking, no matter how funny things are, I will not laugh. Qi Lu said while smiling. Mainland Qinqi was so angry that she bared her teeth at him and tried her best to look ferocious. Then he saw Yushir walking over and said, "Okay, brother Qi Lu, stop making fun of Xiaoqi. She's just a little unconvinced. It's obviously just a little bit behind. It's like the feeling of passing the line, just 1 point shy of taking an exam. It's really uncomfortable. If it were much worse, it would be better to accept it. Because if there is really a lot of points difference, it can only mean that you are not strong enough and your skills are not good enough. But if it's just 1 point off, it may be a matter of luck, and it's surprising to be convinced. I know, but you have one more chance." Qi Lu finished laughing, coughed, and then said something pointedly. The Tianqiong Divine Realm Championship has gathered 16 teams each from Tianji Realm and Xinji Realm to participate in the competition. It is the most top competition in the entire Sky God realm. At present, this is the only one. Because other than Qi Lu, no one else has the ability to hold a competition off this level. However, after this virtual duel competition, Qi Lu has plans to authorize each city-state to hold some friendly matches or regional events on their own. It can also ensure that the popularity of the virtual duel competition does not decrease. Anyway, for most ordinary people, virtual duel competition is not just a way to change their destiny. Similarly, watching games in your spare time is also a way of entertainment. Every city-state with a tall tower will conduct a simultaneous live broadcast after the game starts. The largest screen is located just outside the tower, ensuring that most of the residents of the city-state can see it. But Qi Lu has no control over whether they want to watch it or not. There must be no one who doesn't know about this kind of competition that is popular throughout Tianji domain. There is one more chance. Is it the Easter match? Use your imagination in mainland Qinchi. After all, he had played online games in Qi Li's previous store, so this word suddenly came to mind. Unfortunately. No, I guessed wrong. Qi Lu spread his hands and spoke quietly, ignoring mainland Qinchi's disappointed eyes. Could it be that this competition is also being held simultaneously in the divine realm? But Yu Shi'er thought of it quickly. Therefore, the gap between experienced clerks and inexperienced customers is huge. Of course, this also has something to do with Yu Shi'er's stay in the divine realm for a period of time. Yes, that's it. As long as you enter the top 16, you will be eligible to participate. Work hard. Maybe you can meet some acquaintances. Qi Lu nodded, confirming Yu Shi'er's idea. The total number of participating teams in the Sky Vault God Realm Championship of the Virtual Showdown competition is 32. There must be many old friends among the 16 teams in the Divine Realm. Understood. Yu Shi'er nodded with deep approval. Indeed, in the virtual duel competition held in the Shinji realm, the prize for the champion is a Law Enlightenment gift package. The level of importance and preciousness is no less than that of the giant golden body of the devil. It's just that each has its own purpose. Therefore, Yu Shi'er can also think that if possible, those old friends who came to the Tianqiong God realm should not give up. Speaking of this, Qi Lu has actually thought about it. I have come to the Tianji realm. What should I do if there are old friends coming up from the Shinji realm? After thinking about it for a while, he suddenly realized that although he and Yu Shi'er were sent to this place by the Demon Emperor using the Gate of Destiny. However, Lan Yi and the others are still staying in the Divine Realm. Nothing will happen. Moreover, among those old friends, there are quite a few who are good at strategy. If you know about the existence of the virtual duel platform and the virtual duel competition, you should be able to think of how to do it. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Mainland Qinchi looked curiously at the exchange between Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er as if they were playing charades, and finally couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, just let Shi'er explain it to you. Qi Lu smiled. Let the girls talk about such things themselves. After all, it's just the top 8 now, and there's still a long way to go for the Tianji Domain Championship. There is still enough time for mainland Qinchi to understand. In the days to come, Qi Lu has other things to do. For example, go to various city-states to see the changes over the years. Sodhat, you can make the next step. Those remaining demon gods from ancient times are, after all, hidden dangers. Even if they are not many in number, preparations should be made in advance. As long as they move, they can clean them up at any time. This is also because he cannot accept the loss, otherwise Qi Lu will take action directly. He would not do things like raising tigers to bring disaster. However, under this peaceful scene. This seemingly peaceful scene in the Tianji domain has corners that are rarely noticed. It is also near the Zhongyu sacred mountain. The demon king, who had been missing for many years and could not be traced at all, unexpectedly appeared here. His scarlet eyes seemed to be condensed into sharp blades, looking at the distant sacred mountains in the central region. The Demon King's sharp gaze seemed to penetrate the black-red mist that shrouded the sacred mountain in the central region and the space barrier. From the Tianji domain, I looked at the Shinji domain. The heavenly vault god realm should not be like this. This mountain range blocks the way forward for all living beings, turning all living beings into captive prey. But those weak ones are only worthy of becoming stepping stones for the strong ones. The Demon King murmured to himself, and a circle of dark red patterns appeared under his feet. Like a broken corner of a magic circle, it was deeply imprinted on the ground and shattered into pieces, as if it existed forever. As the Demon King walked, the patterns under his feet continued to extend and become more and more complete. It also looks more and more like an ancient magic circle. And in the center of this magic circle is the central sacred mountain shrouded in black-red mist in the distance. The murderous intent and ferocious power that soared into the sky seemed to be roaring, carrying boundless pressure, but it could not break through the suppression of the magic circle. The dark red patterns are gradually spreading, and the divided area seems to be a small world of its own. Blocked all the breath. And the Demon Emperor is the master of this small world. Who is the hunter and who is the prey has not yet been determined. My enemy may have never been you or him, but this world. Human King, Dragon God, if you can see all this clearly, you will know that what I am doing is right. The heavenly vault god realm has changed a long time ago. In that distant past, it had already become a high-ranking hunter. You and I are both prey. The formation patterns under the feet are blooming step by step, as if the power of law has turned into reality. The Demon King has traveled thousands of miles, the light in his eyes becomes sharper and sharper, and his tone sounds calm, but is like a boiling volcano. That seemingly calm appearance may explode at any time, creating boundless and terrifying destructive power. The Demon King's words seemed like he was talking to himself. But what is this place? The sacred mountain in the central region. The remnant soul of the human king remains on the sacred mountain in the middle region. It is difficult to guarantee that the Demon King at this moment is not talking to the human king, or making a unilateral statement. Even if they are old rivals for thousands of years, enemies who can never be reconciled, they are still the most powerful people who cherish each other. The mighty one who stands at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. At this moment, the Demon King, even though he was talking to himself and hiding his emotions, was sincere. I am not willing to become a prey, and I will never settle down to being a prey. Human King, I don't know if you are listening. But it doesn't matter anymore. Having said this, the Demon King suddenly fell silent for a while. Then his tone suddenly became sharp, like a sharp blade unsheathed, with unparalleled sharpness. This world needs to be cleaned. Let the road to the avenue appear again between heaven and earth. As soon as the words fell, the Demon King's footsteps also stopped. The place where he was exactly where he first appeared. The dark red patterns under the feet were connected together at this moment, forming a complete magic circle. Appear at the end of heaven and earth, and disappear at the end of heaven and earth. Completely surround the sacred mountains of the central territory that appear in the Tianji territory. Boom! In an instant, the situation changed. The black-red mist shrouding the sacred mountain in the central region rolled up, and the sky was filled with dark clouds, as if darkness had fallen. Endless pressure, like a bloodthirsty beast that straddles heaven and earth, sweeps away into the distance. Incomparably violent. However, there is no light in this area that can blend into the darkness that comes in. A flash of scarlet blood condensed, but never dispersed. Those are the eyes of the Demon Emperor. The championship of the virtual duel contest has concluded successfully. Let us congratulate, team, for winning the championship. All members of the championship team can obtain the qualification to be bound to a giant golden body of the devil. With Chi Li's announcement, in the virtual showdown competition championship, the winning team and all the team members finally couldn't help but cheer, with expressions of joy on everyone's face. Among them are newcomers who have obtained the qualification for binding for the first time, and there are also city lords who have obtained the qualification for binding for the second time. But now, their moods are the same. Under the podium, the audience also cheered together. Except for the 7 teams that were eliminated in the final championship match, everyone else looked happy. It is estimated that if it is later, there will be 50 city-states, and they will start a grand celebration. Celebrating the city-state welcoming its own giant golden body of the demon god. Although a city-state can only have one giant golden body of the devil, the same binder can have multiple binding qualifications at the same time and bind multiple giant golden bodies of the devil. But this has no effect at all. Who said that a city lord can only be the city lord of a city-state? For those who are bound, as many giant golden bodies of demon gods as they possess, they are the lords of as many city-states. This has probably become an established rule in Tianji domain. No resident of any city-state would object. After all, the city-state with the giant demon god's golden body, its improvement in welfare system, and its efforts to gather more residents are all obvious to all. For any ordinary person, such a city-state can be called an ideal place. There is no reason not to support it. Moreover, there is another point, that is, the binders will also take action to protect the interests of other binders. Because from this aspect, their interests are consistent. Once other binders are bullied, their interests will be lost. Does that mean that I may also suffer such losses? Therefore, this kind of thing is not allowed for anyone who is bound to the giant demon god's golden body. Everyone is prosperous, and everyone suffers. You can compete within yourself. But in front of outsiders, we must not lose our own face. It is also for this reason that even some ordinary people, with great luck, have obtained the qualification of binders. Then there is no need to worry that you will not be able to protect this qualification, or you will not be able to be the city lord. Because some strong people are willing to provide protection. Naturally, no one is willing to take such risks to deal with those lucky guys. Rather than doing such a dangerous thing, it would be better for Duonu to work hard and win the qualification to be bound to a giant golden body of the devil. That way, he would be qualified to join this group. Naturally, you can get a city-state. Moreover, with the accumulation of binding qualifications, over time, a large number of city-states gathered in the hands of one city lord. Then there was the prototype of the kingdom of God. Of course Qi Lu had thought about this, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. Because the existence of the kingdom of God itself has the function of protecting the weak, which is completely a good thing for the current situation. Why stop it? Rather, Qi Lu is leading such a trend. When the kingdom of God took shape, greater competition also emerged. The kingdom of God is formed based on the giant golden body of the demon god, and the battle to snatch people will never end. By then, there will be peaceful competition. The virtual duel competition in Tianji domain is finally over. I don't know what's going on with the virtual duel competition in the Shinji realm or whether it's over. While everyone was cheering, Qi Lu also thought about this issue in his mind. In the subsequent Sky Vault God Realm Championship, both worlds need to select the top 16 teams from the virtual duel competition to participate in the competition. The grandeur is evident. This should be regarded as the first official contact between cultivators from Tianji realm and Shinji realm in tens of thousands of years. In the past, there was a war between the demon god and the Lord God, and the news that came back led to hostility between the two worlds. But when it comes to those ordinary practitioners and ordinary people, I just hearsay. They were not even qualified to participate in the war, so how could they see it with their own eyes? Where can I get personal experience? Otherwise, the hatred of these guys can be easily eliminated. We are all ordinary people, so why should ordinary people embarrass ordinary people? There is a saying that in Qi Li's memory, there was an era when the seven kingdoms competed for hegemony and then returned to a unified state. The only ones left who acted like monsters were the unwilling nobles. Civilians don't care about such things. They just want to stay alive. They are willing to listen to whoever can make them live and live well. Therefore, Qi Lu is still very confident about his plan, the first step to change Tianji realm. The most important thing is still a matter of ethos. In order to compete for resources, it has become commonplace for those practitioners to fight and kill. We have to find a way to change their thinking, that's why things like this happen now. Only changes in the means of obtaining resources can change their thinking. Although in the past, blood crystals were also a common currency. However, at that time, there was no powerful person like Qi Guanzhu who could spread his industry across various city-states. There is no complete unified currency circulation, standardized financial system, and commercial trade. It is the mainstream for the strong to use force to suppress others and to use their power to bully others. After all, to those powerful practitioners, those vulnerable weaklings are nothing more than ants, nothing more than grass and grass. Who is willing to deal fairly with them? It would be merciful to rob them of their things and save their lives. As for the weak, they can only knock out their teeth and swallow them. Living is not easy. How could it be like now, taking the opportunity of Master Qi's industry to establish a commercial and trade system using blood crystals as currency? Moreover, the unique effect of the giant golden body of the demon was used as an aid to enhance the status of the weak. This makes today's mature currency system the main way to obtain resources. The emergence and orderly expansion of the order camp provides a place for more and more weak people to survive. Naturally, it gradually changed the atmosphere of the entire Tianji domain. So many times now, when there are remarks about the divine realm on the virtual duel platform, there are not many voices of hatred, but very rational thinking. After all, those demon gods who really have a grudge against the divine realm are of no help to weaklings like them. On the contrary, almost every demon god has oppressed them. So now, after the atmosphere in Tianji domain has completely changed, they began to think about it. What does the hatred with Shinji realm have to do with them? In the end, they were just being coerced. Forced by the power of those demon gods, they had no choice but to hate the divine realm, that's all. So now, my life is better, and under the protection of Master Qi, I no longer need to be threatened by those demon gods. Why should we still think about hatred that does not exist in the first place? Doesn't that mean you have nothing to do? Or are you saying that life is better now, and you are full and full? So now even if they hear someone talking about the situation in the divine realm, they will not take a hostile attitude. Instead, I will get involved and talk with everyone about what is going on in the divine realm now, and how we are doing. After all, it is another unknown world. Even if they can't make it through life, everyone has curiosity. You must know that whether it is the divine realm or the Tianji realm, in the beginning, it was a world where power was respected. The strong exploiting the weak is the most common situation. The weak should be grateful, because the strong spared their lives. Therefore, after Master Qi arrived and their lives became better, they would naturally want to compare. Want to know how your neighbors are doing. Basically, I still want to show off. There is no way, if you don't return home if you are rich and noble, it is like walking at night in brocade clothes, but it cannot satisfy your own vanity. It's a pity that few people can tell what the situation is in the divine realm. It's just speculation. But it doesn't matter. Because everyone just wants to show off and satisfy their own vanity. These guys thought that it was because of Master Qi that there were such big changes in Tianji domain. It was all because of the efforts of Master Qi that we were able to save these weaklings, who were regarded as insignificant, from dire straits. Therefore, in the divine realm, weak people like them must still be living in dire straits. Thinking of this, a feeling of empathy suddenly emerged in their hearts. Then it turned into a feeling of sympathy. After all, I have come out, but they are still living in dire straits, which is really pitiful. It was under such thoughts and opinions that the hatred of the people in the Tianji realm towards the Xinji realm was completely eliminated. The rest always feels like sympathy and pity, with a hint of pleasure that satisfies vanity. Qi Lu naturally sees this kind of thing. To be honest, I can't help but touch my forehead. Because, on the virtual duel platform, most of the remarks that are intentionally guided to talk about the situation in the divine realm are actually directed and performed by Qi Lu in order to test the emotions off these guys. Who could have imagined that it would turn out like this? Therefore, Qi Lu can control the emotional changes of people in Tianji domain very accurately. If you know the true situation of the Xinji realm, you probably won't be proud. Qi Lu, who withdrew from the virtual duel platform, couldn't help but curse in his heart. At least the virtual shopping platform that exists in the Xinji realm is many times better than the Tianji realm. The existence of the major divine kingdoms also allows people to live and work in peace and contentment and live a prosperous life. Everyone has had a virtual duel crystal for a long time, which has provided enough convenience for people's lives. A variety of commodities, as well as a currency system that has long been in circulation, also ensure the stable circulation of various resources. Nowadays, the sympathy and pity derived from the speculations about the Xinji realm among many cultivators and ordinary people in the Tianji realm will probably turn into envy and jealousy in the near future. Fortunately, the competition in the divine realm is not over yet, and you still have some time to be proud. Qi Lu also contacted Bu Yuyan about this matter. Because of the existence of the competition zone system, the virtual duel competition in Xinji realm requires 2 more rounds in addition to the audition. Therefore, the schedule has been greatly extended. So much so that the virtual duel competition hosted by Qi Lu has come to an end, while Bu Yuyan is still in the penultimate round. Seeing as a few more days have passed, I guess it should be the final championship game now. After the Tianqiong Divine Realm Championship begins, I wonder if there will be any conversations between the participating teams? In fact, Qi Lu will direct and act on the virtual duel platform to explore the attitudes of those guys towards the divine realm. Not just for the final championship game. As for those demon gods who would definitely have opinions, Qi Lu said that his hands had been itchy for a long time. If you dare to make trouble at this time, aren't you just out to get someone killed? Qi Lu is very welcoming. After all, the war between Tianji realm and Xinji realm was started by these guys. Even the heavenly vault god realm itself already possesses the nature of an infinite battlefield, deliberately provoking competition to achieve balance. But in the final analysis, it is just a choice given. What Qi Lu stopped was not the competition between the demon gods, or even the fight to the death. It is to prevent the strong from exploiting the weak and to give the billion soft creatures who cannot stand at the top a place to breathe. Because no matter which world we are in, those who can be entrusted with the future and call it hope are never those who are aloof and powerful, but those countless weak people who are unknown and only think about how to survive. This is like the foundation under the tall building or the root system under the big tree. At a glance, there is no trace. But how can a tall building be built without a foundation? How can a tree stand without roots? Those demon gods who are aloof and regard thousands of creatures as ants don't care about these things at all. But Qi Lu can't care less. After all, Qi Lu is different from those demon gods in terms of thought, so he cannot be as ruthless and righteous as them. The extremely selfish behavior of sacrificing all external things for oneself is impossible in Qi Li's hands. So in Qi Li's view, those demon gods, or those superior guys, if they were willing to fight each other secretly, so be it. But if they affect the entire Tianji territory and cause turmoil, Qi Lu will not be polite. For example, this time, the virtual duel competition was held, the Sky Vault God Realm Championship. After Qi Li's many tests, It has been determined that those players don't care about the difference between Tianji realm and Xinji realm at all. After all, there is the central territory, sacred mountain, in the middle. We will never meet each other in our lifetime, so why bother to suffer and hate each other? What's more, there is no conflict of interest between them. Then there is no need to waste your energy on such unreasonable things. But if those demon gods intervene, Qi Le cannot predict what consequences will occur. So in order to avoid such a situation, Qi Li's choice is very simple. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let it go. I just hope that no one will get into trouble at this time. The divine realm, the divine mountain in the middle realm. The remnant soul of the human king guarding here should have fallen into a deep sleep to save strength. But at this moment, he had to open his eyes and look into the distance, the boundless darkness brought by the space barrier. I don't know when the mighty throne beneath him started to show conspicuous cracks. Waves of terrifying pressure fluctuations came from the void. The king also frowned. I can't believe that you still took action. What kind of encounters did you have during this time to make such a choice? Although he was just talking to himself, the human king's tone seemed quite serious, even with a hint of chilling. Along with it, there are also the actions of the human king at this moment. He actually slowly got up from the throne and stood up. If Qi Lu or Dragon God and the others saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. Because before this, the human king had never left the throne. The human king established this throne in order to seal the sacred mountain in the central region. Using the physical body as the formation eye, he set up a large formation and exhausted the power of countless gods and demons before completing the seal. Therefore, leaving from the throne means that the human king has decided to abandon this formation. He also gave up on sealing the sacred mountain in the central region. This is something very unbelievable. After all, the human king was even willing to die here for this matter, paying the price with his own life. But now, such a choice has been made, which is really incredible. However, the human king's next action explained why she acted in such an unbelievable way. Looking back, I saw that the cracks on the throne were completely filled. Only in the next moment, it completely collapsed and became a piece of debris. The throne has been destroyed, and continuing to sit down will not help. The great formation has been broken, and the formation eyes are naturally no longer needed. Although I have long expected that such a day might occur, it seems to come a little too early. The sacred mountain in the central region, this bloody battlefield that has existed for countless years, will collapse one day. What a trick of fate! As the king of humans muttered to himself, he also said something astonishing. That is this mountain range that stretches between the Tianji realm and the divine Ji realm. The sacred mountain in the middle region that separates the heaven and the earth is about to collapse. And the throne that sealed the sacred mountain in the central region suddenly collapsed, which was a sign of this. If the sacred mountains in the central region no longer exist, then what is the need for the formation that seals the sacred mountains in the central region to exist? When the human king senses this, he will naturally not continue to guard the throne. Moreover, due to the collapse of the sacred mountain in the central region, the king no longer needs to stay in this place. The sacred mountain in the central territory, which had guarded the central region for several eras and had carried a mission for tens of thousands of years, finally came to an end at this moment. However, the king of humans still knows what consequences the impending collapse of the central territory, sacred mountain, will bring. The demon god of Tianji domain would probably not miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, the human king must prepare for this matter in advance. If you want to drive straight into the divine realm, you can't succeed so easily. The human king's eyes were sharp and cold. Perhaps after the collapse of the sacred mountain in the central region, the demon god and the main god fought again. The names of Tianji realm and Xinji realm will become history and be buried in the long river of time. But the war before that was inevitable. It is even very likely that it will be a battle to determine the future direction of the Sky God realm. In the future, whether it will be dominated by the demon god or the Lord God will be determined by the final result of this war. Therefore, even if he is a human king, he does not dare to be careless in the slightest. Because the human king knew very well that the collapse of the sacred mountain in the central region was inseparable from the demon king. If the demon king were on the side of the Tianji realm, it would definitely be a catastrophe for the Shinji realm. More importantly, the human king is now just a remnant soul. Even if his physical body still exists, he is still far from his peak state. The gap between the demon emperor and the demon king, who was able to reach such a powerful state due to unknown circumstances, is probably even greater. Therefore, if he wanted to stop the demon emperor's actions, the human king expected that it would be quite difficult just by himself at this moment. Unless she can be restored to her former peak state. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to do. But in the state of remnant soul, it is extremely difficult to return to the peak state. If the soul cannot be replenished, it is simply impossible. This is also the hidden danger left by the original fall. Even though the Dragon Saint King had recovered part of his soul for the human king, his current state was almost at its limit. Therefore, in order to stop the demon king who is very likely to take action, the human king must be fully prepared. Notifying the dragon god is the most important step. Perhaps this war can truly resolve the grudges that have lasted for several eras. That's really something to look forward to. Is there something abnormal happening in the sacred mountain in the central region? According to reliable information, there is a big movement coming from the direction of the sacred mountain in the central region. Shocked, the void collapsed, and the earth cracked. Could it be that an ancient ferocious beast is about to be born in the sacred mountain in the central region? I don't know since when such rumors began to spread on the virtual duel platform. It is said that there is a big problem in the sacred mountain in the central region. Then some cultivators who went near the sacred mountain in the central region accidentally detected that there was a huge movement there. Just by looking from a distance, they could feel the pressure of the sky and the earth cracking, as if the void was collapsing. Terrible. Such news naturally reached Qi Li's ears, which immediately made him frown. Is there something going on at the sacred mountain in the central region? Qi Li was a little surprised, a little depressed, and even a little stunned. At this time, it was the second round of the virtual duel competition, the eve of the Sky Vault God Realm Championship. Qi Lidu has contacted Bu Yuyan and learned that the virtual showdown competition in the Shinji realm has ended and the top 16 participating teams are all ready. As a result, at this critical moment, such a piece of news suddenly appeared. What happened? Are you trying to mess with me on purpose? Qi Lu had doubts about the authenticity of this news. But the central divine mountain in Tianji domain is actually different from the central divine mountain in Shinji domain. Although they belong to the same mountain range, they just span the two ends of the world. But really speaking, the danger in the area where the Central Territory Sacred Mountain is located on the Tianji territory is much lower. After all, most of the previous wars took place in the divine realm, and the corpses of the fallen demon gods and main gods were also buried in the divine realm. This resulted in the Central Territory Sacred Mountain located in the divine ultimate territory, filled with murderous aura and fierce force as deep as the ocean. The Central Territory Sacred Mountain on the Tianji domain is actually affected by the mountains on the other side, which makes it dangerous. But it is not the impact caused by the bloody battlefield. Therefore, even if the Central Territory Sacred Mountain located on the side of the Tianji territory is eroded by a slight evil force, it will have little impact. At most, it is a threat to ordinary people and some practitioners with lower cultivation levels. But it won't be dangerous to those practitioners with good strength. Therefore, Qi Li does not have to doubt the authenticity of the news circulating on the virtual duel platform. Because there is absolutely no need for those practitioners to lie on this issue. After all, it is meaningless and has no benefit. So no surprise, these news should be true. But what happened to the central divine mountain? With such doubts in mind, Qi Lu also took some time to go to the Central Territory sacred mountain. Then, he was stunned into silence. Unlike those practitioners who can only perceive from a distance, or even those who hear rumors, Qi Lu went directly to the foot of the Central Divine Mountain to investigate the situation here. As a result, before Qi Lu could start climbing the mountain, a huge magic circle blocked Qi Lu from the outside. The dark red patterns and formations should obviously be elegant and beautiful. But in Qi Li's eyes, it looked so ferocious. Moreover, Qi Liqing could clearly feel a familiar aura. Magic Emperor. You again. You are indeed not dead yet. The magic circle is nothing unfamiliar to Qi Lu. Rather, it's extremely familiar. And with such a huge magic circle, it is not an easy task to completely erase the breath of the person who set it up. So Qi Lu keenly captured the aura of the person setting up the formation. It was the Demon Emperor who disappeared. Although Qi Lu has always felt that the Demon Emperor, who has caused trouble for thousands of years, cannot be taken away by the self-destruction of the immortal demon so easily. But he didn't expect that the Demon King, who had disappeared since the collapse of the infinite battlefield, would cause him so much trouble when he showed up. Destroy, destroy, destroy. Demon King, what exactly do you want to do when you set up this formation? Do you want to completely destroy the sacred mountain in the central region? Although Qi Lu didn't know what the Demon King wanted to do, he could understand the purpose of the large formation in front of him. This is an extremely destructive magic circle that exists purely to destroy everything in the big array. And the strength of those who set up the formation was also quite powerful. Together with the magic circle, it is enough to pose a big enough threat to the endless sacred mountains in the central region. The Demon King's strength seems to be even stronger than when he was on the infinite battlefield. Did he really swallow the power of the immortal demon? After Qi Lu confirmed this, a worried look suddenly appeared in his eyes. If the Demon King really swallows it and fuses it with the power of the immortal demon, then 1 + 1 does not equal 2. Moreover, the most critical point right now is that the formation in front office cannot be broken. Once activated, all power is consumed. This sacred mountain in the central region, which has spanned for who knows so many years, may collapse soon. Damn it, if the sacred mountain in the central region really collapses, what will happen next will not be good. After Qi Lu noticed this, a dangerous light suddenly appeared in his eyes. If he was given some more time, most of the city-states in the entire Tianji region would have giant golden bodies of demon gods. Then, Qi Lu is confident that he can prevent most of the wars from happening. Because the collapse of the sacred mountain in the central region is different from a small space passage. When the sacred mountain in the middle region used to isolate the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm turns into rubble, the space barrier will also disappear. From now on, there will no longer be a distinction between the heavenly realm and the divine realm in the heavenly vault divine realm. At this time, there is no need to say more about what will happen if the hatred in the past is not eliminated. I'm afraid it's either you or I who will die. So Qi Lu must find a way to prevent this from happening. To be honest, Qi Lu wouldn't care at all if those demon gods fought life and death. After all, these guys are basically a scourge, and very few can be called not bad. There are many people who kill innocent people indiscriminately and act recklessly. However, in Tianji realm, those ordinary people and most of the practitioners are all innocent people. Of course, it also includes ordinary people in the Xinji realm, and a considerable number of cultivators. They are all the same, so-called good people. They shouldn't die in vain because of something like this. Just for the excuses that the demon gods use to snatch resources, they have to sacrifice their lives. Not only is it not worth it, it is completely unnecessary. Therefore, the fundamental way to prevent this war is to prohibit the weak from participating in the war. Let the remaining demon gods fight on their own. That's what they like to do anyway. In fact, the root cause of the war lies with them, so it is also a good thing to lose more. Then the next thing to do is to notify the dragon god that they are ready to fight. Although the Central Territory Sacred Mountain is about to collapse, it will still take some time. It just so happens that we should take advantage of this period of time to use the Sky Vault God Realm Championship of the Virtual Showdown competition to promote that there is no difference between the players in the Tianji Realm and the Shinji Realm, and they should not be hostile to each other. By the way, let these players have a good feel for what friendship means first and competition second. Subtle propaganda is one of the best ways to change these guys. Let them understand a truth. I want to develop, I want to prosper, I want to live a better and better life. Then becoming the order camp and actively defending peace is the most important thing. Otherwise, the weak will always be oppressed and will never have any chance of success. This point is very resonant with the majority of living beings. After all, the weak always make up the majority. In this way, the Demon Emperor's plan will naturally be defeated. Qi Lu could roughly guess what the Demon Emperor's purpose was in destroying the sacred mountain in the central region. He wanted to use the boundless power of death to seize enough resources and then take that final step. This step is also what the immortal demon once did. Promoted the emergence of the ancient catastrophe. The purpose is also to use boundless death as a sacrifice to achieve one's own supreme path. However, the immortal demon did not expect that his plan failed, and the invasion of Tianji domain did not succeed, but was suppressed instead. Under the Heavenly Vault God Realm, there are indeed many talented people in the lower planes. Otherwise, how could Qi Lu say that billions of weak creatures are the real hope? If you place your future on those who are the most powerful, it will only make the future gradually become rotten. Because those who are the most powerful already have their own path. So there won't be any changes in their future. They will keep moving forward on their own path. Until you move to higher ground, or until you are trapped and die where you are. But there won't be any new changes, and naturally, there won't be any hope. This is also why some of the most powerful will leave their own inheritance, hoping that new changes will emerge. Billions of creatures may be born weak, but they have countless possibilities. Qi Lu always believes in these possibilities. Therefore, he did not want to see this world destroyed just because of the Demon Emperor's selfish desires. Then let's start the first Sky Vault God Realm Championship. The topic is Friendship first, competition later. The sacred mountain in the central region is about to collapse. This is the first time I've heard of this. Was it done by the Demon Emperor again? It's really not surprising. The Dragon God, as a being who has survived to this day in ancient times and can be ranked alongside the King of Humans, is of course self-evident in his importance. Although his current situation is not much different from that of the human king at this time. It's nothing more than one of them, a state of remnant soul. The other one cannot transform into the true dragon's true form. But generally speaking, within the divine realm, Dragon God is already the top and most powerful person. Because of the actions of the immortal demon, the possibility of the creatures in the divine realm being able to become the most powerful was blocked. Therefore, the Dragon God's status has never been shaken. It really proves that the lower planes are full of talented people and are no joke. At least after the Dragon God, the Human King, the Dragon Saint King, the Overlord, and the Ice Spirit Saint King are all not from the Heavenly Vault God Realm. Fortunately, the Human King is brave and the Dragon Holy King is decisive. After sealing off the immortal demon, it also stopped the birth of the most powerful person in the Tianji domain. Let the two worlds become a real half-match. Otherwise, I don't know what the current situation will look like. Maybe the Shinji realm has been captured long ago, maybe. So when the Human King found the Dragon God, there was not much surprise in the Dragon God's reaction. It would be better to say that the reminder from store manager Qi was half a step earlier. After all, virtual dual crystals are really convenient. So, those damn demon gods will no longer be able to hold themselves back. Do you really think that the divine realm is a delicious cake with no resistance, and you can let them share it? We're not afraid of breaking their teeth, Dragon God said with a sneer. After hearing what the dragon god said, the human king shook his head and said, "In this matter, it is better to be careful. The demon king's strength cannot be underestimated. Although they are outstanding figures from different eras, they are not strangers to each other. It's just that we don't have too many interactions, so how could we not know each other? Especially the human king and the dragon god have a common enemy. From this point of view, they can be regarded as comrades in arms." At this time, when the human king mentioned the demon king, he naturally also talked about the collapse of the sacred mountain in the central region, which was very close to his eyes. Possessing such a terrifying power that can shatter the sacred mountain in the central region is enough to prove that the demon king's strength has probably recovered. It may even be possible to surpass his previous peak state and go one step further. If that's the case, it's definitely not good news. That's why the human king is so cautious at this moment. The demon emperor's strategy is simple and easy to understand, but not so easy to deal with. Of course I understand this, king of humans. The dragon god nodded, understanding the human king's mood, and of course he will not underestimate the demon king's offensive. After all, he is still somewhat self-aware of his current physical condition, which is far from his prime. If the demon emperor's strength is really fully restored, it will indeed be difficult to resist. The demon king is coming menacingly and wants to use the power of death off thousands of creatures to achieve his great path. But, he seems to have forgotten. Having said this, Long Xinhua changed his mind and showed a slight smile on his face. Manager Qi is not just a man in the Tianji territory, he is enough to resolve this catastrophe to the greatest extent. What we have to do is actually very simple. It's enough to stop those demon gods and the demon emperor hiding in the dark. This is what Qi Li said to the dragon god before when he contacted him to stop the demon emperor. All you need to do is perform your duties. Speaking of which, at that time, Dragon God was still very surprised when he heard that the sacred mountain in the central region was about to collapse. Fortunately, he calmed down quickly and began to think about the possible consequences. The final conclusion is that a war is about to begin. But when facing those demon gods, the dragon god has never been afraid and cannot retreat, so the real danger should be those kingdoms within the divine realm. In other words, they are the residents of the kingdom of God. This is also the biggest purpose of the demon king. Unfortunately, the demon emperor seems to have underestimated the influence of store manager Qi. Under normal circumstances, Tianji realm and Xinji realm have been feuding for a long time, and they were provoked by those uneasy and well-intentioned demon gods. Countless cultivators can't help but scream and rush forward, voluntarily becoming pawns. However, with manager Qi as a buffer in the middle, and a lot of good life waiting for them, why would they inexplicably sacrifice their lives for such a meaningless hatred? Isn't that a brain disease? Originally, these things had nothing to do with them. They were entirely caused by the greed of the demon gods themselves. They must be involved, and then their lives must be taken. Whoever goes is stupid. Therefore, after Qi Li contacted the dragon god, he said that ordinary people and practitioners should not worry. The most important thing is to stop the demon gods in the Tianji domain and prevent them from crossing the defense line of the divine mountain in the central domain. Although the sacred mountain in the central region is about to collapse, the position of the defense line cannot be retreated. It's nothing more than a slight change in the altitude of the battlefield. It's actually not a big problem. Is Qi Lu in Tianji realm? It sounds like he has done something terrible. The human king was not surprised by this. Qi Lu was her most promising junior, and he would definitely not be able to do anything to him at the gate of destiny. After all, it was the method used by the Demon King to escape, and it was not very offensive. Dragging Qi Lu into it is just disgusting to him. On the contrary, Yu Shi'er might have been in danger due to lack of strength at that time. However, judging from the signs of the fire of life, although Yu Shi'er's experience was quite twists and turns, it was a near miss. Now that I have heard about Qi Li's situation, it seems that they have become a big deal in Tianji domain. Indeed. Dragon God smiled and said, Store manager Qi always brings us a lot of surprises, both before and now. Sometimes, I also think that maybe he is the person we are waiting for. Recalling what happened in the past and manager Qi's achievements in the divine realm. In his spare time, the dragon god had to sigh, what does it mean to be better than the blue? This guy has changed the divine realm more than tens of thousands of years in the past. Like a boulder suddenly thrown into a calm lake. With a bang, everything was shattered. Which is a good thing. In that case, let's act according to the plan. I also want to see how much combat power those pampered gods can exert. The human king nodded slightly and made a decision. Although there is not much preparation that can be done, you will definitely not be caught off guard. Moreover, this time, the Demon Emperor's conspiracy may not be an opportunity for the divine realm. In the past, they were engaged in defensive counterattacks. Now, it's time for them to take the initiative to attack. The first Heavenly Vault God Realm Friendship Competition is about to begin. Friendship Contest? From Master Qi's shop, I don't know when, such a news was released. The customers who heard the name of this competition were stunned, and then started talking involuntarily. To be honest, the word friendship is a very rare thing in Tianji domain. Everyone is used to fighting and killing, and interests are more important than friendship. If it weren't for the changes brought about by Qi Li's arrival in the Tianji domain, it would be impossible for such a world to glow with such majestic vitality and move in the direction of friendship and peace. This is what Qi Li told them with the most real interests. If they want to develop, they must first have order. Stable resource output is not about taking by force. If there is turmoil and there is no stable output, I am afraid there will be no place to grab it. Therefore, once the route of seeking development amid stability is determined, people will naturally advocate for it. After everyone has led a good life, they don't want to go back to the hard days of the past. Anyone who wants to break the order is their enemy. So in such an environment, it is not surprising that friendship was born. Rather, after basic interests are fully satisfied, spiritual sustenance is actually more important. After all, there are always very few immortals in this world. Creatures with a limited lifespan will have more and more emotions. In this way, the friendship competition suddenly launched by Master Can naturally attracted attention. It's a new event. Mr. Qi has held many events recently. Yes, the first was the courage competition, then the virtual duel competition, and now it's the friendship competition. By the way, what does the prefix before this friendship competition mean? Are you talking about the Heavenly Vault God Realm? Could it be that there will be people from the divine realm in this competition? No way, the divine realm is so far away from us, can anyone come here to compete? If it is true, then Master Qi must be too powerful. He actually opened a store in the divine realm, and maybe even built a tower in the divine realm. That makes sense. I think I've heard this in the store. What's it called? Poverty alleviation? Yes, this is it. After a group of customers guessed the possible meaning of Sky Vault God Realm, they started to laugh routinely. But from their tone, no hatred towards the divine realm could be heard, instead there was some sympathy and contempt. Because in the eyes of these customers, Shinji realm must not develop as well as them. People in the divine realm must still be living in dire straits. So why should they hate such an object? Even in their opinion, Master Qi held this friendship competition out of pity. or to help the people in the divine realm achieve a better life and be able to catch up with their current pace. Then how could they not give Master Qi face? You know, most of today's good days are due to the help of Master Qi. If it were not for Master Qi, without those high towers spread across variosity states, and without the giant golden statues of the demon god built in each city-state, their life would not be much better. One cannot be ungrateful. Not to mention that just because you have lived a good life, you can't leave your benefactor behind. Since Master Qi is also willing to help people in the Shinji realm, it means that Master Qi is indeed unparalleled in benevolence and righteousness, and has compassion for the world. So, as someone who has been favored by Master Qi and is still receiving favors now, shouldn't I support Master Qi's actions? Therefore, although these customers look down upon or even dislike Shinji realm, but for this time they are still willing to participate in the Sky Vault God Realm Friendship Competition, specially organized by Master Qi. By the way, during the competition, show off to the contestants from the Shinji realm about their current lives. Be sure to fill them with envy and jealousy. Because the more envious and jealous they are, the happier they will be as opponents. Therefore, this sudden friendship competition was quickly accepted by the majority of customers and spread throughout various city-states. Customers who knew this were all gearing up and waiting for the game to come. However, those high-ranking demon gods frowned after learning about this. Have you contacted the Divine Realm? Can Master Qi go to the Divine Realm? There is such a thing. Did Master Qi hide the location of the passage to the Divine Realm? This bullshit friendship competition, what kind of friendship can we have with the Divine Realm? What a joke. This Master Qi is a little too naive. Yes, once you know how to get to the Divine Realm, you should catch them off guard. He actually wants to help the Divine Realm so naively? I have to say, this kind of behavior is really ridiculous. Unlike ordinary people and ordinary practitioners, those demon gods have been coveting the resources of the Divine Realm for a long time. Naturally, he would not be as understated as the customers in the store, or even want to show off. They don't want to support the behavior of Master Qi. Instead, they were thinking that if Master Qi can contact the Divine Realm, is there a passage they don't know about? If there really is, then they can plan ahead and attack the Divine Realm. However, these demon gods were too smart to bring up the idea of asking all the hall owners about this matter. After all, Master Qi is very powerful and has unparalleled combat power, and no one is willing to take the initiative to provoke him. Even if Master Qi really has such information in his hands, that's no reason for them to take the risk. So in the end, these demon gods also made a decision, intending to just watch this friendship competition in the Sky Vault God Realm with a cold eye. Then look for an opportunity to explore the news about the passage leading to the Divine Realm. As long as Master Qi wants to go to the Shinji realm, there will definitely be clues. So don't rush, just take your time. But, if Qi knew this idea, he would probably laugh for a year. The passage to the Divine Realm? Is there any need to hide this kind of news? I believe that it won't be long before the sacred mountain in the Middle Realm collapses. It is estimated that the entire Tianqiong Divine Realm will no longer be divided into the Tianji Realm and the Divine Ji Realm. By then, will there be any need to find any passage? Qi just took advantage of this last moment to start the game urgently and instill a little sense of peace. Prevent those practitioners from going into battle without overestimating their capabilities, which will only cause more trouble. The turmoil in the Tianqiong Divine Realm Friendship Competition is not limited to the Tianji realm. After Bu Yuyan issued another notice announcing the news, the Divine Realm also started to boil. What friendship contest? Looking at the name, could it be that the entire Heavenly Vault God Realm is going to be a unified event? Are we still going to compete with those guys from Tianji Domain? Wait, what did you just say? Why can those guys from Tianji Domain also participate in the competition? Yeah, I'm also thinking about this question. Aren't these things unique to our divine realm? In this case, store manager Qi hasn't appeared in the store for such a long time. Could it be that he went to Tianji territory? It makes sense, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Manager Qi is so majestic. He actually transformed the Tianji territory quietly. Then I agree with you, otherwise store manager Qi would not have given this game such a name. Indeed, in a friendship competition, the more you taste, the more delicious it becomes. I only heard about the Tianji domain before, but I didn't expect that store manager Qi would actually run there. I didn't expect that one day we would be able to compete with those guys on the same stage. Yes. Since manager Qi is working so hard for us, we can't embarrass manager Qi. This competition, although it is said to be a friendly competition, we cannot lose. And not only can't lose, but also win dignity. Guys, do you have any questions? No. As the public screen of the virtual duel platform continued to discuss this event, the popularity of friendship competitions is also getting higher and higher. But what is completely different from the Tianji domain is that the customers in the Shinji domain attach great importance to this game. I think I can't lose face to store manager Qi, so I can only win, not lose. As for other ideas, although there are some, they are not many. When it comes to hostility or hatred, there is less of it. After all, under the leadership of manager Qi, the time for change in the Shinji realm was much longer than that of the Tianji realm. After being constantly influenced by various major events, they all understood one thing. Your attitude should be expressed through your actions, instead of explaining it in words. Therefore, in this friendship competition with the heavenly realm, they must use actions to express their thoughts. You must beat the contestants from Tianji domain to prove yourself. Only then can we prove that the divine realm is stronger than the Tianji realm. Well, this idea is indeed correct. But the real purpose of Qi Li's friendship competition is not like this. But the theme of this game is the same, friendship first, competition second. After all, in the future, it is very likely that there will be no difference between the Tianji realm and the divine realm. Everyone is the same and is a creature of the Tianji god realm. Can't we coexist peacefully? If we really want to talk about hostility, there are actually frictions and conflicts between various city-states and major divine kingdoms. You know, in the past, they had all kinds of reasons, and they just couldn't accept it without fighting, and they couldn't do it without fighting. But with Qi Li's efforts, for now, various city-states and major divine kingdoms can at least maintain balance. Peace is just around the corner. So why must we destroy this order? One thing to say, Qi Lu, as a store manager and a businessman, definitely wants people to live a stable life. To put it bluntly, Qi Li's current goal is to maintain world peace. The friendship competition in the Heavenly Vault God realm naturally came into being. It also has a mission. I just don't know if this mission can be accomplished. It's the last bit of time. The process of the friendly competition must be extended as much as possible. Qi Lu looked in the direction of the sacred mountain in the central region and muttered to himself. Those demon gods and main gods will definitely not pay attention to these events. But for ordinary people, as well as those cultivators, such a grand event will definitely make them addicted. Because the prizes that the champion can get are hugely attractive to them. So everything else has to make way for competing. Unless it threatens your own life. However, it is the safest place to participate in the competition on Master Qi's territory. If danger can be encountered in this place, then there is probably no safe place in the entire Tianji domain. Therefore, at this time, Qi Lu held the Tianqiong Divine Realm Friendship Competition not just to promote friendly civilizations. More importantly, it is still necessary to divert the attention of many ordinary people and practitioners. Make the movement on the sacred mountain in the central territory seem less important. To this end, Qilu also needs to modify the competition system and event process of the friendly competition to ensure that the competition can be held as frequently as possible, and the event process must be long enough. There were even more generous prizes than in previous competitions. In addition, Qilu also decided to conduct random draws during the game to attract more viewers. Although the prizes are not large, they are definitely attractive enough. After all, it is a good thing that falls from the sky, who wouldn't want it? What's more, the products produced by the owner Qi must be high quality. It can be said that Qilu took great pains to cover up the upcoming war. But the effect is also significant. The big noise coming from the sacred mountain in the Central Territory was quickly ignored. Now the entire Tianji territory and various city-states are filled with the news that the Tianqiong Divine Realm Friendship Competition is about to start. The contestants are actively preparing for the competition, and their relatives and friends are cheering them on. The audience is also praying in their hearts. They are randomly drawn, but they must be chosen. This kind of windfall is tantamount to sudden wealth. A little bit of dust leaking out from the fingers of Master Qi can make them full. So now that we have such a good opportunity, we must seize it. Because the rules of Qi Hall's lottery draw are, after each game, a lucky audience member will be randomly selected from among the audience members who are qualified for the lottery, and the grand prize will be given away. And after every game, they will be randomly selected, so there is no need to be impatient. If you don't get it this time, just watch the game again. It is also very simple to qualify to participate in the lottery. You only need to watch the entire game that starts the lottery to participate in the lottery. There are no other tasks. This regulation, whether it is difficult or not, is indeed quite simple. The only requirement is that you must get the virtual duel crystal and enter the virtual duel platform to watch the game in order to be counted. The audience watching the game through the big screen outside the tower cannot be counted. Naturally, they will not be included in the lottery list. After all, only by registering an account to watch the game can the identity of the viewer be confirmed. Other ways are not very reliable. And Qilu is too lazy to do it. Anyway, the opportunity to win the grand prize is there. If you don't want to take the initiative to fight for it, there's nothing you can do about it. If you don't want to pick up a pie falling from the sky, why should you wait for it to fly directly into your mouth? Qilu really wants to provide some benefits to the audience. Although using the Heavenly Vault God Realm Friendship Competition to attract the attention of many ordinary people and practitioners is also one of the key points. But after each game, the viewing awards given out are not just perfunctory to the audience. All kinds of good things are possible. It can be as low as a new virtual duel crystal, or as high as the binding qualification of a giant golden body of the devil. There are even gift packages of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, high blood crystal stone rewards, and so on. They may all appear in the grand prize. It is guaranteed that every viewer will be attracted by the grand prize, even if it is not used, it can be used for trading. After everything was ready, Qilu also announced that the first Tianqiong Divine Realm Friendship Competition has officially begun. Events like this may continue to be held in the future. Because apart from the prejudices between Tianji Realm and Shenji Realm, in fact, friendship competitions can be used to connect relationships between major divine kingdoms, major city-states, and even various places and regions. It may not necessarily only represent the friendship between Tianji Realm and Shenji Realm. After all, there are so many large and small forces, and there are constant disputes among them. Who can say that they are monolithic? So Qilu's original intention was good. Even if the sacred mountain in the central region collapses, a war is imminent. But after the war, life still has to go on. Those who were not affected by the war should not let the flames of war continue to burn. Peace is the main theme. Then the core idea of the friendship competition is very useful. However, Qilu also understands that the way of thinking, and everyone's thoughts, will only change after a long period of edification. The subtle influence brought about by the surrounding environment is a rather slow process. It also requires a certain amount of settling time. That's why Qi Litsai never mentioned these things to anyone else. If anyone can see it, it proves that this guy has foresight. The race finally begins. Yes, I've been waiting for the first Heavenly Vault God Realm Friendship competition for a long time. Have you been waiting for a long time? How long did it take Master Qi to announce this news? No matter how long you wait, how long will it take you? This is an exaggeration, do you understand? It's an exaggeration. That's really an exaggeration. By the way, are your virtual duel crystals ready? I heard that the lottery qualifications only count viewers who use virtual duel crystals to watch the game. I don't know if that's true. Of course it is true. Master Qi specifically said this. There is still news. I'm just afraid that those guys guarding the game outside the tower will misunderstand me. No wonder, my virtual duel crystals have been sold like crazy. I thought something happened again. Yeah, I also think it's a pity. The output of virtual duel crystals is indeed not much. Otherwise, I won't be able to make a huge fortune. Actually, it doesn't matter. Rather than that, it's better to pray that what can be drawn. You know, the inferior prize is a virtual duel crystal. That's nearly 100,000 blood crystals. Of course, this price is actually due to recent market fluctuations. Although the discussion about the friendship competition in the Heavenly Vault God realm spread to the entire Tianji realm unknowingly, it was also seriously distorted. Everyone went there for the prizes and seemed to have completely ignored the purpose of the competition. What does it mean to put friendship first and competition second? Of course, it couldn't be that Qian gave up the championship on purpose. It is a truly fair competition, where everyone shows off their strengths, everyone competes for the sake of competition, not for prizes. During the game, you should enjoy the game, not as if you are completing a task. This is respecting your opponent and friendship first. Otherwise, if you compete just for the sake of competition and try to win by any means, you will definitely not be able to enjoy the game. But those guys were willing to enjoy the victory, and Qi Lu didn't care. Anyway, in the duel field, cheating is definitely impossible. In the Divine Realm, the Tianqiong Divine Realm Friendship Competition was naturally announced to officially start at the same time. The grand prize for viewing the game will also be launched simultaneously. Of course, in terms of prizes, there is definitely a difference between the audience in the Shinji realm and the audience in the Tianji realm. After all, the needs are different. As a result, the movements on the sacred mountain in the central region are not worth mentioning. Because the holy mountain in the Middle Territory, located on one side of the Divine Realm, is originally a dangerous place, and it is difficult to inspect it without reaching the realm of the Lord God. This point is different from Tianji domain. Therefore, not many people in the Divine Realm are aware of the movements coming from the Divine Mountains in the central region. Now, because of the influence of the competition, no one pays attention to the news there. However, this impact also affects the contestants and many viewers. It actually has little to do with those main gods. Especially after Qi Lu had already reminded the dragon god, and the human king showed up again, the lord gods naturally became wary. The defense line at the sacred mountain in the central region has already begun to set up. I hope the demon gods in Tianji domain will like this surprise. At this moment, only a few days have passed since the friendship competition held by Qi Lu. Whether it is Tianji realm or Shinji realm, they are all in the initial excitement. The contestants performed hard, and the family and friends cheered wildly. But no one knew that the sacred mountain in the central region, which had spanned for countless years, collapsed suddenly at this moment. Endless rubble poured down. Smoke and dust rose up all over the sky, roaring up like dark clouds covering the sky. Also broken along with it was the space barrier that separated the heavenly realm and the divine realm and divided the heavenly vault god realm into two. At this moment, two development paths, completely different worlds, merged together. After noticing the movement here, the demon gods who were always paying attention to the sacred mountain in the central region also began to take action. The sacred mountain in the central region collapsed? What good news! I don't know what caused it, but it doesn't matter. This is definitely the best opportunity we have ever encountered. While those losers in the divine realm haven't reacted, catch them off guard. After this battle, take all the resources in the divine realm into your pocket. Attack! The demon gods roared and rushed towards the ruins after the collapse of the sacred mountain in the central region. As long as we cross these ruins, we can reach the Shinji realm that we have always wanted to go to but cannot. There are all kinds of resources they dream of. Likewise, they also have their life and death enemies. But it doesn't matter anymore, because these demon gods are eager to fight and want to bring the flames of war to the divine realm. Take it to every kingdom of God. Let all the kingdoms of God be spread by the flames of war and become their strength. The sacred mountain in the central region was once so high that it towered into the clouds, and the mountain range was so long that there was no end in sight. But after the collapse, everything turned into rubble and loss. The smell of blood mixed in it seemed to tell what happened in this place. But after all, it cannot be compared with before. The collapsed sacred mountain in the central region no longer has any blocking effect on the demon god. Countless demon gods came to this place and looked at the divine realm in the distance, with greedy looks in their eyes. In this not-so-beautiful scenery, not a single enemy appeared. Those main gods seemed not to notice at all. It's enough for these demon gods to drive straight in. This is the place. How can Hida have so many resources among those losers? This world should belong to us. Lord God, it's just heresy. The tone was equally greedy. After all, the main god is different from the demon god. The way of faith has higher requirements for believers, so a lot of resources can be saved. However, if the demon god tempers his body, and wants to achieve something, he will consume countless resources. Therefore, coveting the divine realm is not something that happens in a day or two. Now that the opportunity has come, he will naturally not hide his greed and covetousness. Moreover, in the eyes of these demon gods, the Lord God's way of faith is nothing more than heresy. You actually have to rely on believers to improve your strength and cultivation level. So is this strength still yours? Therefore, when facing such an enemy, many demon gods will naturally not pay too much attention. In their opinion, it is enough to push all the way across the divine realm. Could there be any other obstacles? Kill. With a roar, the demon attacked and killed. There was really no main god in front of them to stop them. It seemed that they really didn't know the situation here. No wonder they suddenly attacked. Such an important line of defense doesn't even have such a simple defensive awareness. Those main gods sitting on such huge resources are simply a waste. Let them enjoy it. Looking at the deserted ruins and the once established defense line of the central realm's sacred mountains, many demon gods have already thought about the good days ahead. However, this beautiful imagination did not last long. At the moment when many demon gods crossed the defense line of the sacred mountain in the central region, the earth shattered. An extremely dazzling light suddenly burst out from under the earth, spurting upward from the cracks. Like bright starlight, buried in the ground. But at this moment, it is blooming and bearing fruit. Countless complicated formations appeared in an instant, clearly reflected on the earth. The endless power of law poured down like a downpour and appeared between the heaven and the earth. You don't really think that we know nothing about it, do you? The next second, a voice suddenly sounded. The expressions of the attacking demon gods suddenly changed, and they were horrified. It turns out that it is not that the main gods of the Shinji realm are not aware of the situation here, but that they have been prepared for it. They are being calculated. Do you dare to use such dirty methods to deal with us? Do you dare to fight us head-on? In the first confrontation, when the attack was unfavorable, the demon gods immediately chose to use words to provoke their generals. If he was successfully ambushed here, he would definitely suffer a big loss. However, such childish words were quickly refuted. What a joke. Wasn't your original idea to attack us suddenly and sneak up on us? Or have you given us a letter of challenge? Now you are turning around and saying that we are just rats hiding our heads and showing our tails. You are really embarrassed. The person who spoke did not deliberately hide his figure, but stood up openly. He looked directly at these demon gods, with a sneer on his face. If Qi Lu were here, he would recognize it. This person is none other than Taliana. As the wife of the dragon god, it is only natural and reasonable that she should be the head coach to stop the demon god's attack this time. So when facing these demon gods, Taliana looked down upon them. Besides, have you ever heard that a soldier never tires of deceit? If not, it only shows that you are ignorant. After staying in Qi Li's shop for a long time, Taliana's sarcastic skills have been steadily improving. The large formations that have been set up and the cage formed by the power of the law have trapped these demon gods. With poor information, an ambush can always yield miraculous results. Although this also has something to do with the arrogance of those demon gods. If they didn't despise the main gods of the Shinji realm, they felt that they could march straight in without any temptation at all, so they confidently stepped into the ambush laid by many main gods. It wouldn't be like this now. However, the information gap is also the most critical thing. After all, if the dragon god had not received the news in advance that the sacred mountain in the central region was about to collapse. Even if the lord gods intended to ambush, they would not have much time to prepare, and it would be impossible to block these vicious demon gods in this place so easily like now. The defense line of the sacred mountain in the central region cannot be lost. But looking at it now, not only will it not be lost, but it will also cause these demon gods to suffer huge losses from the beginning. This is the price they need to pay for their arrogance. So, enjoy the surprise we have in store for you. Taliana gently spread her hands and spoke softly. Faced with any words from these demon gods, Taliana remained unmoved and allowed them to speak. Because no matter what they say, it will not make their losses less. If they want to break through the magic circle and withstand the attack of the rain of laws all over the sky, it depends on their own abilities. Taliana didn't think that she could trap all these demons here with just a single ambush. But it is impossible for them to escape without paying the price. The many demon gods who were trapped also knew in their hearts that now was no longer the time to talk nonsense. The real war has officially begun at this moment. It's just that his side was indeed tricked. The function of the magic circle, set up by the Lord God of the Divine Realm, is mainly to siege and restrict. Because the damage caused by the ordinary magic circle is too low for Thiedmann's powerful body. So it is better to surround these demon gods and then mobilize the power of law to suppress them. Outside the battlefield, the dragon god and the human king witnessed the first round of confrontation on the defense line of the Divine Mountain in the central region. They haven't joined the war yet. The fighting at this time was not enough for them to take action. After all, the top combat power of Tianji domain has not yet appeared. Especially the demon king, who is hiding in the dark, it is not clear when he will appear. So we have to guard against it. The most important task of the dragon god and the human king is to guard against the demon king's offensive. This is also the most important responsibility as the top combat force in this war. As long as the demon emperor doesn't take action, those demon gods are actually nothing to worry about. Although the new main god of Shinji realm is slightly inferior in terms of comprehensive combat power, But don't forget that the way of the Lord God is more suitable for team battles than the way of the demon god. Most law attacks can be regarded as group damage. It's a pity that reality is not a game, and there is no such setting as immunity to friendly forces. Otherwise, in such a war, the Lord gods could be even more unscrupulous. Has it begun? The battle between the demon god and the Lord God. After this battle, the direction of the heavenly vault god realm's progress will basically be clear. Whether it is in the hands of the devil or the Lord God, we have to wait and see. Qi Lu, who was still staying in the shop, suddenly looked in the direction of the sacred mountain in the central region on a whim. Now, it is also not the time for him to join the war. That's why Qi Lu can travel so leisurely. On the other side of the defense line of the divine mountain in the central territory, there was such a huge movement suddenly. It was impossible to hide it from Qi Lu. Among these, there is not only the reason why Qi Lu pays special attention to the sacred mountains in the central region. What's more important are the towers built before. You must still remember that when Qi Lu was in the divine realm, he went to various major divine kingdoms and built shops. One of the purposes was to strengthen his perception and expand his range of perception. That's why he can bring the entire divine realm, half of the heavenly vault divine realm, almost completely within his range of perception. This also provided great help to Qi Lu in the several battles he experienced in the divine realm. When it comes to Tianji domain, the towers built in those city-states also have the same function. After all, compared with those divine kingdoms, running these city-states is much more complicated. At least in terms of number, the number of city-states in the Tianji region is more than 100 times that of the Kingdom of God. Qi Lu wants to go to city-states one after another, which will waste a lot of time. Even when no one is aware, with the convenience of space laws, it still requires a lot of patience. So, how could it be possible that the towers built by Qi Lu were only used to climb the towers for those challengers? One thing to say is that although blood crystals are useful for Qi Lu, they are not in short supply. These things can only be accumulated through accumulation over time. Getting rich out of thin air is basically impossible for Qi Lu now. Because how huge would the wealth, or resources, be that would make Qi Lu feel like he got rich overnight? Even Qi Lu himself couldn't answer this answer. After all, it is an existence that stands on the top of the pinnacle, how can it be so superficial? Therefore, what Qi Lu is willing to waste so much time and energy on will definitely not be that simple. Dense towers, that's what. It can help Qi Lu bring most of the Tianji domain into his range of perception. In this way, wherever there are living beings living in the heavenly vault god realm, they are basically under Qi Li's perception. You can investigate directly whenever necessary. But Qi Lu wouldn't do such boring things when he had nothing to do. The creatures living in the sky god realm can be described as endless. Qi Lu is not free enough to explore their situation every day, so do we still need to live? Qi Lu will bring all areas inhabited by living creatures into the range of perception, just to open the map. The general meaning is, I cannot look at it, but I can't not see it. This is giving yourself the power to make choices. So this time it is the same, using the towers and the city-states close to the sacred mountains in the central region to enhance the perception. Qi Lu could vaguely see the battle situation above the defense line of the divine mountain in the central region. You can also clearly judge when is the time when you should appear. Anyway, it's not right now. At this moment, the war has just begun, and many demon gods have stepped into the traps prepared by the main gods for them, making it difficult to escape. He is trying to figure out how to resist the attack of the power of law and break free from the confinement of the magic circle. Qi Lu went over at this time, just to watch the show. It's better to stay in the store then. At least the performances of the participating teams in the Sky Vault Godrealm Friendship Competition held now are much more exciting than those of the demon gods. At least any team that is qualified to participate in the friendly competition cannot step into the traps on the defensive line of the sacred mountain in the central region. The simplest trial and the most basic caution can bring you the least loss. It's a pity that those demon gods are arrogant and think that there is no main god on the ruins after the collapse of the central divine mountain, because they are afraid of them, or they are completely unaware of the changes in the central divine mountain. Just then, at the beginning of the battle, they suffered a big loss. Even the most basic combat awareness has been ignored. It can only be said that the more powerful an individual's combat effectiveness is, the lower the requirement for tactical awareness. This is indeed true. If a problem can be solved with brute force, try not to use brainpower. Why think about it when you can push it all the way? So it became like this. Otherwise, in the early stages of this war, Qi Lu would rather watch the friendly competition than the battle on the sacred mountain in the central region. Isn't it just because of the tactics and strategies of those demon gods? They really don't work. He has a high self-esteem, but he is unwilling to go to the duel arena and experience the beatings caused by conspiracy and conspiracy. Then, you can only accept the beating of reality as you are now. An individual's combat effectiveness and brain power are indeed inversely proportional to each other in most cases. Qi Lu, who was paying attention to both sides at the same time, couldn't help but sigh, feeling that some of what he said did make sense. To be honest, when one's own strength reaches a certain level, the so-called tactics and the so-called strategies are all a joke. If I can easily crush my opponent, why should I go to all the trouble to plan? This is also the idea of those demon gods. Therefore, in this aspect, ordinary people and ordinary practitioners have ascertained advantage. When your own strength is not strong enough, you can only find ways to use your IQ to make up for it. Although IQ cannot make one suddenly stronger, it can indeed allow one to survive and live well. After all, when there is not much difference in individual combat power, the only thing that can change the situation is strategy. In the past, those demon gods could not encounter this problem. Because the only thing that can be compared with the demon god is another demon god. If there is a conflict between demons and gods, they will not plot against each other. If they meet, they will fight directly. Use the final outcome to decide who is right and who is wrong. So any conspiracy or strategy is all false. But this time it's different. The opponent of the demon god has become the main god of the divine realm. Perhaps in the past, these main gods would have the same thoughts as the demon gods, thinking that strategies and such were useless. After all, in the divine realm, the status of the Lord God is only higher than that of the demon god in the Tianji realm. Those demon gods are cruel and violent, and countless creatures dare to be angry but dare not speak out. Although they don't say it on the surface, in their hearts, many living beings probably wish that these demon gods would die soon. However, the creatures in the divine realm, as well as the residents living in the kingdom of God, are basically believers of a certain Lord God. Of course, there is no need to say more about what kind of feelings a believer will have towards the object of his faith. Worship, admiration, trust, fanaticism. So in such an environment, is it necessary for those main gods to use strategies? The answer is obvious, of course it is completely unnecessary. Therefore, if it remains the same as before, then the main god of the Shinji realm may really be successfully attacked by these demon gods, and then suffer heavy losses. Because when everyone thinks the same, those fighting madmen are obviously better. From this point of view, it cannot be said that those demon gods made a mistake in their judgment. It's just that the information hasn't been updated yet. Because the appearance of Manager Qi was not within the expectations of these demon gods, it was natural that they would not have expected that the way-off thinking of these main gods would have changed so much. After all, the virtual duel platform has developed so well that it has attracted the attention of many gods. There were also the dragon god, the goddess of life, Taliana, and others who helped with the promotion. Naturally, these main gods also became interested. They feel that since the dragon god will improve himself in the virtual duel platform. So why do they look down on the virtual duel platform? Are they stronger than the dragon god? As a result, a trend formed among the main gods, and everyone ran to the duel arena. Then in the brutal beatings of duels, I realized my own shortcomings, and only then did I achieve my current improvement. The gap with those demon gods naturally widened. So much so that the current battle situation has become clear. The attacking demon gods suffered huge losses on the spot, although only a few fell. However, there are many people who are seriously injured. Under the relentless offensive of many lord gods, even though the demon god's body is unparalleled, he can withstand the invasion of the power of law. It can't withstand such a continuous attack. Even with gua sha, if you scrape for a long time, you can break the skin and remove the flesh. After all, a drop of water penetrates a stone, and a rope cuts a tree. What's more, isn't the condensed power of law stronger than that of water droplets? Isn't it harder than that rope? The blows to those demon gods were not only as strong as scraping, but at least as strong as punches and kicks. So even though not long has passed now, the damage that can be caused is huge. Qi can see it clearly, so there is no need to worry about it. However, it is impossible for many lord gods to win in this way. You can indeed gain an advantage by luring your enemies into traps. But if you want to win, there are many factors that affect it. Like now. On the battlefield of the Central Territory's Sacred Mountain defense line, the demon gods who had been plotted quickly calmed down after the initial panic and began a methodical and rhythmic counterattack. After all, they have rich fighting experience and are true fighting madmen. Although in a sense, these demon gods are not very smart, their combat power is definitely high enough. Even if they stepped into the trap, their fighting spirit was not diminished, and even the smell of blood made them more fierce. The real battle will officially begin next. Almost all demon gods have the blood of becoming braver as they fight. Because they all climbed up step by step from countless battles, unlike the Lord God, who is dedicated to developing believers. Based on the power of faith, we can gather the power of our own laws and stabilize our throne of laws. When they enter the realm of the Lord God, they mostly improve themselves through insights. Instead, actual combat was abandoned. Therefore, if you really want to talk about it, the demon god's side is not without the power to fight at this moment. As long as they can break free from the confinement of the magic circle, they can still fight back against the attacks of many lord gods. A real fight? Taliana narrowed her eyes and chuckled. He repeated this sentence, but there was no emotion in his tone. No need to refute. Because Taliana knew very well that even if the magic circle was deployed in advance, it would be impossible to completely trap these demons here. Even though the power of the magic circle is extremely powerful, there is nothing that can be done. There are too many demon gods attacking and killing them. So if you can hold on for a while and gain an advantage for them, the task will be considered completed. What's more, these demon gods don't really think that their strength must be stronger than theirs, right? The main god really doesn't need to improve himself through actual combat. But this does not mean that the Lord God is unwilling to improve himself through actual combat. It's just that no one wants to take action first when it's not necessary. You must know that the battle between the main gods is likely to affect the irrespective gods and believers, which is a fundamental matter. Furthermore, if the outcome can be determined by disputes between believers, why do you want to do it yourself? Do you understand the principle of saving resources? Therefore, an illusion was created, that is, the Lord God did not want to show up and would not fight. But that's just prejudice. At the very least, Taliana's combat power is quite impressive. Compared to most demon gods, they are only stronger than weak. There is no other way, and we don't even look at who Taliana's husband is. He's an unparalleled warrior in ancient times, an invincible dragon god. That's why Taliana's attitude is like this. She doesn't care about the devil swords at all. Because she didn't think that these demon gods would be able to win after breaking free from the confinement of the magic circle. Boom! The complex formations engraved on the earth suddenly shattered into pieces. The roar of the devil came from it. That was the result of their bloodshed, and it was also the first step in their counterattack. After crossing the sacred mountains of the Central Territory and arriving at this place, I didn't just come here to be beaten. Although they were indeed plotted, it does not mean that they will lose. Your methods are nothing more than this. It's a fool's errand to use this kind of magic circle to trap us in this place. Now, as soon as the magic circle is broken, your death will come. This violent roar was filled with anger, violence, boundless murderous intent, and endless ferocity. From the past to now, this is the first time that I have suffered such a big loss. It's no wonder these demon gods are so angry. However, just this level of anger could not scare Taliana. The speed at which you broke out of the formation was a little slower than I expected. It seems that I overestimated you. Looking at the formation patterns on the ground, after being broken by those demon gods, they began to collapse rapidly. Taliana couldn't help but speak. After all, the demon god's combat power is not low. Even if he is not good at breaking formations, breaking the formations with brute force is not new. What's more, on the side of the main god, the dragon god is not good at setting up formations. On the surface, the human king seems to be good at setting up formations, but is proficient in sealing formations, not killing formations or trapping formations. It's not appropriate to use it in this place. Because even if these demon gods are sealed, it is estimated that the demon emperor will break through them. After all, provoking a war is the demon king's purpose. If something like this happened, he would never stand idly by. In this way, the power of the human king is wasted, and it is really not worth it. Therefore, without the intervention of these two most powerful men, other main gods do not have the ability to set up a magic circle that can trap so many demon gods for a long time. So the magic circle arranged in a hurry can delay some time, which is already very good. At the very least, it also established the early advantage for the Lord God's side in this battle. This is enough. Even if it is broken open at this moment, the mission has been completed. The vigor of many demon gods was frustrated, and the offensive was naturally not as good as before. Coupled with the ability to fight in groups, the demon god was originally inferior to the Lord God. Now, the outcome of a disastrous defeat was almost sealed. Dragon God could see clearly this situation, and the expression on his face became a little more relaxed, but he was more vigilant in his heart. Because the most critical character, the demon emperor, is still unknown. The demon god's offensive has not yet fully launched. If the guess is correct, not all of their troops are here. After all, the dragon god had experienced a great catastrophe in ancient times and knew the foundation of the Tianji domain. Although there are many trapped demon gods, they are by no means all. At least those top demon gods cannot come here as vanguards, but will appear as the finale. It doesn't matter whether they maintain their identity or they avoid risks. Anyway, that sentence is correct. The real battle has just begun now. The demon emperor has not yet appeared, and the outcome of this battle is still unpredictable. I hope no accidents will happen. After saying this, Dragon God couldn't help but shake his head. The demon emperor, who has regained the power of his heyday and is very like Alito even advance further, is indeed terrifying. But this battle is inevitable, otherwise the demon emperor will be more wanton. The man on the side said nothing. Because in real comparison, her condition is worse than that of Dragon God. The incomplete soul directly made it impossible for the human king to exert his full power. Even having an immortal body would not help. After all, the human king is not the dragon saint king, so he cannot give birth to a complete soul with a ray of residual soul. But using the law of reincarnation to replenish the soul will wash away the memory. This is a major drawback. Although for the human king, she has the courage to seal her memory and go through reincarnation again. However, during this period, who will guard the sacred mountain in the central region? That's why the human king's remnant soul remained untouched. Today, the sacred mountain in the central territory suddenly collapsed, and we must always be wary of the demon emperor's hidden arrows, so we cannot move. Otherwise, if only the dragon god is left, I am afraid it will be difficult for him to survive alone. In this way, it naturally became what it is now. The magic circle is about to be broken, everyone listens to the order and prepares to fight. As the coach, Taliana suddenly raised her hand and shouted in a very majestic voice. However, Taliana didn't need to say these words specifically, the main gods were also ready to fight. In other words, these main gods have been in battle since the time when the demon gods were trapped by the magic circle. It's just that due to the power of the magic circle, those demon gods can only be beaten unilaterally and have no way to fight back. But the war has indeed begun. So Taliana's order was just to shout happily. And, to be honest, this so-called head coach status is actually more like Tariana's own choice. Because being able to be promoted to the realm of the Lord God has already proved the strength of those Lord Gods. Even if the individual combat power is not as good as the demon god, he will never be without combat experience. If we work together, there will be no chance of unfamiliarity. At best, it's just the first cooperation, and it can't be perfect. Therefore, the importance of commanding without directing is actually not high, that is, it is just a title to appear majestic. Of course, Taliana wants this position as a coach, not just for prestige, but for other reasons. You know, in the divine realm, Taliana's title is the God-eating princess. The main body is a civet cat that has mastered the law of devouring. Her abilities are best displayed on the battlefield. These devils who dare to attack are the best food. Naturally, he couldn't waste it, so he took on the identity of a coach to make it easier for him to act. The other main gods all understood that this identity was of little use, so they were happy to give Taliana a face. At this moment, the war officially started. Taliana only shouted one sentence, and then she was silent. It seems that she does know what she is here to do. Let these damn gods know who is the real strong one. They will definitely regret their stupid behavior today. If they can still live. You dare to plot against us, which is unforgivable. Tear them apart. Kill. The demon gods who broke out of the formation were like ferocious beasts out of their cages, their eyes as scarlet as blood and full of murderous intent. The previous defeat did not seem to dampen their morale, but instead made them more violent. However, these are just appearances. After all, the casualties on the demon god's side are real, and the impact on the overall strength is also real. Therefore, no matter how high their morale is, and how violent their murderous intent is, it is of no use. The Lord Gods, who have been prepared for a long time, will not be timid. The intruders dare to be so shameless and talk nonsense. It's really ridiculous. Since you dare to come here, stay here forever. It's time for you to taste our power. Don't think that just because you fight for a living, you are necessarily better than us. Today, I will let you know what the gap is. Facing the demon god who looked like an ancient ferocious beast, none of the main gods showed the slightest hint of panic, but instead looked joking. The power of law scattered all over the sky is still raining down like a waterfall. The formation laid out from the beginning will never be easily dispersed just because the magic circle is broken. The endless power of laws, at this moment, instantly intertwined into a network, covering the sky and the earth. Like an inescapable dragnet. It covers the incoming demon gods, making them unable to use their strength, and there is nowhere to escape or avoid. Don't think that the main preparations made by the main gods who received the news in advance were to set up the magic circle in advance. It is also necessary to be prepared for the dragnet that the power of the law condenses. Because there are infinite powers of laws, all of different types. If you want to be connected and live forever, it is not something that can be achieved by just patting your head. Do you really think that every main god is Qi Lu? You must know that the biggest reason why Qi Lu is able to integrate and interweave the powers of various laws is that the body of laws can use all kinds of powers of laws, so it can be used like an arm and fingers for better coordination. However, it is not a simple matter to integrate and interweave the power of laws between different main gods. The slightest conflict will result in failure. And the more types of law forces are involved, the greater the risk of failure. Therefore, no one really thinks that for such a long time, with so many main gods, they can only set up one magic circle. How is that possible? This was also the reason for Taliana to say that. Because Taliana really felt that the speed of these demon gods breaking through the magic circle was indeed slower than imagined. As a result, those demon gods who were still proud and arrogant, who felt that they suffered such a big loss just because they were plotted, learned a lesson once again. Got a head-on blow. The power of the law is intertwined and condensed into a dragnet that shrouds the sky and the earth, making it impossible to break away. These demon gods are like fish caught in a fishing net. They can only struggle desperately but are unable to resist. The ferocity and murderous intent all over his body were shot into the air. Affected by the virtual dual platform, these main gods have a profound understanding of the truth. When fighting the enemy, there is no need to pay attention to morality at all. Everything should be based on how to win. So there is no need to fight these demon gods head-on. Wouldn't it be good to let them waste their strength in the dragnet? When these demons are exhausted, they can close the net again as easily as going out to sea to fish. However, the fishing net condensed by the power of law still needs to be maintained by the power of law in order to not break when fishing. This is also a test for the Lord God who takes action. The struggle of many demon gods will speed up the dissipation of the dragnet, and it must be continuously reinforced. So essentially, it's still a struggle. It's just that in this struggle, the Lord God's side has the absolute initiative and can launch attacks at any time. The demon god, on the other hand, can only struggle in the dragnet and preparito defend at all times. Unless they can get out of the dragnet. However, this is impossible. The dragnet that has been formed is almost impossible to break as long as the supply of law power is continuous. The only way is to erupt in an instant with a force that the dragnet cannot withstand, making it unable to recover at that moment, so as to break the cover of the dragnet with a single point of breaking the surface. There is no other way. Therefore, many main gods are not worried about what methods these demon gods can use. Because if you want to explode that level of power, unless you are the human king in his heyday, or the dragon god, then that's pretty much it. Right now, these demon gods, who are trapped in a dragnet, can't do it. Even if the demon king with this ability takes action, the human king and dragon god who have been watching this battlefield will still have to deal with it. Therefore, this battle must be won. Damn it. How so? The faces of the demon gods who felt that they were really powerless suddenly became even more ugly. They are not afraid of fighting, and are even a little obsessed with fighting. But when faced with such a slippery opponent, his claws were completely numb. Because the opponent won't fight you head-on, no matter how powerful you are, it's useless. It was like a fully charged punch hitting the air. Not only was it extremely painful, but it was also possible to injure yourself. Why is this happening? Isn't the reason very simple? When Taliana heard this, she couldn't help but sneered and said, "Because you are the prey, and we are the hunters. We just set up a trap and waited for the prey to take the bait. I didn't expect these prey to be so stupid that they all stepped into the trap. It's unbelievable." At this point, Taliana couldn't help laughing. So, now, does the prey still want to question the hunter why he set the trap? This sentence, a simple rhetorical question, was like the match that lit the fuse. The sound of boom reignited the anger in the hearts of many demon gods. How could their so-called arrogance be so stupid? No. Absolutely impossible. The demon gods, whose blood is rising and their anger is burning, are already going a little crazy. Even if their sanity is still there, they are about to lose their consciousness. The moment when the strings of reason break, it is also the moment when anger reaches its highest point. The demon god, who was already violent and bad-tempered, was being tricked over and over again, so it would be strange not to be furious. And anger is also the best strengthening agent for the devil. Because they originally like to fight alone and do not need to cooperate with each other. In addition, the fighting instinct that has been honed and engraved in their bones can completely replace reason in battle. Therefore, when the anger of these demon gods reaches its peak, it is also the moment when their fighting power reaches its strongest. It is never fun to anger the devil rashly. However, using words to anger them was also Taliana's purpose. Because although the furious demon gods are powerful in combat, they also rely on their fighting instincts to temporarily ignore possible dangers. Within the dragnet, there is no fear of attacks from these demon gods. Instead, he wanted them to try their best and consume all their strength as soon as possible. In this way, we can better become a dead fish unable to resist in the fishing net. Therefore, only by irritating these demon gods can they make them desperate and attack with all their strength, thus falling into desperate situation earlier. These actions are all interrelated. Taliana is not stupid, there is no need to do meaningless things. Tighten the net of laws, and don't let any demon escape. After saying this, Taliana focused her eyes and found a demon god who was seriously injured and might fall at any time. He immediately flew away, stretched out his hand in the air, and pulled back. The next second, Taliana spit out the power of the dark devouring law, turned into a huge mouth, and swallowed the demon god. The whole process lasted only a few breaths, and the demon god who was targeted had no power to resist at all. Although the taste is not good, the power it provides is pretty good. Taliana commented expressionlessly, looking at the demon in the dragnet, just as she said before. It's the way a hunter sees his prey. Happy to see Hunter Xian. This scene also made the hearts of those main gods tighten, as if they were recalling some bad memory. The god-eating princess has indeed not changed, she is still so terrifying. Even a powerful demon god is nothing more than food that can be swallowed and digested in her eyes. If it weren't for the many main gods joining forces at the beginning, she might have turned the entire divine realm upside down. Fortunately, Taliana's strength is still far behind that of the human king. After discovering that many main gods had joined forces, they stopped. But it was an unbearable memory after all. Now that Taliana has arrived on this battlefield, she no longer has the original restrictions. Facing the enemy, just let them make the most of it. However, this move caused the other demon gods to break the last string off to irrationality and completely explode. Boom! In an instant, the momentum rising into the sky was violent and cold, like a cold wave coming from the sky. The murderous intent contained in it is like endless sharp blades, spreading all over the sky, whirling in, like the power of destroying the world. At this moment, the resistance force in the dragnet suddenly increased several times. It turned out that the dragnet that had been unscathed was on the verge of collapse. The devil in his rage is truly terrifying. But that's all. Go all out and hold on for me. Many main gods who had been reminded by Taliana early on had already exploded with stronger power of law. The dragnet that had been reinforced again, even if it was on the verge of collapse, quickly recovered in the next second. The signs of collapse suddenly disappeared, and the dragnet became intact. Provoking these demon gods was originally part of the plan, so how could they use this as an opportunity to break free? Anger can indeed enhance strength, increase morale, and make attackers brave and fearless. But it will burn your sanity to the greatest extent. On the battlefield, not being able to clearly see the situation can be fatal. Especially now, no matter how crazy these demons attack, they are all overcome by softness. Just like a fish caught in a fishing net cannot break through the fishing net, these demon gods cannot break through the dragnet. What's more, the main god is not just maintaining the existence of the dragnet. Likewise, they are also attacking the besieged demon god. The power of the law condensed into an entity is transformed into various weapons, carrying the power of heaven and earth, as if the punishment of heaven is coming, passing through the net of heaven and earth, and directly taking out the devil in it. It is impossible to win by simply defending. Therefore, the main gods who still had some remaining strength no longer held back and took action with all their strength. Suddenly, the casualties on the demon god's side suddenly increased, and even though their bodies were extremely powerful, it was difficult to withstand them. What's more, Taliana took advantage of every opportunity, and from time to time, used the devouring law to get rid of those hard-to-gnaw bones. The more powerful the demon, the more majestic power it can become under the law of devouring. For Taliana, this battle was a feast. A rare, all-you-can-eat buffet dinner. The spirit-eating cat race not only cultivates the power of laws, but also pays equal attention to physical fitness. After all, it is a unique beast between heaven and earth, capable of devouring everything and turning it into one's own use. Naturally, we can't be biased. Otherwise, how can we swallow all things and digest them all? And this move caused the anger of many demon gods to rise again, becoming violent and crazy. To die on the battlefield is not scary to the devil, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Now that you have made such a choice, you must be prepared to bear the worst consequences. However, it was something they couldn't bear to die in such an unexplained way, and even become a source of nourishment for their enemies. The disaster of death is acceptable, but even if it means death, you must bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh. How could he fall down so easily? It's just some boring struggle. Taliana shook her head, knowing that if these demon gods had no backup, the outcome of this battle would have been decided. If they had reinforcements, they would show up now. Otherwise, this advance force will be completely wiped out. Coming. My guess is indeed correct. The demon here is far from the full power of the Tianji domain. The dragon god outside the battlefield suddenly looked in the direction of Tianji domain, with an unexpected expression on his face. The next step is the main event. The human king also followed suit. Even at this time, they are not in peak condition, but their perception is still far better than other main gods. Even if the situation is thousands of miles away, as long as they are willing, an ant on the ground can perceive it clearly. Not to mention the attacking demon god, such a big target. His majestic aura, even if he deliberately restrained it, was still as conspicuous as a light in the dark night. After the dragon god and the human king became alert, Taliana also noticed the movement in the distance not long after. The pressure gathered together, as majestic as the tide of the sky, rolled in. Even if you don't see him, you can hear his power. Sure enough, there are reinforcements waiting behind to catch a small fish, but they have attracted the big fish. Tariana was not surprised by this situation, but took it for granted. If the demon gods of the Tianji realm were so capable, would they still Dorito target the divine Ji realm as an invasion target? That's obviously impossible. What's more, the strength of the demon gods caught in the dragnet before Themis almost the same as those of the new main gods. It was obviously just an advance force, used by the top demon gods, to explore the way. Although demon gods are unwilling to use their brains in battle, this does not mean that they are brainless. It's just a problem that can be solved with absolute force, it doesn't require using your brain. But now, the demon god who followed him found that the advance troops were about to be wiped out, but he also found out the details of the enemy. At least, these traps were escaped. Then it's time for them to strike. Frontal combat has always been the demon god's strength, and there is no option to retreat. As for these guys who are used to explore the road, they can only be blamed for their bad fate. Besides, aren't we here to avenge them now? Covering the world with the net of laws, do you want to stop us? It's really ridiculous. This approach is just delaying your own death for a while. The loser who only dares to set up a trap to ambush us, but doesn't dare to attack us. Do you really think that his trap has worked? It's just a waste of some weak vanguards, but they are complacent there. When your death approaches, you probably won't have such sweet dreams anymore. Follow me, and kill me. Kill. Following the roaring sound, countless black shadows instantly appeared on the originally empty sky. Then in the blink of an eye, those black shadows came to the defense line of the sacred mountain in the central region, and came to the battlefield shrouded in a dragnet. The pressure as majestic as the sea, and as vast as the abyss, came over them. The demon gods that attacked this time are not comparable to those who are still trapped in the dragnet. Although they said they were reinforcements following behind. But their strength is much stronger than those previous demon gods. To say that these guys are among the top demon gods may not be reliable or possible. However, it is not wrong at all to say that they are all veteran demon gods. Each of the demon god reinforcements appearing here at this moment has at least trained in the realm of demon god for hundreds of years, and they are by no means comparable to those newly promoted demon gods. And among them, there are also many demon gods who are among the top. They are the main force in attacking the divine realm this time, and they are the true top combat force in the Tianji realm. The worst one can also be regarded as the mainstay among the demon gods. The condensed coercion and the attacking momentum are naturally different from those of the previous demon gods. So when Taliana saw this scene, her face also darkened, and her eyes were quite solemn. If we talk about the previous battle, it was just a small fight. So now, it's the real war. It is also a crucial battle that determines who can control the sky realm and the divine realm. You can bear it. It's a waste of your life to show up at this time. Taliana glanced at the situation in the dragnet and then spoke, with a hint of sarcasm. Because almost all the demon gods trapped in the dragnet have perished at this moment. They were the advanced troops with the lowest strength, but they stepped into a trap and were plotted against. It has been quite difficult to hold on until now. If there are not many losses, then there is no need to fight anymore in Shinji realm, just give up the resistance. So at this time, Taliana was in the mood to ridicule these demon gods' reinforcements. Anyway, the next step is a head-on battle. If a method is used once, it will be difficult for it to be effective a second time if the enemy is on guard. But the trap that has been laid is not enough if it is not used. If the demon god's advance troops are not wiped out as soon as possible, once the melee begins, these methods will not be so effective. At least it is difficult for the many main gods who are being fought to weave a web of laws and form a dragnet to trap these demon gods. In that case, the preparations that had been made long ago would be useless. So the current situation is not bad. At least a lot of those demon gods' troops have been eliminated. You don't have to be so sarcastic with me. They died here today, because of your lack of strength. Just like today, you will die here, but it's just because of your strength, it's just as bad. The demon god at the front didn't have much reaction when he heard Taliana's words. He just spoke lightly and spoke aloud. His tone was calm, not at all disturbed by the scene in front of him. But behind the scenes, he was sure that he would win. Everyone can talk big words. If you can do it first and then say such words. How could Taliana, who had gone through so many battles, be frightened by such words? Hearing this, he immediately laughed out loud. Seeing this, the demon god on the opposite side also sneered and said, "That's fine, it's nonsense. It's useless to talk more. Let the results speak for themselves." After saying that, the attacking demon god also launched an attack. The attack was so fierce that it was like a stormy sea. If it weren't for the extremely stable space barrier of the Sky Vault God realm, the sky and the earth might have collapsed and space turbulence would rage here. However, although the sky is not collapsing in reality, the sky is collapsing in all directions and the earth is fragmented. Fight. Of course Taliana wasn't going to sit still and wait for death. Many Lord Gods were also prepared, and the dragnet that had been gathered before suddenly spread. I want to envelop these demon reinforcements as well. But the same method is indeed difficult to work a second time. Moreover, these demon gods are more powerful and are not so easy to encircle and suppress. Seeing the spread of the dragnet condensed by the power of law, many demon gods immediately dodge, making it difficult to hit. If it continues like this, the Lord Gods are just wasting their strength. And with limited mobility, they are more likely to be taken advantage of and attacked. Therefore, after discovering that this move was useless, many Lord Gods no longer persisted in the spread of the law network, but took the initiative to move the dragnet, and cooperated with each other to directly fight head-on. Even if the demon god is indeed powerful, the main gods are not vegetarians. Even if it's a little weaker, it won't be much different. What's more, between the main gods, the power of laws envelopes each other, spreading like fog, pouring like rain, and they work together like a fish in water. It is simply not comparable to those demon gods. This is also the confidence that the main god's side can defend the demon god's side from the defense line of the sacred mountain in the central region. Perhaps a long time ago, the Lord God's fighting skills were much inferior to those of the demon god. But that was a long time ago. Now, times have changed and things have changed. With the help of Manager Chi, battle space cabins have been built in all major divine kingdoms, which are the best training grounds. I don't know how many Lord Gods, when they have nothing to do, like to soak in the battle space hut and study their fighting skills. Although there was a tacit understanding between the Lord Gods, they could not start a war easily. But there should be no problem if you compete with yourself in the battle space hut. Therefore, under the training of the battle space hut, the combat power of many main gods has been greatly improved. This is a situation that the demon gods did not expect and could not have imagined. At this moment, after the fight, I suddenly discovered this problem. Why are these main gods much more powerful than they imagined? This shouldn't be the case. Those demon gods didn't understand this problem. Because of their arrogance, even Qi Lu also opened many shops in Tianji domain where they could hone their fighting power. But few demon gods are willing to patronize it. These demon gods can give Qi Lu a face because of Qi Li's strong combat power. Occasionally, go to those shops or walk around the tower to cheer up. But more often than not, he is still busy fighting with other demon gods. Therefore, the speed of improvement is definitely not comparable to that of a main god who treats the battle space hut as his second home. This caused these demon gods to still have a hard time even if they had a slight upper hand in this battle. And this advantage, which was not that big in the first place, is still being regained bit by bit. After all, the demon god's side can have reinforcements. Could it be that the Lord God couldn't have reinforcements? If facing the advance troops from the Tianji domain, the whole army needs toe-tack, then stop playing. After the main force of the demon god's side came out in full force, the remaining forces of the Lord God's side naturally had to fully follow up. We must not let these demon gods have the slightest opportunity to take advantage of them. The defense line of the divine mountain in the central region is like an indestructible dam, resisting the incoming tide of demon gods. As the coach, Taliana shook her head at this moment and said, "If your strength is only this, then I advise you to go back quickly. Otherwise, I will stay here forever." These words were spoken in a very mocking tone. Shinji realm, which had been reminded a long time ago and was well prepared, could lose under normal circumstances? After all, the overall strength of Shinji realm and Tianji realm are almost the same. Of course, the greatest credit for all this lies with the Dragon Saint King and the Ice Spirit Saint King. If they hadn't gone to the infinite battlefield, sealed the immortal demon, and also frozen the ladder to the infinite battlefield. In such a long period of time, the overall strength of the Tianji realm is really likely to far exceed that of the Shinji realm. Because the infinite battlefield is originally a place where powerful people are mass-produced. The immortal demon took a fancy to this, so he tried every means to close the door to the secret realm in the divine realm. In an attempt to use this method, the Tianji realm, which has always been on par with the Shinji realm, can overwhelm the Shinji realm in a short period of time. Then destroy the divine realm in one fell swoop. This is where the ancient catastrophe comes from. However, although this idea is very good, when it is implemented, there are deviations. At that time, the Tianji domain had not accumulated advantages long enough, and those demon gods could not restrain their bloodthirsty impulses, and relied on their slight advantage to forcefully attack the Shinji domain. Although at the beginning, the divine realm was suppressed. But the good times did not last long. The main god at that time was different from now. Full of resilience, they slowly regained the situation and erased their disadvantages in battle after battle. Finally, in the era of the human king, all demons and gods will be eliminated. After that, Tianji realm should have learned its lesson, continued to accumulate advantages, hide its strength and bide its time, until it could completely crush Shinji realm, and then create a second catastrophe. However, this dream was interrupted by the Dragon Saint King and the Ice Spirit Saint King. The ladder of the infinite battlefield was frozen, directly turning the infinite battlefield into a meat grinder for those powerful people in the Tianji domain. You can only enter, but cannot exit. As a result, Tianji realm and Shinji realm were once again evenly matched. Until now, the infinite battlefield has collapsed due to the self-destruction of the immortal demon, and this situation has not changed. If nothing else happens, this balance will continue to be maintained and noon can break it. After all, the sacred mountain in the central region has also been sealed, and there is no direct contact between the two worlds. As time goes by, no one will remember these things except those ancient demon gods. But the problem now is that an accident happened. The Demon King is not an immortal demon. He doesn't care at all who is the winner between the Tianji realm and the divine realm. All he wants is for the war to spread. Only in this way will he be the only winner. So the sacred mountain in the central region collapsed. When there is no longer a barrier between the heavenly realm and the divine realm, a war will be inevitable. This is the method of the Demon King. He rarely uses conspiracy. Once he does, it is almost always a conspiracy that you have to accept. For example, how can this war be avoided now? Yes, it can't be avoided at all. The Demon King doesn't take action directly, but he can help things get the result he wants by adding fuel to the flames. Just by watching, you can get what you want. How terrible. So under such circumstances, since a war is inevitable, then try your best to win. At least for those weak creatures, if the Lord God becomes the strongest, they can still live and work in peace and contentment. And the demon god doesn't care about the lives of these ants. Victory is determined. The dragon god who was watching the battle suddenly spoke up. When both sides have prepared backups and reinforcements have arrived, it will be a hard power confrontation. However, the demon gods that were consumed before that, even if they were not strong, were still a force that could not be ignored. Being abandoned so easily has become a gap in the demon god's side. When both warring parties are evenly matched, no force should be wasted. Because it is very likely that this wasted power will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Those demon gods once again paid the price for their arrogance. And it's an extremely heavy price. After all this time, they still haven't made any progress at all. The human king also shook his head, and then said, slowly. The demon god of Tianji realm is still as arrogant as ever, exactly the same as before. At the beginning, the human king planned the final battle to seal the central divine mountain. He went to the central divine mountain alone just to make those demon gods feel that they had an opportunity, so that they could fall into the trap. They arrogantly believe that if the human king dares to go to the sacred mountain in the central region alone, he will definitely die. So they all showed up and ran over. The result, of course, goes without saying. That's of course, because the guys who learned the lesson are all dead. The dragon god probably knew what the human king was talking about, so he answered. The experiences of predecessors will always be considered false by future generations. You must learn a lesson yourself before you can recognize the reality clearly. The same is true for those demon gods. The experience left by the ancient demon god has not been passed down, but he has almost learned arrogance. If they could be more cautious in this battle, it wouldn't be like this. As reinforcements from the main god's side gathered, they gathered on the battlefield. The advantages of those demon gods finally ceased to exist, and were instead pushed into disadvantages, and their hands began to be constrained. The endless power of law is overwhelming, leaving no corner to dodge. On the battlefield, gods are falling all the time, and demon gods are losing their lives. But the losses on the demon god's side far exceeded those on the Lord God's side. After all, the demon god is only good at attacking. But the main god has offense and defense, as well as assistance and treatment. As the battle gets longer and longer, the advantage of the main god's side will only get bigger and bigger. After all, a fully equipped lineup will always have a higher ceiling than a single-positioned lineup, and the explosive combat power will be stronger. The demon god's side may be able to gain a temporary advantage, with a terrifying offensive in the early stages of the war. But if this advantage exists, it cannot be maintained. Then the next step is to go lower and lower, until the end where defeat is certain. This is what is happening now on this battlefield. If nothing unexpected happens, the final result should be as expected, ending with the victory of the Lord God's side. However, the demon king is determined to provoke this war, and it is impossible to avoid an accident. Just when the dragon god and the human king were determined to continue like this, and the outcome was decided, the accident, as expected, really happened. It's really amazing. In such a short period of time, we achieved an absolute advantage. But it's a pity that this war can't end like this. In the void, a joking voice came out. The mighty sound is like the resonance of heaven and earth. Even though the dragon god and the human king were immediately alert, they still couldn't sense where the source of the sound was. Demon king, you are indeed paying attention to this battlefield. Dragon god narrowed his eyes slightly, and spoke aloud. Apart from the demon emperor, there is no other person who can make noise in such a place without being discovered by them. Of course I am paying attention to this battlefield, but I am more concerned about you. Dragon god, and the human king, you probably wouldn't have thought that I would come back. The demon king's tone was still joking. It feels like a cat playing with a mouse, aloof. It was as if he was enjoying the pleasure that his prey was struggling to death in front of him. It's no surprise that you'll come back. At this time, the human king suddenly spoke up and said in a cold voice, your life is as tenacious as a rat in the gutter. Now that you are back, what's the big surprise? This is a very direct ridicule. I want to say that the current demon emperor is just a rat who hides his head and shows his tail. Even though he had spoken out, he did not actually show up on the battlefield, he was still hiding in the dark, waiting for opportunities. Although this was the demon king's consistent style, it did not affect the human king's contempt for him. You are really good at talking, Your Majesty the human king. However, the demon emperor did not show any sign of being angry, but instead sounded a little playful. You must have sacrificed your life to do something, and it must have been broken. You must feel uncomfortable. The demon king was referring to the matter of sealing the sacred mountain in the central region. Now that the sacred mountains in the central region have collapsed, what the human king has done naturally has no meaning. It's a pity that a few light words can't shake the human king's heart. The original goal has been achieved. Now even if the sacred mountain in the central region disappears, what will happen? The human king asked back. It actually made the demon emperor speechless. Yes, the original purpose of the human king to seal the sacred mountain in the central region was not to cut off the connection between the Tianji realm and the divine Ji realm. Fundamentally speaking, it was also to protect the then weak Shinji realm. But now, those demon gods are no match for the main god, so this protection is no longer needed. So as the king of humans said, even if the sacred mountain in the central region collapses, what will happen? Nothing will happen. Well, just using words can't hit you. Forget it, I never care about this kind of thing. As long as I tell you the reality, it is enough. This is a gift from me. I hope you like it. At this point, the demon king's voice suddenly stopped. Then there was no more movement. The human king frowned slightly, glanced at the dragon god, and saw the dragon god shaking his head slightly at her. Still haven't found where the demon king is hiding. The dragon god fell silent just now, not because he had nothing to say, but because he was looking for the demon emperor's hiding place. However, it is a pity to face a guy like the demon emperor who has fully equipped his escape skills. It is not easy to find him who is deliberately hidden. Moreover, at this time a change occurred on the battlefield between the demon god and the Lord God. Above the sky, countless scarlet gates suddenly appeared, dyeing the entire sky the color of blood. The next second, countless scarlet threads emerged from the gate, and then entangled themselves on the earth, on the fallen demon god or the corpse of the main god. Immediately afterwards, the corpses of the demon gods and lord gods melted rapidly like ice, and snow poured on boiling water. But inside the scarlet door above the sky, figures appeared one after another. It looks like a demon puppet. There is such a method? Is this the gift that the demon king is talking about? When the dragon god and the human king saw this scene, their pupils shrank suddenly. Obviously they understood what this was. The demon emperor's methods are as brilliant as ever. With the help of those corpses that were still warm, they were transformed into demon puppets with powerful combat power to enhance the strength of the demon god's side. From this point of view, does the demon king want to help those demon gods? In other words, he doesn't want this battle to end. Damn demon king, what on earth does he want to do? The dragon god scolded. Now that the demon king has intervened, we can't just sit idly by. As it should be. The human king naturally did not hesitate, looked at the scarlet door in the sky, and raised a hand. The power of reincarnation, judgment. The mighty power of the law of reincarnation turned into a huge wave, slamming towards the scarlet gate that filled the sky. The emergence of the demon god's puppet has indeed alleviated the disadvantage off the demon god's side. After all, the demon puppet without intelligence still possesses basic fighting instincts and is not weak in strength. And with such a large number that can be continuously replenished, it can indeed pose a threat to the Lord God. Therefore, the Scarlet Gate, which is the source of the demon's puppet, must be destroyed. However, when the mighty power of the law of reincarnation flew away and was about to hit the scarlet door hard, it was discovered that it had missed. Isn't it a real thing? The human king raised his eyebrows and hooked his fingers back, pulling back the raging power of the law of reincarnation. He also rushed past those scarlet gates again. It's not the condensation of a certain law. In the beginning, the demon emperor followed the path of the Lord God, and it was not unusual for him to possess the power of law. After his heart was broken, he embarked on the path of the devil, which allowed him to elevate the power of law to a higher level. It is no longer limited to the law of destiny at the beginning. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for the human king to think that this scarlet door is the concentration of the power of law. But it turned out that the guess was still wrong. No need to try again, they are just some shadows. The dragon god on the side suddenly spoke, then pointed at the scarlet door in the sky, and then said, "The demon emperor will not leave such obvious flaws to us, those phantoms are just to mock us." Yes, mocking their inability to stop his tactics. Taunt them for their inability to do anything. Condensing the power of death into truly usable combat power is the Demon King's usual method. During the ancient catastrophe, the Demon King's betrayal was, to a large extent, to hunt down more powerful people. Whether it is a demon god or a lord god, they are all his prey. He helped the demon god only for better hunting. To be precise, the Demon King did not stand in any camp at all, he was just alone. Therefore, the Dragon God, who was of the same era as the Demon Emperor, truly understood the Demon Emperor and knew his methods and acting style. Now, the Demon King has regained the power of his heyday, and even gone further. Then his methods should be more sophisticated. I'm just giving it a try. If it's really that simple to solve, he doesn't have the right to jump out again and again. The human king's expression once again returned to its previous expressionless expression. The demon puppet that fell from the sky has joined the battlefield, showing great strength. Many demon gods who had been completely suppressed finally took a breath. Moreover, there is a tendency to fight back. However, the dragon god and the human king had no intention of taking action. Because they are different from the demon emperor, their power is not reflected in the aspect of assistance. So once you take action, you will personally participate in the battle. This is probably what the demon king wants to see. Neither the dragon god nor the human king can deal with the demon king alone. So if one of them is restrained, the other one may be in danger. The plan for now is to believe in those main gods and Taliana. We won't lose completely because of these demon puppets. The longer this kind of war goes on, the greater the advantage the main god side will have, and it's not just talk. Otherwise, you would think that during the ancient catastrophe, the Tianji region was clearly the dominant side, so why could the Shinji region achieve the final victory? It was because the war was being dragged out longer and longer that the demigod's advantage became smaller and smaller. In the end, they can only return to the Tianji realm, or stay in the Shinji realm forever. So at this moment, it is not the time to take action. Because even if the Demon King intervened in this war, he had not really appeared yet. This breath seems to be the breath of the Demon Emperor. Qi Lu, who had been lying on the sofa in the store, suddenly sat up from the sofa at this moment. "Brother Qi Lu, what's wrong with you? What happened?" Seeing Qi Lu suddenly making such a move, Yu Shi'er, who was sitting at the end of the sofa, asked with some confusion. "Something big did happen, but it's not here." Qi Lu rubbed his eyebrows and answered. The Demon King's aura disappeared in a flash among the enhanced perceptions off countless towers. The place where he appeared was the battlefield at the Shinshan defense line in the central region. Therefore, Qi Lu can reasonably guess that there should be a new situation there. At least, the Demon Emperor did intervene in the war. Although the Demon King did not personally participate in the battle, he had many strange methods. For example, the Demon King's killing puppet. This is a method that has been used before. The art of puppetry is not an unfamiliar thing in the hands of the Demon Emperor. If it has really been improved and thrown into the battlefield, one can imagine what consequences that would have. It is definitely a force that can affect the final outcome of the war. Even there, the Dragon God and the Human King are still stationed, but they are the top combat power used to deal with the Demon King. It is impossible to use it against these cannon fodder. So, is it your turn to figure it out? Qi Lu thought so in his heart, then raised his head and looked at Yu Shi'er. It's time for us to join the war. Us? Yu Shi'er immediately stood up and was ready to fight. She has never been afraid of fighting, especially when fighting alongside Qi Lu. Although such a situation almost never occurs. No, more accurately, it's just you now. Qi Lu thought for a while and added another sentence. In any case, Qi Lu is now considered to be a top warrior at the level of King of Harmony and Dragon God. He should wait and prepare for a bigger crisis instead of taking action now. Because Qi Lu can be sure that the Demon Emperor's methods are definitely more than that. So for now, we can only let Yu Shi'er provide support by herself. But Qi Lu will be watching her from behind. I see. Yu Shi'er didn't raise any objection. As long as it was something Qi Lu asked her to do, she wouldn't ask for the reason. Because she believed that Qi Lu would never harm her. What's more, even if Qi Lu wants to harm her, she doesn't care. Let's go. Things in the store and the competition will not be a big problem for the time being. You can also deal with it after the war is over. Naturally, Qi Lu would not stay in the store. Because the reinforcements this time were not just Yu Shi'er. In the frozen holy city, there are even more powerful reinforcements that can be brought together. The Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King are all top-notch combat powers of pinnacle level, and they shouldn't stay in that kind of place. Moreover, it's time for mainland Qingqi to use actual combat to verify his strength. After all, I have been studying with the Ice Spirit Saint King for so long, so I can't make any progress at all. Is the war between Tianji Realm and Xinji Realm used to determine the future direction of Tianji Divine Realm? Did the sacred mountain in the central region collapse too? The Overlord obviously knew about this. It's just that being in Tianji domain prevented him from participating in this battle immediately. Now that Qi Lu found him and mentioned this matter, he became interested, so naturally wouldn't put it off. The day has finally arrived. I think the immortal demon would never have thought that something like this would happen in the future. Ice Spirit Saint King also spoke up. The Ice Spirit Holy King, who had been in the infinite battlefield for an unknown length of time, still did not want to see the immortal demon. The most influential thing the immortal demon has done is to provoke the ancient catastrophe. Intent to destroy the divine realm. Therefore, in the view of the Ice Spirit Saint King, the collapse of the sacred mountain in the central region and letting history repeat itself is obviously a mockery of the immortal demon. It's such a pity that the immortal demon has fallen and cannot see this scene with his own eyes. Otherwise, his expression should be interesting. But this time, the difference between the battle between Tianji Realm and Xinji Realm is that Tianji Realm did not accumulate any advantage. In a situation of even competition, it should not be difficult to guess what kind of result will occur. After all, in the last battle, Tianji domain had the advantage, but failed Taowen. Then the two seniors should join the battle. Qi Lu asked aloud. Of course, that's what we should do. It can be regarded as a dream come true for us. The Overlord said with a smile. His dissatisfaction with those demon gods was already obvious. Because unlike the way of the Lord God, which develops peacefully and steadily, the way of the demon god is inherently aggressive. Therefore, the degree of disgust is naturally more serious. People with different paths don't work together, that's probably the case. This is how the way of the devil and the way of the Lord God are opposite to each other. Although they all have the same indifference to the weak, treat them as trivial, and do not care about the life or death of the weak. However, the difference is that the Lord God lets nature take its course and barely interferes in any way. As long as you're not offended, it's as if you don't exist at all. But the devil is moody and bloodthirsty. Plus that intense aggression. This caused a natural conflict between the Lord God and the demon god. Because the existence of the demon god would threaten the existence of the Lord God, the relationship between the two parties has become a life or death situation. Moreover, there are also reasons for the Sky Vault divine realm itself, which further worsens the situation. So much so that it became what it is now. However, such a situation does not exist among ordinary practitioners. When the resources for cultivation are sufficient, unnecessary conflicts are a very stupid thing. Besides, wouldn't it be nice to stay in Manager Chi's shop? Wouldn't it be nice to go climb the tower and play in the duel arena when you have nothing to do? Why cause trouble for yourself? From this point of view, Qi Lu has really fundamentally changed the atmosphere of Tianji realm and Shinji realm. Changed the entire heavenly vault god realm. The only ones who are repulsive to Qi Lu are those demon gods. Because Qi Li's appearance brought order, these guys from the evil and chaotic camp had to calm down. After all, my skills are inferior to others, so I dare not have any opinions. The prestige of Master Qi was gained by killing, not by bragging. Therefore, after finally stabilizing the order, Qi Lu does not want to watch the Sky Vault God realm return to its previous state. We'll get through it. However, you still have time to come to us now. The situation should not burgeon yet. Ice Spirit Saint King also nodded in agreement and analyzed it by the way. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. I can't guarantee it. Qi Lu shook his head, in agreement with the Ice Spirit Saint King's words. But that only means that when he came over, the situation on the battlefield was still good. It is still unknown what it will be like after that. But no matter how bad it is, there is still the Dragon God and the Human King, so there is still time to react. So there is no need to worry. The purpose of coming to the frozen holy city had been achieved, so Qi Li naturally did not stay any longer and left soon. As for when the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King will go to the defense line of the Holy Mountain in the central region, it is not something Qi Li needs to consider. Even if you prepare for the worst, there won't be much of a problem. The Demon Emperor is only one person after all. He was used to being alone, so he was destined to find no helper. Even the immortal demon, who had the same purpose temporarily and could be anally, was plotted by the Demon Emperor. So what's left? Just a loner. The situation on the battlefield at the Central Divine Mountain defense line has become increasingly tense. The advantage that the main god's side had finally gained was now completely suppressed, returning to a state of even rivalry. And as time goes by, it is very likely that it will slowly fall into a disadvantage. Because the Demon King condenses the power of death and summons the demon god puppets, in a sense, they are almost endless. As long as this battle is not over and as long as death continues, the demon puppets will continue to appear. Whether it is the fall of the demon god or the fall of the main god, it is the same. It will become the power to summon the demon god's puppet, and then become the help of the demon god's side. Therefore, the longer the battle lasts, the greater the risk that the main god's side will fall into a disadvantage. The only fortunate thing is that after the demon puppet is smashed, the power of death will not be generated again. Otherwise, it would really be endless and invincible. But even so, the pressure on the main god's side is not small. Because under such circumstances, the only way to end this battle is to resist the pressure of the demon god's puppet, first eliminate all those demon gods, and then get rid of the demon god's puppet. After all, the battle between the demon god and the Lord God is the source of the appearance of the demon god's puppet. Only by solving the source can we prevent the demon puppet from continuing to appear. Otherwise, if the stalemate continues, the Lord God's side will only suffer more and more losses. However, in the current situation, it is basically impossible for the main gods to do this. The advantages that we had finally gained before were about to be regained. Now you still want to face more and more demon god puppets and eliminate all those demon gods? Dreaming. The Demon Emperor's methods are really terrifying. He actually reversed the situation in one fell swoop. The situation seems a little not good. Dragon God frowned involuntarily as he looked at the situation that was gradually getting worse. but that's all. There is no intention to take action. Because the current situation is not that serious yet. At least the human king on the side was quite calm. The current situation is indeed not good, but our reinforcements have not arrived yet. Before Dragon God's voice fell, the human king suddenly spoke. The fact that the Demon Emperor's methods are effective is inseparable from the fact that their two top combat powers need to always be on guard against the Demon Emperor's attacks. The Demon King obviously knew this, and was sure that the Dragon God and the human king would not take action, so he openly summoned the Demon God's Pepetto join the battle to help the Demon God's side reverse the situation. If there is no such thing, the demon side may have been defeated. Don't think that the Dragon God and the human king will become too weak if their strength is damaged. They are far less than they were in their heyday. That's fake. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. What's more, when the Dragon God and the human king were in their heyday, the gap between them and those demon gods was more than just a tiny bit. The Demon Emperor, who had recovered, was able to suppress them. That was because the Demon Emperor was a peak power at the same level as them in ancient times. Now that he had recovered first, his strength was of course even more powerful. But other demon gods do not have this qualification. Reinforcements haven't arrived yet? When the Dragon God heard this, he glanced at the King of Humans, then looked enlightened, nodded, and said, "Are you talking about Store Manager Qi? That is indeed a powerful reinforcement, and even has the ability to reverse the situation on the battlefield again." More than. The human king replied slowly. The main god who has not yet come to this battlefield is not just Store Manager Qi. At least in the memory of the human king, his successor Yu Shi'er and the reincarnation of the spirit of time Lan Yi have not appeared here yet. It can be used as a surprise force. You know, the human king has high hopes for Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi. The Dragon God was silent for a moment, looking at the battlefield. After a long time, he nodded and said, "It's indeed more than that. Not only Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi in the human king's memory, Lan Zi'er who impressed the Dragon God deeply, but also Lan Qing'er are not here. It seems that there is still a strange army in the Shenji domain, so there is really no need to worry. It seems my guess was correct, they have arrived." The human king's face was still calm, but his tone was somewhat relieved. Because she felt Yu Shi'er's aura, which was much stronger than the last time she saw her. That is the aura and power that can only be possessed after fully integrating her inheritance. Even a human king would be happy to see his successor grow up. It has indeed arrived. The Dragon God also raised his eyes and looked into the distance, only to see another pair of eyes. Those are Qi Li's eyes. Senior Dragon God. Qi Li stood in the void, outside the battlefield, looking at the Dragon God from a distance, nodding slightly as a greeting. "Store Manager Qi, I haven't seen you for a long time. I hope you are well." Dragon God also nodded in return. Although he didn't say anything, he didn't say what he meant. As a result, the situation on the battlefield was stabilized. There is another top combat power in charge. Now, no matter how powerful the Demon Emperor is, he cannot turn the world upside down. Then, Qi Li looked at the King of Humans again, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then, there was a hint of a sure look, and then he nodded slightly as if he was saying hello to the Dragon God. To be honest, Qi Li still thought about it when the Zhongyu sacred mountain collapsed. Where should the human king who has been guarding the sacred mountain in the central region go? Now it seems that the answer is already there. The human king, whose physical body and remnant soul is still there, obviously will not disappear with the sacred mountain in the central region, but escape. In this way, the chessboard of heaven and earth should still be in the body of the human king. It's a pity that the heaven and earth chessboard is useless in this place. Because from the moment the sacred mountain in the central region collapsed, there was no longer any distinction between the Tianji realm and the divine realm and the Sky Vault God realm. Even if this battlefield is blocked off with a chessboard of heaven and earth, there are still other places that can be detoured. So it is better to place the battlefield here at the Shinshan defense line in the central region. At least it's easier to control. After all, the Demon King has been staring at this place. Who knows what other methods that damn guy has not used. Qi Lu found Yu Shi'er as expected. It seems that their experience in Tianji domain was not peaceful. The Human King also nodded in return. For such an outstanding junior, it can be said that the King of Human Beings has placed his future hopes on him. Qi Lu has the ability to take on the important task of opening up the future. On the other side, in the direction of the divine realm, many figures also appeared in the distance. The aura that came from them also caused an imperceptible smile to appear in the eyes of the King of Human Beings and the Dragon God. It's that amazing army. Speaking of which, at the beginning of the war, Lan Zier and the others Josito watch. It's not that he is afraid of fighting, but he is observing the battlefield situation and looking for the right time to join the battle. With powerful talents, abundant resources, and Qi Li's support, under such good conditions, their speed of progress is naturally one of the best. Although the time is still short, their combat power is not comparable to that of ordinary gods. Especially Lanya and Lanzier. One is the reincarnation of the spirit of time. Needless to say, talent, progress is a matter of course. As for Lanzier, she had the dragon god's personal teachings from time to time, the stimulation of the dragon bloodline, and the commonality of the law force. This also makes Lanzier's progress speed no less than that of Lanyi. Compared with the main gods on the battlefield, they can be regarded as high-end combat power. Therefore, just as the dragon god and the human king thought, it has not appeared for a long time, and it can indeed be called a surprise force. It plays a key role in changing the battlefield situation. For example, right now. Together with Yu Shi'er and Nalan Qinqi who came from Tianji domain, there were also Lan Zier and Lan Yi. Although they were not many in number, they were indeed elite soldiers and strong generals. Joining the battlefield, it is enough to become the sharp blade of the Lord God's side and break through the formation of the Demon God's side. Even if there are a large number of demon puppets, they will never be able to stop their charge. The law of reincarnation, the law of time, the law of force. These are among the highest level laws, with infinite power and unrivaled tyranny. In addition, their strength is not weak. Against these demon gods, even if they cannot be called crushing, they can basically suppress them. In this way, Qi Lu and the others did not need to take action at all, and the situation was already under control. As time went by, the battle situation gradually became more and more uncontrollable, turning into scenes of near misses. By the way, these girls were reunited on the battlefield. Shao Qi? Why are you here? Have you always been in Tianji domain before? This was Lanya's first reaction after seeing Nalan Qinqi, surprise and surprise. Although I am very happy to see Nalan Qinqi again. But in addition to being curious and surprised about her previous experiences, she was also more worried and thankful. Yes, I don't know why, but I was the only one who went to Tianji domain. Nalan Qinqi had already heard from Qi Lu about the matter in Shinji realm, so when he saw Lan Yi and the others, he was not surprised at all, but felt a little happy and a little bit depressed. Depressed why I am alone and not with them. Fortunately, I met Qi Lu later, otherwise I wouldn't have known how long I would have been alone. But it doesn't matter now. There will be no difference between Tianji realm and Shinji realm in the future. Thinking of this, Nalan Qinqi became happy again. However, that is what he said, but before that, there is one more thing that needs to be dealt with. That is to end this current war. So they came here. If you want to chat, there will be plenty of time later. Let's get down to business now. Seeing that Nalan Qinqi and the others seemed to be chatting on the spot, Yu Shi'er had to give a reminder. This place is a battlefield. That's right, now is not the time to talk about this. The current situation is that the war has reached a fever pitch and is very tense. As surprise soldiers, they inserted themselves into the battlefield and became the sharp knives that broke the formation. They had no time to chat here. It's still business that matters. At this moment, the stalemate on the battlefield was once again broken. The demon emperor's methods no longer worked. Even with the addition of the demon god's puppets, the demon god's side began to retreat steadily. The function of the sharp knife is to help tear apart the defenses of those demon gods and turn their resistance into a joke. Countless demon puppets were shattered and rendered useless. Many demon gods had to retreat again and again. No matter how brave and fearless they are, no matter how high their morale is, they still cannot make up for the gap in hard power. In other words, these demon gods have already lost this battle from the very beginning. It was just the demon king who intervened and helped them survive. And now, these demon gods are about to be beaten back to their original form. The process is that simple. But the process by which this result occurs is not that simple. The most basic point is that there is not much internal friction in the process of accumulating troops in Shinji domain. This is something Tianji domain cannot do no matter what. There is no need to go into details about other details. In short, as long as you understand one thing, it is that accumulation over time is by no means a simple matter. Damn. Why are these losers so strong? No, it's impossible. There's no way they can defeat us, absolutely impossible. This must be fake. We have to fight back, and we will definitely win. Don't retreat. If we lose this battle, from now on, we will no longer have a foothold in the heavenly vault god realm. Follow me and fight back. The demon gods roared angrily and roared unwillingly. They did not want to believe that the main god, who was not their opponent before, could now force them into such a situation. This is definitely fake. However, these demon gods never thought about if they could win. Why was he forced to return to the Tianji domain during the ancient catastrophe? It's not that they don't know, they just don't want to think about it. Therefore, in this battle, these demon gods are unwilling to retreat and have no room to retreat. Because they retreated, the heavenly vault god realm completely belonged Totho's main gods. As demon gods, they will no longer have room to survive. In this case, why not give it a try? Humph, you really overestimate your capabilities. You have clearly seen through the inevitable losing situation, but you are unwilling to admit it. Since you don't want to retreat, that's fine. Just stay here. Stay here forever. The main gods, who once again had the upper hand, would naturally not show mercy. Originally, they were still thinking about how they would keep these demon gods here if they wanted to escape. But now, it's good that they don't have to figure it out on their own. These demons have no intention of leaving at all. That's great. It's really sad. Do the demon gods who once suppressed the divine realm behave like this now? However, at this time, the demon king's voice came out again. He's always been there. Qi Li's face was calm. Although I have never been able to sense the existence of the demon king before. But this kind of thing is the demon king's specialty, so it's normal not to be able to sense it. I can't help but show up again. It's really like a rat in the gutter. It can't be caught and it can disgust people. Dragon God couldn't help but shook his head. It has been confirmed before that there is indeed no trace of the demon emperor. Even if the demon emperor had taken the initiative to speak out, it would be of little significance as he did not reveal his aura. This ability is unique in the entire Heavenly Vault God realm. After all, other top combat powers will not put a lot of effort into this aspect. Only this time, the Demon Emperor no longer only heard his voice, but never saw him. As the voice sounded, a majestic and boundless pressure suddenly appeared, like a huge wave falling from the sky, crashing down. The terrifying momentum seemed to shatter the world, filled with astonishing destructive power. At this moment, a figure appeared in the void. Qi Lu could see it clearly, and the human king and dragon god could also see it clearly. This figure is none other than the demon emperor. Aren't you going to continue hiding? The human king locked his gaze and sarcastically said something expressionless. Rats in the gutter should hide in the dark. If you come under the light, you will be beaten to death. Haha, I just gave you a chance to resist, but you don't know how to cherish it. A sharp tongue will not bring you a good end. When the demon king heard this, he replied with a smile. Not being angry doesn't mean that he doesn't care about the sarcasm at all, he just doesn't show it. Now that the demon king is willing to show up, it means that he has already planned to end it personally. Then he naturally doesn't have to pretend to be so calm. That won't bother you. The king of humans said it neither salty nor coldly. Really, that would make me worry less. The demon king shook his head, not wanting to argue for words here. For beings in their realm, no matter what harsh words they say, they cannot affect the other person's mentality. Showing off one's words is only the behavior of a weak person. So the demon emperor did not continue to be sarcastic, but looked around and then narrowed his eyes. Dragon god, human king, and Qi Lu. Maybe there are also the two top combat powers that I met in the infinite battlefield before, and I have to guard against them. Although the demon emperor is not afraid of them joining forces, he definitely has no masochistic tendencies. Since the situation on site is not optimistic, it is natural to find a solution. There are many of you, so I won't bully you. If you want to deal with me, it depends on whether you can pass this first test. Speaking of this, a flash of blood flashed in the demon king's scarlet eyes, and a sky-shaking aura suddenly erupted from all over his body, almost shattering the sky and causing the earth to crack. The void trembled, and cracks appeared, as if it would be shattered at any time. At this moment, the demon king showed his power without reservation. Qi Lu frowned deeply. Dragon God's face also darkened, and he didn't look so good-looking. The human king even raised his eyebrows, showing a little surprise, but heffled it was reasonable. You've got it. Not only has the demon king's power been restored, but it has also shown a tendency to go even further. This feeling of oppression is so terrifying and yet so familiar. The coercion that soared into the sky and swept across all directions was notably felt by Qi Lu and the others, but was also affected on the battlefield. The terrifying momentum attracted the attention of all the participants, making them shocked and turning pale. Is this the realm of the Lord God, or the realm of the demon god, the aura of Dzogchen? Or is it better? No one among the demon gods and lord gods present knew what level of cultivation this tyrannical aura had reached. All they knew was that even with their strength, they felt like they couldn't breathe under the pressure of this momentum. It was like a small animal being targeted by a natural enemy, without the slightest ability to resist. How terrible! Qi Lu also took a deep breath and once again confirmed the demon king's strength. Is this the power of the demon king in his heyday? It's really scary to have such a strong sense of oppression. Before this, Qi Lu knew that the previous demon emperor had always been in a weak state. But I never thought that the demon emperor in his heyday would be so powerful. Thinking of this, Qi Lu looked up at the human king and dragon god again. Once upon a time, they were not so weak, but they were able to overpower the demon emperor in his heyday. It is hard to imagine how powerful the human king and dragon god were at that time. It's a pity that time has changed, and now the demon king has gained power. The heads of the main gods were lowered, and the faces of the demon gods turned pale in shock. Demon king, what exactly do you want to do? Although the pressure was soaring and the momentum was terrifying, the demon emperor hadn't made a move for a long time, which made the dragon god stare and ask. Do you want to see fear on their faces? That's not necessary. Not to mention that it was something that had been expected. Even if they didn't expect this situation, they wouldn't be afraid. At most, it's just a surprise. There will still be no shortage of fights. So if the demon emperor had this plan and wanted to humiliate them, he would be disappointed. Dragon God, you seem to be worried about this problem. But you will know soon. I just found a few old friends to accompany you to talk about old times. The Demon King's tone sounded plain, but it was not difficult to find the ferocity and joking hidden in it. It was this tone that made Dragon God raise his level of alert again. Nothing good will ever happen with such a tone. Old friend? Chila heard this and thought to himself. Anyway, he would definitely not know the old friend that the Demon King mentioned. Could the old monster who lived in the same era as the Dragon God be talking about their common friend? This answer is obviously impossible. And Chila didn't need to think too much, the Demon Emperor had already announced the answer. Around the Demon King, countless scarlet threads intertwined, gradually weaving into a door frame. This scarlet door frame seems familiar. Seeing this scene, the human king couldn't help but frowned, thinking of the scarlet door before. That was the shadow left by the Demon King in the sky, and it was also a mockery of him. But that taunt has failed. The demon puppet has been dealt with. But now, does the Demon King want to repeat his old tricks? But the door frame he weaved this time was a real thing. Are you showing off your power? The human king's eyes flashed as he looked at the scarlet silk thread woven into the door frame, and suddenly thought that this thing seemed more familiar. It is a thread condensed by the laws of destiny. The river of destiny remains a shadow, so different causes get different results. Now, accept my guidance, come to my side from the river of destiny, and fight for me. The shadow of fate appears. As the Demon Emperor hummed, the scarlet door frame suddenly took shape. The human king's guess was correct. The scarlet thread was really the thread condensed by the law of destiny. Buzz. A circle of ripples suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if a boulder had been dropped, breaking the calm surface of the lake, causing ripples to appear suddenly. The scarlet door frame also lit up with an evil light, almost reflecting the sky red, dyeing the ripples into red clouds. The next moment, a figure walked out of the door frame. After seeing his face clearly, Chi Li's eyes widened. There was also a hint of disbelief in the eyes of the Dragon God and the human king. Because of this figure, Chi Li not only knew him, but also knew that he should not appear in this place. 8 arms reached the sky. The guy who really died and couldn't possibly survive. But he happened to appear in this place. No, that's not right. But soon, Chila discovered something was wrong. The guy who walked out of the doorframe was indeed the one with 8 arms reaching the sky. Both his appearance and aura were the same. But there is one difference, that is, this guy has no life at all. The 8-armed giant summoned by the Demon Emperor is not his true form, Buta Puppet. It is the shadow of destiny summoned by the Demon King using the law of destiny. Destiny is such a magical thing. When you make a choice, you will leave a mark on the river of destiny, which will not dissipate even if you die. It's just that the river of destiny is more mysterious and elusive than the river of time. The Demon King was able to summon the 8-armed shadow of destiny, probably because the 8-armed tower had already died, so he could use the mark left in the river of destiny. Moreover, the limit should not be small. Chi Li can also grasp the law of fate, so he knows some things. Once the mark is used, the shattering of the shadow of destiny will erase all remaining marks. It cannot be summoned a second time. Chi Li reacted and immediately understood the purpose of the Demon King's move. To find helper for yourself. When you are alone, the only thing you can trust is your own strength. Shadow of Destiny has a nice name, but to put it worse, it's just a high-level puppet. The puppet will not betray, so the Demon Emperor is naturally willing to use it. When it comes to why the Demon King masters the puppet technique so skillfully, I am afraid it is inseparable from this reason. I have to say, it's really sad and pitiful. Boy, I don't like the look in your eyes very much. Perhaps noticing Qi Li's eyes, the demon emperor couldn't help but said coldly. Mercy? What qualifications do you have to show mercy to me? The demon king had never thought that someone would look at him like this. Here I didn't know how to live or die. Then I'm really sorry, demon king, I don't like your behavior very much either. Qi Li sneered and returned without showing any signs of weakness. You don't like the look in my eyes, so what? Either don't look or don't say it. Even though the demon king had regained the strength of his heyday, which shocked Qi Li a little, fear was impossible. It's not like he doesn't have a trump card, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if the worst happens, even if you really can't fight, can't you still run away? What's more, Qi Li is not the only opponent of the demon emperor. Since the demon king wants to be the enemy of the whole world, he must be prepared to be besieged by the whole world. I said that sharp teeth and a sharp mouth will not end well. I hope you won't regret it. Murderous aura emerged in the demon king's eyes and disappeared in a flash. Beside him, the shadow of destiny, with 8 arms reaching the sky, stood quietly in the void without any movement, waiting for orders. However, the demon king's summons did not end there, but had just begun. 8 arms reaching the sky is just the first one. Following closely behind, at least a dozen more shadows of destiny came out of the scarlet doorframe. There are some that Qi Li has seen, and some that Qi Li has not seen. But without exception, they all exude an extremely powerful aura, which is not inferior to the 8-armed heaven. From this point, we can be sure that the bodies of these shadows of destiny are definitely on the same level as the 8-armed sky. Is this summoning those guys from ancient times who even had their ashes scattered after they died? Qi Li's eyes trembled. He didn't expect that the demon king could be so shameless. However, when you think about the fact that the demon king is a guy who does everything he can, it seems reasonable to do such a thing, so there is nothing surprising. And judging from the lack of movement from the dragon god and the human king, the demon king may not be as relaxed as he appears. While he was summoning the shadow of destiny, he was absolutely ready to take action at any time. All the shadows of destiny will definitely appear. Fortunately, with Qi Li's understanding of the laws of destiny, he knew that summoning the shadow of destiny was not an easy task. Even with the terrifying strength of the demon emperor, it is impossible for him to summon endlessly like the previous demon god puppets. Especially among the summoned shadows of destiny, none of them are mediocre. The consumption is huge, which is naturally even worse. The situation in front of him also proved that Qi Li's understanding was not wrong. After summoning less than 20 shadows of destiny, the demon king had already stopped. I don't know if he has summoned all the powerful people in his memory, or if has reached the limit of summoning. Qi Li feels that it is more likely to be the latter. After all, in the memory of the demon emperor, Qi Li wouldn't believe that he could rival a powerful man with 8 arms reaching the sky. Perhaps the children of the times are indeed rare in number, and there are only a few who are as powerful as the demon king, the human king, and the dragon god. However, even if the next level top experts are rare, they cannot be counted in one finger. So it's obvious why this happens. Is this the test you're talking about? The human king looked at the shadow of fate standing quietly beside the demon king, his expression still calm. Although the battle in front of her was huge, there were almost no enemies that could pose a threat to her. Facing the true son of the era, the peak powerhouse, and the second-class top combat power, it is indeed a little bit boring. Even if it is a wheel battle, it will only delay for a while. It is almost impossible to win the battle. What's more, after all, the shadow of destiny is just the imprint of the river of destiny, and does not possess intelligence in itself. Even though a strong fighting instinct can bring out good fighting power, it cannot be flexible. If the demon emperor wants to use this method to deal with them, he is really thinking too much. Or is it that the Demon King just sees this battle as a game? Demon Emperor, have you been buried in the grave for too long and your brain has been damaged? Can these defeated generals be considered old friends? Dragon God couldn't help but laugh. If the Demon King took action himself, he might be afraid, but these defeated generals really have no right to worry him. Not to mention a weakened version without intelligence. I said this is just a test. Moreover, they are not only your opponents, they will also join this battlefield. Before he finished speaking, the Demon King waved his hand suddenly. In an instant, the scarlet door frame standing behind him shattered. It instantly turned into threads of destiny all over the sky, and then divided into more than a dozen strands, which were merged into the summoned shadow of destiny. The next second, the many shadows of destiny who were still waiting for orders suddenly raised their heads, as if they were waking up from a dream. Then the pressure around him suddenly erupted, like a tiger descending from the mountain, rushing into the battlefield. The order they received was not to favor one side. But let this war continue until they themselves are shattered. You damn guy, you want all the participants in the war to perish. The Dragon God instantly saw the Demon King's thoughts, and his heart was shocked, and his anger suddenly surged crazily. It turns out that the Demon King has never thought about, and never once talked know, who will be the final winner in this battle. He simply wanted all the participants in the war to die here. Sure enough, the Demon Emperor has never changed. He is always a guy who can sacrifice everything for himself. I'm afraid the Demon King has been planning this since he set up the magic circle and shattered the sacred mountain in the central region. He never thought about who could get out of here alive. So what? The Demon King made no secret of his purpose, and the expression on his face became extremely arrogant. I have said so much before, but it was just a random act based on my own whim. Whatever gouging has no waves is all fake. The Demon Emperor has always had an unruly temper. I've had enough of this game, and it's time to end it. If you think you can stop me, then go ahead and take action. The maniacal laughter seemed particularly harsh. But the Demon Emperor's actions also made Qi feel awe-inspiring. His intuition told him that what the Demon King did was not as simple as it seemed. If it was just to contain the Dragon God and the Human King, there would be none to summon the shadow of destiny so openly. After all, it's not like the Demon King has no previous record of doing this kind of thing. The previous massacre of puppets was carried out secretly. So the Demon Emperor who came here and participated in the battle must have some agenda. When he was on the infinite battlefield, the Demon King sneak attacked the immortal demon at the last moment and devoured part of the immortal demon's power. It was impossible for him to gain nothing at all. If he had just returned to his prime, then he wouldn't be so arrogant. It is even more impossible to use the power of the magic circle to smash the eternal sacred mountain in the central region. It can be seen that the Demon Emperor definitely has something to hide. The purpose of provoking this war is not just to collect the power of death. More likely, it is to deal with the Dragon God and the Human King to eliminate the inner demons. As long as the inner demons are gone and you can climb to the Supreme Realm, it will be a matter of course. The Demon King really has a good plan. However, if it was to eliminate the inner demons, why didn't the Demon King take action directly, but instead used these small methods again and again? It's really puzzling. But now is simply not the time to consider these issues. When the shadow of destiny summoned by the Demon King joins the battlefield, it will really be like a tiger entering the flock of sheep, killing all directions. The fighting power is so strong that it is invincible. There are only a few people who can withstand the offensive launched by Thessa top-notch combat powers, the Shadow of Destiny. Yu Shi'er, Lan Yi, Nalan Qingqi, Lan Zi'er. Apart from this, the other participants in the battle, no matter the main goat or the demon god, were no match and were defeated steadily after being killed. The battlefield that should have been clear at this moment became completely chaotic. Even if you shear and the others attack with all their strength, the number of people is too small, and it is impossible to block all the shadows of fate. Moreover, once you shear and the others are restrained by the shadow of destiny, the situation on the Lord God's side will be difficult. Those demon gods will definitely take the opportunity to counterattack. By then, this war will turn into a complete tug-of-war. This battlefield will also become a meat grinder that consumes each other's forces. No one can win, but at the same time, no one can quit this battlefield. If you don't fight, you die. If you don't retreat, it will just delay your death. By this time, all the participants in the war were already in a dilemma and could not escape. Even if one side has been completely wiped out, the battle will not end as long as the shadow of fate cast by the demon emperor remains. This battle has reached a stalemate. The demon king's tone was arrogant and joking. He looked at the unmoving dragon god and human king and said, "What's wrong with you? Aren't you planning to take action yet? If we wait any longer, there will be no need to take action. Yes, if on the battlefield, both warring parties are completely wiped out, then there is really no need to take action." The demon king is forcing the dragon god and the human king to take action, intending to consume their power. One-on-one, the demon king has absolute confidence that he can win. Even though he was defeated at the hands of these two people, today is different from the past. But when it comes to 2 versus 1, the demon king is not sure. Although in the infinite battlefield, the demon emperor did sneak attack on the immortal demon, swallowed up part of his power, and turned it into his own use. But because his inner demons are still there, he is trapped in shackles, making it difficult to break through to his former peak state. If not, why would the demon king go to such trouble? If he really had the power to crush the dragon god and the human king, with the demon king's character, would he still be able to resist taking action directly? That is really an overestimation of the demon emperor's temper. If you are unruly and unruly, you will also be punished. The demon emperor can indeed endure it, but at the same time, once he has the opportunity, he must avenge himself. So at this moment, the demon king's actions are precisely preparations for being sure of the next battle. As long as the dragon god and the human king are defeated and die in battle, he will definitely be able to break through his shackles. By then, the entire heavenly vault god realm will be under control. As soon as these words came out, the dragon god stared, and the human king Sayez also fell on the demon king. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Qi Li's voice. "Demon Emperor, have you forgotten me? Why should Senior Dragon God and Senior Human King take action on such a trivial matter? Just let me, a junior, do it for you." The Demon Emperor's thoughts were almost written on his face. How could Qi Lennet see it? Moreover, I am afraid that the Dragon God and the Human King will understand this matter early on. Otherwise, he would not have stayed out of the battlefield and been always on guard against the Demon Emperor. So at this critical moment, Qi Lu would naturally do his part to do anything that could cause trouble for the Demon Emperor. Who makes the Demon Emperor and Qi Lu not deal with him all this time? When doing business, we should pay attention to harmony and wealth, and of course we hope for peace in the world. But for his own sake, the Demon King wants to make this world a war-torn place and destroy all living beings. This kind of number one villain, if you don't cause trouble for him, who will cause trouble for him? You again? Upon hearing Qi Li's words, the Demon Emperor's face immediately darkened. What's going on with this kid? Have you been against yourself since you reappeared? It's like this every time. When the critical moment comes, he appears. Yeah, I'm so sorry, it's me again. Qi Li shrugged. Once he saw that the Demon Emperor was unhappy, he became happy. Of course, one's own happiness must be based on the pain of the enemy. Qi Lu is not a heartless stone. He also has his own emotions, and he has a clear distinction between love and hate. It's common to mock enemies. So facing the demon emperor's gloomy face and murderous gaze, Qi Lu held his head high and his chest high, with an indifferent look on his face. He looked at the demon emperor quietly with an expression like, "What can you do to me? What's going on? Can I still be afraid of you?" Qi Lu knew very well in his heart that even if the dragon god and the human king were staring at the demon emperor, they would not be able to make a move. But on the other hand, can the demon king take action? Of course not. So Qi Lu can really act unscrupulously in front of the demon emperor. Qi Lu understood this, and the demon emperor naturally understood it, so after seeing Qi Li's expression, he fell silent. It was useless no matter how much he said, because he really couldn't move. But what happens today will definitely cost you your life in the future. This meaning was revealed by the unconcealed murderous intent in the demon king's eyes. However, Qi Lu doesn't care at all. Everyone has been in a life-and-death situation for a long time. Is there any room for relaxation? Since there is no such thing, then one must not offend him to the point of death. If I can make you feel better, our job as store manager will be in vain. Since you have nothing to say, I won't be polite. It can't be too late for this kind of thing. Before Qi Lelin took action, he also wanted to use some strange energy to stimulate the demon emperor. You know, Qi Lu didn't stay in the infinite battlefield for so long just for sightseeing. Now even if he can't deal with the demon king in his prime, it's still easy and enjoyable to deal with guys like 8 Arms Tong Tian. Not to mention these incomplete versions that have no intelligence and only fighting instincts. And there is one more thing. It is these shadows of destiny, no matter how powerful they are, in the final analysis, they are also mixed with the power of the law of destiny. Maybe for others, the power of the law of destiny is insoluble. But in Qi Li's view, even if his grasp of the law of destiny is not as good as that of the demon emperor, there is still no problem if he just attacks these shadows of destiny. This is the tyranny of the body of law. Take over the creation of heaven and earth. Although upgrading requires more resources than you imagine, the final reward will definitely be worth the money. So when the shadow of fate transformed by these top combat powers from ancient times faced Qi Lu, that was really a defeat. Not to mention that these top combat power shadows of destiny have no ability to fight back, but at the very least, even if they fight back, it doesn't mean much. And Qi Lu officially joined the war and no longer stayed out of it, which also made the eyes of the main god on this battlefield shine with light. This is store manager Qi. It's really store manager Qi. Previously, Qi Lu was outside the battlefield and did not attract anyone's attention. Therefore, these main gods really did not discover the existence of Qi Lu. But now, Qi Lu has already joined the war, how could they not recognize him? You know, in the Shinji realm, these main gods are regular customers in store manager Qi's shop. Store manager Qi is quite familiar with them. I didn't expect that store manager Qi would show up here. This is really great. Yes, with manager Qi here, we will win this battle. Look, those guys who give us a lot of headaches can't even get past 10 moves in front of store manager Qi. Is this the strength of store manager Qi? I feel like I have become stronger after not seeing you for a long time. If you remove the word like, manager Qi is really stronger. In the eyes of these regular customers, manager Qi's strength has always been a symbol of unfathomable strength. Although the guy who had unleashed mighty pressure before seemed to be stronger. But how can they admit it? That would destroy your own morale. On the other hand, those demon gods had expressions of astonishment, even shock, and disbelief. Because they also know the store manager Qi mentioned by these gods. And also quite familiar. What store manager Qi are they talking about? Could it be said that Master Qi is actually from the divine realm? No, it's impossible. Master Qi has never shown any power of law. How could he come from the divine realm? But the store manager Qi they are talking about cannot be made up. That's true, but. Many demon gods were once confused. They are different from those main gods. These main gods are all regular customers of Manager Chi's store, and they are very familiar with Manager Chi, so they naturally believe deeply in Manager Chi's strength. However, these demon gods were not that eager to meet Master Chi. Most of them just knew his name and went to flatter him. So when it comes to this matter, the attitudes of both parties are naturally very different. However, the attitudes of these two parties will not affect the situation on the battlefield. Because Chi Lu joined the war to deal with the shadow of destiny summoned by Demon Emperor, and nothing else. The mission of the Shadow of Destiny is to ensure that the battle continues and will not take sides. So the final result is just to change the battlefield and get it back on track. But Chi Li's performance gave the Demon Emperor a different light in his eyes. From the divine realm to the Tianji realm. Boy, do you also want to be like me? After mastering the way of the Lord God, you also want to master the way of the Demon God at the same time. Do you want to use this to aspire to the Supreme Road? Thinking of this, the Demon Emperor strengthened his murderous intention towards Chi Lu. This son has great ambitions and great talents. He must not be allowed to stay. If he is given a way to survive, he will definitely become a big trouble in the future. It seems that your methods are not very good, Demon King, is this all? Seeing Chi Lu killing the shadows of destiny more and more smoothly, the Dragon God finally couldn't help but speak. The Demon King had been able to show off his power in the past, but now it was time to suppress his energy. Lest he really think that he is invincible. However, the Dragon God's words made the Demon Emperor burst into laughter. Haha, haha. You don't think that this is all I have, right? Then you are a bit ridiculously naive. The Demon King's tone contained an anger that sent chills down the spine. No one will be happy if the same person interferes with his plans over and over again. If the Demon King can hold back his attack, that is already a very remarkable character. The anger at this moment is also reasonable. Forget it, originally, I didn't want to use this trick. But you dare to challenge me, then let me show you. At this point, the Demon King's voice suddenly paused, and then a deep breath was heard. The next moment, a ball of blood mist suddenly emerged from the Demon Emperor's body, through his skin. The majestic energy contained in it made both the Dragon God and the Human King change their expressions. What does he want to do? Such thoughts appeared in the minds of the Dragon God and the Human King. Because after this mass of blood mist emerged, the Demon Emperor's face turned pale, to the extent visible to the naked eye. It can be seen that in order to use this move, the consumption of the Demon Emperor is definitely not small. It might even be bigger than imagined. Boy, don't you like to be right with me? However, this time, the Demon King ignored the Dragon God and the Human King, and instead looked at Chi Lu on the battlefield. As soon as these words came out, Chi Lu suddenly looked up and immediately saw the blood mist around the Demon Emperor. You know what you did. It's not that I like to be against you, but you yourself are the enemy of everyone. Chi Li's words are clear and smooth, and he speaks every word. However, his face did not change at all when he saw the Demon King. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the mass of blood mist. An enemy of everyone? Haha, those ants that are as dusty as dust, are they qualified to be my enemies? Boy, you look down on me too much. In the last sentence, the Demon King's tone suddenly became serious and his voice was fierce. The next second, the blood mist grabbed by the Demon King's probing hand suddenly shook, revealing a clear human shape. See clearly, this is the biggest gift I have given you. Hearing this, and seeing the changes in the blood mist, as well as the familiar human form that appeared, an extremely strong ominous premonition suddenly emerged in Chi Li's heart. And then in the next moment, it came true. Scales, horns, fangs, a ferocious face, and blood lines that gradually became clearer as the color of the blood mist faded. Everything is proving one thing. What the demon emperor summoned this time was an enemy that Qi Lu never wanted to see. Immortal demon. How could you possibly summon this guy too? Qi Lu looked at the demon emperor in astonishment, with uncontrollable shock in his eyes. Previously, the demon king summoned the fateful shadows of those demon gods with 8 arms reaching the sky. At least, the targets were not as powerful as himself. But the immortal demon was the most powerful person who appeared in the more distant past. It is absolutely impossible to be weaker than the demon emperor. It is no exaggeration to say that in the same heyday, the immortal demon was definitely stronger than the demon emperor. And it's even more powerful. Calculating this, it is absolutely impossible for the demon king to summon the immortal demon. Because the law of fate has very typical characteristics, the weak cannot control the fate of the strong. Therefore, it is unrealistic and impossible for the demon king to summon the shadow of destiny of the immortal demon. Unless, this thing is not the shadow of destiny of the immortal demon at all. Wait, if it's not the shadow of destiny. Qi Lu suddenly thought of the blood mist around the demon emperor, and then noticed that something was wrong with the demon emperor's condition. He seemed a little weaker than at the beginning. Having said this, Qi Lu thought of another possibility. When the demon king devoured the power of the immortal demon, he probably retained an extra trace of the power source of the immortal demon. Just to use it as a trump card when necessary. For example, now. If this is really the case, then Qi Lu has to admit that the demon emperor's puppetry skills are truly superb. If the demon emperor's law of destiny hadn't been even more bizarre, Qi Lu would have doubted whether the power of the demon emperor's law of destiny at beginning was actually the law of puppet. This is too scary. Using one's own essence, blood and strength, and fusing the source of power of the immortal demon, one can create the battle puppet of the immortal demon. Even if there is some gap between it and the real immortal demon, I'm afraid it's not far behind. It's just a one-time product. Otherwise, it is a trump card because it can only be used once. However, as long as it is used well and in the right place, once the world is determined, this power will no longer be needed in the future. The demon king knew this very well and naturally would not hesitate on such a matter. It seems that you may have seen the clues. But so what, can you stop it? A mocking smile appeared on the corner of the demon king's mouth. It was a great experience to be able to change the face of this guy who had been against me many times. It's a pity that I won't be able to see it anymore. Because this battle must be won, this son must die. This power is more powerful than imagined. It is no longer weaker than the demon emperor's own momentum. How could he summon such a powerful puppet? The dragon god did not know about the immortal demon, and the human king was even less clear about it. Now it seems that Qi Lu is more familiar with the strange puppet in front of him. This made the dragon god and the human king feel a sense of being beyond their control, which was not pleasant. An unknown enemy. And he is such a powerful enemy. It can be seen that the demon emperor was not idle during the period of his disappearance. So what to do now? If Qi Lu couldn't handle such a powerful enemy, they would never be able to stand idly by. Otherwise, if we watch Qi Lu lose in front of our eyes, our chances of winning will only be even lower. And, more importantly, they would never watch something happen to such a talented descendant without asking anything. This is something that cannot be tolerated. But if he really did that, wouldn't it mean that the demon emperor's plan would succeed? Thinking about it this way, no matter which choice you make, it is wrong. What a good strategy, what a good means. Qi Lu figured this out and couldn't help but applaud, as if praising the demon emperor's resourcefulness. But the sarcasm in his tone was barely concealed. It is true that the demon king's approach can indeed force the dragon god or human king to take action. After all, there is still a certain gap between Qi Lu and the immortal demon in terms of combat power. At best, he is guaranteed to be undefeated. But it is basically impossible to win the battle. It was not like Qi Lu had never fought against the immortal demon before on the infinite battlefield, so the result was naturally imaginable. Moreover, the immortal demon in the infinite battlefield is still in a semi-disabled state that has just come out of the seal. There is even a gap between this nearly complete version. So considering all the conditions, the conclusion is self-evident. The Demon King naturally wanted to understand this before he did this. As a trump card, if it can be used at this time, it can only be said that there are not many ways that the Demon King can think of. It is a mistake to make too many enemies. How can it be easy to make enemies off the world? The Demon King used his methods again and again to make this war continue. To be honest, Qi Lu couldn't even figure out what the purpose of doing this was, and what benefits he could get. But these don't matter anymore. If you can't figure out the problem, then just get rid of the people who created the problem. That's why when he saw the figure of the immortal demon appearing, Qi Lu couldn't help but clapped his hands and taunted him. It turns out that there are times when the Demon King is at his wit's end. That's really great. Qi Lu, are you okay? In the distance, the human king's voice suddenly came over. The immortal demon's aura is indeed too powerful, and it's hard not to worry about it. Even though the human king knew that Qi Li's strength might be stronger than she imagined, this kind of life-and-death battle was not something where mere guesswork could determine the outcome. One careless move may cost your life, so you have to be cautious. Hearing this, Qi Lu looked up at the human king and found that she seemed planning to take action. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered that the chessboard of heaven and earth seemed to still be in the hands of the human king. Of course it's no problem, Senior Human King, now, before you take action, just leave it to me. Qi Leruo said pointedly. The human king nodded slightly, as if he understood what Qi Lu meant, and said nothing. Instead, the Demon King let out a cold laugh. Boy, sometimes, being too confident is not a good thing. Just because you want to deal with the shadow of the immortal demon now, you are overestimating your capabilities. On the infinite battlefield, Qi Lu and the Ice Spirit Saint King were two unknown, and they were just as good as the immortal demon. Now he actually wants to stop the attack of the immortal demon by himself, which is probably a bit unthinkable. But the Demon Emperor wouldn't care about this kind of thing. If someone is willing to die, let them die. Who cares? If you don't try it, how will you know? Qi Lu returned without showing any signs of weakness. Even if the immortal demon cannot be defeated in a short period of time, there is still no problem in containing his offensive. It just means that you have to be very energetic. What's more, Qi Lu has said that he wants to go alone. Besides, Demon Emperor, when did I say that I would go one-on-one with the immortal demon? Looking at the increasingly clear shadow of the immortal demon, Qi Lu spoke slowly. The Demon King immediately laughed. You mean, Dragon God? Still a human king? So what you said just now, are you going to swallow it back now? The Demon King still remembers that Qi Lu just said that this problem can be handled by him. It turns out that he was just talking big words. I'm so sorry, Demon King, you guessed it all wrong. Qi Lu shrugged, imitated the Demon Emperor, showed a joking expression, and said, I'm just reintroducing a few old friends to you. I hope you don't feel too happy. As soon as these words came out, the Demon King's laughter stopped suddenly, his face froze, and then quickly sank. He seemed to have heard this sentence somewhere, but it was too familiar. But soon, the Demon King seemed to have thought of something, his face changed again, he stared at Qi Lu and said word by word, Is it them you are talking about? It seems you have already thought of it. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, naturally he would not doubt the Demon Emperor's memory. It can only be said that the battle on the infinite battlefield really impressed the Demon Emperor so much that he could think of it just by mentioning it. It seems we haven't been forgotten yet. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor. The latter sentence was obviously not spoken by Qi Lu. The sudden sound made all the top combat forces outside the battlefield look over. I saw two figures appearing on the horizon at some point, but no one noticed them. It is enough to show their strength and tyranny. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide one's aura in front of so many top combat powers. It turns out to be you. After the human king saw these two figures, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Although they had already fallen when they came to the heavenly vault god realm, thanks to their blessing, a ray of remnant soul was condensed. So it can be regarded as a one-time relationship. Seeing each other again at this time is naturally not a stranger. Senior Overlord, Senior Ice Spirit Saint King. Qi Lu also bowed his hands and called out their names. The Demon Emperor's expression suddenly became distorted, and he gritted his teeth and roared, "It's really you." Although when the Dragon Saint King and the others came to the heavenly vault god realm, the Demon King happened to be buried under the Divine Mountain in the central region. But the encounter in the infinite battlefield also gave the Demon King some understanding of him. Before, I subconsciously ignored their existence. Because in the memory of the Demon King, there are no such two characters in the Sky Vault God realm, so they are not included in the calculation. Looking at it now, it is obvious that I made a mistake in my planning and ignored the most critical factor. But it happened that at this time, the most important moment, the consequences of the mistake broke out. It was really unacceptable to the Demon King. We shouldn't be late. After scanning the battlefield situation, the Overlord spoke. Qi Lu glanced at the Demon Emperor, and then replied, "It's not too late, it's better to say, it's just right." If the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King arrive too early, the Demon King might just give up on this plan and make another plan. That situation would be even worse. After all, a thief can only do something for 1,000 days, so there is no way to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. If you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves missing you. This is the situation. What's more, the Demon King is much more powerful than the little thief. But now, the Demon King has even brought out the trump card of the immortal demon phantom, which shows that he has already planned to burn the boat. Prepare to make a desperate move here, but also complete your plan. At this time it is the most appropriate time for the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King to appear again. Because the Demon King has exhausted all means, whether he leaves or stays, it seems quite embarrassing. If you leave, everything will be in vain. If you stay, you may not be able to successfully accomplish your purpose. Just like before, the situation on the battlefield below, all participants were not allowed to escape and could only fight. However, the situation of the Demon King is probably better. As long as he is willing enough, he can escape. But from then on, he could no longer make trouble. Qi Lu can guarantee that this is the Demon Emperor's last chance. Due to the collapse of the Divine Mountain in the central region, there is no longer any barrier to the Heavenly Vault Divine Realm, and Qi Li's shop can open to any corner. After this incident, as an ordinary store manager, Qi Lu will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to plow the ground 3 feet to dig out the Demon Emperor and then execute him on the spot. Don't doubt the authenticity of this thing. Because Qi Lu is definitely capable and can do this. Therefore, no matter what the Demon Emperor chooses, Qi Lu doesn't care. It's just the difference between solving the problem earlier and solving the problem later. Demon Emperor, do you know, this is called inviting you to enter the urn. Qi Lu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke slowly. It would be great to be able to defeat the Demon King. But this time it is not just as simple as defeating the Demon King, but also to completely solve this trouble. Lest this guy continue to make trouble and disturb people's peace in the future. Yeah? Please put yourself in the urn. What a good strategy and means. What Qi Lu said just now, the Demon Emperor has now returned to him. But the decision to burn everything has been made, how can it be changed so easily? If you think you can deal with me like this, then go ahead and give it a try. I will let you know where the gap between us is. This time, the Demon King no longer seemed to be planning to escape. After all, the apparent odds of winning have not been extended. The battle on the battlefield below still shows no signs of stopping. And the Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King, who rushed to the defense line of the sacred mountain in the central region, were unable to deal with the Demon Emperor. Instead, we need to work with Qi Lu to get rid of the shadow of the immortal demon first. Then the final result will be the same as the beginning. It has always been the Demon King himself, and he has not changed at all when facing the Dragon God and the Human King. But in the process of creating this result, so many things happened. If the Demon Emperor didn't catch any of his moves, the situation would not be like this. It can only be said that the Demon King's preparations are indeed sufficient. But Qi Lu also has a lot of trump cards. This great gift is given to you first. Following the Demon King's angry roar, the blood mist around him suddenly solidified. The next second, it began to expand continuously, and the size of the humanoid blood mist continued to increase. However, in just a few breaths, the figure of the human-shaped blood mist had grown to a height of several thousand feet. It turned into a huge monster that covered the sky and the sun. This is the true form of the immortal demon. What the Demon Emperor retained was not only the source of power of the immortal demon, but also his pure demon bloodline. Roar. A huge roar erupted from the mouth of the condensed immortal demon. The sound moves the 9 heavens and shakes the 9 secluded places. The roar that resounded throughout the world turned into a real impact, spreading with terrifying power. At this moment, the huge movement in the entire battlefield was suppressed. Between heaven and earth, there is only this roar. At this moment, whether it is the Demon God or the Lord God, whether they are looking for an opportunity to attack or are fighting fiercely, this roar attracted all their attention, and they were shaken into a trance. This is the fighting power of the immortal demon. Then, what kind of monster is that? How can there be such terrifying power? It's just a huge roar. Where did such a terrifying monster come from? So we are not the main force at all, but cannon fodder? Looking at it this way, we are really ridiculous. It turns out we are just cannon fodder. Countless demon gods and lord gods suddenly felt their own weakness at this moment. It was obvious that in the past, he had always been a superior person, possessing unrivaled power. Facing those ants, just a thought can determine their life or death. How powerful and invincible they are. But when I arrived at this place, I deeply felt my own weakness. It turns out that the power that I was once proud of is so worthless. What does it mean that there are people outside the world and there is a sky outside the world? This picture now is the best explanation. Strong and weak are just relative terms and have no absolute definition at all. As the main gods and demon gods, aren't they powerful enough? Facing those ordinary people and practitioners, they are the aloof and irresistible masters. However, facing this battlefield, the real top combat power is the moment off-grid power located at the pinnacle of the Sky Vault God realm. The power they were once proud of seemed so small again. The firefly dare not compete with the bright moon. How can the bright moon in the sky compete with the scorching sun? But fortunately, they don't need to worry about fighting the immortal demon. When the phantom of the immortal demon condensed into reality and revealed its true form, the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King had already taken action. The sky was filled with frost, and in the blink of an eye, a world of ice crystals opened up, isolating the immortal demon from the battlefield below. Otherwise, just the aftermath of the battle would destroy most of the combatants in the battlefield below. This is the battle between top combat forces. When an individual's combat power can be infinitely increased, it will always be these top combat powers that truly determine the direction of a war. That's why everyone is working hard to become stronger and want to become one of these top combat forces. Who doesn't want the power to control the life and death of others? It's a pity that in this place, with their strength, they can only become cannon fodder. Or in other words, you can only be the person who cleans up the battlefield and deals with the aftermath after the battle is decided. This is also the biggest reason for the war between the demon god and the Lord God. They all want to occupy the entire sky god realm. If the demon god's side wins, the resources they can possess will be doubled in an instant. On the road to the top, you can also have more hope. And if the Lord God's side wins, the number of believers that can develop will be countless. And the stronger the believer is, the more benefits it can bring to oneself, and the higher the level of development is worthy of development. From this aspect, it is also the reason why Qi Lu prefers the main god Siddhartha win. At least among the main gods, there are few who want to destroy the world. Therefore, on this battlefield, even if they can only be regarded as cannon fodder, they will never retreat. Because they have to fight. I didn't have enough fun last time, so I won't be able to do that this time. The Overlord came to the opposite side of the immortal demon, and when he looked into his eyes, he could clearly see that there was no look of a living thing in the eyes of the immortal demon, only a crazy fighting spirit. This is a standard killing puppet template, and it is also the only order given by the demon emperor to the immortal demon. Destroy all living creatures in sight. The rest just needs to be left to the terrifying fighting instinct of the immortal demon, and that's enough. Are you ready? Of course, you can start anytime. The Ice Spirit Saint King replied. The condensed law of ice also added a pair of strong armor to the Overlord. It took a lot of the Ice Spirit Saint King's power to open up the ice crystal world, not only to prevent the battlefield below from being affected. Rather, this effect is incidental. The real effect is naturally to increase friendly forces and weaken enemy forces. Compared with a purely offensive player like Overlord, Ice Spirit Saint Kingi's more like a support. At this time, of course, you have to do what an assistant should do. The Overlord, who was blessed by the ice armor, was unequivocal and directly gathered his strength to transform into a towering giant that was no less inferior to the immortal demon, and fought with the immortal demon. When the size difference is too huge, the status of the two sides in the battle is inherently unequal. So it is absolutely impossible not to make changes. It's just that although the Overlord is strong, there is still a gap between him and the immortal demon. The immortal demons of the past had the power of immortal will to make them immortal, incorruptible, and exist forever. And the current immortal demon is just the most powerful killing puppet gathered by the demon emperor, so naturally there is no immortal will. But on the contrary, it has stronger combat power. It is completely stronger than the original half-broken version of the immortal demon, and its combat power is so strong that it can be said to destroy the world. Even if the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King join forces, once they fight, it will still be a bit tricky. After a few rounds of fighting, it became quite difficult. Call. The Dragon Saint King is right. The immortal demon is truly terrifying. It is so powerful that it is hard to find an opponent. Even if it's called unparalleled in the world, I'm afraid it's not an exaggeration. Even as an enemy, Overlord couldn't help but praise. In terms of combat power alone, the immortal demon deserves this praise. Unfortunately, the body of the immortal demon has fallen, and now it is just a killing puppet. But fortunately so. Otherwise, Qi Lu and the others may not be able to solve the problem if the immortal demon with immortal will is still there. Senior Overlord, let me help you. Seeing that the battle here was in trouble, Qi Lu stopped being polite. Although the Overlord wanted a hearty battle, the threat from the immortal demon was too great. What's more, Qi Lu had waited so long on purpose, so it was time for Overlord to have his fill. Then, it's time to find a way to end the battle. As for the Demon Emperor, it is not under his control. Likewise, the Demon Emperor has absolutely no time to come here. That's fine. Let's fight it quickly. We can't let this farce continue. The overlord did not refuse, but nodded. Qi Lu naturally joined in immediately. These two, whether they are overlord or Qi Lu, are at the pinnacle of combat skills. When they work together, there is naturally no incongruity. On the contrary, there is a tendency for the wind to help the fire, and it will burn more and more intensely. Even though there was no extra time during the battle, Qi Lu and Overlord didn't need to communicate at all. They knew what they were going to do just from the other's actions. After a few times of cooperation, it has become a perfect fit. I can't tell, Qi Lu, your fighting skills really amaze me. Even the Overlord couldn't help but speak. You must know that the Overlord has this ability, which has been honed in countless battles, and has come out of countless lives and deaths. There is no possibility of opportunism. But why does Qi Lu have such powerful fighting skills? How old is he? Or should I say, there are really geniuses in this world. However, Overlord would never have imagined that Qi Lu could have such abilities and experience life and death as much as him. It's just that Qi Lu won't say it out loud. Senior, you are so complimentary. Your fighting skills are what I admire. Qi Lu said very politely. It's just business talk. But with the addition of Qi Lu, the immortal demon's offensive was truly suppressed. Although it is still impossible to win in a short time, at least we can see the dawn of victory right in front of us. On the other side, the Demon King has no time to care about things here. Now that the decision has been made, it's time to go all in. Then the Demon Emperor would not hesitate any longer. Even if the power of the Dragon God and the Human King is not consumed in advance, it doesn't matter. The Demon King would do this just to make the balance of victory more stably on his side. But this does not mean that the power of the Dragon God and the Human King has not been consumed, and the Demon King has no chance of winning. Rather, the odds of winning are very high. It was only because of the Demon King's usual caution that he wanted to maximize his chances of winning. However, at this time, these things no longer matter. This battle should end as soon as possible. Dragon God, Human King, I have to say, you are really lucky. Having so many helpers clearing obstacles for you has allowed you to stand where you are now. The Demon King stared at the Dragon God and the Human King and spoke slowly. It happened once or twice, and every time when they had to take action, someone would always show up to help. What a damn bunch of guys. But it's a pity that your helpers have been exhausted, and the battle between us has begun. Come, Dragon God, King of Men. Use your death to pave the way for me to reach the Supreme Realm. At the last sentence, the Demon King's voice suddenly rose. The boundless pressure suddenly erupted. This battle is the end. Demon King, are you finally willing to die personally? It's really rare. Don't you always pretend to protect yourself and never join the war until the last moment? Naturally, the Dragon God was not to be outdone, and his violent momentum immediately erupted, colliding with the pressure of the Demon Emperor. It seems that you have no way out now. I guess you've also discovered it. If you continue, there will no longer be a place for you in the Heavenly Vault God realm. That's why I started this war so eagerly, just because I want to control the entire Sky God realm. Every time he said a word, the Dragon God had more dragon scales on his body. After saying these words, the Dragon God had completely transformed into Adragon and entered a complete fighting state. Facing such an enemy, we must go all out from the beginning. The Dragon God would not make such a lowly mistake as underestimating the enemy. The Human King on the side would certainly not remain indifferent. The mighty power of the law of reincarnation surged out, like a huge whirlpool between heaven and earth, surrounding the Human King. The terrifying momentum roared out, not weaker than the pressure of the Demon King's explosion. At this moment, the world seemed to be divided into three pieces. The Demon King, the Dragon God, and the Human King each occupy a piece. Three boundless momentums and pressures were divided into two parties, colliding crazily, trying to crush each other and then devour them. It wasn't until this moment that the Demon King fully demonstrated his true strength. One-on-one, facing the Dragon God and the Human King, there was no disadvantage at all. As expected, your situation is a bit too bad. Compared to before, he is so weak. The Demon King smiled wildly. They used to be on the same level. Even the Dragon God and the Human King have defeated the Demon King head-on, and they are well-deserved peak existences. But now, it is so much weaker, so pitiful. The Dragon God who lost his true dragon body lost his strongest fighting method and his peak combat power. As for the Human King, there is only a trace of his soul left, not to mention the loss of strength. When he was on the Divine Mountain in the central region, the Human King showed terrifying power with a wisp of his remnant soul and an intact body. Part of the reason was because of the ceiling formation arranged on the Divine Mountain in the central region. But now, the sacred mountains in the central region have collapsed, and the Human King can naturally exert less strength. The Demon King at this moment was different from his previous weak state. The Demon Emperor, who had fully recovered and made a certain breakthrough after devouring the power of the immortal demon, was even more powerful than in his heyday. Facing the Dragon God and the Human King at the same time, I didn't even feel any pressure. Duan is unrivaled. Weak? Maybe. But what does it matter, Demon Emperor, you still can't defeat us. The Dragon God looked at the Demon Emperor and listened to his arrogant laughter. He couldn't help but shake his head and spoke softly. During this battle, when the momentum of the three people collided, the Dragon God already knew what was going on. But so what? Is it because my condition is not right that I have to escape or retreat? Impossible. The biggest difference from the Demon Emperor is that Dragon God and the others are not alone. The so-called the right person will get more help, but the wrong person will get less help is definitely not a fun thing to say. Among the many reasons why the Demon King is alone at this moment, he himself accounts for the majority. Because the Demon King has harmed his allies not once or twice. Cooperating with him is tantamount to seeking skin from a tiger. Anyone who knows something about the situation will avoid him. This is also the main reason, not even one. After all, who would want to work with someone who could stab them in the back at any time? Therefore, no matter how powerful the Demon King is, he is always alone with no relatives or friends. But he probably doesn't care about these things anymore. However, when a person has no relatives or friends, it means that he will not have any help. This is definitely not something worth showing off, let alone a good thing. So even if the Demon King had the advantage at this moment, the Dragon God did not panic at all. You can be as strong as you want, as long as there is no crushing level gap in combat power, it's not a problem at all. Because for the Demon King, this is a one-person battle. But for the Dragon God and the Human King, it is not a one-person battle. Whether you win or not is not up to you. It's better to accept your life for me. The Demon King snorted coldly and reached out to grab the Dragon God. Now that we have taken action, there is no need to talk nonsense anymore. Phoebe's choice is to see the real deal. In an instant, the situation turned upside down. Boundless power came in a mighty manner, roaring wantonly like the fury of heaven and earth. The phantom of a towering giant also appeared behind the Demon Emperor. At a glance, it was nearly 10,000 feet tall at least, and it actually surpassed the real body of the immortal demon in the distance. At this moment, the phantom of this giant towering up to the sky and covering the sky and the sun. Following the Demon King's reaching hand, he also stretched out his giant palm that covered the sky and attacked the Dragon God with a mighty force, like the sky falling. From the shadow under the giant palm that covers the sky, boundless darkness and endless power are revealed. If this palm is implemented, there is no doubt that it will be a powerful force that will cause the earth to collapse. Are you finally willing to take action? Of course the dragon god would not sit still and wait for death. Although the demon king's attack was powerful, it seemed unbeatable. But that is only for the ordinary demon gods and main gods in the battlefield below. For the dragon god or the human king, although such a powerful attack is difficult, it is not impossible to deal with it. At their level, it was almost impossible to end a battle in a short time. Even if there is a gap in the combat power between the demon king, the dragon god, and the human king. But this gap will be eliminated to the greatest extent when 2 against 1. Until it is truly evenly matched. Demon Emperor, you have lost once before, so it is impossible for you to win. Even if you spend tens of thousands of years planning, it's just a waste of time. In the end, your efforts will still be in vain. Facing the huge palm that covered the sky, the dragon god directly clasped his palms together, and also transformed into a phantom of a divine dragon behind him, occupying the sky. It winds and stretches for thousands of feet, no less than the towering giant behind the demon emperor. Immediately afterwards, a dragon roar was heard, the divine dragon's phantom twisted, and its huge dragon tail whipped towards him. Call. Between heaven and earth, a strong wind suddenly blew. The roaring force was as violent as a huge wave, sweeping in all directions. The phantom of the divine dragon suddenly swung its tail and struck at the giant palm that covered the sky. Looking at the majestic momentum, it was not weak at all. Boom! The next second, the two behemoths collided. At this moment, it was like the sky was sinking and the earth was rising. In an instant, the whole world fell into chaos again. Boundless coercion swept across Lyoha, and violent impact swept across the world. The concept of time disappears, and the concept of space shatters. It was as if even this world had been crushed into powder, and any adjective seemed pale and feeble at this moment. This is the power possessed by the most powerful man who stands at the pinnacle of the heavenly vault god realm. Fight with all your strength, enough to destroy the world. You must know that the heavenly vault god realm is not comparable to those off-flower plains. The stability of the space must be supreme. But at this moment, it still appears fragile and can be broken and destroyed easily. Looking towards the distant sky, you can see an irregular patch of darkness. There was nothingness there. Space is completely wiped out, and the power of law cannot exist. The cause of this situation was simply the collision of the demon king and dragon god's full blows. Even the battlefield below was completely affected by this terrifying impact, causing countless casualties in just an instant. This is just some of the aftermath. If he got closer, there might be no bones left. This is also the true pinnacle of combat power and the true pinnacle battle in the heavenly vault god realm. That's right, dragon god, I actually let you block it. The move failed, and the demon emperor's face still showed an extremely arrogant expression. Because the demon king can clearly sense that although this move does not kill in one hit, it is by no means ineffective. After all, the dragon god's strength was still not as good as before, and he barely withstood the demon emperor's full blow. But he was also seriously injured. The demon king, who was even more powerful than in his original heyday, was truly terrifying. Therefore, there is no temptation in this battle. Once you take action, you must do your best. Even if you don't seek a one-hit kill, you still have to completely suppress it and not give the opponent any chance to breathe. The Demon King wants to use this battle to eliminate his inner demons and achieve the supreme path. Naturally, it is impossible to show mercy. Not to mention seeing the dragon god who was already seriously injured under this move. But your lingering life now has no meaning. I hope you can resist the next attack as well. Therefore, the Demon King really has no intention of giving the dragon god any chance to breathe. If he fails to succeed in one blow, he will continue to attack. A towering giant, nearly 10,000 feet tall, even if it is just a shadow. But the coercion radiated and the destructive power burst out were real. Following the Demon King's movements, the towering giant stepped forward, leaned over, and attacked the dragon god again, extremely fiercely. The majestic power surges in the sky, like a waterfall falling from the sky. The power of the Demon King is exactly like this. Ahem. Dragon god gritted his teeth, and a stream of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Losing the real dragon body really means losing the most powerful means of fighting, otherwise why would it be so difficult? But things in this world always involve gains and losses. The true dragon body is just the price. Demon Emperor, it seems that even if you have returned to your prime, you are nothing more than this. Have you not made any progress after all this time? Even if he is outmatched in strength, it is impossible for the dragon god Toadmet defeat. The defeated generals in the past are the defeated generals in their subordinates. Even if they turn over now, it is nothing more than that. Looking at the shadow of the towering giant attacking again, the dragon god was still fearless and summoned the shadow of the dragon to greet him. This time, the human king also joined the battle. The law of reincarnation, countercurrent. With a command, the power of the law of reincarnation that lingered around the human king, like a whirlpool in the sky, suddenly surged out. The phantom of the dragon summoned by the dragon god was covered in armor and fought against the towering giant that charged. This moment is the real destruction of heaven and earth. The mighty power, like the might of God, is unleashed wantonly. Whether it is the shadow of the towering giant summoned by the demon king or the shadow of the dragon summoned by the dragon god, they all have unrivaled power. With a move of his hand, the mountains collapsed and the earth collapsed. Wherever the battle affects, everything will be destroyed and no life will survive. It's so scary. But this time, with the intervention of the human king, the demon king was no longer able to gain an absolute advantage. Maybe the human king and the dragon god are 2 against 1, and they may not be the opponents of the demon king. But it is by no means an easy task for the demon king to win in a short period of time. The greater possibility is that the stalemate will continue like this. The movement caused was enough to destroy the world, but the final result never had a chance to appear. There is no doubt about the endurance of these 3 powerful men who are also standing at the pinnacle of the heavenly vault god realm. If no accidents occur, they can persist in this war even if it takes 10 or 100 years. Until one of them can no longer hold on. Therefore, at this time a gamebreaker is needed. Looking at the entire sky vault god realm, there are only a handful of people who are qualified to be the gamebreakers in this level of battle. And they may all be on this battlefield. Qi Lu, Overlord, Ice Spirit Saint King, Immortal Demon. However, it is a pity that these most powerful people whose names were mentioned and who have the ability to break the situation seem to be deadlocked in another battlefield. Is this the true strength of the Immortal Demon? So it turns out that what we faced before was not the Immortal Demon in its prime? Qi Lu and Overlord fought side by side against the Immortal Demon. In the stalemate, he couldn't help but sigh. The Demon King used the puppet technique to use the pure bloodline and original power of the Immortal Demon to summon the Immortal Demon's puppet. It was actually more powerful than the Immortal Demon he faced in the infinite battlefield before. What an incredible thing! How terrifying would it be if this kind of tyrannical power were coupled with Han immortal will? No wonder the Dragon Saint King and the Ice Spirit Saint King would seal the Immortal Demon in the infinite battlefield. After a long period of time, they would use the power of the world to destroy the immortal will of the Immortal Demon. And even so, there was almost an accident. Fortunately, the final result was good, and the Immortal Demon finally fell. Although he died from self-explosion, it doesn't matter anymore. But what Qi Lu didn't expect was that the Immortal Demon, who was regarded as the strongest boss, didn't cause much trouble. On the contrary, the Demon Emperor, the most escapable boss, was even more disgusting. Without making a sound, he actually summoned the Immortal Demon again. It can be seen that reality is not a game, and those bosses cannot insist on fighting you to the death. Even powerful bosses can be killed by any means. However, the insidious and cunning boss has always been the most troublesome existence. Having been sealed for so long, and enduring the wear and tear of the world's power on the infinite battlefield all the time, it would be too scary if I could still maintain my peak condition. After hearing Qi Li's words, Ice Spirit Saint King couldn't help but say something. Anyway, the puppets of the immortal demon have no intelligence and cannot understand what they mean. Qi Lu, on the other hand, was a little curious after hearing this. If this is the case, how did you, seniors, seal the original immortal demon? Because when he was on the infinite battlefield, Qi Lu didn't know how powerful the immortal demon was at its peak, so he didn't think about this issue. But now, after seeing how powerful the immortal demon is near its peak state, such a question suddenly emerged in Qi Li's mind. Back in the infinite battlefield, the Dragon Saint King and the Ice Spirit Saint King fought against the immortal demon. At that time, the immortal demon was probably at its peak. The fighting power is not lost, and the immortal will is still there. It is unparalleled in the world. But even the immortal demon at that time was still sealed by the Dragon Saint King and the Ice Spirit Saint King together. What happened during this period is very intriguing. Then you shouldn't ask me. You should ask the Dragon Saint King about this matter. However, facing the question raised by Qi Lu, the Ice Spirit Saint King did not answer directly, but chose to pass the blame. Easily, it was thrown onto the giant dragon Holy King, who disappeared without a trace. Because whether he joins forces with the Overlord or the Dragon Saint King, the Ice Spirit Saint King always plays a supporting role. He was not the main attacker. It can only be said that the original Dragon Saint King was really powerful. But why did the mighty Dragon Saint King disappear again? What a puzzling conundrum. Okay, and now is not the time to say these things. Qi Lu didn't get to the bottom of it because the timing was really wrong now. And another reason why Qi Lu asked about this matter was to look for the immortal demon's weaknesses in order to end the battle faster. Now at the defense line of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory, there are 3 battlefields, which are clearly separated and do not interfere with each other. However, this situation is only temporary. Qi Lu knew very well that once the winner of the battlefield between himself and the Demon Emperor was decided first, the situation on all battlefields would be broken. Once the Demon Emperor eliminated his inner demons, he successfully broke through the shackles. The consequences are unimaginable. This is something no one wants to see. In fact, even those demon gods, at this moment, never want to see the Demon King achieve the final victory. But by this time, they were no longer able to help themselves. So Qi Lu had to seize any hope of winning. Because according to Qi Li's understanding of the Demon Emperor, the preparations he made were definitely more than that. A mere puppet of the immortal demon may not be able to be used by the Demon Emperor as his entire trump card. The winner must be determined as soon as possible. But this kind of thing is easy to think about, but if you want to do it, it's hard. After all, the immortal demon is also rated as the strongest boss by Qi Lu. If it is really so easy to defeat, he will not deserve this title. After all, in that battle on the infinite battlefield, the immortal demon was also plotted by the Demon Emperor. In order to stab the immortal demon in the back, who knows how much preparation the Demon Emperor made. The blood sacrifice formation on the Ice Crystal Mountains was specially opened by the Demon Emperor to gather strength to stab the immortal demon in the back. As a result, Qi Lu misunderstood it as a blood sacrifice formation to help the immortal demon break the seal. Now that I think about it, I know it's not that simple. To be honest, if back then, the immortal demon really used the power of the blood sacrifice formation to break the seal of the Ice Crystal Mountains on its own, then part of the power that was wiped out due to the seal can definitely be restored. Even most of them. Once this comes true, the battle will definitely be a disaster. You must know how much energy the followers of the immortal demon waste in order to collect the sacrifices for the blood sacrifice array. He even abandoned the entire immortal alliance just for this final plan. As a result, the demon emperor was all advantaged. Such a huge blood sacrifice formation, prepared to help the immortal demon regain its strength, became the demon king's power to stab the immortal demon in the back, which also led to the current situation. This does not mean that the immortal demon is not powerful enough. It cannot be said that the demon emperor is too cunning. Therefore, without these unexpected circumstances, it would be too difficult to defeat the immortal demon head-on. After all, on the infinite battlefield, the fall of the immortal demon felt quite childish. The demon king's backstab seemed too unexpected. So at this moment, where is the opportunity to end the war? Just because of the current situation, Qi Lu and Overlord fight side by side, plus the assistance of Ice Spirit Saint King. A stalemate is difficult to break. Or should we ask the system to borrow more powerful power? Qi Lu pondered this question in his mind. This is also the fastest way to break the situation. However, borrowing power is not that simple. Especially now, as Qi Li's cultivation level is getting higher and higher, and his strength is getting stronger, there is less and less power that he can borrow from the system. Apply the system to answer Qi Li's sentence. You are just a store manager, how strong do you want to be? The function of this system is mainly to assist the host in opening a store, but it is not invincible. In fact, when Qi Li's strength can completely protect himself, the system's function of borrowing strength seems useless. It's not that it can't be used anymore, it's just that it's not as useful as it used to be. That's why Qi Lu was thinking about this matter and whether he should do it or not. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't last long. And in the end, you're going to have to do it anyway, so why hesitate now? While thinking, Qi Lu quickly thought of the key point. If the battle continues to be stalemate, once the demon king thinks of a way to break the situation and takes the upper hand, everything will be over. In this case, it's better to let yourself be the one to break the situation. So just do it. System, host, what's the matter? Don't you understand the situation now? What else do you want to ask me about? Qi Lu replied somewhat speechlessly. Unless there is an emergency, this two-bill system will always be like this. Fortunately, in an emergency, this guy is quite reliable. System, of course this system can understand it, but this system still has tormented the host. What? Hearing this, Qi Lu couldn't help but frown. I always feel that if there is anything bad to say, I have to say it from the mouth of this Irby system. System, although the host can borrow the power of this system to reach the limit of the current state, there is one thing. System, the power provided by this system cannot support the host to break through the current realm. There was another sentence at the end that the system did not say. That is, not even temporarily. As soon as he said this sentence, Qi Li's brows widened. Whether it is the realm of the Lord God or the realm of the demon god, it is enough to be able to reach the limit of the realm. Qi Li said with certainty in his mind. Because whether it is the realm of the Lord God or the realm of the demon god, it is like an endless road. When you embark on this avenue, you will find that this is just the beginning. How difficult it is to see the end. Even the immortal demon and the demon emperor at this moment have still not reached the end, let alone a breakthrough. Therefore, the power that the system can borrow is completely sufficient. System, okay, if that's the case, then it will be as the host wishes. Let's start. Qi Lu also nodded and got ready. As long as the immortal demon puppet is solved, the battle on the dragon god side will be over. Maybe the human king and the dragon god teamed up to fight the demon king, but they were a little unable to do so. But what if Qi Lu, Overlord, and Ice Spirit Saint King are added to the mix? Don't say anything about bullying the few. When the demon king made the decision to become an enemy of everyone, he was destined to face all challenges alone. Justice is never one-to-one, and order cannot be explained by pure morality. So the ending should be doomed. Boom. At this moment, the momentum roared out into the sky. It's like a sweeping storm, an earth-shaking wave, rushing straight into the nine heavens. Qi Lu once again felt a force as majestic as a galaxy filling his body. At this moment, it feels like the world in front of you is under your control. What a wonderful feeling it is. In other words, this is not an exaggeration, but a real power. The limit of the realm of the Lord God, the power of law that is completely controlled. What Qi Lu possesses is the body of law. Qi Lu? The overlord who fought alongside Qi Lu was the one who felt the strongest. Although Qi Lu deliberately avoided the overlord when his momentum exploded, the feeling of oppression was unavoidable. Overlord had no idea why Qi Lu suddenly burst out with such terrifying power during the battle. If he hid his strength from the beginning, then he shouldn't. Because there is absolutely no need for Qi Lu to do this. But now that something like this happened, it was not a dream. Why? Could it be that there is such a thing as having an epiphany in battle and making a breakthrough before the battle? Are you kidding? There has never been such a precedent among the Lord gods, and they do not support the occurrence of this situation. Because understanding the power of law does not happen overnight. Even if it is an epiphany, it is not a momentary thing. So, why does this happen? At this moment, Overlord had a lot on his mind. But at this time, no matter how doubtful he was, the Overlord did not ask. Because no matter what problems there are, we have to wait until this war is over. In case Qi Lu suddenly broke out, what kind of secret method was used that consumed a lot of energy? Then by asking this question, wouldn't it be a waste of time? So just keep silent for now. As for the Ice Spirit Saint King who maintains the Ice Crystal World, his mood at the moment is not much better than that of the Overlord. Even more shocked than Overlord. After all, having spent so much time with Qi Lu in the infinite battlefield, the Ice Spirit Saint King knew some of Qi Li's details. He also knew that Qi Li's strength would never be able to rise to this level in a short period of time. But now this scene has simply subverted his concept of Qi Lu. What's happening here? If Qi Lu had such power in the infinite battlefield before, there would be none for the Demon Emperor to stab the immortal demon in the back. Putting it this way, did Qi Lu only possess this power after leaving the infinite battlefield? The Ice Spirit Saint King was thinking in his heart. But just like the Overlord's choice, there was no inquiry. It's not too late to bury the doubts in your heart and wait until this war is over. And this terrifying aura that was so huge that it almost filled the entire world naturally affected the battlefield on the other side. The Dragon God and the Human King, who were fighting the Demon Emperor and struggling to hold on, had a look of shock in their eyes. He was obviously shocked by Qi Li's sudden outburst. However, they were very smart and did not make any comments, and even the shock in their eyes disappeared in a flash. It was as if he knew Qi Lu had such a powerful power from the very beginning. Instead, a hint of astonishment appeared on the Demon King's face. Another uncontrollable factor. It's you damn guy again. Such an unexpected situation made the Demon King extremely angry. It was like this every time. The Demon Emperor never thought that he would be defeated so many times in the hands of the same person. Even the Dragon God and the Human King have never done this kind of thing. Now he actually let a damn human kid do it. How could a mere newcomer, a junior, even a genius, be able to do this? Could it be that he had hidden his power before this? How dare he? No, he definitely didn't hide his power, but he used some secret method that cost a lot of money. Such a price is never easy. He can't afford it. After the moment of anger, the Demon King quickly calmed down and thought of a key point. Because Qi Lu has no need to hide his power at all. If he really had such a powerful power, how could he develop into such a situation? So, there is only one answer. That was this human boy. In order to win, he used a very costly secret method to temporarily increase his strength. But this secret technique might kill him after the effect ends. But even so, the Demon King did not want to see what would happen next. If this was a great battle, they would win. Even if the human boy really paid the price with his life, he still couldn't make up for the Demon King's hard work. Therefore, the Demon King will never allow such a thing to happen. Damn guy, your life is not worth this price. I will never allow failure. Chi Leke couldn't hear the Demon King's angry roar. The majestic power filled his body, making Chi Lu almost immersed in this power. Fortunately, Chi Lu quickly woke up with his firm willpower and knew what his current mission was. The power borrowed from the system is indeed powerful, but the price is definitely not small. Otherwise, why wouldn't Chi Lu be willing to use it easily? So now, we should race against time to deal with the immortal demon instead of being lost in the mind by the powerful force. It turns out that before, I was still so far away from the limit of the realm of the Lord God. It's unbelievable. For the power borrowed from the system, in addition to solving the enemy, it also has the effect of allowing Chi Lu to experience what a higher realm is like in advance. Although I cannot temporarily break through the realm of the Lord God this time, it is good to feel the limits of the realm of the Lord God in advance. At least Chi Lu can now be sure that the immortal demon has not yet broken through to the realm of the demon god. However, the immortal demon has indeed touched the limit of the demon god realm. It's just a pity that he will never have a chance to break through again. After all, the real immortal demon has fallen long ago, and the one standing in front of him now is just a puppet. Although I am only borrowing this power temporarily now, I believe that in the future, I will definitely be able to truly possess this level of power. Maybe it will be even stronger. Chi Lu, who felt a little more relaxed, said something silently in his heart. It's not that he was cheering, he was just feeling a little emotional. Then, Chi Lu looked at the battlefield on the other side and confirmed again that the Demon Emperor had also not broken through the current realm. It's just on the edge of the limit, testing like crazy, but unable to go any further. He probably fell into his shackles and found it difficult to break through. No wonder the Demon King was so anxious. It turns out that's the case. It's no wonder why he made such a desperate move. If the inner demons are not eliminated, there will never be a breakthrough. Of course, the sooner the better. Some things, once you start doing them, there is no time to stop. From the moment the Demon King decided to destroy the sacred mountain in the central region, it was already the beginning of a desperate battle. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. In this case, Chi Lu wouldn't be polite. The Demon King is so capable of running, and if he finally seizes a chance that he can't run away, of course he must be completely pinned to death. Immortal demon, maybe you were indeed a legend in the past. But now, since he has fallen, he should rest in peace instead of continuing to help others. Of course, I know that in your current situation, you probably can't understand what I'm saying, but it doesn't matter. As long as I explain it with practical actions and help you rest well, that's enough. Although Chi Li's thoughts were racing, he actually didn't waste much time. After initially feeling and mastering the power he borrowed from the system, Chi Li targeted the immortal demon. This time, it was finally possible to make a quick decision. When the combat power of both sides is at the same level, the difference between having intelligence and not having intelligence will be reflected to the greatest extent and affect the final outcome. Before that, the immortal demon was able to fight 1 against 3 with its powerful fighting instinct. The biggest reason is that there are indeed some gaps in the comprehensive combat power of the two warring parties. But now, after these gaps have been completely bridged, things are naturally different. When the realm of the Lord God reaches its limit and the body of laws approaches perfection, then it is a piece of cake to condense the golden body of the law. Thousands of laws, follow my wishes. The golden body of law, condensed into shape. In an instant, the power of countless laws surged in from all directions in the world. In just an instant, a towering giant gathered by the power of laws and standing between heaven and earth appeared behind Qi Lu. The golden body of laws, which was intertwined with the power of thousands of laws, slowly took a step forward and included Qi Lu. In an instant, the earth shook. It was as if a giant statue that was supposed to be a sculpture suddenly came to life. The 10,000-foot-tall golden body of law was completely solidified, and the momentum it created was so majestic and mighty. This is the power Qi Lu possesses at this moment. Every move he makes has earth-shaking power, the ability to catch stars and shatter the moon. Facing the immortal demon, even though his true form is still there, he will not be at a disadvantage in the slightest. Roar. Perhaps sensing the threat, the immortal demon also roared. The next moment, the immortal demon, who was originally only a few thousand feet tall, began to grow rapidly. And completely different from everyone else. Those who practice the way of the Lord God mostly use the power of law to condense the Dharma and use it in battle. However, the immortal demon possesses pure demon blood and is extremely talented. His own body is enough to use the magic of heaven and earth. In just a few breaths, the immortal demon's tall body appeared on the battlefield. Once again, he fought with Qi Li's golden body of law. The ultimate fighting skills also made the battle between the two sides extremely dangerous, which also amazed the spectators. Overlord, who could still fight alongside Qi Lu, was now excluded from the main force. It became the same supporting role as the Ice Spirit Saint King. But one is an auxiliary for controlling, and the other is an auxiliary for compensating damage. This made Overlord sigh silently in his heart. It is true that one is better than the other, and each generation becomes stronger than the previous generation. Perhaps Qi Li's current level of cultivation is still unable to crush the immortal demon. But puppets are just puppets after all. Coupled with the fact that the puppet of the immortal demon is completely equal in strength to the real body of the immortal demon, how can it be possible? The most basic point is that this puppet cannot have an immortal will. That determines the final outcome. As Qi Lu continued to attack, the damage to the immortal demon's puppet became more and more serious. And there is also the supplementary damage that Overlord takes advantage of. This is a fatal blow to a puppet with almost no ability to recover. To put it bluntly, the immortal demon puppet, which originally gave Qi Lu and others a headache, is no longer a concern. The outcome of this battle can only be decided within this short period of time. As long as the immortal demon puppet is killed, Qi Lu can join the battlefield on the dragon god's side in his current state. The demon emperor can be defeated in a matter of seconds. This battle must be over. Qi Lu let out a loud shout, as if he was stating something. It was also told to the demon king on the other side. Because the immortal demon puppet can no longer hold on. However, at this moment, a change that no one wanted to see suddenly appeared. I could only hear the demon king's arrogant and sickly laughter, and his still extremely arrogant voice. Yes, this battle should be over. But the final winner will not be you, but me. Because I will never allow failure. When this arrogant voice came out, countless forces of death rose up in the battlefield below. On the fragmented sky, from unknown time, countless threads condensed by the laws of destiny appeared. It's like trying to patch up the shattered sky like cookie crumbs. But Qi Lu knew that the demon emperor would never be so kind. Those threads condensed by the laws of destiny are another trump card of the demon emperor. Damn it! This power has vaguely exceeded the limit of the realm of the Lord God. Qi Lu, who had borrowed power from the system to temporarily reach the limit of the realm of the Lord God, could clearly sense that a majestic force was rapidly condensing in the sky. Moreover, the power of this force has already made Qi Lu feel a little uncomfortable. This is enough to prove how terrifying this blow is. What does the demon king want to do? At this moment, Qi Lu was thinking crazily. Because the power condensed in the sky is only the power of a single blow. It is simply impossible to become the Demon King's own power. Due to his own shackles, the Demon King fell into a situation that he could not break through. It was by no means a problem that could be solved by relying on huge power. Otherwise, he would not have had to start this war and put himself at risk to find opportunities. So Qi Lu can be sure that this is definitely not the Demon King's attempt to take risks and break through. So, what would be the reason for the Demon King to do such a thing? The answer seems obvious. Oops, I get it. Qi Lu suddenly thought of the answer, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted loudly towards the Dragon God and the Human King. You must dodge this move. That's right, the Demon King's purpose is to make a desperate move to defeat the Dragon God and the Human King and break the inner demon with this move. In this way, by breaking through the shackles and breaking through the current realm, you can take control of the overall situation and achieve final victory. As long as this blow completes its mission, everything will fall into place. In fact, the Demon Emperor did not originally want to use this move so early. Because as long as the stalemate continues, the Demon Emperor's chances of winning will become greater and greater, and there is no need to bet on whether this attack is effective. You know, the Demon Emperor has actually used this trick before. It was the time when he stabbed the immortal demon in the back. Gather all your strength and strike with all your strength. If you succeed, you will live, if you fail, you will die. Although in this battle, the Demon King's attack did not take effect, he would not necessarily die here. But the final result will definitely be reversed. This is also a situation that the Demon King absolutely does not want to see. Therefore, one can imagine the Demon Emperor's resentment towards Qi Lu. Boy, so what if you understand? You can't dodge this move. No one can dodge it. Hearing Qi Li's words, the Demon Emperor couldn't help but have a hint of ridicule and a hint of joy on his face. Because although the law of destiny is not outstanding in many aspects, it also has the typical characteristic of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, there is only one thing that is incomparable to the power of other laws. That is the attack of the law of destiny. You cannot dodge it, you can only resist it. Whether it can have an impact is one thing, but whether it can hit is another matter. Therefore, the Demon King is not worried at all that his attack will fail. He only cares about his own attacks, which can effectively defeat the Dragon God and the Human King. Then it must be absolutely foolproof. This was also the reason why the Demon Emperor had not used this move before. Gathering power requires the power of death and enough sacrifices, so the Demon King will keep the war going below. At the same time, he can also find ways to consume the power of the Dragon God and the Human King to ensure that they cannot withstand this attack. After all, there are two targets for this attack. One can imagine how difficult it is to defeat two peak warriors at the same time with one blow. Otherwise, the Demon Emperor would not have been able to wait until this moment, and was forced to decide to use this move in advance. Because the charging time of this move is not long enough. But now it seems that it is enough. Then let them always feel hopeless. The door of fate has opened again, and the shackles of fate have been set on you. When the fate of death has been written on the river of your destiny, how can you break free? Let me see it. The Demon King raised his hand, as if offering a gift for a grand ceremony, with a solemn expression. Following the Demon Emperor's hands, they slowly fell. The thread of fate in the sky also turned into two spears. The judgment of fate, the movement of death. Play. When this voice fell, the world in front of him seemed to fall into a moment of stillness. The spear of destiny in the sky also locked onto the Human King and the Dragon God, turning into a rainbow and piercing the sky. At this moment, the thread of fate wrapped around the bodies of the Human King and the Dragon God, leading the way for the spear of fate. No matter how you dodge, it is impossible to avoid the attack from fate. No. At the same time, Qi Lu, regardless of the cost, exploded with his strongest power and shattered the immortal demon's puppet. Ended the battle on his side. But it couldn't stop the attack of the Spear of Destiny. This scene seems to be destined to happen, just like the prediction of the River of Destiny. When Qi Lu gets the power provided by the system, as long as the Demon King isn't a fool, he will be able to detect it. It is impossible to remain indifferent. It can be said that if such a situation occurs, it is simply a dead end. If Qi Lu doesn't use the power provided by the system to deal with the immortal demon puppet as soon as possible, when the Demon King feels that the number of sacrifices is enough, he will also use the Spear of Destiny to end the battle. That situation would be worse. But now, even if Qi Lu attacks early, the Demon King can still make a desperate move. Therefore, there is no better solution at all, because no one knows that the Demon King has such a backup plan. Yes, there is no if in this world, and there is no had known it. By the time it happens, it's already too late. Even if Qi Lu had used his fastest speed to eliminate the immortal demon's puppet, he still could not stop the Demon Emperor's actions. We can only pray that the Dragon God and the Human King can withstand the attack of the Spear of Destiny. But this was the most powerful blow launched by the Demon King, who had gathered countless powers of death and sacrificed countless demon gods and lord gods as sacrifices. How can it be so easy to resist? If only I had found out earlier. Qi Lu could only watch helplessly as the Spear of Destiny cut through the sky and struck at the Dragon God and the Human King. It's too late, and there's nothing you can do. The regret in my heart was of no use. Farewell, you too. The Demon Emperor's face gradually became crazy, and his eyes were even more excited. In that legend, the Supreme Realm is already close at hand. Who can calm down? Tailed by the power of fate, there is indeed nowhere to hide. The Dragon God looked at the attacking Spear of Destiny. Although his eyes were solemn, his expression became calm. Try your best and fight with all your might. As long as we can withstand this blow, we will win. When the Demon King made this decision, the situation was actually quite clear. Because Qi Lu had smashed the immortal demon's puppet and decided the winner, the Demon Emperor was forced to make a choice. It was a blow that was not fully charged. Or escape from this battlefield. Therefore, the current situation is not desperate yet. As long as he fights to the death and resists the attack of the Spear of Destiny, the Demon King will definitely lose. But, in his current state, can he really withstand it? Dragon God also had doubts about this. But on the surface, it must not be shown. Dragon God, do you really think we can withstand this blow? However, at this time, the Human King had a calm face and spoke in a calm tone. Even though they were talking about life and death, they didn't seem to care at all, as if they were not talking about themselves. Immediately, the Dragon God smiled bitterly. In fact, Dragon God also understood in his heart that the situation at this moment may not be called despair, but it is almost the same. All we can say is that there is still a glimmer of hope, that's all. The Demon Emperor, who has regained all his strength and has made further progress, has a combat power comparable to that of their heyday. The Dragon God lost his true dragon body, and the Human King only left a trace of his soul. Such a gap is not small. Coupled with the Spear of Destiny, it was the sacrifice of countless demon gods and main gods, and the attack formed by it was unrivaled. To be honest, if the current Dragon God and Human King want to resist the attack of the Spear of Destiny, the success rate is almost zero. There may be a trace of life that is not clearly visible. But is it really worth betting? Of course I know that there is almost no hope. But I won't gamble, okay? Dragon God asked back. Sure. The Human King answered without hesitation. He turned his head, glanced at the Dragon God, and said quietly, I only have a trace of my remaining soul left, and you are different from me. If Qi Lu meets the Dragon Saint King, the hope for this battle lies with you. You. When the dragon god heard this, he already realized what the human king wanted to do. However, at this time it was too late to stop it. After the human king said these words, he actually took the initiative to greet the spear of destiny. It is true that the attack of the law of destiny cannot be dodged, but it can be resisted. Similarly, it can also be endured on its behalf. This is the judgment from fate and the collision of the power of incarnation. If we say that the two spears of destiny put the dragon god and the human king into a dead end at the same time, then what the king of humans did was the best way to break the situation. Throw away the chance of life, use one person's strength to resist the two spears of fate, and let yourself live or die alone. But it can ensure that another person gets all the vitality. The former human king was able to sacrifice himself to save the divine realm. The current human king can also act without hesitation, just because the last hope lies with the dragon god. The inner demon of the demon emperor is not only the human king, but also the dragon god. Even if one of them can be eliminated, it is never possible to completely eliminate the influence of inner demons. Unless the demon king is willing to force a breakthrough regardless of the consequences. That's why the human king's mood is so calm. After all, you have already died once, so why should you value life and death so much? You. Damn. How dare you? How dare you do this? The demon king looked at this scene in disbelief. He never thought that the final result would be like this. There is clearly a glimmer of hope in hand. Why would someone choose to give up? Use your own life to fulfill the survival of others. What is this if not stupid? Demon King, a selfish person like you would never have such thoughts. As the human king faced the spear of destiny, he could clearly see the expression on the demon king's face gradually becoming distorted. How interesting. How could the demon emperor, who was alone and whose betrayal was commonplace, think of sacrificing for others? However, the human king understands that if you want hope to last forever, someone will always need to sacrifice. So the task of turning into fire and lighting the way forward is left to you. Stupid. Stupid. The demon king couldn't help but cursed angrily. He really couldn't understand why this happened. How can you expect a guy who will do anything for himself, even sacrificing the whole world, to do anything? It's just that the current situation cannot be changed, no matter how angry the demon king is. The two spears of destiny followed the guidance of the thread of destiny, but pierced the human king's body halfway. Then he was held tightly in the hand of the human king and entangled with the power of the law of reincarnation. Demon Emperor, you lose. The human king stared into the demon king's eyes, his tone unusually calm. It was as if he didn't care about his soul at all and was gradually dissipating. I have not lost. The demon king gritted his teeth and stared at the human king. On his body, there were bursts of black energy, slowly overflowing, swallowing up the surrounding light. It was a twisted power caused by extreme anger, which proved that the demon king was uneasy in his heart, but it did not show it on his face. It's just that this situation is definitely not a good picture. Chila didn't even have time to react, before he saw two spears of destiny piercing the human king's body. The hands that were stretched out were trembling slightly. Senior human king. The spear of destiny will destroy the target's soul. Even though the injury didn't look serious on the surface, in fact, only an empty shell was left. Demon Emperor, you deserve to die. This was Chi Li's rare anger, and he even felt that his power was somewhat out of control. Although she has not had much contact with the human king, everything she has done has proven that she is worthy of this title. Chi Lu admires what Ren Wang has done and respects Ren Wang as a senior. Not only because Yu Shi'er is the inheritor of the human king, but also because of her heartfelt respect for this senior's behavior. However, things always go unsatisfactory, and the human king never really came back to life after all. Now the only remnant soul left has been completely wiped out. And the one who caused all of this was the damn guy in front of him, the Demon King. Demon Emperor, now that all your methods have been used up, it's time Todi. Qi Lu said word for word. The terrifying coercion that erupted from his body was so powerful that even the sky inexplicably lowered its head, as if it was about to fall. At this moment, Qi Lu was very angry, very angry. Only by killing the Demon King can the anger in his chest be relieved. Good, very good. However, facing Qi Lu's anger, the Demon King's face became even more ferocious. He looked at the human king who had lost all his energy but was still staring at him, and then looked around. There was also the dragon god with an angry face, as well as the overlord and the ice spirit saint king with faces as cold as ice. The Demon King couldn't help but let out a dark laugh. I really didn't expect that you alone could force me into such a situation. Even if it's only for a short time, it's enough to make you proud. But, if you think you have won now, you will be disappointed. I will never lose. After saying this, the Demon King stepped down, and his figure suddenly appeared above the 9 heavens. The next second, boundless pressure erupted from the Demon King's body, and suddenly, the entire world began to tremble. In an instant, the sky was trembling, the earth was shaking, and the void was constantly shattering under the violent vibrations. Boom! But when they heard a roar, they saw dark clouds and thunder rolling in the endless sky. At some point, dark clouds as thick as lead appeared over the Demon King shed, layer upon layer, covering the entire sky. Among them, thunder is like a dragon and lightning is like rain, flashing in the dark clouds. The sky is so majestic and terrifying. Qi Lu could clearly feel that the thunder flashing in the dark clouds was not the thunder it looked like. Rather, it is a manifestation of the power of God, an entity condensed from pure destruction and destruction. Even those main gods and demon gods cannot escape death once they are touched. This is no joke. The sudden scene made Qi Lu calm down a little. Because Qi Lu didn't know what the dark clouds that suddenly gathered were and what the situation was. If it was Jia Yun, could it be that the Demon Emperor wanted to force a breakthrough? However, after coming to the heavenly vault god realm for so long, Qi Lu has not heard about the transitional tribulation. Why are we going through another tribulation now? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. However, no matter how confused Qi Lu was, the momentum of the Demon Emperor was indeed rising steadily. Then he must be trying to force a breakthrough. This is indeed the only way to break the situation now. I didn't expect you would actually dare to do it. But I won't let you succeed, Demon King. After Qi Lu confirmed the matter, he made a decision immediately. Although he didn't understand the significance of this tribulation, he definitely couldn't let the Demon King break through the tribulation safely. If the Demon King really succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, the good situation that the human king had fought for with his own sacrifice would be meaningless. Therefore, the Demon Emperor must not be allowed to succeed. Whether it is for the human king, for oneself, or for the entire sky god realm. The Demon King must die. Then come and stop me. The eyes of the Demon Emperor looking at Qi Lu were also full of madness, and his expression was even more ferocious. These damn guys actually forced him to the point where he needed to force a breakthrough. It's unforgivable. The fall of the human king indeed eliminated part of the Demon King's inner demons. But the fact that the dragon god is still around means that it is destined that the Demon Emperor's inner demons cannot all be eliminated. So it goes without saying how serious the consequences of a forced breakthrough are. If the foundation is not stable and the realm is incomplete, then that is a trivial matter. It is possible to go crazy at any time, fall into a state of decline, or even die from the backlash of the inner demon, which is a big deal. But at this time, the Demon Emperor didn't care so much anymore. Because if he doesn't force a breakthrough, he will definitely not have another chance. And all of this is caused by the choice of the human king. So the demon king also chose to fight to the death. As a result, calamity clouds were summoned, and the current scene emerged. There is only one chance to attack, so I will focus all my strength on this attack. Try your best and give it a try. Senior human king, your sacrifice will not be in vain. Qi Lu stared at the demon emperor in the sky, the dark clouds above his head, and the rolling thunder in them. The power of God is majestic and cannot be disobeyed. If this is really a catastrophe that needs to be experienced to break through the realm of the Lord God and the realm of the demon god, then let's do it together. Thinking of this, Qi Lu no longer hesitated, and all his strength was concentrated into one blow. Then he soared into the sky and attacked the demon emperor. At this moment, the dark clouds above the 9 heavens became thicker, and the rolling thunder roared more terrifyingly. Those who are under the tribulation are those who can overcome it. The stronger the person who comes, the stronger the tribulation will be. When Qi Lu made the decision to fight the demon king under the clouds of calamity, the targets of this calamity naturally became the two of them. The power is of course super doubled. But Qi Lu didn't care, because he originally planned to use this method to destroy the demon emperor's plan. Want to survive the tribulation? Then you have to ask me, the manager of Qi Lu's store, if he will agree. The reason why Qi Lu had this confidence was that when the natural disaster appeared, the system prompts suddenly sounded in his mind. System, host, this system has to remind you that you, host, may not be able to withstand this calamity. System, so in order to be responsible for the life of the host, this system has decided to use the remaining power after borrowing it to protect the life of the host. In other words, the host has only one chance to attack, so please make sure to seize it. It was this reminder that made Qi Lu understand that he must not make any mistakes. He also understood that he would definitely be able to survive this catastrophe. So why not do it? Let the super doubled heavenly tribulation tell the demon emperor how dangerous this world is. The demon emperor, who was under the catastrophe, looked at Qi Lu with cold eyes, watching his attacks getting closer and closer to him. But he didn't make any move, he just looked at it. Because the calamity is coming, the demon king will not be stupid enough to distract his power at this time. On the contrary, this human boy who overestimates his own capabilities and wants to attack himself is waiting to be swallowed up by the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation. Foolish people have their own way of seeking death. After saying these words in a cold voice, the demon king's attention returned to the heavenly tribulation. Looking at the dark clouds rolling like huge waves in the sky, and the thunder rolling like a real dragon coming into the world, his expression became serious. This power is as powerful as the power of annihilation, and it has more meaning of annihilation, without any vitality. God's grace is like rain, and God's power is like prison. And the catastrophe is like the greatest malice in the world. If you can't resist it, God will be ruthless, and there will definitely be no mercy. It will definitely destroy everything under the catastrophe, including the people who have overcome it. So even the demon emperor had to be very alert at this moment. The realm of the Lord God, the realm of the demon god. When we reach the end, we reach the same destination through different paths. No matter what choice you make, it is your own way. If you can survive the calamity of attaining the Tao safely, you will be able to attain the realm of the Tao and become the great emperor. If you can't get through it. At this point, the demon king's voice stopped. I don't need to say more about what the consequences will be if the tribulation fails. The catastrophe of enlightenment is also the only catastrophe that will occur. Its power is absolutely beyond imagination. Moreover, this is also a natural disaster that exists in legends, and there is no reference object for reference at all. Life or death, success or failure, it all depends on fate. Even with the cautious character of the demon emperor, it is impossible to guarantee that this unprecedented catastrophe of enlightenment will be 100% successful. He can only make the most perfect preparations and do his best. However, now, due to various reasons, he failed to completely eliminate his inner demons, so he forced a breakthrough. The success rate must plummet to the lowest point. This is gambling on your life. It was also the Demon King who was forced into this situation and had no choice but to make a choice. So I had to go all out and not be distracted at all. This also made the resentment and anger in the Demon Emperor's heart rise to the highest point. For a prudent and powerful person like the Demon King, would it be possible to make such a life-threatening choice if it was not really a last resort? Of course it's impossible. But does Qi Lu care about the Demon Emperor's mood? Of course it's impossible. Boom. Just in this moment, the calamity cloud roared, and the deep purple thunder crashed into the world. Like a huge thunder dragon protruding from the dark clouds, it revealed its ferocious and terrifying side. This is the brilliant power of heaven, this is the undisguised ferocious murderous intention of heaven and earth. The natural calamity is not a training, but a killing calamity. The thunder came to the world and immediately dyed the whole world into deep purple, which looked particularly depressing in the shadow cast by the dark clouds. Even if the electric light dispels the darkness and illuminates the world, it still brings deep despair. And under the terrifying thunder that spanned the world and was like the pillar of Optimus, there was the Demon Emperor with an extremely solemn face, and Qi Lu who had gathered all his strength to strike without any fear on his face. It's just a natural disaster, why should you care? However, the Demon Emperor was destined to be unable to imagine that Qi Lu could ignore the natural disaster. He must now go all out to fight against the catastrophe that is just around the corner. Otherwise, even the remaining success rate may return to zero. After this calamity, you will all die. The Demon King's cold eyes once again glanced at Qi Lu and the others, and then returned to the falling thunder. Without hesitation, all the Demon King's power exploded at this moment. The power of law is as majestic as the sea, and the physical body is extremely powerful. In this moment, no reservations. If you dare to hold back in the face of heavenly calamity, you may not even know how you died. It was also at this moment that the Demon King's still rising power and boundless pressure truly collided with the heavenly tribulation. The thunder that struck down stopped at this moment. But it was only for a moment. How could the unstoppable catastrophe be stopped so easily? Endless deep purple thunder poured down like a waterfall, falling from the 9 heavens. It bombarded the Demon Emperor unceremoniously, and in an instant, the Demon Emperor's figure was submerged, leaving only lightning in the sky. Qi Lu, who was attacking the Demon King, was naturally not immune. Since they have taken the initiative to come under the heavenly tribulation, they are all targets of the heavenly tribulation. The falling river of thunder soon passed the Demon Emperor's position and submerged Qi Li's figure as well. At this time, everything between heaven and earth has lost its color. Only a purple electric light that was so rich that it couldn't be melted was left. The roar of thunder resounded throughout the heaven and earth, shaking the sky. It even made all the surviving demon gods and main gods stop their movements and the battle in front of them. Just like this, staring blankly at the falling thunder that is the condensed power of God. The terrifying power surged out, causing them to step back in shock. This power is beyond their reach. This is the legendary calamity of enlightenment, and even most demons and gods have never heard of it. Even the Demon King actually came to know about this matter when he reached the limit of his current realm and suddenly felt something in his heart. Otherwise, before this, not even the Demon Emperor knew anything about the tribulation of enlightenment. Therefore, it is actually normal for Qi Lu to express doubts about the appearance of heavenly tribulation. How many years has it been since the calamity of enlightenment occurred? If you have to trace it back, you may not be able to find relevant records even if you search the entire Sky Vault God realm. It can directly go back to the barbaric era, before the appearance of the sacred mountains in the central region. But just because you haven't heard of it, doesn't mean you can't feel how powerful this disaster of enlightenment is. For these main gods and demon gods who are somewhat far away from the limit of the current realm, it is death if they touch them anyway. He could be evaporated by the catastrophe on the spot, with no possibility of surviving. So it must be as far as it goes. Fortunately, the disaster of enlightenment, although it is the malice of heaven and earth and the condensation of heaven's power, is not a random attack after all. As long as it is not within the attack range of the heavenly tribulation, the falling thunder will not take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, none of the people on the defense line of the divine mountain in the central region would be able to escape. But now, the falling thunder has drowned the demon emperor and Qi Lu. All the breaths are also enveloped by the power of heaven. No one knew what was going on inside or if they would survive. All the fighting stopped at this moment, and everyone was waiting for the final result. Either one died and the other was injured, or they all survived, or they all perished. No matter what the outcome is, they just want one answer. An answer that can completely determine whether the next battle needs to continue, and who will be the final winner. If one is killed and the other injured, then the subsequent battle will naturally not need to continue. Because the victory or defeat has been decided, there is no need to fight again. But if they all died, or if they all survived, then this battle is still going on, and no one can leave here before the winner is decided. So looking at this thunder that seemed to penetrate the heaven and earth, everyone's eyes were filled with shock, horror, anxiety, and worry. However, although the calamity is terrifyingly powerful, it is not endless after all. Although the catastrophe of enlightenment is a murderous catastrophe, it is by no means without any vitality. As the strongest force fluctuates and gradually weakens, it proves that the power of the heavenly tribulation is slowly receding. If you can hold on, this disaster will be over. If he had not held on, the person who had overcome the tribulation would have been wiped out by the mighty thunder of heaven. Is anyone still alive? Or were they all wiped out by the catastrophe? Who lost and who won? Store manager Qi will definitely survive, for sure. Shadow, I saw a figure. Really, one or two? At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out from the battlefield below. The attention of all the participants who were anxiously waiting for the result was attracted, and they quickly asked. Yes, it's two ways. I saw that right, it's really two figures. They all survived. This was the most unlikely outcome, but it happened. The power and terrifying power of the Enlightenment tribulation is obvious toll. One death and one injury would already be shocking. In their opinion, both the Demon Emperor's aura and Store Manager Qi's aura were shrouded in the mighty thunder of heaven. All momentum and pressure were directly covered. Doesn't this prove that they have not resisted this catastrophe? Doesn't that mean that all of them fall down, which is the most likely outcome? However, the facts are always unexpected. The power of the mighty thunder gradually weakens, and the situation inside appears before everyone's eyes. This is the picture now. Damn human boy, do you really want to trade your life with me? The Demon King never expected that this human boy, whom he thought was going to die, actually withstood the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, he used all his strength to hit himself with a single blow. He looked at the arm passing through his chest and the disgusting face that came close to his eyes. The Demon King's tone was also trembling. Unexpectedly, Qi Lu smiled coldly and said, I didn't think that much, I just wanted you to die. What surprises me even more is that you didn't die under the catastrophe. You do have some abilities. Qi Li's ability to withstand the power of the catastrophe was also due to the protection of the system. But it is incredible that the Demon King can survive under this super double disaster. Not to mention that the Demon Emperor was so seriously injured at this moment. The blow that condensed the power of thousands of laws not only penetrated the Demon Emperor's chest, but also shattered his soul. But even so, the Demon King survived. Is he the real chosen one? Die? How could I die so easily? The demon king let out an angry roar, but his pale face proved that his condition was probably not very good. Moreover, at this moment, Qi Lu could be sure that his perception was not wrong. Although the demon emperor was not killed by Tianwei in the calamity of enlightenment, he also did not succeed in breaking through. The inner demon has not been eliminated, and it is indeed a stumbling block on the road. If you force a breakthrough, you will never achieve perfection. Perhaps it was because of this that the power of the tribulation of enlightenment did not reach its maximum, but instead gave the demon king a glimmer of hope. However, even if the demon emperor survives by chance, he will no longer have the possibility of progress. Because there is only one catastrophe for enlightenment. Whether it is success or failure, life or death, it will only happen this time. If you don't grasp it, there will never be a second chance. Therefore, the demon king's mood at the moment was naturally one of imaginable anger, and was filled with extreme murderous intent. The realm of half-step Tao is completely different from the realm of real Tao. But he would never get the chance again. It was all because the human boy in front of him gave him a heavy blow at the last moment. At that moment, the demon king almost thought that he was going to die, but Noon expected that he would still survive. Even the demon king himself found it unbelievable. But none of that matters anymore. Now that you're alive, it's time to do the rest. So now, it's time for the demon king to take revenge. Compared to the question of why I didn't die, it's weird that you survived. But it doesn't matter anymore, because even if you survive now, you will still die later. The demon king gritted his teeth and grabbed Qi Li's arm that pierced his chest. Even if he is only half a step into the great Tao realm, his strength is far superior to those damn guys. Even if they are seriously injured, none of them can escape. And the power you improved with the secret method has now disappeared. Boy, since you hate me so much, I will let you watch the people you care about die in front of you one by one, and you are powerless to do anything. Having said this, the demon king pushed hard. Qi Li's body was immediately pushed back by the demon emperor, and terrifying power also invaded his body. Puff! With a mouthful of blood spitting out. Qi Lu could no longer hold on and fell directly from the air. Looking at the huge penetrating wound left on the demon emperor's chest after being pierced, Qi Li's consciousness became a little blurry. Although he could barely stay awake, Qi Lu understood the feeling of fatigue that spread throughout his body. He could no longer fight. At least, there is no way to continue fighting now. The demon king resisted the heavenly tribulation in order to force a breakthrough, but Qi Lu resisted the heavenly tribulation, but there was no benefit. Being able to prevent the demon king from successfully breaking through the calamity of enlightenment is already more than half of the goal. It's a pity that the demon king was still unable to die under the catastrophe. Qi Lu. Brother Qi Lu. Store manager Qi. Countless exclamations rang out. The dragon god, the overlord, and the ice spirit Saint King proved their feelings with actions and rushed directly into the sky. Yu Shi'er ignored the power gap between herself and the demon emperor and flew into the sky resolutely. When she saw Qi Lu heading towards the heavenly tribulation, Yu Shi'er's heart was lifted and she never put it down. Now seeing Qi Lu fall down again, Yu Shi'er felt that her eyes were getting dark. Rushing forward was a completely subconscious move. Don't worry, Shi'er, I'm fine, I'm just a little exhausted. Qi Lu, who was caught in mid-air, leaned into Yu Shi'er's arms and tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. The dragon god, overlord, and ice spirit Saint King were guarding them, staring coldly at the demon emperor in the sky. Because the demon king's eyes were equally cold. But under this coldness, in addition to the murderous intention, there is also a sense of looking down from above. The realm of the Great Road. Even if it is only half a step into the realm of the Great Tao, it is no longer comparable to the so-called realm of the Lord God or the realm of the demon god. This is what the saying goes, there are thousands of avenues, but different paths lead to the same destination. It doesn't matter what path you chose before reaching the great Tao realm. Because in the end, for the sake of your own way, you have to survive the tribulation of enlightenment, strive for the realm of the great way, and seek the position of the great emperor. Therefore, in the eyes of the demon king, dragon god, and the others are no longer of concern. All he wants now is to make that human boy feel the greatest pain and then die. The way you look at me is like a group of ignorant ants, using your own shallow knowledge to see the awe-inspiring master. It's really interesting. As the demon king spoke, he stretched out a hand. Then he stretched out a finger and tapped lightly. In an instant, the power of thousands of laws turned into sharp blades all over the sky, shooting towards Qi Lu. The terrifying power contained in it is far from being comparable to the power-off laws that the main gods can condense. The realm of the great Tao, as long as you step into this realm, you will bait a supreme master. If there is no opponent of the same level to check and balance, then it is truly invincible. Even if the dragon god, the overlord, and the ice spirit saint king all attack at the same time to gather the power of the law into a shield, it will be of no avail. The sharp blade of law condensed by the demon king was still as devastating as ever, easily penetrating the supposedly indestructible shield. This is the gap between realms. Simply unrivaled. If the demon emperor hadn't been playful and wanted to torture Qi Lu and the others before they died, I'm afraid that just this move would have brought Qi Lu and the others to the brink of death. This is not a joke, but the most real, state-of-the-art crushing. He actually survived the catastrophe and successfully broke through. How so? The dragon god once stood at the pinnacle of the realm of the Lord God and was vaguely aware of the disaster of enlightenment. Therefore, we understand how huge the gap between the realm of the great Tao and the realm of the Lord God is. It is simply a chasm that is impossible to cross. Even in his heyday, it was far behind. Now that the demon emperor has really succeeded in breaking through, what a desperate situation this must be. The faces of Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King were also extremely complex and extremely ugly, and they were obviously aware of the current situation. Such a powerful enemy forced to break through at the most critical moment and succeeded? So he is the protagonist? It seems that you have also realized your situation. Are you ready to die? The Demon King looked at Dragon God and the others with great interest, and his ugly expressions were really interesting. Like now, it is also a good experience to push the prey into a desperate situation little by little and enjoy their despair and pain. Just enough to release the anger and resentment in your heart. However, Qi Lu couldn't help laughing after hearing these words. Successful breakthrough? Dragon God, I'm afraid you said this wrong. Can such a half-hearted level be considered a successful breakthrough? This sentence was undoubtedly mocking the Demon Emperor, but Qi Lu was not afraid at all. The Demon Emperor stared at the sky and spoke slowly. And just as the Demon Emperor's face gradually turned gloomy, Qi Lu even sneered before continuing. Demon Emperor, you seem to think that you can defeat us, right? Do you have any other methods? The Demon King sneered when he heard this. Then he said jokingly, or do you have any death-defying secrets that you haven't used yet? Based on your current broken body? This is the truth. Although the Demon King's tone is mocking, it is indeed correct. Qi Li's current physical condition no longer supports him borrowing power from the system for a second time. Not to mention whether there is more power in the system, that's another question. And, more importantly, the system has said before that the power lent to Qi Li cannot allow him to break through his current realm. In other words, even if Qi Li's physical condition can really withstand a second outbreak, it will be of no use. Facing the Demon Emperor, who was half a step into the realm, it was still to no avail. However, Qi Li's ability to show such a fearless appearance was not because of himself. Of course I'm not talking about myself. Qi Lu was not embarrassed to admit it. Because at this time, even if you don't admit it, you can only be a stubborn duck. So Qi Lu just shook his head, and then took out a white bone like a finger bone from his arms. What is that? The moment he saw this bone, a bad premonition emerged in the demon emperor's shirt. But the dragon god next to Qi Lu had a surprised look on his face. Keel. To be more precise, it's the dragon bone of senior dragon god. Qi Lu stared at the demon emperor and spoke word by word. In fact, this incident was unexpected by Qi Lu. The dragon god's dragon bone, which was once obtained from the giant dragon Saint King, actually experienced such changes under the catastrophe of enlightenment just now. From the huge keel shape before, it has become as big as a finger bone now. But the power contained in it has increased countless times. There is no doubt that this is a dragon bone that has survived the tribulation of enlightenment. Although it is only a small section of a complete dragon bone, it is completely enough. Qi Lu, where did you get this dragon bone? The surprise on Dragon God's face was even more undisguised. He could feel the most intimate and familiar atmosphere from this keel. It is indeed my own keel. But why is it in Qi Li's hands? Let's talk about these things later, Senior Dragon God. I think you should know better than me what to do now. Qi Li shook his head and did not say the name of the Dragon Saint King. At this time, when the crisis has not even been resolved, this is not the time to explain these problems. That's true. Let's wait until the immediate problems are solved before we talk about these things. Dragon God naturally understood in his heart. He reached out directly and took the dragon bone that Qi Lu took out. Damn it! I will not let you get what you want. The bad premonition in the Demon King's heart became stronger and stronger, and he didn't even want to know what the use of that small piece of dragon bone was. Anyway, as long as you stop all their moves, that will be fine. It's too late. When the dragon god touched that small section of the dragon bone, it was completely clear. Demon Emperor, I really have to thank you for forcing a breakthrough and summoning the catastrophe of enlightenment. Otherwise, even having a dragon bone would be useless. When Qi Lu withstood the mighty thunder of heaven, part of the power of the disaster of enlightenment was left in the dragon's bones. Although this dragon bone is not the dragon god's body, it is indeed the dragon god's dragon bone. The dragon bone's tribulation may not be fed back to the dragon god, but the power left in it can be utilized. In other words, it is an opportunity to temporarily break through the realm of the Lord God and step into the realm of the Great Road. It was impossible for Qi Lu to imagine that the small piece of keel bone he had left on his body could have such a useful effect. It turned out to be the last hope for a comeback. Haven't you always wanted to see my real dragon body? Today I will make it happen for you. After saying this, the dragon god crushed the dragon bone in his hand. In an instant, an unparalleled dragon power rose into the sky and penetrated the world. Then it swept away in all directions, coming like a huge wave that could flood the entire world. Then in the next second, everyone suddenly realized why the sky had darkened again. Didn't the previous clouds of calamity dissipate after the calamity of enlightenment ended? Is it starting to condense again? When this idea came out and everyone looked up to the sky, countless pairs of eyes widened instantly. Then, what is that? How is it possible? That would be too huge. That gigantic creature with no end in sight can't be the dragon god. Dragon god's true dragon body? Everyone was stunned. Even Qi Lu was no exception, showing a stunned expression. Because at this moment, in the sky, a real dragon that could be tens of thousands of miles long was winding away with no end in sight. The dragon's head is as big as 100 miles, and the length of its body is even more incalculable. All you can see is that it occupies the entire sky, but there is no dragon tail. The shadow cast from the sky is caused by the body of this real dragon covering the entire sky. Is this the true dragon body of the dragon god? At a glance, there is no sky. What a terrible sense of oppression. Qi Lu couldn't help but swallow after seeing this scene for a long time. Is this the true strength of the dragon god? No, that's not right. With that small piece of dragon bone that has survived the catastrophe, it should be even more powerful than the dragon god once was. And it's too powerful. Even if he is not in the true realm of the great Tao, he will definitely not be weaker than the demon emperor. After observing for a while, Qi Lu finally made a judgment in his mind. And there's one more thing that's very important. That is the current state of the demon emperor, but he is seriously injured. Under the catastrophe, Qi Li's full blow severely damaged the demon emperor's soul. But the dragon god was in perfect condition. And because the dragon bone contains the power of the catastrophe of enlightenment, a temporary breakthrough will not trigger the occurrence of the catastrophe at all. Naturally, the consumption of power is avoided. To put it simply, the current demon king cannot be the opponent of the dragon god. And this is indeed the case. After seeing the dragon god transform into a real dragon, the demon emperor's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He never expected that in the midst of his own disaster, he would actually help his enemies. The dragon god's keel is actually in the hands of that damn boy. No, this battle cannot continue. At this moment, the demon king's cautious character once again took over, and his skilled escape instinct emerged again. No, this should not be called an escape, but a tactical retreat. Because the demon king knows very well what state he is in now. He had just experienced the baptism of the enlightenment tribulation, and when he was unable to defend himself, his body and soul were severely injured. Perhaps against those opponents in the realm of the Lord God and the realm of the demon god, they can be crushed in the realm. But when it comes to facing opponents of the same level, it's too far behind. At least in terms of status, it will be completely destroyed. Therefore, the demon king understood that no matter what, he could not fight the dragon god now. Anyway, the current state of the dragon god cannot be maintained for a long time. It is just a temporary breakthrough with the help of the dragon bone. But the demon emperor himself has truly been promoted to the half-step realm. Even if there is no possibility of progress in the future. But at least it won't go backwards. Therefore, as long as the power of the dragon bone disappears, it will bed ere death. The demon emperor, who wanted to understand this, could no longer suppress the desire to retreat that had arisen in his heart. Anyway, the purpose of my trip has been achieved, so what if I let them linger for a while? Can they really make a comeback? Your methods really surprise me. But this kind of power that doesn't belong to you, even if you get it temporarily, what can you do? Before retreating, the demon king would naturally follow the usual practice of saying a harsh word. Otherwise, it would be too shameless. However, Qi Lu thinks that as long as it is a so-called tactical retreat, there should be no face at all. Although things like running away are already commonplace for the demon king. But to be honest, it is indeed rare to encounter such a cowardly villain boss. Even if there is nothing wrong with this idea, if you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. If you want to make a comeback, you must at least survive. Therefore, among the many enemies Qi Lu has encountered, the demon emperor is undoubtedly the most difficult one. Currently, this is the only guy who can force him into such a situation. It probably won't happen again in the future. So of course, Qi Lu can't let the demon emperor escape. The dragon god in the sky also thinks the same. The demon king had been allowed to avoid two disasters by pretending to be dead, which resulted in the current situation. No matter what he says now, it is impossible for the demon king to escape again. Even the temporary strength is enough to kill you. Demon king, we have known each other for so long, and we have fought for so long. I know you and what you want to do. But today, you can't leave. The dragon god's voice suddenly sounded, reverberating between the heaven and the earth like rolling thunder. The accompanying dragon power spread and became as vast as an abyss, covering the whole world. With the boundless dragon power, a huge prison was formed. Facing an enemy who is extremely good at escaping is actually quite troublesome. Especially when the other party has decided to run away. Therefore, the dragon god must do his best. Whether you can leave or not is not up to you. The demon king smiled coldly and looked around, not paying any attention to his terrifying long-way prison. They are both in the realm of half-step Dao, so maybe the dragon god can completely suppress him in terms of combat power. However, when it comes to running away, the demon king is an expert. When the dragon god heard this, his face turned cold. Because he knew that what the demon emperor said was actually quite right. If the dragon god is really sure that he can trap the demon emperor, then why couldn't he catch the demon emperor before? In the final analysis, it is because the dragon god is not good at trapping enemies. There are specializations in the arts, and the same goes for fighting. Strong combat effectiveness does not mean strong banning ability. At least in his aspect, the dragon god is far less professional than the human king. At least the human king could bury the demon king in the sacred mountain of the central region, and he could not break out of the seal for several generations. As for the dragon god, he could only let the demon king fake death to avoid disaster. While waiting for the dragon god to fall silent, the demon emperor who disappeared would naturally reappear and make trouble. This is the difference. So when the demon king mentioned this matter, it was actually a mockery. To be honest, there are really not many powerful people who can do this kind-of thing. It's no wonder that even if the dragon god temporarily increased his combat power to the point where he could completely suppress the demon emperor with the help of the dragon bone and the tribulation of enlightenment, he still had a headache for the demon emperor. What's wrong? Are you speechless? The demon emperor saw the dragon god's face turn ugly and couldn't help but continue to mock. This feeling that even though you are stronger than me, there is nothing you can do about me, is really great. However, just as ridicule and pride were intertwined on the demon emperor's face, Qi Li's voice suddenly sounded. No, demon king, I promise, you won't be able to leave this time. The tone was decisive and left no room for doubt. However, the demon king's mocking voice suddenly stopped. Then, the demon king looked at Qi Li with a cold face, followed the source of the sound, and said with a sneer, You promise? With your useless appearance, what can you guarantee? This is absolutely true. In other words, even if Qi Li is not injured now, it will not have much impact on him. The gap in realm is not something that can make up for. Demon Emperor, I never said that I was going to do something to you. Qi Li listened to the demon emperor's taunting words, but he didn't feel the slightest bit angry. Instead, he suddenly laughed. Then, he suddenly stopped speaking and said word by word, This is the gift left by Senior Human King for you. If you don't die, I will feel uneasy. Before he finished speaking, Qi Li suddenly stood up and opened his arms. Senior Human King used his own sacrifice to achieve such a great situation, how could he let you escape? Demon Emperor, you should still remember the chessboard of heaven and earth that once trapped you. When Qi Li said this, the Demon Emperor's pupils suddenly narrowed. The Demon Emperor was naturally very impressed with the heaven and earth chessboard. That was a desperate situation that forced him to use the law of destiny again. How could he forget it? And now, this human boy is bringing up old things again. Do you still want to toss the heaven and earth chessboard to trap him again? No, it shouldn't be possible. Even the last time, using the heaven and earth chessboard, it was not possible to completely trap him. How is it possible to do it now? With this self-confidence, the Demon Emperor would never be trapped by that heaven and earth chessboard a second time. Of course I remember it, but so what? Do you want to use the same move a second time? So facing Qi Li's words, the Demon King naturally asked back without any politeness. Same move? Qi Li repeated this sentence, staring at the Demon Emperor with cold and sarcastic eyes. Then he said in a cold voice, Demon King, I know that the same move will not work on you twice. But when did I say that it's the same move? The volume of the last sentence suddenly increased. Qi Lu also raised his hand suddenly. An extremely terrifying force also burst out at this moment. The chessboard of shattered heaven and earth is banned just for this one time. Demon Emperor, you are doomed. The lock of heaven and earth, rise. This is a move that can only be used once on Tiandi chessboard. The chessboard of heaven and earth, without the chess pieces, is itself a small world with its own rules. And by breaking this small world, you can get the chains with the strongest sealing power, the lock of heaven and the lock of earth. The lock of heaven seals the physical body. The lock of the earth seals the soul. This is the last gift left by the human king to the demon king, a gift that can send him on his way. This is also the biggest reason why the human king firmly believes that the demon king will definitely die in this battle. Demon Emperor, you can't escape. Qi Lu, as the former master of the heaven and earth chessboard before the human king, naturally understands the human king's thoughts. Therefore, the lock of heaven and earth will of course be activated by Qi Lu. But now, everything is ready. Once the time comes when the demon king is ready to run away, it must be the time when the demon king is at his wit's end. The lock of heaven and earth will block all the demon emperor's means of escape. Then the next development of events is all under control. Senior Dragon God, the rest of the matter will be left to you. After Qi Lu activated the lock of heaven and earth, he decisively retreated and gave up his position as the main force of the battle to the Dragon God. Everyone should perform their duties and understand their own position, so as not to cause trouble to others. Qi Lu wanted to end the demon emperor's life with his own hands, but the problem was that if he couldn't do it now, there would be nothing he could do. Let's leave it to the Dragon God who has the ability to do it to send the demon emperor on his final journey. No problem. This scourge that has been caused for so long must be dealt with. The Dragon God's thunderous voice rang out, and the unparalleled dragon power also locked onto the demon emperor. With the locks of heaven and the locks of earth, the demon king has no way to escape. Unless he can defeat the Dragon God. However, this kind of thing is impossible. Forcibly triggering the calamity of enlightenment and stepping into the realm off the Great Road is already the limit of the Demon Emperor. The current Demon Emperor is already at the end of his rope and cannot possibly be the Dragon God's opponent. After completing the task of activating the lock of heaven and earth, Qi Lu could finally feel at ease. Because the rest can be left to the Dragon God. They are just spectators now. No, we can't exactly call them spectators. Perhaps in the battlefield below, the battle between the demon gods and the main god still needs them to end. Although the Dragon God's combat power can completely suppress the Demon King, it will take some time to completely end this battle. During this period of time, we can just deal with those demon gods. It's not that Qi Lu hates the devil, he just hates those guys who disrupt order. And most of those demon gods are the backbone and main force of the chaotic evil camp, so they cannot be eliminated. Qi Lu did not want the heavenly vault god realm to continue to fall into a war-torn situation. Then, there is no need to show mercy to these guys. It's finally time to finish. Qi Lu let out a long breath, and then continued to fall softly into Yushir's arms. This feeling is really good. At least it is more comfortable than fighting, and you don't have to worry about so many things. Yushir naturally would not refuse Qi Li's action, but hoped that such a scene could stop. It would be great if it could keep going forever. However, when she thought of the current battle, Yushir's eyes dimmed again. Shir. Brother Qi Lu? Shir, senior human king, died. You must be very sad. Qi Lu noticed the change in Yushir's eyes. Although it was not obvious, Hestel couldn't hide it. Sadness and sorrow are mixed together, always looking extremely sad. However, when Yushir heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, "No, Brother Qi Lu, Shir is not sad. Senior Human King's sacrifice is for the future of the Sky Vault God realm, and it is a great act. Xi'er is proud of senior human king. Even though there was a lot of mist in her eyes, Yu Xi'er was still shaking her head. Probably because she didn't want Qi Lu to see the tears she was about to shed. Yeah, we should be proud of her. Qi Lu sighed and nodded. Although I understand that this is also the wish of Senior Ren Wang, I feel uncomfortable after all. If Senior Ren Wang could survive, who would be willing to sacrifice? It's still the same sentence: if the demon emperor is not dead, he will feel uneasy. Fortunately, this sentence is not empty talk. Thinking of this, Qi Lu also fell silent. Because he thought about other things, such as how to deal with the follow-up after this war is over. How should the relationship between Tianji realm and Xinji realm develop? Now there is a virtual duel competition, which attracts the attention of ordinary people and practitioners. But no matter what kind of event it is, it has to end. What happens after that? Maybe a fight is unlikely, but the probability of a cold war is not small. After all, there is still a long way to go to develop the Sky Vault God realm into an ideal world. But it doesn't matter if the task is difficult. Anyway, Qi Lu doesn't have much of anything, he just has a lot of time, so just take your time. This battle must be over. The end of the story this time should be true. Yu Xi'er was also very obedient and did not disturb Qi Li's thinking, but gently played with his hair. It seemed to be massaging his scalp and relieving stress. And high in the sky, the battle between the Dragon God and the Demon Emperor was intensifying. The Demon King's death struggle was naturally a desperate fight that spared no effort and made no reservations. It makes me sad to think about it. The once majestic Demon Emperor has finally reached a dead end and has no way out. But all this is his own fault. However, at this time, Qi Lu was in the process of thinking, and the voice of the system emerged in his mind. System, host, this system has something to say. Oh, it's really rare. At this time, what can you say? To be honest, Qi Lu rarely encountered this situation where the Erbi system suddenly made a sound during the battle. But generally speaking, as long as this second bill system makes a noise, it means that there is indeed something important. For example, when Qi Lu wanted to take over the disaster of enlightenment. It just so happened that it was time to finish now, so I wasn't so nervous anymore. So Qi Lu also had the intention to make a joke. System, actually, it's not a big deal. Host, you don't need to be so nervous. But when he heard this, Qi Lu said without hesitation, the more you say that, the more worried I am. This is not a lie. The system says it's not a big deal, but it has never been easy. System, host, is this system's reputation so bad? Roughly the same. Qi Lu wanted to shrug, but considering that he was still lying in Yu Xi'er's arms, he let it go. But speaking of which, we are already so familiar, so don't be polite to me. Do I still know what kind of system you are? If you have anything to say, just say it. If you can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Qi Lu said in his mind, but he was actually too lazy to talk nonsense. At this time, he was still quite tired. Not only is the body tired, but the mind is also tired. There is a theory that if it hadn't been for the dragon bone given to him by Dragon Saint King, he would have undergone such miraculous changes during the calamity of enlightenment. And if the dragon god also knows how to use this power. Qi Lu estimated that he was dead. I have to say that some things may be destined to be good. But at this time, Qi Lu would have thought that the Dragon Saint King might not only control the law of the soul. Otherwise, how could he calculate so accurately, or maybe he was just wrong. But it doesn't matter anymore, as long as the final result is good, that's fine. System, okay, since the host has said so, then the system will tell you directly. System, host, can you help collect the corpse and soul of that demon emperor? What did you just say? Qi Lu was originally thinking about what the Erbi system was trying to do when it suddenly made a noise at this time. It must be very troublesome again. But now that I hear it, it's really not a troublesome thing, it's quite fatal. Because there are not many steps in the whole thing, if you miss it, you will die very quickly. System, that shouldn't be the case. Can the host not hear the voice that appears directly in the mind? Is this a question of whether you can hear or not? Qi Lu was asked a rhetorical question and immediately became angry. If I can kill the demon emperor, can I still make you speak? Now I wish I could go up there and kill that guy with my own hands to avenge senior human king and relieve myself. It's not that I won't help you with the favor you mentioned. I just want talk now. How can I help you? He didn't speak before, but now when he speaks, he will risk his life. Who can bear this? Not to mention that Qi Lu is now seriously injured and is basically in a semi-disabled state. Even in peak condition, there is no way to participate in the battle between two powerful men who are half a step into the realm. Therefore, the so-called not a big deal mentioned by the system is really open to question. However, in the face of Qi Li's questioning, the Erbi system quickly spoke out. System, but host, it's not you who is fighting that demon king now. What you said makes so much sense, I'm speechless. When Qi Lu heard this, he was really stunned for a while, and then nodded silently. Yes, the one fighting the demon king now is indeed not himself, but the dragon god. This is true. But does this have anything to do with the possibility of being beaten to death after going up there? Your Erbi system wants me, the host, to collect the corpse and soul of the demon emperor. Why don't you express your intention first? At least lend some more strength to your host, and don't let the aftermath of the battle between the demon emperor and the dragon god kill him. System, okay, this system knows what you want to say, host. You know again? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows. To be honest, Qi Lu is actually quite excited about the system's proposal. If it is really possible to kill the demon emperor with his own hands, even if it is a little difficult or even dangerous, Qi Lu can accept it. It's just that there is really nothing we can do about the current situation. However, from what the system said, does this guy plan to support him? Facts have proved that Qi Lu guessed right, but not entirely. System, host, this system can give you the power to defeat that demon king, but it only lasts for 30 seconds. So, I need to collect the demon emperor's corpse and soul within these 30 seconds, right? Qi Lu didn't wait for the system to finish speaking, he spoke directly and added the second half of the sentence. System, that's right. I accept this mission. Qi Lu heard this and said without hesitation. Maybe 30 seconds wouldn't be enough to complete a real battle with the demon emperor. However, there is still no problem in picking it up from the dragon god in 30 seconds. He is the best at mending tails and snatching heads. System, then I'll trouble the host. When you want to use this power, you just need to recite it silently in your heart. Learn. Qi Lu responded seriously. In fact, even if you accept the task released by the system, there is no need to be so anxious. Collecting the corpse and soul of the demon emperor may seem difficult, but when it comes to actually doing it, at least you don't have to worry about the corpse. As long as the demon king is killed and Qi Lu speaks up in time, he can get it. The dragon god doesn't have to crush the demon king to ashes in order to relieve his anger. Of course, if Qi Lu didn't need it, the dragon god would probably just crush the demon king to ashes to prevent his resurrection. Therefore, the real troublesome part of this mission is to collect the soul of the demon emperor. If you are not careful, when the demon king falls, his soul will disappear with him. That would be a failure. Therefore, the system used its last energy to support Qi Lu for 30 seconds, which was actually to allow Qi Lu to grab the head. As long as the demon emperor is on the verge of death and takes the lead, Hetsan used the power of the system to collect the soul of the demon emperor that is about to dissipate when he falls. The dragon god wouldn't care about this kind of thing anyway, and Qi Lu could do it without any pressure. Thinking of this, Qilu also stood up, with a serious expression and his eyes focused on the battle in the sky. Be prepared to spot the opportunity and take action at any time. It made Yu Shi'er a little confused. Brother Qilu? Shi'er, don't worry, I'm fine. Qilu heard a hint of worry in Yu Shi'er's tone and couldn't help but comfort her. Because of his current performance, his desire to take action against the Demon Emperor cannot be concealed at all. Yu Shi'er didn't find this emotion strange. He just felt that it would be dangerous if Qilu wanted to participate in the battle between the Demon Emperor and the Dragon God, so he spoke. Of course Qilu also knew what Yu Shi'er was worried about, so he spoke out to comfort her. It was also telling Yu Shi'er that he was not carried away by anger. Dangerous things, he might do. But he would definitely not do anything that would endanger his life. Otherwise, when the system first proposed this suggestion and asked Qilu to help, wouldn't he have agreed directly? Why wait until the system is willing to lend its power to gain these 30 seconds? Isn't it just reducing the risk? You know, it's okay to take risks. But sending yourself to death is absolutely not advisable. Demon Emperor, stop struggling to your death. For the sake of you and I being friends, I can give you a happy one. Above the sky, the huge dragon god was persuading while facing the Demon Emperor's attack. The complete dragon god is definitely the strongest combat power in the same realm. Even if he is the Demon Emperor, he is far inferior. So at this moment, the Demon Emperor was naturally suppressed by the dragon god, and there was no possibility of winning. Moreover, it is trapped here by the lock of heaven and earth, so there is no chance of escape. The reason why I'm still fighting back is that I just don't want to give up. Even if they are in a desperate situation, who is really willing to just sit back and wait for death? No cultivator would choose to give up resistance, let alone a powerful person like the Demon Emperor. Rather, after falling into a desperate situation, the Demon King had to use all his trump cards to fight to the death. The fighting power that broke out was even higher than usual. Although it is still impossible for him to be Dragon God's opponent, it does make Dragon God feel a bit troublesome. Therefore, during the battle, the Dragon God would speak out to persuade. The results won't change anyway. The Demon Emperor has been alone for a long time, and there is no possibility of any external help, which naturally prevents accidents from happening. So the current desperate struggle is a pure waste of time. Dragon God didn't mind wasting such a little time. After all, the power in the dragon bone was completely enough to support him to complete this battle, and there was even some left. This also proves from the side that the power of the disaster of enlightenment is indeed extremely terrifying. The fact that the Demon Emperor was able to survive the calamity of enlightenment seemed like a miracle. However, it is a pity that this miracle cannot save the Demon Emperor's life. At most, it can delay his death. Friend? Dragon God, why don't you say, you and I are friends, how about you let me go and let me disappear from now on? After hearing the Dragon God's persuasion, the Demon King couldn't help but sneered and spoke. Anyway, it is already a certain death situation, why not fight to the death and take a chance on the possible survival? As for what the Dragon God said, they were just words meant to attack people's shirts. Is it possible to let the Demon King be captured without any help? It seems there's nothing to talk about. That's fine, because no matter what, you won't be able to leave here alive. The Dragon God didn't care about the Demon Emperor's reaction, because he knew what kind of answer he would get. I just mentioned it casually because I was thinking about my old relationship, and now it can be regarded as the most benevolent thing. As for letting the Demon Emperor leave? Haha, the Dragon God originally wanted to kill the Demon Emperor, how could hell let him go now? No matter how evil a person is, death will never atone for his sins. Having said this, the Demon King stopped talking. The battle in the half-step Dao realm caused so much noise. The sky and the earth shattering are commonplace things, but the most terrifying thing is the application of the rules of heaven and earth. In the realm of the Great Road, why do we arrive at the same destination through different paths? It is because the way between heaven and earth is the same. Therefore, the demon gods and main gods who have not touched this realm have no power to fight back when they encounter the existence of the realm of the Great Avenue. Fortunately, the dragon god's combat power was indeed unparalleled, and had completely suppressed the demon emperor. At the same time, it also blocked the spread of the residual power of the battle. Otherwise, except for the dragon god and the demon emperor, no other living beings would be able to survive at the defense line of the central divine mountain. Even the overlord and the ice spirit saint king have to stay away. Not to mention other demon gods and main gods. However, the demon emperor's state was ultimately at a huge disadvantage due to various reasons from the beginning. Not to mention the overall combat power, the demon emperor is not as good as the dragon god. So when both of them tried their best, the demon king was getting closer and closer to defeat. The dragon god will not be merciful, and will only launch an increasingly fierce offensive as the battle progresses. Until the enemy is killed. Then, the next move is to decide the winner. Demon king, this time, we really say farewell forever. The dragon god thought silently in his heart. Once upon a time, let the demon king use fake death to escape. But this time, this kind of thing will not happen again, and the demon king will not be given another chance to resurrection. I am afraid that the demon king himself knows in his heart that the next step is to truly decide the winner and the difference between life and death. However, at this moment, Dragon God suddenly discovered. Qi Lu, who had been observing the battle below, suddenly started to move for some unknown reason. Dragon God, come on. Since I have no way out, I won't have this idea anymore. Whether it's life or death, I will never regret it. The Demon King's words also proved that he really understood his situation and knew what to do. One of the strongest men in the past would never be able to kneel down and beg for mercy even if he died. It would be better to die in battle with dignity. Good. The Dragon God stared at the Demon Emperor closely and slowly uttered a word. Facing this first old friend, later betrayer, and now mortal enemy, Dragon God's mood was quite complicated. The current answer was also a response made in recognition of the Demon Emperor's will. In this case, let's give this old friend a decent death. After the words fell, the Dragon God and the Demon Emperor also burst out with all their strength in a tacit understanding. This move must determine the winner, death and life. From then on, we never saw each other again. At this moment, time and space stopped. The existence of the realm of the Great Road is such a terrifying power. Even if he is only half a step into the realm of the Great Tao, he still has the qualifications to touch such great power. At this moment, the power that the Dragon God and the Demon King burst into collided with each other, and the terrifying power generated during the collision, even if it was just a slight aftermath, could instantly evaporate any demon god or lord god present. No one has the slightest resistance. Only Qi Lu. No one could have imagined that at this time, store manager Qi and pavilion master Qi, who seemed to have quit due to exhaustion, would actually enter the fighting range between the Dragon God and the Demon King as if they were in a deserted place. And it doesn't seem to be affected at all. How can this be? At this moment, neither the Lord God nor the Demon God, not even the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King, could utter a single word. Because the scene in front of me was really shocking. The two strongest men in the realm of half-step Tao used all their strength to explode into a blow, and the terrifying power produced when they fought against each other. Unable to hurt store manager Qi? What was store manager Qi doing before that? Or are they actually not awake yet and are all dreaming? Of course, such thoughts are just passing through my mind. Because everyone present knew that the scenes they saw in front of them were all real. Store manager Qi had really stepped into the battlefield between two powerful men. Boy, you dash. Of course the demon emperor sensed Qi Li's arrival. But this was something he had never thought of, and was even something he couldn't even dream of. Why is this human kid, who is clearly exhausted and about to be beaten to death, here? And why can you come to yourself? Did he still hide his strength until the end? No, absolutely impossible. If he was really half-stepping into the realm from the beginning, would there still be any room for him, the Demon King, to speak? The answer is obvious, so this guess can be eliminated. Then, the most likely remaining scenario is: this human boy, with the help of the previous disaster of enlightenment, also broke through to the half-step realm. It was just that my physical condition was too bad at the time, so I didn't though it. But now, I have barely recovered, so I am here. Although this guess sounds a bit outrageous. But at this time, this statement is the only one that is slightly more reliable. Therefore, after the Demon Emperor sensed Qi Li's arrival, his thoughts changed quickly, and he quickly thought of this possibility. At the same time, I was amazed in my heart. Is this human kid the son of a miracle? Such an outrageous situation can occur. Is this really possible? However, this issue could no longer be verified by the Demon Emperor himself, and Qi Lu naturally could not say more. The power he borrowed from the system could only last for 30 seconds. Now is the best and last chance. Demon King, you should never have imagined that the person who ends your life in the end would be me. Qi Lu stared at the Demon Emperor closely and spoke in a low tone, word by word. Take action brazenly. At this moment when the Demon King was most vulnerable. When the Dragon God saw Qi Lu appearing, he didn't speak. Although he was quite surprised, even extremely shocked. But this time is not the time for small talk, nor is it the time to ask these questions. After the Demon King is solved, if you have any questions, you can ask them all. There is no need to rush. As for giving the Demon Emperor's life to Qi Lu to end this matter. For the Dragon God, it doesn't have much impact, and it doesn't matter. Even from Dragon God's point of view, he would rather see such a situation. The Demon King was, after all, the most powerful man of his own generation. After he left, he might really be the only survivor of his era. So if possible, Dragon God actually doesn't want to be the terminator of that era himself. And there is another point, which is Qi Li's background. He probably also wanted to avenge the human king. Fair enough. I really didn't expect it. It turns out that after this resurrection, my biggest enemy will be you. The unexpected look in the Demon King's eyes gradually dissipated. This is not about accepting fate, but seeing reality clearly. Just when this human kid succeeded in sneaking a sneak attack at the last moment of the battle between the Dragon God and him. The Demon King had clearly felt that his soul was dissipating and his consciousness was disappearing bit by bit. No more chance. Human boy, tell me your name. At this moment, the Demon King used his last bit of strength to make his eyes meet Qi Li's. I don't have a name. My name is Qi Lu, and I am a store manager. If you want, you can call me store manager Qi. Qi Li's palm rested on the Demon Emperor's heart, and the majestic power had already invaded. The system is also preparing to receive the Demon Emperor's soul at the moment when the Demon Emperor's consciousness is completely extinguished. Haha, interesting. Qi Lu, store manager Qi. The Demon King recited silently, and then forced an ugly smile, which seemed a bit like a joke. Manager Qi, although I lost, it doesn't mean you won. Your fate is in my eyes. Destiny is determined by God. At the end of the sentence, the Demon King's voice was somewhat inaudible. But the tone of ridicule and joking can be heard. This also made Qi Lu frown, feeling that this Demon King was really unrepentant. But it's right to think about it. The path the Demon King takes is destined to be on the opposite side of everyone. He is always alone. Of course there is no regret. Is destiny determined by fate? I'm so sorry, Demon King, my fate is up to me, not God. Qi Lu stared into the Demon Emperor's eyes and read this sentence word by word. However, the Demon King did not respond, and just continued to smile until his pupils lost all their energy. System, host, half of your mission is completed. This system has collected the soul of this Demon Emperor. System, as for the remaining corpses, due to the current condition of the host, this system will not collect them for the time being. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Qi Li's mind. It also made Qi Lu understand that the Demon Emperor had been executed. It is finally over. At this moment, Qi Lu really relaxed. 30 seconds is not long, but it is not too short. If the Demon Emperor was not completely dead within 30 seconds, then he would be the one to die. Although he knew that after his death, the Dragon God would also avenge him. But, who wants this kind of thing? Therefore, risks still exist in tasks given by the system. If Qi Lu hadn't really wanted to avenge Senior Renwang with his own hands, he might not have been willing to come forward. Fortunately, it's all over, and the danger is naturally gone. It's just that the look in Dragon God's eyes was a bit strange. Qi Lu, what is your strength? With Dragon God's current state, it is easy to see through Qi Li's changes in strength. Naturally, it can be felt that Qi Li's cultivation realm has suddenly undergone huge changes. From the halfway point of the Great Road, he suddenly fell. I'm fine, Senior Dragon God. I know my physical condition very well, so don't worry. Qi Lu shook his head slightly and responded to Dragon God's question. But he didn't say it directly. Some things are better left unsaid than lied about. Because telling one lie requires countless lies to cover it up. And if you don't tell it, it will remain a secret, allowing others to guess. Of course, the Dragon God didn't like to pry into other people's secrets. After hearing what Qi Lu said, he didn't ask any more questions. Everyone has their own secrets, and asking too many questions will alienate the relationship between the two parties. However, after the battle, the Dragon God still had to ask clearly why his dragon bone was in Qi Li's hands. Because this matter is related to his true dragon body, whether it can be transformed again is a real matter. But it can't be brushed off like other things. Since you know your physical condition, I won't ask any more questions. Do you want to participate in what happens next? Dragon God nodded and asked one more question. After confirming the death of the Demon King, the only thing left to do is naturally deal with the aftermath. Or to put it more clearly, it is the issue of resource division in the Skyvault God realm. Now, in the Central Territory Holy Mountain, on this battlefield, there are almost all the main gods and demon gods. Even though there were countless casualties in the previous wars, there were still many who survived. Regardless of whether it is the Lord God or the Demon God, as long as there is still breath left, the most they can do is to rest for a while before they can't survive. So as long as they don't die on the spot and die here, basically nothing will happen after the war is over. Well, under this situation, when the war is over, it will be time to allocate resources and divide the territory. All the powerful people who are qualified to take a share of the pie are here. Now that I have said it, it is also a matter of killing two birds with one stone. This will save you the trouble of calling again in the future. The Dragon God Society asked Qi Lu, also wanting to see if Qi Lu wanted to compete for this resource and this territory. After all, with so many demon gods and main gods present, it is impossible to ally let the Dragon God and the others eat up all the resources. That is impossible and unrealistic. The Dragon God would never do such a thing. Otherwise, after so many years, the Dragon God would not simply guard the kingdom of the Holy Dragon God. Moreover, after this battle, even if the power of the Dragon Bone dissipates, the Dragon God has experienced the power of the half-step realm. I also have a clearer understanding of the future path and know what my next step should be. Maybe, Within a few hundred years, the dragon god will be able to truly set foot on the great path and attain the position of great emperor. So I don't really care about these things. After a while, he went into seclusion. Now I am thinking about helping Qi Lu and the others to gain some benefits while he is still in seclusion if they need it. No, Senior Dragon God, do you think I still need this now? Qi Lu understood what the dragon god meant, but still refused. When talking to the dragon god, there is no need to beat around the bush, just say what you have to say directly. There was no need to worry that if he refused, he would lose the dragon god's face. In fact, he was eager to do such troublesome things. That's right. With your ability, you really don't care about these things. Dragon God nodded and agreed with Qi Li's words. Dragon God doesn't know what the situation of Manager Qi's shop is in the entire Tianqiong God realm. But just talking about the situation in the Shinji realm, the Dragon God sees it all, and naturally knows how fast he can make money. If this is the case in Tianji domain, then it goes without saying that the amount of resources that store manager Qi occupies is huge. No wonder they look down on the subsequent allocation of resources and the division of territory. Because manager Qi's shops are almost everywhere in the Sky Vault God realm. Is there any need to fight for territory? Which divine kingdom now doesn't have a store owned by manager Qi? And let's not talk about the store. Just talk about the virtual dual crystal, the cultivators must have one of them. Those gods and main gods must also be indispensable, otherwise they would not be able to keep up with the times. Even the remaining ordinary people will prepare one if they have the conditions. If nothing else, it's worth it just to be able to build relationships with those practitioners on the virtual dual platform. Therefore, it is simply unimaginable to talk about Qi's store manager's ability to make money. It's okay if we don't fight for these resources. Since store manager Qi doesn't care anymore, Dragon God certainly won't say anything more. There are many follow-up matters, so it would be better to resolve them as quick as possible now, when everyone is present, to save trouble. However, although Qi Lu does not intend to participate in the subsequent events, he still has plans to observe this aspect. Let's see what these main gods and demon gods have in mind in the future. After all, Qi Lu is just a store manager and cannot have the energy to manage the entire Tianqiong divine realm. And Qi Lu has never had such an idea. He just wanted to maintain basic order. And Qi Lu alone cannot maintain the order in a wider area. In the end, it has to be implemented layer by layer, which involves the thoughts and behaviors of these demon gods and main gods. Especially the thoughts of those main gods. Because the execution ability of believers is not something you can just boast about. A main god who advocates peace must have believers who also advocate peace. At least most of them are. And under the command of the Lord God, there are also many gods who can act for the Lord God's will and ideas. On the other hand, compared with the role of the main god, those demon gods are not that important. Because the devil himself is the source of disaster. As long as those demon gods are restrained and allowed to stay on their own terms, they will have completed their mission. This is also the main reason why Qi Lu is more optimistic about those main gods. As for the rest, it's nothing. Qi Lu cannot control so much, and there is no need to control so much. Countless creatures in the Sky God realm have their own lives and their own choices. What they want to do, or what path they choose, has nothing to do with Qi Lu. Just follow the most basic rules and maintain the most basic order. To put it simply, no matter what disputes occur between the major forces, the major city-states, and the major divine kingdoms, it is their own choice, and Qi Lu does not intend to interfere in such matters. This kind of healthy competition is actually beneficial to all living beings in the long run. Without pressure, there is no motivation. If you don't learn to compete and don't learn to survive with all your strength, you will only slowly decay. After 1 or 2 generations, perhaps nothing can be discerned. But what about the 3rd and 5th generations? What about Jiu Dai and EMI? Not everyone can become a long-lived practitioner, nor can everyone become a near-immortal god. One can imagine what the consequences would be if the inheritance of ordinary people was carried out in a peaceful environment without any pressure from competition. So how could Qi Lu prevent this healthy competition? Rather, Qi Lu wants to encourage the emergence of this kind of healthy competition. Because survival of the fittest and survival of the fittest, at some times, is really the right thing to do. Especially in a place like the Sky Vault God Realm, there are many dangers. Without strong strength, one may die at any time. And Qi Lu has never encountered it. Just because Qi Lu is strong enough, many dangers are not considered dangers. For Qi Lu, it may not even be possible to break the skin. For some practitioners with low strength, it is a fatal danger. Not to mention those ordinary people. The simplest example. For example, the monsters in the wilderness form a wave of monsters. In the eyes of many gods and demons, it is simply not worth mentioning. But for those ordinary people and practitioners, it is a real crisis that requires risking their lives. Therefore, is it possible to live a comfortable life in the heavenly vault god realm? This is why Qi Lu encourages healthy competition. It will not interfere with any normal disputes between forces. However, the guy who creates chaos and ignites the flames of war has the same idea as the Demon King. If you want the war to spread everywhere, even destroy the Sky Vault God Realm, that is the target that must be killed. This is also one of the principles on which Qi Lu operates. However, after experiencing this battle, Qi Lu felt that such a guy should never appear again. The most troublesome immortal demon and demon emperor were killed one after another. The remaining demon gods and main gods are also useless. Moreover, after the collapse of the Zhongyu sacred mountain, the shops opened by Qi Lu were able to be completely connected. It won't be long before most of the heavenly vault god realm is under control. Don't worry too much about this aspect. Qi Lu, who had figured this out, stopped thinking about these things and listened intently. The dragon god dealt with these post-war matters very quickly, mainly due to the overwhelming power he still possessed. Therefore, the war between the demon god and the lord god cannot continue. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the dragon god's face. Who dares to do this? However, although the dragon god mediated, he did not prohibit the subsequent struggle between the Lord God and the Demon God. It's just that such a large-scale war is no longer allowed. Moreover, it is not allowed to affect those practitioners or ordinary people. If you want to fight, you can find a remote place where there are no living creatures. You can fight however you want. But now, let's discuss business. Naturally, the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King supported the Dragon God's approach. Suddenly, on this battlefield, the three strongest, no, it should be the four major forces of course store manager Qi is included among them all agreed. Then who can have any other ideas? Are they not here to smoke? The guy who dared to show his head at this time would probably be beaten to death and no one would pity him. Therefore, this war that could determine the future direction of the entire Sky God realm was quickly ended with a few words in a short period of time after the fall of the Demon King. This is powerful power, the right to speak. No one dares to disobey. Even if you still want to continue, you have to wait until everything that needs to be said is said and then resolve it one-on-one. That's about it. The Heavenly Vault Divine Realm is vast and vast. We must rely on each main god to establish the divine kingdom and govern it separately in order to see results. Qi Lu nodded slightly while listening and didn't make any suggestions. This method is actually very good. The main god may be very powerful, and the range of perception may be very wide. But compared to the boundless vastness of the Sky Vault God realm, it's just that. Even if Qi Lu relies on one store after another to expand outward little by little, it is impossible to include the entire Sky Vault God realm under his perception. Moreover, there are no living beings anywhere in the heavenly vault god realm. Some dead areas, desperate areas, and dangerous situations have no living creatures at all. Then the store will naturally not be built. This resulted in some omissions. Moreover, the boundlessness of the heavenly vault god realm is not just talk, but there is really no limit. The further you go outside, the more barbaric the land becomes, full of monsters, and even large areas of dead areas. If you are not careful, you will be attacked. Almost all intelligent races would not have lived in those places. Of course, it is not within the scope of Qi Li's business development. In this way, Qi Li's perception can only be said to cover most of the entire sky god realm. It can never be all. What's more, even if Qi Li has the ability, he doesn't have the time to take care of it. In the heavenly vault god realm, there are thousands of races and countless creatures. There are countless big and small things happening every day. Can you handle it? Therefore, governance by partition is the best option. As for Qi Li himself, he can just be a store manager and open a self-service store. Qi Li does not need to worry about the maintenance of the virtual duel platform, it is all what the system should do. If you think about it this way, you will have a leisurely life in the future. Now that all threats have been eliminated, at least for a long time, there is no need to worry about who will come out to cause trouble again. It's time to plan your future life plans and the development direction of the store. In addition, we need to get those kingdoms of God to cooperate and work harder to build a better future. It will never be the same as before. After establishing the kingdom of God, we will not care about anything. What's the point? While thinking about it, I listened. Dragon God does things very quickly. Mainly because no one dared to refute, it was basically the dragon god who was talking, and the demon god and the lord god were listening. Then, whatever the dragon god says, they will do whatever they want from no one. How much time can this delay? The overlord and the ice spirit saint king were also watching the fun, and the dragon god's words were not meant for them anyway. Do those main gods and demon gods still dare to have opinions? If you have any objections, just go to the overlord or the ice spirit saint king and challenge them to a duel. It will be easy to win. However, the fact is that although these two are not well known, their fighting power is truly powerful. In the previous battle, the overlord and the ice spirit saint king made their final appearance, which also made those demon gods and main gods see it. The immortal demon puppet was an irresistible presence in front of him. The gap is huge beyond imagination. But they were resisted and killed by the overlord, ice spirit saint king, and Qi Li. This kind of record does not mean that the combat power of overlord, ice spirit saint king, and Qi Li is only 1/3 of that of the immortal demon. To be honest, if the real combat power increases by 1 point, the overall combat power may increase by 3 to 5 points. This is normal. So if we let them go to fight against the overlord and the ice spirit saint king, wouldn't they be looking for death? Seeing that these two people were also listening and joining in the fun, the pressure on the demon gods and main gods became even greater. In this way, after most of the day, all that needed to be said was said. This war must end. The many demon gods and main gods who survived all looked at each other and left one by one. There is no way, this war will definitely not go on now, and we have to stay safe after we go back. Of course, this is not absolute. You can still fight after fighting. The so-called keeping one's own integrity means not bullying others or bullying the weak. This matter is not a big deal to those main gods, they usually don't do this kind of thing. After all, the goal is to develop believers. If all the believers are killed, how can we collect the power of faith? As for killing believers of other main gods, there is a saying that battles between main gods will basically not touch believers. The main gods fight each other to death. Otherwise, it is directly a dispute between believers. How could it be the turn of the Lord God to take action against believers? That's too low a price. But for many demon gods, they have to suppress their temper. The previous approach of being moody and taking action at will is no longer advisable. Although they still regard those weak practitioners and ordinary people as saints that are not worth mentioning. But the life of the ant is also life. No one has mentioned this before. Those demon gods like to vent their emotions whenever they have nothing to do. But now that there are rules, dragon god specifically mentioned this, and those who have the courage to violate the rules can give it a try. Slaughter a few more chickens to scare the monkeys, and it will stop. Is this how the war ends? Qi Lu touched his nose and felt that this situation was a bit anticlimactic. The battle was so fierce before, but now it seems so bleak. Fortunately, the dragon god's current level of cultivation has not yet fallen. He is occupying the sky and blocking out the sun, which dilutes the coldness a bit. If it doesn't end, I can't afford to fight anymore. The demon king has fallen, there is no need to add more casualties. Dragon god said slowly, and after a long while, he sighed silently. If you really have to wait until one of the demon gods and the main god has completely lost its troops before ending the battle, why bother? The resources and positions left vacant by the demon gods and the main gods who have fallen here will not be filled by newcomers in the future, nor will they be gone after the battle is over. What's more, without those main gods and the gods under their command, it will be difficult to manage the kingdoms of gods. The existence of the devil can also be regarded as a need for military training. After all, there must always be some external crisis to stimulate their desiree make progress. For the Lord God, many dangers in the sky god realm can no longer be regarded as dangers. Only the competition between strong men of the same level of cultivation can be regarded as a real crisis. This is probably the role of those demon gods. Neither Qi Lu nor Dragon God wanted to see the main gods who established the kingdom of God, like a pool of stagnant water, losing their motivation to make progress. Otherwise, over the course of thousands of years, one day the heavenly vault god realm will decay again. And when Qi Lu knew that in the long time ago, there was no such mountain range as the Central Territory Sacred Mountain, he had some guesses in his mind. Perhaps, one day in the future, the Central Region Divine Mountain will appear again. A greater crisis will come again. At that time, how can we resist the already decayed Heavenly Vault God realm? Okay, Qi Lu, let's not talk about this now. What I want to know more is, where did you get my dragon bone? Dragon God shook his head, ignored Qi Li's appearance that he wanted to say something else, and changed the topic. If possible, Dragon God really wants to get all his dragon bones back. In this way, going one step further is basically a certainty. I also got it from Senior Dragon Holy King. Qi Lu didn't hide it. But after saying this, Qi Lu paused and continued, but, I also have a question. You tell me. Dragon God nodded thoughtfully, and then responded casually. Of course the Dragon God knows about the giant dragon Holy King and has had contact with him before, so he is not a stranger. It's just that the whereabouts of the Dragon Saint King have always been secretive, and no matter what he does, he always makes a decision before taking action. In terms of strength, the Dragon Saint King and the Dragon God are on par, but they haven't really fought each other, so it's hard to say for sure. But in terms of resourcefulness, Dragon God has nothing to be ashamed of. You can be sure that you are not as good as the Dragon Saint King. Therefore, the appearance of his dragon bone in the hands of the Dragon Saint King made the Dragon God a little more guessing. Actually, I just want to ask, Senior Dragon God, is your current dragon body without a dragon bone? Qi Lu thought about the words and asked directly. Cough cough cough. As soon as these words came out, Dragon God almost choked to death. After coughing for a while, the Dragon God said angrily, What are you talking about? What do you mean by the state of being without a dragon bone? Look at me, I feel like I have no bones right now. It's true, Manager Qi, your cultivation level is not low, can you say such a thing? Even if you lose your keel, you can still survive, but do you really have no eyesight at all? Then the dragon bone I got from the senior dragon Saint King. Qi still maintained a confused tone. If the dragon god's dragon bones are complete, then where did the dragon bones in the hands of the dragon Saint King come from? Anyway, it definitely can't be the dragon Holy King's own dragon bone. The dragon Saint King, who specializes in the law of souls, doesn't care about his dragon body at all. Then his keel naturally cannot withstand the power of the catastrophe of enlightenment. It's indeed mine. Dragon God did not deny this matter. Then after thinking for a while, the dragon god continued, but that is not the dragon bone in my dragon body, but the dragon bone in the real dragon's body. To put it more bluntly, it is the condensation of laws and the manifestation of rules, rather than the true dragon bone. You should be able to understand. Able. Listening to these words, Qi always felt that he was being looked at as stupid. If you can't even understand such clear words, then that's okay. But after listening to the dragon god's words, Qi was even more surprised, and only then did he realize what the real dragon's moves were. The condensation of laws and the emergence of rules. To put it simply, the dragon god's true dragon body is not the dragon god's true body, but a move formed by a state of mind. It was also the state closest to the realm of the great Tao in ancient times. No wonder a small piece of the true dragon's keel can withstand the baptism of the catastrophe of enlightenment. It turns out that the dragon bone itself has been contaminated with the ore off the realm of the Great Avenue, but it has not yet broken through. However, why didn't the dragon god choose to break through when he was clearly able to transform into a real dragon and feel the power of the Great Tao realm? This is the biggest problem. Thinking of this, Qi did not hide it, but directly asked his doubts. Breakthrough? The realm of the Great Tao is so difficult, but it's not as simple as you think. When the dragon god heard this, he couldn't help but shook his head and said, "There is nothing to hide in this matter." In other words, I only want to understand now why the demon emperor would find a way to destroy the sacred mountain in the central region. Hearing this, Qi suddenly frowned and said, "Is there a hidden meaning in his? Didn't the demon emperor destroy the sacred mountain in the middle region just to cause a war between the Tianji region and the Shinji region? Now it sounds like there is another purpose." Of course, that guy, the demon king, never does anything for simple reasons. The dragon god nodded slightly, confirming Qi guess, and then continued, "Actually, before this, I didn't understand why the demon emperor wanted to destroy the sacred mountain in the central region. Is it just to provoke this war? Obviously the key to the outcome of this war does not lie with those demon gods and main gods, but he still did it. This is very strange when you think about it. It wasn't until you took out the dragon bone before that I understood what the demon king was for." "For what?" Qi answered and asked aloud. "In order to break through, to summon the disaster of enlightenment." Dragon God said these words without any hesitation, and his tone was quite firm. But Qi took a deep breath, hesitated for a while, and then continued, "Is there any inevitable connection between the sacred mountain in the central region and the breakthrough to the realm of the Great Tao?" It wasn't until this moment that Qi realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. The Demon King's actions and the goals he wanted to achieve were never that simple. It's even more complicated than imagined. Fortunately, this time it can be confirmed that the Demon Emperor has fallen, instead of pretending to die like before. But the Dragon God specifically mentioned this matter, and it was definitely not a joke. Of course it matters. Qi, maybe you don't know that since the records were recorded in the sacred mountains of the central region, there have been countless main gods and demon gods. Even if they reach the limit of the realm, no one has ever been able to sense the occurrence of the disaster of enlightenment. Although the true dragon's body is the manifestation of the rules, it is just a new way. It wasn't until this time that the central territory, Divine Mountain, collapsed that I became certain of one thing. Having said this, Dragon God's expression was quite serious. Qi Li's expression also became serious. He did not speak, but just stared at Dragon God, waiting for the next step. The existence of the sacred mountain in the central region prevents the disaster of enlightenment from occurring. The Demon King will destroy the sacred mountain in the central region. He must have discovered this, so he had to do it. The war between the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm is just an incidental thing, not the main purpose at all. Eliminating inner demons, achieving the realm of the Great Tao, and attaining the position of the Great Emperor is the true purpose of the Demon Emperor. However, the Demon King's process of eliminating his inner demons was not very smooth. So in the end, it turned into a forced breakthrough. Although it was successful, it was not completely successful. That's half the battle. Success failed, and life was ruined. It can only be said that the two fake deaths gave the Demon King great help, but also laid huge hidden dangers. If you want to enter the realm of the Great Tao, your own state of mind should be perfect. However, in the experience of the Demon King, if the inner demon is not eliminated, he will never be able to achieve a perfect state of mind, which is why he is like this. However, these problems are no longer a problem after the death of the Demon Emperor. Qi Li will no longer be obsessed with what the Demon Emperor's purpose is. However, the focus of what the Dragon God said was not the purpose of the Demon Emperor, but that the sacred mountain in the central region could prevent the disaster of enlightenment from happening. This is also the reason why there has been no existence of the Great Tao realm for several eras. Is there such a thing? Senior Dragon God, are you sure you don't feel anything wrong? After Qi Li was stunned, although he believed in Dragon God's judgment, Hestil couldn't help but ask. Because this kind of thing is indeed a bit unbelievable. The appearance of the sacred mountain in the central territory was not brought here by someone, but was naturally generated by the heavenly vault God realm. If it is said that the central divine mountain can really prevent the occurrence of the disaster of enlightenment, then there is only one reason. The will of heaven and earth in the sky vault God realm is unwilling to see the existence of the Great Tao realm appear. But does this statement make sense? It can't be wrong. Dragon God said with certainty. Now is not the time for joking, and Dragon God doesn't like joking either. Yeah. Qi Li nodded and said no more. Instead, he called up the system in his mind. Asking the system when something happened was always Qi Li's way of solving problems. System, host, what do you want to ask? This system already knows. So you have an answer? Qi Li continued to ask. It's probably not reliable to ask the Dragon God. If he knew, he would have told it long ago. It's better to ask the system directly. At least this guy swallowed the soul off the Demon Emperor, so there should be some gains. As for the corpse of the Demon Emperor, Qi Li had already found an opportunity to take it away when he was cleaning the battlefield. Dragon God and the others don't care about this either. I guess store manager Qi wants to take him away and go back to crush his bones and raise ashes to pay homage to the King of Humans. Then let him do whatever he wants. Although he had been friends with the Demon Emperor, the Dragon God really had no intention of helping the Demon Emperor bury him properly. Anyway, after such a long time, they have already developed into mortal enemies, so why bother? Therefore, Qi Li's idea of asking the system is not unreasonable. System, of course this system has the answer. System, because the existence of the central divine mountain has divided the heavenly vault divine realm into two and broken the integrity of the world rules of the heavenly vault divine realm, so it is impossible to condense the calamity of enlightenment. It's that simple? Qi Li, who waited for a while and didn't hear what was said, asked subconsciously. System, it's that simple. Qi Li pondered for a moment, thinking that maybe he was overcomplicating things. The calamity of enlightenment is the test of heaven and earth for seekers, although in Qi Li's view, it is more like the murderous intention of heaven and earth. After all, the power of the catastrophe of enlightenment is beyond imagination and extremely terrifying. If it is really just a test, why does it seem to be running towards the goal of killing the seeker? After having this idea, Qi Lu felt that his previous guess might be quite true. Maybe the will of heaven and earth in the Sky Vault God realm really doesn't want to see the existence of the Dao realm appear. But this matter seems to have nothing to do with Qi Lu. Even if you plan ahead, it's still too far away. Qi Lu has not even seen the limit of the current realm. He still doesn't know how far away from the realm of the Great Avenue. Moreover, even the Dragon God now relies on the power of the Dragon Bone to enter the half-step realm. Therefore, whether it is murderous intent or a test, it is of little significance. Even if he has murderous intent, he still has a second stroke system in his hand that can help. Now, let's take a step at a time. At this point, Dragon God has finished asking the questions he wanted to ask. The origin of the Dragon Bone came from the hands of the Dragon Saint King. It was useless to ask Qi Lu. As long as the Dragon Saint King is not found for a day, the Dragon Bone will not be found for a day. Alas, when was the Dragon Bone of my true dragon body taken away by the Dragon Saint King? While you are sleeping? But if you think about it carefully, it's unlikely. Dragon God knew in his heart that even if he was sleeping, he could not know anything about the outside world. Especially when it comes to the true dragon's body, it is absolutely impossible to be unaware of it. Unless, the memory about this matter has disappeared. Has the memory disappeared? Could it be that I have made any deal with the Dragon Saint King? The Dragon God secretly thought in his heart that he was quite clear about the methods of the Dragon Saint King. The laws of the soul that have already been perfected are simply a piece of cake to erase a memory. Even if the object is in existence with a cultivation level like Dragon God, it is the same. However, even if this kind of thing can be done easily, it does not mean that it can be done without the Dragon God being aware of it. Then there is only one answer. I voluntarily had this memory erased. Dragon God thought of the key point, but wanted to laugh a little. Voluntarily, gave away the real dragon body and a whole dragon bone? The Dragon God never thought that he would be so selfless and sacrifice himself for others, unless there was indeed something hidden in this. Maybe, something really happened that was worthy of giving away a whole dragon bone. Dragon Saint King, what exactly does he want to do? Dragon God buried this question deep in his heart and did not think about it again. Since the content of the original discussion was eliminated by the Dragon Saint King's careful use of the soul law. Well, now that I think about it, I probably wouldn't have thought of it. Moreover, the Dragon Saint King specially left a piece of dragon bone and returned it to himself through Qi Li's hand, which shows that he probably expected the current situation. It's enough to show the depth of his planning. Dragon God has always admired these scheming guys. What's more, in the Dragon God's memory, although the relationship with the Dragon Holy King is unfamiliar, he is definitely an ally. In this case, there is no use thinking about it more. It's better to take advantage of the time to feel the power of the half-step Dao realm in preparation for future retreats. As for the keel of the real dragon, it becomes unimportant after reaching a higher realm. This is also the reason why Dragon God doesn't want to continue thinking. If that's the case, then so be it. Qi Lu, this battle is over, what are your plans? The Dragon God shook his head, putting these troubles behind him, and then asked aloud. I have no plans, just keep opening the store. Qi Lu shrugged and answered casually. This is not considered perfunctory, because Qi Lu really thinks so. What can we do if we don't open a store? This is the best and fastest way for Qi Lu to become stronger. Therefore, Qi Lu must not only continue to open stores, but also do better and stronger. Let's first use shops to connect the desolate land of the Divine Mountain in the central region. To be honest, the location of the central Divine Mountain is the true central area of the Sky God realm. Logically speaking, this place should be the best area. It's a pity that due to the existence of the sacred mountain in the central region, this place has turned into a battlefield. The fall of countless lords and demons turned this place into a desert like a dead zone. Murderous aura, death aura, evil aura. Any kind of power that remains in this area is not a good thing. Not to mention ordinary people, even weaker cultivators, would not be able to get any favors from him if they encountered him. Therefore, in the following days, we must find a way to purify the area where the sacred mountain collapsed in the central region. After all, the location of the Central Territory, Divine Mountain, is really good. As long as there is no murderous aura, death aura, or other such things that are offensive to people, it will definitely be a hub with connections in all directions. The premise is that a giant city-state can be built in this place. Or more directly, find a way to cover a certain kingdom of God. Only by penetrating this area can the former Tianji realm and Shinji realm be completely connected. Then Qi Lu can start other ideas. That's fine, this is store manager Qi's job. The dragon god smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He looked around and found that those who participated in the war, and those who were still alive, had basically left. Then I knew that it was probably time for me to leave. Manager Qi has a lot of ideas, and he has the ability to implement them, so he doesn't need to say anything. From this point of view, the future of the Sky Vault God Realm lies with Manager Qi. Qi Lu, after I go back this time, I may have to prepare for retreat. You probably won't hear from me for a long time. Before leaving, Dragon God specifically mentioned this matter to Qi Lu. It's not that I'm worried that the Heavenly Vault God Realm will fall into chaos again. As long as there is no existence at the level of the Demon Emperor and Store Manager Qi suppresses them, those demon gods and lord gods will not have the ability to cause chaos, let alone the courage to create chaos. Dragon God said this, to tell Qi Lu not to worry and not to think too much. Enlightenment is possible in 10 years, hundreds of years, or thousands of years. After retreating, the outside world is like a changing world, but it is too common. As for a top-notch combat power like Dragon God, he disappears for who knows so many years. It is inevitable that some people will overthink it. Let's ask Store Manager Qi to say hello first. And there is another reason. Even the process of entering the realm of the Great Avenue, Dragon God doesn't know whether it will go smoothly. In case of an accident, Store Manager Qi can take care of him. Then I would like to congratulate Senior Dragon God in advance on his successful breakthrough. Qi Lu nodded and said with a smile. There is no need to say any more unnecessary words. At this point, the battle is all over. After parting ways with the Dragon God, Qi Lu found Yu Shi'er, who had been waiting for him in the distance, and returned to the shop. The atmosphere of the virtual duel competition is still lively. Probably none of these contestants would have thought that during their participation in the competition, a battle would take place on the side of the Central Divine Mountain that would determine the future direction of the Sky Vault God Realm. Moreover, the war that was enough to determine the future direction of the Sky God Realm was over. But the virtual duel competition they participated in was only halfway through. But that's okay, you know, in the battle between the Demon God and the Lord God, these guys were not even cannon fodder in the past. If you know this kind of thing, it will only increase the panic. It is better not to know. Anyway, the final result did not have a great impact on them. There may be changes in the future, but most of them will be for the better, and they just need to go with the flow. So when Qi Lu returned to the store, he didn't cause much commotion. There are so many shops in Tianqiong God Realm, but there is only one Store Manager Qi. Who knows where Store Manager Qi has gone? These customers don't care. As long as the competition continues, it means that Store Manager Qi is very safe. Besides, they didn't have the right to worry about Store Manager Qi. The friendship competition in the Heavenly Vault of God Realm. Qi Lu muttered this word and sighed in his heart that he was really prescient. A small competition diverted all the attention of these guys. now that the divine mountain in the central region has collapsed, and the heavenly vault god realm is no longer divided into the Tianji realm and the divine Ji realm, then the follow-up matters should begin. There is no rush to communicate with various places. Although Qila understands the importance of convenient transportation, it also depends on the location. The heavenly vault god realm is a typical vast land with sparsely populated areas, and it is also extremely vast and sparsely populated. Judging from the current population density, Qila feels that even if the number of people of various races in the sky god realm increases tenfold, it will not be crowded. At most, the productivity will be insufficient. Yes, lack of productivity is indeed a big problem. Even though Qila didn't want to admit this problem, ordinary people in the sky god were indeed still in the farming civilization. And cultivators are not engaged in production. Who has ever seen a cultivator farm by himself? Therefore, even if the farming and planting in the sky god realm has extremely high yields, in the end, the production capacity is still insufficient. After all, the ability to live without eating can only be possessed by at least a god who can gather the power of faith. When it comes to the demon god, everyone is just a worker, but the food they eat is getting more and more advanced. From ordinary food at the beginning, to various elixirs and treasures, and later, to heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Unless you reach the realm of the devil, replenishing your energy and blood and strengthening yourself are inseparable from food. Of course, if these practitioners don't want to become stronger, it's actually okay if these practitioners don't eat for months or even years. It is completely possible to absorb energy from the world and supplement one's own needs. The only drawback is that the speed of progress is pitifully slow. Otherwise, why would resources be scarce in the Tianji domain in the past? Those demon gods, or cultivators who follow the path of demon gods, are different from those master gods, or cultivators who follow the path of master gods. They consume extremely high amounts of various cultivation resources. So it's surprising that productivity can keep up over time. However, this matter is not under Qila's control. Mainly because it cannot be controlled and there is no good solution. Qila can think of a way to get a batch of mythical beast eggs suitable for farming and sell them in the store. I haven't seen the former Shinji realm. Is this how the productivity increased? Farming civilization requires good weather and good weather. Wait, the mythical beast egg seems like a good idea. After thinking about it, Qila suddenly realized that he seemed to have hit on the idea. Although from the matter of road construction to suddenly jumping to the mythical beast eggs, it is indeed a bit too big a leap. But it doesn't matter much. Anyway, it's all for the benefit of the heavenly vault god realm and those weak creatures. What Qila wants to see is a vibrant heavenly vault god realm, not a lifeless heavenly vault god realm. Then some things have to be done. But then again, if you want to sell mythical beast eggs everywhere, you must use a virtual shopping platform as a carrier. Otherwise, would it really be possible to open branches of mythical beast eggs in various places and city-states? Qila still understands the truth that money and silk can move people's shirts. The heavenly vault god realm is so big, there are always places that I can take care of, and there are always people who are willing to take risks. Even though the possibility of an accident was close to zero, Qila didn't bother to try. Isn't online shopping bad? Anyway, it's impossible for the mythical beast eggs to be fake, so how can Westel lose money to them? Therefore, there is nothing to think about this issue. Let's lay out the virtual shopping platform first. After that, more merchants will be allowed to settle in to expand the product diversity of the virtual shopping platform. The cultivation resources required for the way of the Lord God and the way of the demon god are somewhat different. Reasonable use and exchange of what is needed is the best way. There is no need to occupy these things that you can't use. Then there is the issue of currency. On this point, after careful consideration, Qila decided to use blood spar and faith stone together. The problem that arises is simply that the exchange ratio needs to be adjusted. We can talk about this later. After all, there are only these two common currencies at present, and blood crystals also have practical functions, such as dispensing medicine and so on. Therefore, the exchange ratio between blood crystal stones and faith stones will definitely not be static in the future. So the current problem is back to the original place, which is to spread the virtual shopping platform all over the sky and God realm. And to do this is actually simple. Just get one of the virtual dual crystals into everyone's hands. In the past, it was not difficult to obtain virtual dual crystals in Tianji domain, but it just took a long time. That's because Qi Lu has other plans and feels that it is of little use for the customers of Tianji domain to hold virtual dual crystals. It's better to spread it out slowly. But things are different now. What is needed is speed. So after some thought, Qi Lu decided to make an announcement on the virtual dual platform. Please inform us that the virtual shopping platform will be launched soon. Only by rolling out the virtual shopping platform can Qi Lu continue with the next plan. Hey, a new notification? The virtual shopping platform will be launched soon, with countless online stores and all kinds of products. There's nothing you can't buy, only things you can't imagine. If you don't want to be a buyer, then do you want to be a merchant? Want to earn a lot of blood crystals? If you want to, be prepared to become a new merchant. The virtual shopping platform is newly launched. If you become a new merchant within 1 month, you can get a 50% reduction in registration fees. High subsidies are waiting for you to collect. On this day, countless customers who were unfamiliar with the virtual shopping platform received this notification. They were surprised. There is such a good place? What does online shopping mean? All kinds of products are available. Is it true? And the matter of becoming a merchant and earning blood crystals has attracted many people's attention. Ever since Manager Qi's stores opened in various city-states, the value stability of blood crystals, a common currency, has begun to rise rapidly. There is no need to barter at all times like before. And as order in each city-state is gradually established, the weak no longer have to worry about their own survival. Then, how to earn more blood crystals has become a topic worth studying. So under such circumstances, virtual shopping platforms quickly became popular. For practitioners, becoming a businessman is not an option. Because they don't know how to do business. In other words, in the past Tianji domain, before Qi Lu came over, many practitioners lived by squeezing the weak. Otherwise, go to the wilderness, hunt monsters, pick various medicinal materials, and barter. Even if it is a transaction, it is usually done between practitioners, rather than trading with ordinary people. Of course, if it is a shop with the support of cultivators, then that will have to be calculated separately. After all, this type of shop is not, in essence, opened by ordinary people, but is represented by ordinary people. The real bosses are still practitioners, and those ordinary people are the employees. This is the default rule. It was just the arrival of Qi Lu that broke this rule. A powerful demon god who stood at the top of the heavenly realm opened a Chopin person and paid attention to these things. Those little cultivators still dare to say anything? Let's change it together. Didn't you see that store manager Qi is running his own business, and hadn't say whose labor force he was squeezing? If he does this again, it will be a slap in the face of store manager Qi. You can do things that even store manager Qi can't do? Are you more powerful than store manager Qi? Therefore, when virtual shopping platforms become popular, the real happy people are ordinary people. After all, if you want to become a cultivator, talent, qualifications, and cultivation resources are all indispensable. Many ordinary people do not have the qualifications themselves, but maybe their children will have the qualifications. At this time, sufficient resources are needed for cultivation. However, in the past, how many cultivation resources could ordinary people obtain to cultivate their children? If you think about it, there are almost no resources available. It's not that there is any sectarianism, but who wants to see one more competitor? It is too late to suppress someone who is not close to me, so how can I support him? You must know that even within the same sect, there is always a tendency to fight against each other. Not to mention strangers. Now, the emergence of virtual shopping platforms has actually given these ordinary people a chance to change their destiny. Talent, qualifications, do matter, that's right. But resources are equally important. If Qi Lu wants to change the living environment of the weak, he must find a way to give them a certain value. Because only when you have value, you will be valued and you will be safer. But talent and qualifications cannot be forced. Then, we can only seek a certain degree of fairness in the way of obtaining resources. Letting them all become merchants, each relying on their own abilities, is also a good way to compete. At least opening a store doesn't require much strength. Moreover, there is no chance of being suppressed when registering an online store on a virtual shopping platform. It doesn't even have a store, it only needs an online store in a warehouse. Even if others want to cause trouble, there is no place to do it. What's more, the competition between stores is also between ordinary people competing with ordinary people. If practitioners want to cause trouble, they can only target the practitioners. In case it is discovered when targeting ordinary people, he would probably be beaten half to death. But this is not Qi Li's intention, but the result of those demon gods who have no place to vent their anger and mess around. After Qi Lu found out about this, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he said nothing. Anyway, just don't act recklessly. It is unrealistic to really restrain the strong and the weak. What order requires is not complete equality, but relative fairness. If we want to put those cultivators on an equal footing with the devil, let alone whether the devil is willing or not, just talk about the cultivators, who dares? Therefore, many things taken for granted will definitely not work. It must be actually implemented, adapted to local conditions, and adjusted at any time in order to be perfected. Qi Lu just put forward an idea, including Dragon God. What I said before on the battlefield on the sacred mountain in the Central Territory was actually to let those demon gods and main gods listen to it. It is another matter to actually do it. Just take your time. The right path is to first stop their top experts from killing innocent people indiscriminately. So that's how it was settled. The online notification of the virtual shopping platform is just a warm-up effect to let everyone know that this is happening. Otherwise, Qi Lu would have launched the virtual shopping platform quietly, and who would have known about it? Do you expect those who have never come into contact with a virtual dual crystal to discover it on their own? This is obviously unreliable. Then, within 2 days, the virtual shopping platform was officially launched. All of a sudden, those who had the virtual dual crystal became excited, especially the ordinary people. It's not easy to open a shop quietly. However, these guys obviously didn't expect store manager Qi's purpose of opening a virtual shopping platform at this time. For the merchants in the former Shinji domain, Qi Lu has not been connected to the merchant system here for the time being. We are preparing to wait for the new generation of merchants, that is, the customers of the former Tianji domain, to connect the older generation of merchants to the merchant system here when the number of registered merchants is larger. In this way, it can not only increase competition, but also achieve the purpose of exchanging what is needed. There is no way, even if the sacred mountain in the central region collapses, it will become a ruin. But it will take years, even decades, to completely purify that area. So for now, relying on virtual shopping platforms to exchange resources is Thebia's choice. Otherwise, why would Qi Lu insist on opening up the exchange of blood crystals and faith stones? It's because the merchants on both sides charge different currencies. If you want to purchase products from the corresponding merchant, you need to exchange currency before you can continue shopping. It can be regarded as letting these guys prepare mentally for the future integration. Therefore, when the virtual shopping platform was officially launched, the only store on the merchant search page was Store Manager Qi's online store. Among the products for sale, the top one is Virtual Showdown Crystal. Qi Lu doesn't want these guys to waste any more time to get virtual duel crystals for free. This way everyone loses. One loses time, the other loses income. So, let them spend blood crystals to buy it. After all, every inch of time is worth every inch of gold. Buying time with blood spar is not excessive. Furthermore, Qi Lu's price tag cannot be exaggerated, because it is still in the stage of market development. If the cost hadn't been really low, Qi Lu's price tag for the virtual duel crystal would have been half sale, half free. But that's fine, Qi Lu didn't lose money either. And asking those customers to pay a little bit of blood can also prevent them from not cherishing it. After all, as long as the virtual duel crystal is not damaged intentionally, it is common for it to last for decades. Just remember to pay your signal fee on time. Otherwise, that thing is just a beautiful decoration. However, in order to develop the market better and faster, Qi Lu also gave huge discounts, such as significant price reductions in signal fees. Because the signal fee is mainly based on quantity, and what is needed is a steady flow. Although the amount paid this time and twice is not much, over the years, it can be regarded as a huge amount of money. What's more, Qi Lu still did this business without capital, so he just gave it a little discount, and he didn't suffer much loss. On the contrary, these new and old customers were very excited and felt that Store Manager Qi was so kind. In order to celebrate the launch of the virtual shopping platform, such a huge discount was given as soon as it came out. And it also allows more customers to have the opportunity to get virtual duel crystals. After all, the price is really not expensive. Even some ordinary people with a little savings can get one immediately. After verifying their identity and registering an account, if they are confirmed to be customers with real financial difficulties, Qi Lu will also give away some pre-stored signal fees for free to help them better use the virtual shopping platform. Because Qi Lu knows very well that most of the merchants will be registered by these ordinary people. Most of those practitioners don't have time to manage these online stores. And I'm not willing to just wait for business to come. Therefore, most practitioners have become raw material suppliers or finished product processors. When they sell raw materials or finished products after processing, they pay attention to efficiency and buy and sell in one go. But I don't have time to do retail slowly. So based on this situation, what Qi Lu needs to do now is probably early-stage poverty alleviation. Let ordinary people set up online stores first. After they have income, they can consume better. The virtual shopping platform is not tax-free, and there are so many ways for Qi Lu to make money. There is no need to worry about these minutiae, which will damage his own image. Compared with these early investments, it is more practical for these businesses to become rich quickly. If you want to build the entire economic system of the heavenly vault God realm, this step is an indispensable step. It is also the fastest way, bar none. Otherwise, wouldn't it be in vain that Qi Lu spent so long building a virtual shopping platform? If the economy wants to be connected in series, it will be impossible to do it without the driving force of business. And if business wants to develop, it is not something that only a few people can do. But before Qi Lu took action, poverty was the current situation for most ordinary people. Therefore, it is really impossible not to help the poor in the early stage. Fortunately, this process is not too long. Although before this, the business in Tianji domain had made initial development. However, it is still too difficult to communicate with various city-states, so most merchants are limited to the merchant's local city-state. This is completely different from those divine kingdoms in the divine realm. There are many city-states in the kingdom of God, and there are teleportation circles connecting each city-state. Even though the teleportation circle is expensive to use, there are direct roads that are safe enough to transport goods along the way. Of course, this was the situation before. Since Qi Lu promoted the virtual shopping platform in the major kingdoms of the divine realm, those teleportation arrays are no longer used to transport goods, because they are simply not cost-effective. The through road has also become a tourist project. Of course, the direct shipping costs of virtual shopping platforms are not cheap, relatively speaking. Practitioners choose more of this stuff, but ordinary people prefer to choose ordinary shipping. They can just wait a few more days. But in any case, the virtual shopping platform is the most basic and important framework. The initial investment is also to ensure a large number of merchants to set line. The problem is not that customers are unwilling to open stores online. A large part of it is actually a lack of funds. Now that Qi Lu has solved this problem, the entry of merchants will naturally not be a problem. This can be considered a good start. A few days later, Qi Lu opened the virtual shopping platform and took a look around. There are at least hundreds of thousands of merchants who have registered and successfully settled in, and the number is still increasing. Mainly automatic review, which takes a certain amount of time to complete. By the way, after the registration is completed, there are still some merchant trainings to pass that do not require much time to be wasted. Otherwise, these guys who are coming into contact with online stores for the first time may not be able to play this thing. If he loses money, Qi Lu doesn't intend to take the blame. Even special training has been given to you, and if you can still lose money, it means that you are really not suitable for this industry. It's better to change careers as soon as possible, at least you can lose less. After the basic layout was completed, Qi Lu knew that it was time to launch some new products in his online store. After all, the virtual dual crystal is not a consumable in the conventional sense. As long as the user takes good care of it, it may only need to be replaced once or twice in a lifetime, or even not even once, which is not impossible. Therefore, after the initial explosive growth in sales, the sales of virtual dual crystals gradually stabilized. Then after most customers have virtual dual crystals, it will start to slowly decline. This situation has not happened so far. Of course, even if sales start to decline, Qi Lu doesn't really care. It was something that had been predicted for a long time. Is it really necessary to make a fortune by selling virtual dual crystals? Just think about it and you know it's impossible. Unless Qi Lu is really wicked, he will fix some minor problems with the virtual dual crystal every 3 days and then start updating it. But is it really necessary to do such an immoral thing? Obviously, it's not necessary. Qi Lu didn't want to lose all his reputation, not to mention, he didn't rely on this thing to make a living. There are so many products for sale in Store Manager Qi's online store, so why bother struggling with them? For example, Qi Lu wants to put the mythical beast eggs on sale this time. Those are real consumables. At least this was confirmed in the former divine realm. So Qi Lu now plans to transfer here directly, to see if the situation here can be improved. However, when he talked about this mythical beast egg, Qi Lu thought of it. It seems that this thing is still sold in limited quantities. That's quite careless. At the beginning, Qi Lu chose to sell it in limited quantities in order to avoid irritating those main gods. Later, the popularity of mythical beast eggs, coupled with the emergence of various related industries, made this limited amount higher and higher. But after it reaches a certain level, it stops. After that, Qi Lu went to Tianji domain and didn't care about it anymore. There are indeed reasons that cannot be controlled, but as time goes by, they are actually forgotten. It wasn't until now that the mythical beast eggs were mentioned again that Qi Lu suddenly thought that he did have this business in his store. And it's pretty big. Therefore, a considerable part of the industry in the Kingdom of God is related to the production of divine beast eggs. This made Qi Lu interested, and felt that it would not be impossible to directly copy these industries to Tianji domain. It might even seem more appropriate. Give a very simple example. One of the core industries created because of mythical beast eggs, the mythical beast breeding industry, will definitely be welcomed by this group of people. After all, a mythical beast that can truly form combat power requires an extremely high concentration of blood, so the overall proportion is indeed small. On the contrary, those mythical beasts that were eliminated contributed to the high development of the mythical beast breeding industry. Then downstream of the mythical beast breeding industry, the high-end catering industry is developing rapidly, forming an industrial chain. In the upstream of the mythical beast breeding industry, there is the cultivation of various natural materials and earthly treasures, as well as the processing of feed for raising mythical beasts. In addition, the fur, scales, claws, bones, teeth and other things of the mythical beasts are all good materials for forging. And in addition to the meat of mythical beasts, the blood, bone marrow and the like of those mythical beasts are also good things that can be used for physical training. It can be said that the breeding industry of mythical beasts is one of the best industries in the eyes of practitioners who practice the way of the devil. It greatly meets the needs of these super hardworking people. And the most important thing is that cultivating sacred beasts does not require cultivators to do it themselves. Divine beasts without spiritual intelligence are actually just extremely powerful beasts. Under the suppression of the divine beast egg contract, it is impossible to take action against the incubator. This is also what the mythical beast breeding industry depends on for its survival. Of course, Qilu doesn't know much about this aspect. When the time comes, it shall be enough to let the volunteers in the animal breeding industry in Tianji region learn from the professional households in Xinji region. This exchange of industry knowledge is actually one of the ways to promote the integration of the Sky Vault and God realm. The blending of cultures is the basis for the unity of civilization. But in the early stage, let them explore on their own for a while. If you have not personally experienced the hardships of starting a new industry, you will not cherish the hard-won professional knowledge exchange conference. Thinking back to the beginning, the entrepreneurs in Xinji domain also came one step at a time. The early days of the mythical beast breeding industry were extremely difficult. On the one hand, there is huge cost pressure. Once it fails and the investment cannot be recovered, it will result in heavy losses. On the other hand, at the beginning, the method of raising mythical beasts in their infancy was not clear, which led to many accidents. In short, the breeding industry of mythical beasts, which is extremely popular at the moment, was not so smooth at the beginning. It was developed through continuous exploration and research. It is still unknown whether those experts in the breeding of mythical beasts are willing to pass on their experience. However, Qilu does not intend to care about this aspect of the problem. He is solely responsible for providing opportunities. Whether he can seize them or not depends entirely on himself. The Knowledge Exchange Conference is just a platform. If you are really capable, you might even meet someone noble in the duel arena. Don't think that those who specialize in breeding mythical beasts will stop going to the duel arena. That's all a joke. When they get bigger, won't they hire people? Although in cultivation, talent and qualifications are very important. But, as long as there are enough resources, there is nothing wrong with just piling them up and making a medicine jar. If nothing else, even if it doesn't have combat effectiveness, at least the upper limit of its lifespan has been increased. Ordinary people don't ask for immortality, but there should be no problem if they ask for a long life. So when these mythical beast breeding professionals got rich, they all followed the example of those cultivators and started taking drugs. Although the level of cultivation is destined not to be that high, it doesn't matter. It is also good to have some strength to ensure a longer life. And among these ordinary people, it is not just these mythical beast breeding professionals who have made a fortune. In other industries, there are still people who have made a fortune. This depends on personal understanding. Anyway, after Qilu made the decision to put the mythical beast eggs on store manager Qi's online store and lifted the restriction on limited sales, the customers who noticed this became excited. After all, the current mythical beast eggs are not tools used to weaken the divine power of those gods and main gods. Rather, it serves as the cornerstone to support many emerging industries. So it makes no sense to continue to limit it. Besides, is Qi Lu still afraid of someone coming to trouble him? To change the heavenly vault god realm, you don't need to rely on these methods, you just have to do it openly and honestly. This is the benefit that powerful power brings. Anyone who dares to refute will be killed with one punch. But at this time, no demon or main god will show up. Who wants to be the chicken that kills the chicken to scare the monkeys? Besides, the appearance of these mythical beast eggs will not affect their status. On the contrary, it has made the mythical beast breeding industry more prosperous and promoted the rapid development of more related industries. Even those guys in the Tianji domain who came into contact with the mythical beast eggs for the first time were aware of the business opportunities. Qi Lu, on the other hand, is not worried that the mythical beast eggs will be purchased without restrictions and cause a catastrophe. Because that's impossible. After all, after the mythical beast egg is hatched, it requires a lot of resources to grow into combat effectiveness. And it also needs to have a high blood concentration to be valuable for cultivation. Otherwise, if you cultivate them, the gains outweigh the losses. It's better to just be a mythical beast breeder. As a farmer, it is even more impossible to buy unlimited amounts of mythical beast eggs. Because of this commercial breeding industry, doesn't it need to calculate the cost of breeding? Is there any cost to buy mythical beast eggs? Is there any cost to hatch mythical beast eggs? Is there any cost to raise a young mythical beast until it is released? If these problems are solved, what about the buyers? Have you found it? Just thinking about breeding mythical beasts, don't you plan to sell them? For these reasons, even if Chila now opens the purchase limit for mythical beast eggs, everyone is actually excited, knowing that they no longer have to worry about their supply, but they are not crazy. Because the industrial chain has been formed, it is not that easy to expand. This is a chain-linked thing that must be fully coordinated in order to gradually expand. That's why Qi Lu was able to relax the restrictions so generously, allowing them to buy the mythical beast eggs as they pleased. After all, the sky god realm is vast, with countless creatures. These farmed divine beasts can all be digested, no matter what. As for the harm that may be caused, I am afraid it is not as great as the harm caused by those monsters in the wilderness. Then there's nothing to worry about. Rather, the rise of the breeding industry of mythical beasts has become one of the best supplements to agricultural civilization. To put it bluntly, you should always have some food when you eat. When the mythical beast breeding industry fully expands, the price of mythical beast meat will also be suppressed, and then it will be a good time. However, it is still in the initial stage, and it is normal for the conditions to be difficult. Chila doesn't care about this, he just needs to provide enough mythical beast eggs. By the way, get some new mythical beast eggs. And the new breed of mythical beast eggs that were created this time, the mythical beasts that hatched, are very different from the previous ones. The most obvious point is the difference in abilities possessed by the mythical beasts. In the past, when Chila just arrived, he didn't have as much say as he does now. If you want the mythical beast eggs to sell well enough, you have to make a fuss about combat effectiveness. After all, at that time, cultivators in the heavenly vault god realm, as well as ordinary people, had an endless pursuit of power. That is to say, the rise of Chila later slowly changed the atmosphere of the sky god realm, and it gradually became what it is now. Everyone can do their best and perform their duties. Although I will still pursue powerful power when conditions permit. But he will not blindly pursue strength, regardless of his own situation. This is a good change. Having self-knowledge is the way for the weak to survive. As for the strong, of course they have to challenge themselves. Blindly retreating is not a good thing, nor is it conducive to the growth of the state of mind. But these are digressions, and it is useless to say more here. Let's get back to the new type of mythical beast eggs. In the past, Chila looked for the mythical beast eggs that the system asked for, or the mythical beast eggs that the system gave him, were basically powerful in combat. Occasionally, for those with special abilities, even though their daily quota is limited, they will still run out. But the speed of running out is always a bit slower. This shows that those customers still value the combat power of the mythical beast eggs. However, things are different now. What Chila needs is to rebuild a new order in the Sky Realm and ensure basic peace. To put it simply, it's just a matter of small fights, and the disputes between the major forces don't matter. But the scope of the spread must be controlled. After all, order does not mean the elimination of hatred. And hatred, this kind of thing, is indeed not that easy to eliminate. Especially for some stubborn practitioners, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth are their choices. So in this aspect, Chila didn't intend to take care of it at all. Revenge is okay, but whoever owes the debt will pay it back. But one thing is that innocent people should not be harmed. This is the bottom line and the principle. If anyone breaks this principle, there is no need for Chi Lu to take action. Dragon God has mentioned this before, and those demon gods and lord gods will take action. Of course, it is mainly the main gods, and has little to do with the demon gods. Because of the devil's style, he is basically a lone ranger. Some demon gods may have relatives and friends, but not many, just take care of them. If you really want to say how lenient these demon gods can be, it may not be possible, because their personalities are not suitable for doing these things. On the contrary, the Lord gods who built the kingdom of God have many gods and believers under their command to do these things. Otherwise, Chi Lu and Dragon God would not think that it would be better to divide the heavenly vault of God realm into the divine kingdom. Therefore, it is not without reason that Chi Lu doesn't want to see those demon gods. These guys contribute little, do a lot of damage, and demand a lot. It would be a good thing if they are not killed. At this point, it's probably explained. Now, what the Sky Vault God realm needs most is not combat power, even though the need for combat power still exists. But it is no longer the most important, but second-rate. So, what is the most needed thing now? Based on the consumption of resources, the most needed thing is naturally strong productivity. To be honest, in Chi Li's view, no matter how powerful the productivity of agricultural civilization is, how powerful can it be? Unless those practitioners, or even the gods, are willing to use their own power to farm the land themselves. If you use all the means to control wind and rain, your productivity will naturally be good. But here comes the problem. How many gods are willing to farm? How many cultivators are not busy cultivating, but go out to produce? Therefore, if Chila wants to improve productivity, it must start from other aspects. With the help of various mythical beast eggs, it becomes a good choice. In the past, the powerful mythical beast eggs were extremely popular, but now, times have changed. It was replaced by a mythical beast that can bring good weather to farming and pray for blessings and ward off disasters, and it has become very popular. You know, these mythical beasts with special abilities can also help accelerate the growth of natural materials and earthly treasures, allowing for a bumper harvest of various crops. For many ordinary people, these abilities are much more important than strong combat power. After all, thanks to the efforts of store manager Chi, everyone's living environment has become relatively safe. As long as there are no natural disasters or man-made disasters, generally speaking, you can live a stable life. Those strong people will no longer deliberately seek trouble or take advantage of others by force. In the kingdom of the Lord God, there are rules and regulations, and those belonging to the gods do not have nothing to do all day long. As a result, as soon as the new type of mythical beast eggs were put on the shelves, they were snapped up and sales continued to rise. Fortunately, Chila does not sell in limited quantities, otherwise the supply would really exceed demand. The mythical beast eggs are as popular as ever. However, the expected development did not make Qi Lu stop thinking. Developing various new types of mythical beast eggs to help various production types of industries develop rapidly is just one of them. But we can't always farm. In the past, in order to survive, we had to work and use time to make up for low productivity. But now, with the help of these mythical beasts and the rise of the mythical beast breeding industry, things are completely different from before. Therefore, after the basic material needs are met, it is time to pursue some spiritual pursuits. For example, tourism. Before this, the Skyvault God realm was quite dangerous for ordinary people. The monsters in the wilderness are a fatal threat even to some cultivators with low levels of cultivation. Only if you are strong enough can you run rampant in the wilderness. Therefore, for many living beings, they basically never leave the place where they were born throughout their entire lives. At this time, the sudden mention of tourism is due to this reason. In the past, it was too dangerous outside, so it was difficult to travel far. But now is the time to change. Perhaps there are so many monsters in the wilderness that it is impossible to eliminate them all, but there is still no big problem in establishing relatively safe roads between the major city-states. Moreover, within the scope of the Kingdom of God, the number of warcraft will also drop sharply. It's not because of other reasons, it's just that they were cleared away by the main gods who established the Kingdom of God. This is something that happens casually and is not a big deal. The benefits it can bring are self-evident. The simplest one is to improve the safety of the wilderness and make transportation convenient. Needless to say, there is no need to say more about the Kingdom of God. The various city-states are connected to each other, even if they are not connected in all directions, they can still be connected. Especially in some transportation hub cities, it is more convenient to travel to other city-states. The transportation problem between the Kingdom of God and the Kingdom of God is a bit more troublesome. Initially, the main gods had a default rule of not interfering with each other. This also resulted in a lack of communication between the major divine kingdoms. But now there has been a change, and the main gods are no longer like fire and water as they used to be. Therefore, the Kingdom of God established by the main gods who had no hatred between each other began to communicate and connect the roads of communication. Therefore, the tourism industry also has basic space for development. Safe and convenient transportation conditions are not something that can just be said to exist. This requires years of hard work. After all, it is easier to build a road than to keep it. Although there is such a trend, we don't know how long it will take for it to totally take shape. Maybe a few years, maybe 10 years, maybe decades. However, Qi Lu has no intention of intervening in these matters. Travel. I sat in the shop and chanted silently. Qi Lu felt that it was not good for him to stay in the store all day like now. Dragon God had disappeared a few days ago, and he probably found a good Placido retreat. The Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King also returned to the frozen holy city. They have no intention of fighting for hegemony, so naturally, they won't wander around outside. Moreover, in the previous battle at the Sacred Mountain in the Central Territory, the existence of the two half-step Dao realm also gave them some insights. At this time, he is probably also in retreat. Therefore, Qi Lu is the only one who is still awake at this time. But asking Qi Lu to go into seclusion is just a joke. How could Qi Lu sit still, not to mention that he had never done such a thing before? Thinking of him as store manager Qi, breakthroughs come naturally, and it is never a matter of practicing in seclusion. That was the case before, and it is still the case now. So Qi Lu felt that it was time to find something to do for himself. Otherwise, it would be too much to spend all day in the store. Sheer, let's go traveling together. So Qi Lu found Sheer, looked into her eyes, and said this. For Qi Lu, what is needed to improve strength is accumulation, which is a hard work. To put it bluntly, it means opening a store, and then collecting the power of faith, blood crystals, and faith stones. Until the sand is gathered into a tower and the water is ready, it will naturally rise up. So what Qi Lu lacks is just time. Now that store manager Qi's stores are open in the Sky Vault God realm, it's not that easy for Qi Lu to increase the speed of progress. Otherwise, why would Qi Lu vigorously advocate economic development? Isn't it because faith stones and blood crystals, as common currencies, come from a wide range of sources and require continuous manual excavation and casting? And another point is to improve one's reputation and serve in order to gather the power of faith. In the Heavenly Vault God realm, there are thousands of races, and the number of creatures is countless. The weak account for the vast majority of them. Then Qi Li's key goal of collecting the power of faith will naturally not be focused on those strong people. After all, it is not that easy to convince the strong, and it is often a thankless task. But it is quite easy to gain the faith of the weak. At least what Qi Lu is doing now is deeply loved, and the power of faith endless. Therefore, under such circumstances, Qi Lu, who stayed in the store all day long with nothing to do, finally figured it out. I should go out for a walk. Traveling is also inspection. In the past, Qi Lu had indeed traveled to all major divine kingdoms and city-states in order to build branches or towers. But at that time was tight and Qi Lu was also busy. The places I have been to can only be regarded as a quick glance and have left footprints, and cannot be considered a trip at all. So now, after having some free time, Qi Lu feels that he should make up for his regrets. There are still many great places in the Heavenly Vault God realm. The customs of each region are also different. It is worth experiencing once. I didn't have the strength before, so I didn't dare to say that the Heavenly Vault of God realm was so big that I could go everywhere by myself. But now, Qi Lu can say loudly, the sky and the divine world are so big, where can he go? So, since we are traveling, how can we not bring Yu Shi'er with us? Traveling alone is not the attitude of a tourist. Brother Qi Lu, you mean, me, let's go traveling together? Just the two of us? Suddenly, Qi Lu came to the door and looked at each other. Yu Shi'er suddenly felt nervous and her face turned slightly red. Faced with Qi Li's proposal, Yu Shi'er was certainly very moved. Of course it's just the two of us, because there's no one else in the store. Qi Lu shrugged and replied in the affirmative. In fact, it's not that there are no other people, but at this time, are you looking for other people to go with you to make light bulbs? Qi Lu just wants to travel in peace and experience the human atmosphere of the Heavenly Vault God realm. It's not like we're going to fight. What to ask so many people to do would be troublesome. Okay, Shi'er is fine. Yu Shi'er clenched her fists and said with certainty. Things in the store have long been ignored, and customers are basically left to handle matters on their own. What new customers don't understand, old customers know very well, and everyone is very enthusiastic. Whether there is a clerk or not is not important at all. Besides, in the store, who would dare to regard Yu Shi'er as just a clerk? Don't listen to what store manager Qi says. When I introduced her to everyone, I said Yu Shi'er was a clerk in the store. If you encounter any problems, you can contact her. But in fact, customers in the store understand that if they really encounter a problem, it is more convenient to go to old customers first. As for Yu Shi'er's existence, it is better to say that she is a mascot than the boss's wife. Just listen to what store manager Qi says, don't take it seriously. So after being idle for a long time, Yu Shi'er didn't care anymore. If you don't want to look for it, then don't look for it. Anyway, for Yu Shi'er, it's enough to be with brother Qi Lu. Nothing else matters. He is said to be a store clerk, but in fact it is just an identity, and everyone should be aware of it. At this moment, Qi Lu can invite her to travel. For Yu Shi'er, that is the best news. As long as you agree, you don't need to prepare anything, just set off. Qi nodded, pulled Yu Shi'er, and left the shop. Then he randomly found out direction, sensed the location of the nearest city-state, and then opened the door to space. The purpose of tourism is to experience the local customs, inspect the conditions of various places, and visit great rivers and mountains. It's also about cultivating the feelings of those traveling with you during the journey. So Qi Lu had no intention of taking Yu Shi'er from the wilderness to the next city-state. After all, there isn't much scenery to see in places where monsters are raging, so walking all the way there is a waste of time. And given how sensitive those monsters are to potential dangers, they may not dare to approach Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er. It's better to go directly to the next destination. Look at the developments everywhere. If the heavenly vault god realm wants to change, it must start from the most basic place and improve from the lowest level. Instead of just shouting a few words, when it comes to implementation, there will be resistance everywhere, and there will be both positive and negative policies everywhere. In that case, it would be strange to see tangible changes. However, such things are actually rare. Those main gods know what to do and what not to do, and they know their priorities carefully, but they don't want to be troubled by store manager Kai and Dragon God. So just convey these instructions to the gods under your command and do it. If something happens, there will be someone to blame. However, these matters will not be discussed this time. The first stop Qi Lu took Yu Shi'er to was actually a model city-state. It is also one of the first wave of city-states to enter and change its path in the Sky Vault God realm and the Tianji realm. The biggest change made was the industrial adjustment in the city-state. Thanks to the unlimited supply of mythical beast eggs, they reaped the first wave of dividends from the emerging industry. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the guy who was called the #1 mythical beast breeder in this city-state got acquainted with a big mythical beast breeder from the divine realm in the dual field. At this point, I have to mention something. Although the murderous aura, death aura, evil aura, and the like have not yet been purified from the sacred mountain in the central region. So the road over there is not open yet and is still in ruins. This has resulted in the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm not being fully connected yet. However, virtual dual platforms are not included in this list. Since the end of the first Sky World Friendship competition, Qi Lu followed the trend and merged the virtual dual platform. Let the players from the Shinji realm and the players from the Tianji realm join together. Ordinary players didn't feel much about this matter. It's just those high-end players who have some headaches. Because the virtual dual platform of Shinji domain was opened much earlier, high-end players have a lot more tactical ways to play. As a result, at the beginning of the merger, the winning rate of high-end players in Tianji domain dropped to a distressing level. The levels of many high-end players have plummeted. Then they were ridiculed by the high-end players in the divine realm. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood, but they couldn't refute. There is no other way, my skills are not as good as others, I can only be ridiculed. Even if you want to talk back, there is no truth. Although the merger of the virtual dual platforms caused some disturbances in various city-states and major divine kingdoms, in fact, the impact was not large. To put it bluntly, the hatred between Tianji realm and Shinji realm is mostly reflected in the demon god and the lord god. For ordinary people and most cultivators, it is simply out of reach. They are not qualified to participate in those wars, so where does the hatred come from? As for those demon gods and lord gods who wantonly slaughtered civilians in hostile areas, it seems that such a thing has never happened. Because there is really no need to do this, it is too cheap. Give an inappropriate example. When you fight with others, do you go out of your way to find all the ants in other people's yards and crush them to death? Definitely not. Did those ants provoke you? Or are you saying that you can't even see ants? Therefore, after the battle at the Holy Mountain in the central region was over, even the demon gods and the Lord God had nothing to say when they saw such a situation, so what could ordinary people and practitioners say? That's not all, just let nature take its course and accept the fact. In fact, the impact on them is indeed not great. Rather, they benefited a lot. For example, the changes in the city-state in front of us, yes, it has finally turned around. Speaking of which, it was also the luck of this lowly cultivator that in the duel field, among his teammates, he was able to match a real giant in the breeding industry of mythical beasts, and he could even be regarded as an expert. During the chat, the topic of breeding mythical beasts suddenly came up, and then they began to impart their experience. These giants in the mythical beast breeding industry have no hidden agendas. The reason is simple. The heavenly vault divine realm is vast, and there are countless intelligent creatures. There are countless city-states, and the divine kingdom is spread all over the world. There is no competition among the mythical beast breeders at all. Since there is no conflict of interest, what else is there to hide? Not to mention that many people actually have a show-off mentality that they want to be teachers, and if they teach, they will teach. Maybe in the future, we will be able to repay kindness with drops of water and with springs of spring. It can be regarded as a good relationship. As a result, the first professional farmer of mythical beasts appeared in Thicity State. This humble cultivator understood the potential of this emerging industry, so naturally defied all opinions and spent his life savings to go to store manager Chi's online store and purchase a large number of mythical beast eggs. Then, after going through various difficulties and obstacles, this courageous pioneer of mythical animal breeding finally succeeded in creating his own glory. There were several times when he almost went bankrupt, but he managed to hold on. Now, it can be considered a great success. Therefore, this city-state also completed its industrial adjustment under the leadership of this expert in breeding mythical beasts. It has become a city that exports the meat of mythical beasts. Jiu Hui brought you Shir to this city-state, just to see how far these changes have progressed. By the way, let's take a look at how those ordinary people, the most numerous weak people in the sky realm, live. It would also help Qilu understand that such a change is fundamental. Is it good or bad? And as a city that exports mythical beast meat, how could it not have all kinds of mythical beast meat restaurants and restaurants? Shir, sit down. Qilu randomly found a restaurant that looked good and helped Yu Shir pull out a chair. Thanks. Yu Shir enjoyed Qi Li's tenderness and sat down obediently. The service staff in the restaurant also came over at this time, first said hello respectfully, then brought them warm tea, and then handed them a menu. This made Qi Lu feel a little dazed, as if he had returned to modern times. Qi Lu knew that these things were probably transmitted from the Shinji realm through the virtual duel platform. On the other side of the Shinji realm, such a change occurred because of Qi Lu's influence. Is this considered a cultural invasion in another sense? Forget it, there's no point in thinking about this at this time. Qi Lu took the menu, ordered a few signature dishes, and handed it to Yu Shir. Shir, look at what's missing and order whatever you want. Yu Shir took the menu and was not polite. Although when it comes to Qi Lu and Yu Shir's level of cultivation, whether they eat or not is actually the same. However, there is no need to give up cravings if conditions permit. Do gods really not eat the fireworks of the world? Qi Lu doesn't know whether this matter is true or false. But when he can be sure of his situation and enjoy delicious food, why should he give up? After all, Qi Lu is not one of those old monsters who has been cultivating for thousands and tens of thousands of years and has almost lost his humanity. To be honest, is it really interesting to live a life without desires? Qi Lu expressed doubts about this. Because of the strong power, although it is a bit excessive to say that you can do whatever you want, but shouldn't you be able to do whatever you want? So, you don't have any desires anymore, why are you still thinking about becoming stronger? Is it really enough to become stronger, just for the sake of becoming stronger? Is it enough to die in the morning after hearing the truth? Anyway, Qi Lu does not have such a lofty realm, so naturally Yu Shir cannot have all desires and desires. At least, Qi will always be there in Yu Shi'er's heart. While Yu Shi'er was ordering food, Qi also chatted with the waiter for a few words. As I travel along, I find that many city-states have undergone great changes. Do you think these changes are good or bad? Upon hearing this, the service staff immediately stood in awe of the two guests in front of him. Being able to walk freely in the wilderness must be a strong person. Otherwise, he will definitely be torn apart by those damn monsters. For example, he himself would never dare to leave the city alone, let alone walk through the wilderness. Faced with the problem of such a strong person, I, a little ordinary person, naturally dare not ignore it. The service staff thought for a while before speaking out. Sir, I don't know about other city-states, but these changes are definitely good for the city-state where I live and for ordinary people like us. The breeding of mythical animals has brought us wealth and helped us live a better life. We are grateful to the city lord, to the mythical beast farmers, and even more grateful to store manager Qi, who is willing to provide the mythical beast eggs. I just heard that store manager Qi doesn't have a god's name yet, and we didn't know what to call him. At this point, the service staff's voice suddenly became quieter. Apparently he felt that calling him store manager Qi directly was a bit disrespectful, but he didn't know how to change his words. A big shot like him shouldn't care about these little details, so don't worry. Qi waved his hand and said casually. Exposing one's identity at this time is obviously not a good choice. What he is doing now is similar to a private visit incognito, but it is not aerial leadership inspection. What are you doing to make such a big noise? Fortunately, the name of store manager Qi may be a household name, but the appearance of store manager Qi is not something everyone has seen. Yeah, I also think that as a great store manager, Qi, he definitely won't care about such a small issue as the name. But I still don't feel good about it. The service staff shook his head and said nothing more. Qi didn't care and casually asked some other questions to understand the situation. Then it was confirmed that the changes brought about by the breeding industry of mythical beasts were huge. And these city-states are indeed developing in a better direction. The most important thing about the pursuit of material is the breakthrough in production methods, rather than using labor to make up for productivity. All kinds of mythical beasts bring about changes in production methods, causing a surge in productivity. Especially the meat of mythical beasts, which is a high-end ingredient. That is to say, in these city-states of origin, the price may be lower. In other city-states, especially those that are not suitable for breeding mythical beasts, the price may skyrocket. After all, the cost of breeding mythical beasts is not small, and the entry threshold for this industry is not low. For most of the mythical beasts, without the supplement of all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it would take a long time just to get through their infancy. Compared with the general breeding industry, the gap is huge. Although the profit is indeed high, the breeding cycle is too long. But even so, the changes brought about are still huge. Qi has never doubted this. Because in addition to the low blood concentration mythical beasts used in the breeding industry, the occasionally high blood concentration mythical beasts that appear occasionally will not be so simply thrown into a pen and raised. Instead, they will be cultivated and play their true role. Some can accelerate the growth rate of various plants, some can make the protected land have smooth weather, and some can protect the harvest. Some can pray for blessings and ward off disasters, some can hunt for treasures and explore. And these mythical beasts, with different functions, are another force that cannot be ignored that really promotes change. After all, it is not easy to breed mythical beasts, and the powerful energy contained in the meat of mythical beasts is not a good thing for ordinary people. It's like a tonic, if you take it less, it's good stuff. But if you eat too much, you might be able to make up for it. You know, too much is never enough. Therefore, for ordinary people, the breeding industry of mythical beasts is just a way to increase wealth and change status. They are not raised for themselves to eat. In addition, the cultivation industry of natural materials and earthly treasures developed by relying on the power of various mythical beasts is actually equally popular. Because the cultivation of natural materials and treasures is originally the upstream industry of the breeding industry of mythical beasts, and it is also an industry that must be developed. To put it bluntly, even the cultivators cannot supply the natural materials and treasures found in the wilderness. If they want to use them to breed divine beasts, how high will the cost be? Therefore, self-sufficiency has become the path that must be taken. This is also to reduce breeding costs and ensure the prosperity and development of these emerging industries. Although the effects of artificially planted natural treasures may be a little worse, it doesn't matter much. It is more than enough to feed those mythical beasts with low bloodline concentration. And some poorer cultivators may also choose these lower quality heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Because it's cheap. It's better to have some effect than nothing at all. Therefore, the cultivation industry of Tian Kai Dibao, which emerged due to the breeding of mythical beasts, quickly entered a stage of rapid development after initial exploration. After the first round of planting cycle, it began to supply a large amount of various products to the outside world. What a treasure! Moreover, there are still some differences between planting and breeding. The root of the mythical beast breeding industry lies in the mythical beast eggs, provided by store manager Qi. After all, if you want to reproduce the mythical beasts hatched from these mythical beast eggs, to be honest, it is difficult. In fact, this is also a common characteristic of mythical beasts. The more powerful the mythical beast is, the lower the probability of breeding offspring. To give the simplest example, let's take the dragon clan. Not only is it difficult to get pregnant, the pregnancy cycle is also horribly long. In this time, other mythical beasts have grown from their infancy to the point where they can be released into the market. Moreover, this kind of thing has not been attempted before by major mythical beast breeding companies. But they later discovered that the cost of breeding was too high, so they might as well just buy the eggs of the mythical beasts. What's more, the mythical beast eggs that store manager Qi sells are no longer in limited supply like before, so why should he do such a wasteful thing? So this idea fell into disuse in the end. But the Tian Kai Dibao planting industry is different. The root cause does not lie with manager Qi. Because manager Qi's online store does not sell the higher yielding Tiancai Dibao seeds. Of course, there are no offline stores either. Qi Lu never thought that he could still sell those seeds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, he did not begrudge the treasures brought out from the infinite battlefield. Even though it is a limited edition product, it is still listed in the product list of the online store. It just depends on whether those customers can grab it or not. After all, the treasures of heaven and earth produced in the infinite battlefield are still too precious. For the time being, we will sell in limited quantities, and then we will slowly increase the quantity until the restrictions are completely lifted. This is a process of gradually increasing the overall strength of the Sky Vault God realm. It is also a process of changing the sky and the divine world. But that's true, but Qi Lu obviously underestimated the courage of those natural and earthly treasure growers. After they knew that the cost of breeding mythical beasts was extremely high and the gains outweighed the losses, they actually dared to experiment with these top-notch natural materials and earthly treasures to study whether they could be artificially grown. Regarding this, after Qi Lu heard about it, he also said it was awesome. There is a saying that the entry threshold for Tian Kai Dibao cultivation industry is much lower than that of mythical beast breeding industry. The main reason is that there are many more types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures than there are types of mythical beast eggs. Breeding mythical beasts is something that can't be helped. There are only so many types of mythical beast eggs, all of which are displayed in Manager Qi's online store. You can choose whatever you want to raise. No matter how low the threshold is, it won't get any lower. It's definitely an extremely money-burning industry. Although after the gains are made, the speed of repayment is not slow. But there are not many guys who can survive the early stage. The farming industry of natural materials and earthly treasures is different. Those precious natural materials and earthly treasures cannot be raised, so just get some that are easy to support. You know, there are many things that can be called heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and not all of them are extremely delicate. There are always some with rough skin and thick flesh that are easy to feed. Coupled with some mythical beasts with special abilities, the entry threshold for the Tian Kai Dibao cultivation industry has been much lower. However, when it comes to this, everyone should understand it. The threshold for entry into the industry is low, but that is conditional. To put it simply, if you give up those precious and delicate treasures, the threshold for entry into the industry will naturally be lowered. But correspondingly, a low threshold means a low upper limit. The effects of natural materials and earthly treasures that are easy to maintain are definitely not as good as those precious natural materials and earthly treasures. Then the selling price will naturally be much lower. Moreover, another point is that the barriers to entry are low, which means high competition pressure. When the output of these easy-to-feed natural materials and earth treasures continues to rise, prices will naturally be suppressed. There is nothing we can do about this, due to the laws of the market. Unless it is a monopoly industry, prices can continue to rise when supply exceeds demand. Otherwise, your competitors will be eager for you to hold on to the price without lowering the price, and they will kill you sooner or later. Therefore, Qi Lu was very surprised when he heard that some big growers of natural materials and earthly treasures were studying how to grow top-notch natural materials and earthly treasures. After all, the more powerful the natural materials and earthly treasures are, the higher the requirements for the growing environment. In this way, the cost of training will continue to rise. Even if the research is really done, the prices of those top-notch natural materials and earthly treasures will be ridiculously high. It's better to buy it from store manager, Qi. Even if it is a limited sale, you can always grab it if you grab it a few times. However, after Qi Lu learned about this matter, he actually thought about these situations. After thinking about it carefully, I also felt that it would actually be good for these guys to learn to be self-sufficient. Then he happily made the decision to postpone the date of lifting the limited sales of Tian Kai Dibao indefinitely. After all, Qi Lu wants to change Tian Kai Dibao, not simply monopolize all businesses. Since someone is willing to spend a lot of money to study it, let them continue to study it. Such a huge amount of blood crystal stone and faith stone would be in vain if thrown away. I don't know how many people will be killed. What's more, the birth of these emerging industries has also provided a large number of jobs in various places. It also produced countless cultivation resources and relieved the pressure off many cultivators. This is the best change. Otherwise, for these emerging industries, if Qi Lu is willing, he can't completely crush them with price wars. But did Qi Lu do this? Never thought about it. It's enough to control the source of the industry by yourself. Why bother to control all the business in your own hands? Qi Lu wants change, not control. If we really do that, will others still be alive? However, the cultivation of natural materials and earthly treasures was not prominent among the city-states Qi Lu and Yu Shi visited at their first stop, so they did not see the specific situation and would have to check it out at the next stop. Tell the truth. Generally speaking, in the same city-state, the breeding industry of mythical beasts and the cultivation of natural materials and earthly treasures will not develop at the same time. Because these two emerging industries are both big money burners in the early stage. The only difference is that one burns more money and the other burns less money. The barriers to entry are relatively low. It is already remarkable if a city-state can develop one of these well. If you want to take care of both, what you develop later will be inferior to their city-states. So it's better to just give up and specialize in one of the lines. It's good. Now the situation is finally on the right track. Qi Lu thought so in his heart, and waved the service staff to leave. Yu Shi'er, who was sitting opposite, just looked at Qi Lu quietly, and only spoke after the person left. He didn't talk about business, but talked about what he saw and felt in this city state. In other words, we are sharing the joy of traveling. Qi Lu took Yu Shi'er to travel to various city-states, and he did have the purpose of inspection. But spending time with Yu Shi'er is also serious, not casual. Just asking the service staff was just a matter of course. After all, Yu Shi'er had been waiting for too long before this, and she couldn't let this little girl wait any longer. "Brother Qi Lu, this dish is delicious, you should try it too." When the dishes arrived, Yu Shi'er was not polite and tasted them one by one before sharing her feelings. Qi Lu just looked at her with a smile, thinking Yu Shi'er was very nice and cute like this. We are all family members, so why should we be polite? Okay, I'll try it too. Qi Lu naturally would not refuse. Speaking of which, Qi Lu seemed to have never had a meal with Yu Shi'er since he left Donghuang. Even though Yu Shi'er later came to the heavenly vault god realm, by that time, she no longer had to eat. Now, I'm finally back to the feeling I had before. I can't tell whether it's cozy or warm. And from now on, there will be such peaceful and warm days for a long, long time. That's it, take your time step by step, feelings need to accumulate bit by bit and then sublimate. At their level, a lifetime would take thousands of years to calculate. The meat of the mythical beast really tastes good. Qi Lu had eaten a lot of this stuff before when he was in the Shinji realm. I ate it all by myself when I ran out and wandered around the divine kingdoms. But to be honest, those gods and main gods are different from those who practice the way of the devil. They are not at all keen on doing the work. So in terms of cooking skills, Qi Lu felt that the feast he had this time would taste better. Sure enough, foodies are the first driving force for improving cooking skills. When you have nothing to do in the future, maybe you should go to those big food cities. Wait a minute, if that's the case, should we open another takeout platform? Qi Lu thought about it while eating with Yu Shi'er. Suddenly I realized that this idea seemed good. This kind of delicacy should be shared with those experienced cooks. If you want to change the entire Tianqiong divine realm, just a virtual duel platform or a virtual shopping platform cannot do it. There has to be something more. Emerging industries are one kind, but it is also necessary to connect the major city-states and major kingdoms of God. Otherwise, let's develop a new publicity and communication forum for them. The rise of tourism cannot rely solely on word of mouth. Necessary publicity is still very important. Just like those advertising spaces on virtual shopping platforms, they are also a means of publicity. In the era of order, if you want to make a fortune, you have to find ways to generate income. The past plundering and plundering are all things of the past. Not many people dare to do this now. Moreover, the order demanded by Qi Lu did not actually harm the interests of those main gods. Because what those main gods need are more believers, stronger power of faith, and their own understanding of the law. And maintaining order is of great help to the increase in the number of believers. The Lord gods have been very clear about this matter from before. Otherwise, there would not be such peace in the kingdom of God before that. As for those demon gods, to be honest, the cultivation resources they need are simply a number in the sky. That's why they want to invade the divine realm, to plunder more cultivation resources. But things are different now. When these demon gods saw the rise of the animal breeding industry and the cultivation of natural materials and earthly treasures, they realized it. Maybe looting isn't the best option. At least in this day and age, it's definitely not the best choice. So, in this era led by Manager Qi, maybe they can also get involved in these emerging industries. You must know that whether it is the breeding of mythical beasts or the cultivation of natural materials and earthly treasures, a large amount of investment is required in the early stage. The importance of capital is clearly revealed. And in the hands of these demon gods, there is no doubt that they all control a large amount of capital. When they participate in these emerging industries, as long as they can abide by the rules, the result, of course, goes without saying. The help to the development of emerging industries will definitely be huge. Because from the beginning, Qi Lu knew that this kind of industry rich in various cultivation resources was indeed an opportunity for ordinary people to make a comeback. It is also a good time for those practitioners to make fortunes. But in the end, these industries will never be in the hands of ordinary people or practitioners who do not have enough power. Even if they enter these industries first and seize the opportunity, it will be of no use. If you are not strong enough, even under the constraints of the rules, your own industry will not be robbed by others. However, everyone knows that the original capital possessed by the devil is countless times greater than that of these ordinary people. So what if I enter later? As long as these demon gods are willing, they will soon be within the rules and come from behind. Those main gods may not care about these cultivation resources, but those demon gods do care a lot. Therefore, Qi Lu had anticipated this and could not have stopped it. Because strong power is really important. Qi Lu feels this deeply. If he did not possess this power, the dragon god would not have shown the power of half a step to the great realm. Will these demons relent? Will those main gods be obedient? Therefore, this basic rule cannot be changed because of one person or a few people. In this case, Qi Lu should give up the opportunity to become stronger and leave a way to become stronger. Let those who had no chance before seize the opportunity to become stronger. Let those who could not find a way before be able to embark on the road to becoming stronger. As for whether he can catch it or how far he can go, that's not Qi Lu's business. Any strong person can only achieve what he is today by seizing the opportunity and trying his best. Even if it is Qi Lu, he is a saint in front of others and suffers behind others. The sufferings and sins I suffered in the trial space, as well as the nightmares I had after coming out, are not a few. But life is better now. But the previous experiences are buried deep in my memory and have never been forgotten. You can still recall it all the time and push yourself, but you can't really wait to die. You still have to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Yes, be prepared for danger in times of peace. So opportunities have been given to you, but if you can't seize them, whose problem? After those demon gods woke up, they all chose to get involved in emerging industries. It is not unreasonable that they can do better and stronger as latecomers. These strong men use their power to overwhelm others even if they don't use their own strength. In terms of character, knowledge, courage, connections, resources, etc., they are not comparable to ordinary people and practitioners. Demon God, even if he does not build a kingdom of God and travels all over the country, he has accumulated a lot of good things. And don't compare ordinary demon gods with the lonely demon emperor. The demon king doesn't need friends because he is strong enough. Moreover, what the demon emperor did was not welcomed. But these demon gods, even though they have violent personalities, are bloodthirsty and warlike, they all have friends more or less. These are the connections, various resources, and insights that other cultivators cannot get anyway. Therefore, even if they compete within the rules, these demon gods still have an absolute advantage. Because they have a lot of resources, they can afford to lose as well as lose. If you don't succeed once, try again, and you will always succeed. But those practitioners and ordinary people, can they afford to lose? Can you afford the loss? Obviously, if these guys lose money, they are really dead. It is almost impossible to make a comeback, and they can only die. Otherwise, the rest of my life will be spent working to pay off debts. But this is reality. The once strong man also made it on his own. The so-called blessings of ancestors only refer to those practitioners who are one step ahead of others, not those demon gods and main gods. If you want to rely on the blessings of your ancestors to reach this state, it's just a dream. To be honest, if you have no talent or qualifications, and you can reach the realm of blood refining by taking drugs, then you will be thankful. There is basically no need to think about the realm of immortal bones. It isn't a realm that people without qualifications can covet. And in the realm of the demon god and the realm of the Lord God that are higher up, do you need to think too much? What's more, in comparison, gods and main gods who don't consume much resources actually depend more on qualifications and understanding. And there is also a hard requirement of believer. Want to rely on drugs to get high? Are you sure you woke up? Of course, these things have nothing to do with Qi Lu. Anyway, he has been given the opportunity, and the road has been paved. He has done everything he can to be benevolent and righteous, and no one can find fault with him. Except for those demon gods and main gods. No, to be more precise, when various emerging industries emerged rapidly and showed a trend of prosperity and development. Those demon gods and lord gods also felt that there was really nothing wrong with what store manager Qi did. We were not at peace with each other before. Apart from the differences in our respective ideas, the biggest conflict was actually interests. In other words, it is training resources. In the path of the devil, if you want to become stronger, you need an extremely large amount of training resources. That's why they are bloodthirsty and warlike, wanting to get rid of their competitors and take more cultivation resources into their hands. The definition of a competitor, in the eyes of the demon god, is not just other demon gods. This also includes the weak who take up resources. After all, a little adds up to a lot. This is also the biggest reason why demon gods were not popular in the former Tianji domain. But those main gods are different, not to mention that they themselves do not need to occupy massive cultivation resources like the demon gods. Let's just say that in the former divine realm, there was a default rule among the major divine kingdoms that they could not start wars at will. That is for the sake of the many weak people. Although this is one of the methods used by the Lord gods to develop followers, it is a good thing anyway. And let's not talk about this matter for the moment, just say that if Wesamply develop the needs of believers, we will definitely not kill living beings at will. This is probably one of the sources of conflict between the demon god and the Lord God. But now, this source of conflict has disappeared. The main gods want followers, okay. Manager Qi's efforts are to allow more creatures to survive better. The demons want cultivation resources, okay. Which of the emerging industries promoted by Manager Qi is not trying its best to produce various cultivation resources? So it is developed to this day, and the demon god and the Lord God, who you said to criticize store manager Qi, have nothing to say now. As for the dragon god, they all went into seclusion, who remembers that? Everyone now knows that store manager Qi is a person who is devoted to public service and deserves everyone's respect. The current situation is that the main gods are all planning on their own tozi how to expand the coverage of their own kingdoms to include most areas of the sky god realm as soon as possible. Because the basic order needs to be maintained by these main gods. This matter had been agreed upon before, and of course no one would object at this time. What's more, the scope of the kingdom of God is actually not necessarily related to the strength of the Lord God. The more powerful the main god was in the past, the more qualified he was to expand his kingdom to a wider area. That's why people have the illusion that the larger the scope of the kingdom of God is, the stronger the power will be. In fact, this is simply a wrong causal relationship. It is also because of this that even if they let go to expand the scope of the kingdom of God, the result will be the same. The coverage of the kingdom of God is indeed large, but the strength of these main gods themselves is not much stronger. That's no problem. Furthermore, even if these main gods can improve due to the expansion of the kingdom of God, can Qi Lu still be afraid of them?